After 3 days of this Dream11 European Cricket Championship, we've seen 5 teams so far, but 5 will become 4 tonight because Finals Friday is on the way. It's Group A action, and while the Czech Republic, they're playing for their tournament lives this morning. I'm Mr. Maximo. This is the Dream11 European Cricket Championship, and it starts right now. Good morning to you wherever you're watching from around the world, and welcome to a huge day in European cricket. It is day 4 of Group A, and today is the day, unfortunately, we'll have to say goodbye to our first team in this ECC. So it should be a great day of action, plenty of sunshine out here at the moment, and I'm loving it. It's not called the Costa del Sol for nothing. Well, what I can tell you is we have 5 T10 matches on the way, and we're starting with match number 16. Now, this is a big clash between the Ireland 11 and Czech Republic. Well, both these two teams at different poles on the ladder, but they do come together. Czech Republic really need a win here. It's going to be a huge upset, but we've seen it happen before. Let's see what happens at the toss. Rob Kemming is with the 2 captains.
Your call.
Heads.
Heads is called. It is tails. Okay, we'll have a bowl.
So it is Dylan Steyn that has won the toss for the Czech Republic, and he's elected to bowl first. An interesting one for me, but I think this might have to do with the fact that Ireland really blew the Czech Republic away on Monday night when they played in match 5. Czech Republic batted first and they could only manage 44 runs. So just to change it up, I think that Dylan has decided he wants to put the Irish team in, but that has its own risks, doesn't it? Because we know that they have been so dynamic with the bat in this series, and look, their top 3 have been a force, really. I've got to say that El Machina, or the machine as we call him, Seamus Lynch, has been incredible. Maxi B as well, he's been very good up the top of the order. But I just have a feeling that the Irish will mix it up a little bit. It's a chance for them to tinker with it. I think if they're smart here, they'll give some of those middle order players a bit more of a bat. Of course, because Finals Friday is on the way, we know that Ireland will be there, and they'll probably need all of their bats firing, or potentially firing, because you never know what will happen on Finals Day. Czech Republic, though, well, they can take a lesson from Portugal last year. In fact, in a similar match, Portugal pulled off a big upset against the Netherlands 11, and they ended up actually making it all the way to Finals Day, even winning their first final as well. So it's all to play for. Weather-wise, well, it is boiling really out here in the middle. It says it's only 24, feels a lot hotter. I think we're expecting a maximum temperature of about 31 degrees today. This pitch, it's interesting. I think there's something in it for everybody. I think there's a bit of turn. I think it's pretty hard, pretty even, but occasionally something, one will do something. I just think that it's good for batting, but also the bowlers, if they get it right. I think that it's all about the length for them. You've got to get the length right on this pitch. If you do, you can have some success. And I have liked the way the Ireland 11 in particular have shut teams down, and that's what they'll be trying to do, I'm sure, here in the first game of the day. Rico Full, he's in the dream box, and I'm looking forward to spending the day with you as well. Of course, it's day 4, it's on the way. Czech Republic, they've won the toss. They're going to bowl. Over to you, Rico. Let's get the party started.
Good morning, cricket lovers, and welcome back to the Cartama Oval. And we get ready for day 4. And as you heard Mr. Maximo in his introduction tell us, it's a very important day because it's a day that we will sadly have to say goodbye to one of those teams. And well, a team that is at the bottom of the pack at the moment is this team that we've seen taking the field to play at the moment, the Czech Republic. Haven't managed to get a win yet. They've had some close games, certainly had 2 close matches against Portugal, but just haven't been able to get that win they needed. Well, everybody is trying to help them out, and you can see Mr. Maximo, he's doing his bit as well, wearing the Czech colours here today. Don't think I didn't notice, Mexi. I know what you're up to. So far, when he's worn the green, the Irish have been victorious. When he's worn the Spanish colours, the Spanish have been victorious. Is he going to do the Czech Republic a favour? Look, they need it. Look, even the bat versus ball is saying 102 to 86 in favour of Ireland. One thing that we may see here is that the Irish may just change up the batting order a bit. It would surprise me if they don't, because, I mean, we know the top 3 have been performing brilliantly, and I think they have. Look, they've got Cameron Melly, who's opening, and Jarrad Wilson, the captain, has gone out there as open as well. He's at the non-strikers then. The umpires are out there. Nilkesh Patel from Barcelona and Shub Navjot Singh from Hungary. Let's get ready to party. Good morning, everybody. Let's rock and roll. Here we go. First ball of the day. Good start in the right areas. Namaste, salam alaikum, sasri akal, everyone, to everybody watching via the Fan Code Network on the Sub-Indian continent. Lovely to have you all with us. And look, wherever you're tuning in from around the world, a very, very good morning, afternoon or evening to you. And remember, there's always a way that the viewers can be in touch with us as well. So would love any of your comments first up in the morning. Quite a few of you have been quite active already. Nice start this from Sengupta. Getting the ball outside that off-stump corridor. So playing a missing Caramelli at the moment. They'll take the single first runs off the day, and then normally you're quite used to seeing the first runs of an Irish bat, the ball sailing over the boundary for 6 runs, because that's what the likes of, well, certainly either Max Burton or Seamus Lynch have been doing. Those two have been in incredible form, but just giving an opportunity to one or to the others, I think that makes really good sense. It's worked away. Will definitely take one. Think about 2. But the fielder's up to the task, gets there pretty quickly, gets the throw in for Hard. It's the area of the field that he normally patrols. Another beautiful day in Spain. We are in the lovely, wonderful province of Andalusia. This is the host region, Malaga. Lovely shot straight down the ground, and this will go all the way, will it? Yes, it does. Manos arriba from the árbitro, porque eso es 6 carreras, 6 runs, and that's beautiful. Look, just a little shuffle forward, getting himself to the pitch of the ball, and then hit straight through it. And beautifully played, beautifully executed. First boundary of the day. Look, talking of boundaries, more on that after this delivery. Well, he goes for another ball. Balle, Ginna, Sona, Shaka, Lagia. Sí, así me gusta. 6 carreras más. And look, if you like the fireworks, if you like the 6s, well, let me give you some information. Well, we are in day 4. Look, this is a 6 count of the 3 days that we've had so far. Day 1, 85. Day 2, 81. Yesterday, well, 96 maximos in the day. That's a total of 262 in the day. Got some information there, some stats also. We see the lowest score, 44. The average about 112. 166 is the highest. That was scored by Spain. Also got facts on the successful chase and defending. But 44, that lowest score, was by the Czech Republic. And it was in this fixture the first time that they played. Remember, Czech Republic batted first, 44 for 6. And Ireland knocked those off quite easily. In fact, I think they did that in just 13 deliveries. And that was that equaled a ECN record. So they are on fire. But yeah, what about that on 6s? 262 6s in the tournament. And what that means is, this is the other thing, 3,144 runs. That means we've had over 1,000 runs every day. But 50% of those runs were in 6s. Exactly half of the runs that are scored was in 6s. Forget 4s, just in 6s. That's quite extraordinary. Goes for it over the top and just out of the reach of the outstretched hand of Bouillon there. That will go for 4. So 4 more runs to these two, and saying, Max Burton, who? Seamus Lynch, who? We could do the same. And at the moment, well, it's a good start. First couple of balls were a little bit cagey. Couple of dot balls to start, weren't there, from Senagupta in that first over. But now they are flying. Lovely shot. That's for Hard. Comes into the firing line. Hit hard, hit strong, hit firm, smashes into the banners there. Well, that certainly was strong. And, well, it hits the strongest together with a clash. I think you heard that all around the ground. What a powerful shot that was from Melli. Well, Melli, he's given that some welly, hasn't he? Oh, that is travelling. What a hit. Well, that smashes into the banners there. What a hit that is. Well, the Irish I think, well, you can't blame them. They're loving the sunshine in the Costa del Sol. Cut, hit hard. Well, it's half stopped by the fielder, Smith Patel. And you know what? What if I told you this? What if I told you that today I think Smith Patel is going to have a cracker of a day? Things have not gone his way. I think he's known as the magic man because every time he bowls his magical overs, but anything can change. So Smith Patel, we're all behind you here today. And Vinny Sandhu's got the Czech colours on. I think there's a lot of neutrals out there that are hoping the Czech Republic can get something going today, but they have to, don't they? Slower delivery, and it's been smashed away, and he's basically saying, well, don't bowl that to me. This is another one that thumps into the banners. It's 4 more. And the runs mounting up quickly. We'll see those tables coming up, but basically this is the battle of 2 teams at opposite ends of the table. Ireland sitting pretty at the top, 10 points, and just above Spain on net run rate. But Czech Republic haven't got anything on the board yet. Their closest rivals is Portugal on 4. Hit hard over the top, lovely shot to play in the power play once more. This is just exquisite batting. It's just quality. They know that those fielders are inside the 30-yard circle, and anything like this is clearing them and going to the boundary. Well, that's a crackerjack start so far, isn't it? 34 on the board after just 2. I mean, Czech Republic is very simple. They've got to win both these matches and still hope that other results go their way. It's an uphill struggle. If they don't get 2 points here, then basically I think we know who we're saying goodbye to. Well, forget about saying goodbye at the moment. Let's say buenos dias, because it's time to welcome into the Dream Box Mr. Maximo Vinny Sandhu.
Buenos dias, Rico. Buenos dias todos. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the Cartama Oval. Plenty of blue sky here. What a day for cricket, really. 25 degrees currently, and should head north of 30 again. It's going to be hot stuff out there, but that's the way we like it on the Costa del Sol. 34 for no loss after 2. Shos Farhad goes magical. Just some good shots in there. Hard to protect the boundaries in the power play. Sengupta's back for the 3rd.
And, well, it's more runs, more 6s. That one goes straight over. What a lovely shot this is. Vinny, this is just effortless batting. They're making it look easy. And, look, we know all about the firepower of Max Burton and Seamus Lynch. Well, this man now here, Cameron Melly, is saying, don't forget me. Don't forget me. It's my time to shine. Lovely hit.
Yeah, that was just a class shot, wasn't it, through the line? But it was the length that he could pick up.
Oh, this is beautiful. 1 bounce, 4 more. Just straying down the leg side. Goes for the Yorker length delivery. Just trying to get the ball up there. Can understand what he's trying to do, but he doesn't execute it well. He gets it drifting on the legs, and that's another one just being flicked away. Melly is on fire this morning. He really is. Well, the Cartama Oval, what a splendid ground it is. Well, it's been absolutely peppered with boundaries at the moment. First in, the fireworks have started early on day 4.
They sure have. And it's not looking easy at all at the moment for the Czechs. Where do they go to? Who do they go to? And, yeah, a few of our eagle-eyed viewers have noticed. I do have the red, white and blue on this morning. And, well, the Czechs, I mean, you hate to see a team go winless, which is a distinct possibility today. They'll take on Ireland 11 this morning. They'll take on Austria later on. But, I mean, they've been close to wins as well. They got 3 runs away from Portugal twice. So I think all the neutrals will... we're at least hoping they can perform to the best of their ability. Whether it's enough to get the win or not, I don't know. But we know it's a funny old game, this T10. He goes after this one as well. And Melly has come out. And Melly's giving it welly, I tell you that much. And there's Sky. And he's kind of been in the middle order. We haven't seen that much of him, but right now he's showing what he can do in the power play.
Yeah, he can. I mean, look, seeing this straight away, I just think, I mean, as soon as this over's done with it, just got to try and take the pace off straight away, see if that helps. Maybe Naveed Ahmed needs to come on because Melly, he is loving the pace on at the moment here. He's hitting it cleanly, and with the field having to be restricted in the power play, he's making full advantage of it. This is another one. Has he got enough of this? I think Oli just gets it over the fielder. And it's been swept out there, a man coming across from the covers to stop it, but they do take a couple.
Yeah, so I'm getting a lot of questions about the format, of course, of this tournament. And so this is tomorrow. So this is what tomorrow will look like. We'll have qualifier 1 between the 1st and 2nd ranked team. and then we'll have the eliminated 3 versus 4. So basically what that means is that if you get into qualifier 1, if you're in the top 2, you get the double chance. The eliminator, well, you'll be going home if you don't win that one.
Oh, this is cracked. And where's this one going? The fielder's got his eyes on it. And, oh, he does brilliantly well. Absolutely superb. That is class, Divasi. Excellent work from him. I mean, he's a quality player. And this is great. Just look at this. He's in the air. He's got his eyes fixed on it all the way. And he's saying there's no way this is going to go for a boundary. There's no way this is going for 6. That's a really good stop.
Really, really good stop, isn't it, really? That's, might have to come back to this in a second, but I do want to have another look. Back to live action here.
Oh, well, this one is not going to be stopped. This is going a long way. It goes crunch into the marquees there at the top as the ball rolls down. Well, at least they don't have to go into the woods for this one. Saved by the marquees. That is a thumping hit. That's been mullered. Lovely jubbly. 6 more.
Yeah, look at that. It's a bit like my golf. It hits something and then it finds a way to still roll into the bushes, doesn't it? I mean, that was a really good shot. Big power plate, 58 without loss. The on 11 are away and away with the new opening combination. Let's have a look at this bit of work from Davitsi, who does very well. I mean, could he have caught it? Probably couldn't have stopped in time.
I don't think he would have been able to put the brakes on. Hey, look, this is the story.
Yeah.
This is why the Czech Republic have to get something.
That's right. So you saw only the top 4 go through tomorrow. Okay, ultimately, there will be a finals day tomorrow for Group A. And the winner of tomorrow goes through to the championship week in week 5. Does seem pretty set, but we know, look, anything can happen. Portugal did this exact thing that Czech Republic would have to do here when they were playing last year, when they knocked over the Netherlands on a Thursday morning. But let's just say, I think it's going to be a tough one. And I really haven't changed my feelings on that after the power play, which cost 38. Here's Bouillon coming in over number 4.
Bouillon, he bowls a wide, and he does almost does a forward roll here, doesn't he, as he bowls this one, just losing his footing, and then he says, hang on a minute, yeah, I'll just screw my foot back on. Have a look at this, down he goes, a bit of the rock and roll, and then he says, oh, my foot's gone loose, and he just screws it back on, no problem there. He says, I'm ready now.
The other thing in this match is that Ireland have gone without their 2 opening bowlers. So they've gone without Finn Catherwood, and they've gone without Mikey O'Reilly as well. So they've taken those paces out.
It's nicely struck. Fielder was out there. Good work. Gets down low. Cushions the blow as well. It's nicely done by Akash Palmer.
I think we saw the Czechs struggle against probably all of their bowlers the other night, but particularly the spinners were really effective, I think, at just strangling the middle order, the middle overs of the Czech innings.
Firmly hit, and he gets it through the infield, but tidily done once again out there by the 2 men on the offside boundary.
A bit easier now to protect the boundaries, that's the thing. A bit easier. Still won't be easy, though, no doubt about this. Look at this partnership. It's up, what's that, 61 off 20 now.
Smashed hard, 1 bounce stop, and keeps it to the single. So, yeah, I mean, that's the difference, isn't it? That's why it's so important, Vinny. I mean, that's a good example this over of why batters taking full advantage of the power play is so important, because outside the power play, an over ago, those are boundaries.
Yeah, exactly right.
It's well bowled. He sees the batter approaching, so bangs it in slightly shorter. The captain of Ireland, Wilson, just guides his down to 3rd.
Yeah, I've got to say, Melly's been great, and he brings up his 50 with that shot. 50 off 16 balls. He has been dynamite here. And so if you think it's just the top 3 you've got to worry about with Ireland, watch out. Watch out for this as well, as that is going to be another pretty good slap stop. I'll just get a single. Great bit of work. Look, the Czechs, like I say, I would be, if I'm the Czech coach here, I'm saying, look, I just want you guys to play to your potential. I think there's been so many times this week where I think you haven't been able to do that. Go and show what you can do. If it's good enough, fine. If not, fine. But just, I'm liking the effort so far from the Czech Republic, especially in the field with some of these stops, just the general feel out there.
Yeah, I mean, it's a case of saying, well, look, maybe the Irish are a little bit more superior than you, and you expect that. I think a lot of people that have been watching and following cricket around the world would expect that as well. But go out there, don't let yourself down, give it 100%, and that's what they're looking to do here.
Yeah, how about that though, Melly? 51 off 17 balls. He certainly got out of the bed on the right side, didn't he? 5 6s and 3 4s in his half century, the first of the series for him. But Jared Wilson, he's an interesting story as well. He's leading this side. Good young player. He grew up and was playing his cricket in Bertha, which is what is now, what they call Port Elizabeth in South Africa. I've been practicing that click all night to say that. But I want to say hello to all of our South African viewers and all of our African viewers as well. I know that we're going out there across the continent.
Lovely to see that as well. You see there, Andrew McCulloch there with the kids of the Ark International School, Christian School, been around the ground most of this week. And it's lovely to see them right there at the beginning as well. Just sort of giving the players plenty of support as they come onto the field of play. And sort of give them a guard of honour, don't they? As this one's been slapped away again, just effortlessly. And this time it was Wilson that smashes it, gets himself now close to the 20s. He's just playing a bit of a sporting role at the moment.
Yeah, it's good batting though. I mean, this is exactly what they needed to do, Ireland 11. I think if they're smart, get some more batting into their middle order. But the only way you can do that really is to get them up the top in this game. And, but of course, Wilson is an impressive player, and we are going out on the Star Times network across Africa. Plenty of other broadcasters all around the world carrying the ECC this year. So it's getting bigger, it's getting better. There's more teams, there's more matches. It is addictive cricket. Here's Smith. And the good thing about Smith is he snuck in, and it's a good over so far. I've got to say, I know he went for the one boundary, but he's a good player. He's had a few days where, look, he's been walloped.
Yeah.
Consistently, but I like that they're giving him the opportunity to bowl himself out of it. And he's got the protection of 5 outfielders, okay. And
he's better though.
Yeah,
I mean, he's fuller, isn't he?
Just be so good to get some confidence back. His problem actually originally is he's too full. He's been bowling full tosses, a lot of full tosses. Let's see if we can get out of jail with a single figure over. Come on, Smith.
I don't think so. This is going to smash into the sight screen there behind the bowler's hand. It's a lovely shot, just smacks it, and well, that's beautifully done. And I think that's an opportunity for the players to take a bit of a drinks break. Well, the Irish, well, they would, I don't know what they've got in their water, but it's working well at the moment. Czech Republic, though, they're having a few issues. And look, it's a good time to say, well, while the players are having a drink, why don't we say hello and good morning to all of our viewers around the world. Good morning, everybody.
Sounds good to me. Well, it's not going to be morning for long here because it's almost noon, and that is because that we are, we are starting a bit later in the day. We know that, and certainly want to welcome you wherever you're watching from around the world. I know I'm getting lots of messages from people in Australia, in the UK, even North America, Africa, I think I mentioned as well. A lot of Irish viewers as well. They're pretty excited about the prospect of potentially returning in week 5. And of course, that's what one of these teams, Group A, will get to do. They'll get to come back.
That's right, absolutely. I mean, a lot of people, I know yesterday when I was off that one game, a lot of people already thinking that they reckon that what we saw yesterday, that matchup between Ireland and Spain, will probably be, well, they believe, maybe the Group A final. But I still think, from what I saw yesterday from Austria, don't rule Austria out. I mean, they're coming good at the right time. 2 victories for them yesterday. Yeah,
that's true. And sometimes it is about that kind of who's got the form at the particular time, right? So it's going to be interesting. We've seen it in time and time again. We're pretty experienced in this format here in the Costa del Sol, right? So sometimes teams from 3rd or even 4th can win it. Basically, what makes it harder is on finals day, if you are 3rd or 4th, you have to win 3 games on finals day to win the group. But if you finish 1st or 2nd, you just have to win 2 games.
That's right.
And of course, you get that double chance. If you wanted to, you just can potentially win 2 out of 3. But regardless, I know Ireland 11 and Spain, they should be kind of favourites for a reason. I think Ireland 11 in particular, I think they've got some really, really dangerous hitters at the top.
Oh, well, this was hit like a rocket, wasn't it? I mean, we heard earlier when the ball smashed into the Stronger Together banner as well. We heard this one smashing into the hands of the fielder there. Well, that's Ricket Toma. And Toma, bang, that was hit hard.
Yeah, well, poor Toma, he's been trying to catch bullets with his bare hands in this series. And that never really got above kind of waist height off the bat. But now we'll have a wicket. Yeah, we'll get there now. And you can see that Melly, well, he just tries to go a little bit across the line. So Bouillon does get the breakthrough, and the Ireland 11 opening partnership is broken at 80. It's 80 for 1.
Yeah, this is well bowled, and this is one thing that we were saying yesterday, that the Czech Republic, we didn't see too much of this from their bowlers. I mean, I'm encouraged to see Smith Patel. I told you he's going to have about a day. I mean, even that ball being hit for 6, but he did get the ball right up there, and the same, this man, Buyana, he's got a smile on his face, but he is a good player, he's a good bowler, and he shows that by getting the wicket, the prize scalp there off Melly, who's batted so well. And, well, got to his half-century pretty quickly as well. Then it's been a really good knock. And this is something that will be encouraging for the Irish as well, because basically he's saying now, look, we're not just relying on just a couple of batters there. Cameron Miller, well, 59 of 21. Great knock.
Yeah, really good knock. I mean, he's probably a bit upset he couldn't go on with it even more because the shot he played probably wasn't the shot that he should have played. I think when he hit the ball straighter, he certainly wasn't missing those kind of deliveries. But no credit to Bullion as well. Comes back after he had the captain Wilson dropped the ball before. Comes out with a good ball. I got a question here, and of course you can throw your questions into me at Mr. Maximo or at European Cricket. Obviously got the viewer comment section as well. It's one of the unique and special things about watching cricket on ECN, that kind of interactivity. And Mohammed Hussain watching from Cyprus. Hello, Mohammed. Hope you're well. Had lots of high scores in the last few days. What's changed since March? Because, of course, we were here for the Champions League of European Cricket, the ECL. And he's saying, is it better batters, poor bowling, or a combination of both? Any changes to the pitch? Pitch hasn't really changed, but what it is, definitely it's the weather. The outfield is lightning fast now compared to when we were here in February, March. We had some issues with rain back then.
Oh, that's well bowled, and, oh, well.
Well,
only just stopping
I tell you what,
the stumps.
Matchett and that popping crease have had issues, right? Because yesterday he got stumped when he forgot to turn around. For some reason, he was staring at the bowler, and then he tried to put the bat down on the line, or over the line, and missed. And that one would have been hilarious if it hit that same bit of the pitch and rolled back onto the stumps. Not hilarious for Matchett.
Oh, this is a bit of an ugly shot from Matchett. Gets this one completely wrong. So look, going back to your question, though, that question, the other thing is, don't forget, I mean, back in February, March, we were talking about the club champions. So the standard was high, of course. Now, we're talking about national champions. The quality of the players is that much better as well.
I've got another theory that kind of ties in with that. As we see, Matchett third time lucky, gets off the mark with a single. I think the difference is, okay, the best batters is still about the same because a lot of them did play for their clubs in that tournament. But what we're seeing is there's more of them. So at the club level, okay, a lot of teams might bat to 4 or 5. These guys are batting to 8, 9, 10. They're all able to do it.
Well, Toma will have another one that's going to be stinging his hands. And, this was hit pretty hard as well. Toma was the one that put Wilson down earlier on 19. Yeah. It was crushed down in. Well, this one was no softer. That's the end of the over. 82 for 1 at the end of 6.
End of the over. And it is 82 for 1, like you say. So, yeah, I think that's the thing. And the Spain team's a really good example, and they have 9 genuine bats. I mean, look, speaking to Corey, he's even thinking about batting 11 batters because they've all got people that can bowl in there. He's thinking of just batting 11 genuine batters because at the moment, and it was in that interview with Christian Munoz Mills that's on our social media at European Cricket, and I really liked it. He just basically said, we've got 9 batters that can bat in the top 2. Yeah. So when you've got that, they can all go for it more. And they don't have to be so scared about getting out. So I think that is probably one of the main reasons we have higher scores as well.
Yeah, and I think also it's all about the attitude as well that batters have. Go out there and play your shots. And if you're out, because you know you got 9, 10 batters, or like you say, even 11 batters still to come, it doesn't matter if 1 or 2 don't click. And Spain have been demonstrating that. Only the one time that they haven't fired in the matches that they played, only the one loss.
Yeah, exactly
it's
right.
That no fear attitude, isn't it?
Yeah, no fear. Fearless. That's a good way to put it. Got to say, though, Bullion, I think he bowled really well. 1 for 10 off his 2 overs. What a good effort against high-quality opposition. Yeah, Matchett, we have seen batting up in the top 3. Not facing now. This is Wilson. Doesn't quite deal with this one. Sabu Ndavitsi put off a very good stop earlier on. Is now the bowler. Yeah, so the Czechs. Yeah, I like what I'm seeing from them. Like I said, I mean, if there's really good shots, what are you going to do? You're not going to be able to be a faster bowler overnight or something like that. But I think what they have been able to control, I think they've done reasonably well in this game so far. Certainly a much improved performance, I think, so far. Of course, we only saw them bowl for 2.1 overs on Monday night because Ireland got the runs super quick.
Goes for the big shot, and he's got placement right here, and it's wide off that man out there. This will go all the way, I believe. The umpire's just checking. Well, no, they've got the signal. Manos arriba. Burgueso seis. Guerrera just goes down on one knee, and that's almost like a slog sweep. But it's all about the placement here. There is a man out there at mid-wicket cow corner, but he manages to get this more in between him and that man at long on. Good shot. Looks to cut this one. He wants the wide. He has a little glance at the umpire, and the umpire turns around and says, no, I think I'm okay with it. I think this may be to do with that little shuffle across before the ball comes.
Still
Maybe
a wide.
The umpire is
It's
thinking,
still a wide. He moved that much, and it was at least that much outside the wide line.
You're not going to go back to this yesterday. Yesterday you were quite, what was it yesterday? LB,
No,
you were
well,
on yesterday.
you know why? Because I was right. I mean, look, I know it's hard. It's a grey area. Remember, if it... Yeah, that to me is a wide as well. Because it's missing the line by... Oh, you can't see how much I'm holding up my hands. But we are super tight on wides.
A shoebox.
Anyway, Davizzi, I suppose it's smart if he's getting the calls.
Oh, just wide of the infielder, and nicely done on the outfield. Gets the body behind it. It's really good fielding. Cartama has been so good out there. Throws himself at this, but the main thing is he makes sure that when he makes contact with the ball, it goes in front of him, and it doesn't spin backwards towards the rope. Have a look at this. Gets himself there. Look, gets the body behind it. Eyes focused on the ball.
Yeah, it's the end of the 7th over. So the score at 93 for 1. Now, of course, one of the really exciting things we're doing at the moment is the Crickathon. So if you go to crickathon.com, you can answer our question of the day. It doesn't matter where you're watching from around the world. There's also the question of the week. So yesterday's question was, will there be a 50-plus power play in the day? And the good answer was yes, because you knew that, because we pretty much gave it to you in the first game of the day. Mike Thornley was yesterday's winner from the UK. And look, I'm telling you that there are people coming from all around the world to answer this. So today's question is, who will top Group A standings? Pretty much it's a 50-50, really, you could say, based on the table at the moment. But the question of the week is, how would you use cricketing data to choose the death over bowler? So this is a bit more complicated. We're looking for people to come up with innovative solutions. If you go to crickathon.com to participate, you could win an internship with our partners there at HCL Software. Thanks again for them for powering that. And speaking of power, this is the power. It's going to go bang into the sight screen. Maximo. Jared Wilson's found his feet now, and he's still with 3 overs to play. Hasn't probably faced a lot of the balls yet. He's only faced about a third of them in the 7th over. This is a nice free and easy strike off the bowling of Naveed Ahmed.
Yeah, lovely strike, and the spin into the attack and being attacked straight away. Congratulations once more to Mike Thornley, the winner from yesterday.
On the charge this time. He probably wishes he stayed home, because he probably could have got under that one as well. Davizzi does the fielding. Yeah, so I mean, that's a pretty exciting opportunity to get an internship with a company like HCL Software. So there's a few, I'm sure, like computer engineers and software engineers and these kind of people that are good with this stuff. I've got some ideas. Anyway, this one is up and is over as well. Maximo! Matchett decides that he wants to take on the fielder, and he wins. He moves into double figures. The hundreds come up during this over as well for Ireland. Yeah,
nice shot. Just a little bit too short, and he just rocks back and gives this plenty of oomph as he muscles that one over the cow corner as well. 6 more. Naveed under attack. Goes for the quicker ball. Goes wider. This would have been a dirty wide. And he gets away with it.
I was actually having a conversation with Viv Kingma, who's here ready from the Netherlands, of course. It was him next week. And together we kind of worked out how much the line should move. Something I've thought about for a while, you know.
Okay.
So, I mean, because my question's always been, we'll move from where? Where you started, standing, but pretty much however much you creep outside off stump, off stump is your fixed point. Wherever your toes go to, that's how far you should move the line over.
Yeah, okay. Yeah,
does that make sense?
Makes sense. Perfect sense.
But it's still a tough call, because it's hard enough when the line's fixed.
So why are you so anti that wide not being called?
Okay.
Because I think that's exactly what happened.
Yeah.
I think we saw the batter move, say,
I'll tell you,
5 inches outside the off before the ball's bowled.
I'll tell you what.
Umpire moved the line.
I'll tell you what. 109 for 1 after 8, because I think that ball goes over the imaginary line. You know what I mean? I think that ball goes straight over.
Thought it was wider than what the movement was.
So at the moment, when they don't move, the line belongs to the batter. So if the ball touches any of that line, it's a wide. That's how we umpire.
Right.
But when we're moving the we're moving the imaginary line, balls are going over the imaginary line, and they're not getting called. I know it seems little, but these little things matter because I love consistency, right? Especially we're doing 1,200 matches. We've gone through 6,000 or something like that players. We've gone through hundreds and hundreds of umpires, right?
Yeah.
So, I mean, players just want clarity and consistency. That's why I'm personally, getting my goat about that. Anyway, this is going to disappear, and that's a big shot, really. Straight over the giant ice cube. Maximo! Well, you like to say, Rico, it all happens in the ninth. And this is just a sit back, relax, and swing away. It's exactly what Wilson does. He's batting well.
Yeah, this is a lovely shot. Smashes it straight over. There's a lot of bowlers out there that are probably saying, Vinny, come on, it's too much of a batter's game already. Don't give him any more. Fahad. Oh, this one's going to probably go as well, is it? And, well, great effort there trying to stop it. It's just dipping sharply just before the line. And it's that man again who's had a bit of a rough time out there, Ricket Toma.
Oh, poor Tank. I mean, he's had anti-tank warfare really all the time. This time he's not just worried about the ball, he's worried about the fielder. He must be Palmer out there normally, who comes out towards him and almost cleans him up as well. Another boundary.
This one's been well hit as well, and this will go all the way. Balle, firmly hit. And the captain of Ireland, Gerald Wilson, he is definitely on the attack here. Fahad has gone for, 6, 4 and 6 in the start of this over, the ninth. All happens in the ninth.
I'm a big fan of Fahad, but he's got to get his length fuller here. He's got to go block hole.
Firmly hit, and it's wide of the fielder. 1 bounce, 4 runs. A clever shot. I like the way he moves himself into a good position to make sure when he hits this one, he's got the right line to beat that fielder. Look at that. Just creates the room, creates the space. It's another boundary. So 2 6s and 2 4s in this over so far. And just like that, Gerald Wilson brings up his half century with just 21 deliveries, and he moves to 51. Yeah. Well batted indeed.
It's exactly what you want, isn't it, if you're Ireland 11?
This one just sliced out to the man, comes in from mid-wicket, takes the single. Yeah, exactly what they wanted. They wanted other batters, other guys to go out there, have a knock and get runs on the board, and that's exactly what's happening. And they're starting to look the part, aren't they, Ireland? Starting to look the part.
They sure are. Just want to say a quick hello, of course, to all of our viewers who are watching from Ireland. And I also want to give a special hello to all our viewers watching from the Czech Republic. They're very loyal, all my friends there. Right, last ball of the night.
Big swing and a miss. So he finishes with a dot, but that over already went magical. 129 for 1 on the board.
Yeah, tough one for Shoas Farhad, who basically has a couple of magicals to show this morning. Ends up going for 41 off his 2 overs. That's 9 overs down now, 129 for 1. Yeah, of course, that's the thing I noticed yesterday. You actually have never been to the Czech Republic for ECS because Danny Hudacek is a fixture there in the commentary box in the European Cricket Series. So I normally do it with him. But I think we have to organise it next year, Rico, so that you can go and we'll find a solution, okay?
We'll find a way.
We'll find a solution because I think you'd really enjoy Prague. It's a beautiful city. The language is impossible. The best advice they tell you if you're trying to learn Prague, if you're trying to learn Czech, is give up before you start so you don't waste your time. That's pretty consistent.
Is it a bit like that?
A little bit. It's challenging. Anyway, here's Davitsi in the 10th.
This is being smashed. This is big. Well, that is a blast. It goes all the way. Hit long, hit strong, hit hard. And, well, that has been butchered to the boundary. It's 6 more. And Czech Republic must be wondering why every team always like to pile on the pressure on them. Every time they're out there and the team bats first, they're scoring big scores. Walks down, hits his hard, is a chance, and it has been taken. And finally, Toma gets his reward for all his persistence. He's worked hard out there. He's been unlucky. He did put one down earlier from Wilson when it was a thunderbolt that he was dropped when Wilson was on 19. But he gets his man in the end. Wilson, well, the captain, he's batted really well. 58, and he'll depart off that. His 24th delivery. Well batted to him.
Yeah,
well,
good, really
captain.
good knock. I think, he kind of mixed his game up just the right amount there, Jared Wilson. He's pretty uncomplicated. Sometimes he'd walk at the bowler, try and disrupt the length. But for the most part, I think he's just trying to make good batting shapes there. That's one that he hits hard, but he just doesn't quite get the elevation to get it over Tomar. Well, Tomar, he's pretty happy the one sticks, put it that way. He's been in the firing line, the tank. But got to say, Wilson, good innings from him. 58 off 24, 4 Maximos and 5 fours in there. He's just the second wicket to fall too. Now down 135 for 2.
Yeah, a very happy man and a very happy captain. Wilson will be, and he'll warmly accept the applause from his teammates.
Say that Vishnu had a question about some of the Czech players missing, and we've gone through this before. A couple of their key players now. It's tough for these guys to juggle work lives and obviously the cricket with it not being a professional pursuit. So I know they're being missed, but the guys here doing the best they can, and Davidsi's one of them. Look, he's a match winner, right? Yeah. So, okay, let's just say 11 ended the 140s here. We've seen those scores chased down. But a lot of the time when we do, it will be one guy. It'll be one guy that has an absolute blinder. Davidsi's that kind of X-factor player that could just pull it off.
It's hit really well by Scott Macbeth. Adiós pelota, porque eso es 6 más. Qué grande, qué guay, qué genial es ese equipo de Irlanda. Vamos a ver, tiene mucha fuerza esta mañana.
Yeah, Scotty Macbeth, 17 years of age. Jeez, I wish I could hit a ball that far when I was 17 years of age. Doesn't even bother watching it land because he's bored. That ball was in the air for so long. What a good shot. Did I say 140? I meant 150.
Got him. Well, he may be bored. Well, he can go back to his, whatever it is, Game Boy or whatever he's been playing while he's been sat in that marquee, because his stumps have been shattered. Well done to Davitsi there. I mean, you said he's a big player, and he's shown it there as well. That's another one that he gets, and that's quite comprehensive and well bowled. So he comes out, does Scott Macbeth, misses one, hits one for 6, and misses another, and he has to go.
I'm going to say give credit to Davitsi. He gets a bit of in movement here. Macbeth gets it straight through the gate. So good comeback from Sabah. Still, I'll take that any day of the week. Hit half your balls in innings for 6, but Macbeth is going to go. And the score now is 141 for 3.
Yeah, 1 ball to go in the innings.
Well, a lot of our Prague viewers are saying, Rico, you've got to get to Prague. I know Phil G's there, and he's normally around the traps there.
So come on, you're saying the language is that bad. You must know 1 or 2 words. Come on, let's test it.
I'll say Dobry den to all our Czech viewers.
Okay, what's that?
It's like hello.
Dobry den?
Dobry den. Dobrokut means let's eat.
That one
I know.
Come on, your favourite food out there.
Nostravi is like cheers. Of course, I know that one as well. And what else?
Come on, food.
Nostradano. I'm good at it when I get out of the Uber now. Nostradano. That means goodbye. Okay. My favourite food there, they do some weird stuff with cheese. That's what I'm going to say there. Like with some, just saying. Czech beer, amazing. Belgian beer versus Czech beer. It's a whole separate conversation
Last
for
ball
food
of the
chat.
innings.
Right, let's go.
And it's a swing and a miss, and that's well bowled from Davitsi. Does well. He jump bowls his 2 overs, conceding just 22. And when you have a look at some of the other bowling figures, he's done extremely well there. 2 for 22 for him. But Ireland, they do finish on a very healthy 141 for 3. So if the Czech Republic are to keep their dreams and their hopes alive, well, we're going to have to see them go out there and bat like they've not done before and get 144.
Well, they pretty much need 100 more than they got last time, right? But, I mean, no paces. No paces. None of the regular opening bowlers from Ireland 11 playing. Just remember that. So if somehow the Czechs can somehow get on top of the spin in particular, perhaps the left-handedness of Davitsi, he could get going. I mean, the Czech probably put on a similar score last year in the Eliminator against Italy, and Italy knocked them away with 10 wickets in hand. But, I mean, the Czechs here, it was great to see them out there. And, of course, the cricket school kids gave them a great guard of honour as they came onto the ground. But then Ireland, they were swinging away early. They were into the mood to party in the power play. A couple of other guys getting opportunities at the top, and they certainly made the most of it with 2 half-centuries.
They certainly did. Both the openers, Cameron Melly, he was the first to get going. He was smashing the ball to all parts of the ground early morning. And, when he departed for 59 to 21, his captain took over. Jared Wilson, both batters, both openers completing the half-centuries. But the stroke play was exquisite. I think the power play was fantastic. 58 came off it. And this is why it's called a power play. You've got to take the power to it. And they did. They cleared the inner ring plenty of times. On most occasions, I don't think there was a single dot ball in the power play. Maybe, in fact, I'm wrong. The first 2 balls, I seem to remember the innings were dot balls, and after that, it just went bang, bang, bang. This was a great stop, and that's a man who had a great day out there in the field of ET. Not only was he fielding well, but he bowled very well as well. He was probably the pick of the bowler, 2 for 22. Though Bhuyan, he bowled brilliantly as well. When you consider what this score is, 22 from Devati, and I think Bhuyan, he went for less than 20. We'll see that coming up in a moment. But those 2 bowled brilliantly well. But it was painful for the other bowlers because the Irish batters, really, they were hungry for runs. They were hungry for boundaries. And once again, we were talking about the number of sixes before the start of the day, 262, which is exactly half of the runs scored in the tournament in sixes. We saw plenty of them in that innings there as well. But again, the main contributors was the 2 openers, Melly and Wilson. Number of sixes, well, I can tell you there was 13 in that inning, so we're right on course to go all the way up to the 80s and 90s. Well, maybe, can we go past 100? That would be something, 100 sixes in the day. Well, if that's going to happen, we need a few more of these. I mean, they're just clinical hitting. What more can you say? And the Irish turning on the style this morning. So Vinny Sandhu, well, he's worn the Czech Republic colours. Is he going to get rewarded? Are the Czech Republic going to get the luck they need? Well, they haven't had it so far there. That man, well, Tom Hart, he did throw himself at everything, didn't he? He had one that went down when it was a hit like a bullet from Wilson. Had the chance to remove Wilson for 19. But look, there weren't easy chances here today. But it goes back to what we said about the Czech Republic on a number of times. Good players, good batters have given opportunities, but they've not been taken. And when they're not taken, they then go out and punish you. And that's exactly what Jared Wilson did do. He went from that 19 when he gave a chance, and then went on to make 58. But nice to see Toma, though, finally taking the catch and seeing the end of Wilson, the man that he did drop earlier. Well, then this man came out, and he didn't really look like he was bored being out there, Vinny said. Well, he didn't have to be out there too long, though, because after hitting a 6 of the 3 balls that he faced, he then had to depart and go back, and the last ball of the innings was a dot ball. It wasn't too many of those, but once again, you can see there, it was the openers that did the damage. Cameron Melly, didn't he bat well? 59 off 21, plays some awesome shots, and 3 4s and 6 6s in that knock from him. And then Jared Wilson, it was time for him to take over when Melly went, and he hit 5 4s and 4 6s himself. The bowling figures, I think Bhuyan bowled really well. Well, there you go, he was exactly 10, so he picked up 1 wicket, 2 overs for 10. That's outstanding. 22 runs conceded by Devati. He picked up 2 wickets as well. But again, it was this time Senegupta, who's normally very consistent, and also Farhad, the 2 openers that went the distance. Farhad, both his overs went magical. So Ireland, as you expect, they're looking strong, and as you'd also expect, they're looking stronger and better each time that you see them out there. But they've got a few players missing in terms of the bowling attack, and I'm just wondering whether that gives the opportunity for the Czech Republic to pull off what could be a remarkable victory. I seem to think that in this one, finally, somebody like Dylan Steyn will come good. Well, let's wait and see. I'm Rico Full. You're watching the European Cricket Network. You're watching the Dream11 European Cricket Championship. It is the Euros of cricket happening here in Spain, Andalusia, Malaga, at the magnificent Cartama Oval. Join me, Rico Full, and Vinny Sandhu as we return for the conclusion of match number 16. Volvemos en 10 minutos. Bienvenidos, mi familia, ¿cómo estás todos? Bienvenido de eso de campo de Cartama Oval. Hello and welcome back to this, glorious location here in Malaga, Cartama. This is the Cartama Oval. It is the home of the Dream11 European Cricket Championships, the Euros of cricket. And we are in the middle of, well, a very important match is this one. Very important, certainly for the Czech Republic. Match number 16. They need a victory to stay in this championship. They need to win both the remaining matches and hope other results go their way. But at the moment, they're going to have to do it the hard way, and it's going to have to be a sensational chase because Ireland have put 141 on the board. So 142 required for victory. It's a tall order for a team who last time they played Ireland didn't even manage to get to 50 on the board. 44 they managed, and Ireland knocked those off in just 13 deliveries, a 10-wicket victory. So they've got it all to do. But the good news, if there is any for Czech Republic, is there are a couple of key bowlers that are being rested by the Ireland 11 for this one. So they have the opportunity, but this man has been in great form, and that is Humphreys, Matthew Humphreys, to start off. So gets a good bit of bounce, and they will go here now. Slight misfield. It's a rare error, and that's Cian Robertson coming back into the team, a youngster. So the first runs on the board, courtesy of a slight misfield. Two batters. I think if the batters had gone straight away there probably was an opportunity for a single anyway. Just a little bit of hesitancy from the non-striker. So it is Thomas who now takes guard. Davizzi was the batter. Got off the mark straight away. He's got to go big here now. He's sort of been the one key performer for the Czech Republic so far. Oh, Thomas there nearly knocks himself out. Not sure what he's trying to do there. So, well, he's still spinning that bat around. Well, he nearly hits him there. Anyway, he's okay. Well, that's another reason why you wear a helmet, I suppose. Humphreys. And not a good delivery, and Thomas, well, it goes back inside his crease and just clips this away. Nicely played. So 4 runs, the first boundary of the innings. Yeah, this is badly directed, isn't it, by the bowler, Humphreys. And Thomas says, yeah, Thomas. Humphreys wants a better reply. Once again, getting that ball to really pop up, Humphreys, is one thing that he's done. One or two of the spinners actually have got the ball to pop. And that makes it very difficult for the batters to try and get on top of it. Good morning to everybody in the fan zone. Fan zone filling up nicely with Irish support here this morning. Again, down leg side, and it's not a good delivery. So just struggling maybe here, Humphreys getting the ball in the right areas to the right and the left. And this one again is too short, is down the leg stick and just helped on the way by Davizzi. So a promising start here from the Czech Republic and the two openers. The score moves to double figures with 2 to come in the over. Yeah, Davizzi so key. Remember early on, I think back on day 1, he scored a scintillating 71 or just 42 deliveries. That still is the highest individual score of this championship when they were chasing Portugal's 126, but fell 3 runs short. Better areas getting this ball outside the off stump. On 2 occasions they played Portugal, they just missed out, both of them being high scoring games. The other time, cut well and out of the reach of the fielder, and chase is on, but gorgeous काफी कितनी fielder ने पर चौका लग गया. Nice dive, but a really nice shot, confident shot for Davizzi. Just showing just what a talented player that he is. He can play all round the ground. He knows, I think he predicts that this one from Matthew Humphreys is going to be outside that off stick again, and he creates himself some space and plays a lovely shot. And what I like about that shot is the way he got on top of the ball and kept it low to the ground, gets it past the infielder, and once it went past, it went all the way down to the boundary. Well, this is something that, well, we haven't had in the European Cricket Championship at all. It's only the second time ever that we're doing the Euros of cricket. We had nothing in 2021, no golden balls, and so far we haven't had any here yet. And we've gone on European Cricket Network 45 matches without a golden ball. And a fine time to welcome back into the Dream Box, Mr. Maximo Sandy.
Yeah, it's good to be back. Oh, Czech Republic, it's a pretty bright start, isn't it? Here's the issue, though. You pretty much got to do that every over to make a game of it. So, yeah, left-handed, right-handed combination start working out pretty nicely. Again, they don't have their regular left-arm paces of O'Reilly and Cathwood. So they've got another combination. Wilson is going to do the old-fashioned open the batting and the bowling. Bit under 12 style about that. Some of these guys aren't a lot older than that, to be fair. And Wilson starts by getting hit away for a single. So the tank's out there. Ritik Tomar. And when he does play domestically in the Czech Republic, we have seen him in his favourite 333 shirt, which actually says the tank. And Sabo Ndavitzi's out there as well. So yeah, Saba's an interesting one for me. He is such an interesting player, I think. When he's good, he's really good. Will he bring it here in a big match?
Well, this is a bit of pace about this from Wilson, and he just elects to let this one go by. Smile on the face of Wilson, and that of the VT as well. Yeah, we're just telling the viewers about the two close games that the Czech Republic had against Portugal. The first one was, like I said, 126 to 123, 3 runs. The other was 135 to 132, again, just 3 runs. And it just goes to show that just on those occasions, just didn't get the rub of the green, did they?
That's true. Saba, he launches on this one and won't get anything here. Yeah, it was really tough to take those losses, I think, because it could be a very different conversation. If those two games had gone the other way, then it would be Czech Republic on 4 points, where Portugal are, and Portugal would be where Czech Republic are on 0. You know, those are the margins. Where's Mike? Hello, Mike. You having a good day? Just blink twice for yes, but take your sunglasses off first. You know, he's a great guy as well. You know, the Czechs, it's a tough tournament for them with the personnel they've got, but I think they're all trying to improve their cricket as quick as they can.
Well, this is a bit wild, and it has been called a wide. It's almost like he's just checking his foot in there as he bowls this one, but it just didn't look right.
There's a couple of bowlers doing that this morning. Bouillon was one of them in the first innings that went over. I mean, it's normally pretty good grip in this pitch. I mean, it's about as good of an artificial surface as you'll get, actually.
Yeah.
As far as your grip out there.
Wilson. Been tidy so far. I mean, a bit disappointed with that last delivery. Bowling to Davizzi. This one is short and right at him. Again, pretty quick. I mean, Davizzi is a very good puller and hooker off the ball. But this one, he found this one a little bit too spicy, too hot to handle.
Yeah, I think that one will be the one for the over. I thought the one before was pretty high. Mustn't have been over the shoulder, because otherwise that would have been 2, I would have thought.
Yeah, I mean, there was wasn't no indication for the ball before. It was called a wide, but that was it. But he'll get that note now, so he can't bowl another short delivery. So Davizzi, I suppose, is probably thinking, okay, there should be no more short stuff.
Yeah, it's clever bowling though, see, because you can still bowl one, just make sure it doesn't get up too high. I think with the bounce being pretty consistent in this pitch, I think that's clever bowling by Wilson, because exactly what you said is what Davizzi's thinking there. He's like, finally I can get something I can just come onto the front foot and launch into, but he doesn't get one. He gets one that goes past his ribs.
Yeah, you got it. I think he's gone up a notch here, Wilson, for me today. A bit more fire about him. Well, there's a bit of fire about this shot as well. And where's this one going? I mean, it's the first in the cube. It is. There we go. There's the siren. Well, get that man an ice cream with the VC. Pick up your ice cream after this innings. Oh, what a lovely shot this is. Well, he just holds the pose there as well and says, there you go, Dana Horace, take me picture. Well, that one goes bang into the cube. Yeah. And, he gets the ticket for an ice cream.
He just had to wait one more ball, didn't he, to get the ball that he wanted. And so it is the end of the over. And you can see 22 for no loss. Not the worst start for the Czech Republic, but look, they've had a pretty bad start to the tournament. I was just talking about if those 2 games to Portugal had gone the other way, it would be Czech Republic on 4 points, Portugal on none. They need to win both and win them well. Is it going to happen? Well, probably not. I don't think there's any realistic chance of them making the 4, got to be honest. As Corey would like to say, there's probably more chance of the world stopping and spinning the other way. But as it is, they still want to finish with some pride in the shirt. I think that's the thing. And they'll feel there's a winnable game, or potentially there's a winnable game here with someone like Davizzi and Tomar get going if Stain clicks, for example. But, you know, they'll hope to get a win before they go home. That'll be their target. I think they've got a decent chance against Austria later on as well. Austria, I think, will be pretty much set then in 3rd or 4th. So, yeah, let's just see what kind of a day the men in blue have.
John McNally comes into the attack, starts well. The dot ball in straight away. He's bowling to look at Toma. And Toma, don't forget, I mean, we were talking about the VT with Toma, who was the man who was in good form yesterday, batted really well, and he scored a 50 of 26 when they were chasing Austria's 136 for victory.
Yeah, and they put him up there. He's the man that went up to replace Stain, who just wasn't working out up there.
This pretty well, and chases on for the fielder. He will get there and keeps it to 1.
I thought of 2 there, and I've got to say there might have been one. There might have been an extra one there because he kind of runs a long way around the ball, their match at that time. May have been a bit of a risky one. I mean, the thing with Saba, though, he was never turning around, so it was kind of a moot point. I've discussed his running between the wickets a few times in this series.
When you're batting out there with Saba the VT, you're always going to be a little bit tentative because he does have the habit of running a few batters out.
Goes for this. I feel like batting with Saba would be like, remember the old show, The Odd Couple? Well, if he could do it, he would draw a line down the middle of the pitch and say to his partner, this is my end of the pitch and that's your end of the pitch. So if possible, I will be at my end of the pitch. And by that, it means he wants to face. But he has to take a 1 on this occasion over to the tank.
Firmly struck, but once again to the fielder. Seems to get the field well sorted. That's the captain, Wilson.
I put a question in the viewer comment section, and I said to not just the Czech viewers, but all the viewers, but the Czech ones would know him really well. I said, where would you bat Stain in this innings?
Yeah.
You saw him batting 7 last night, dropped down from opening. Where would you bat him? I don't have a very clear answer.
Number 3.
You bat him at 3?
Yeah.
That was my
answer. We
were
were talking about this a little bit yesterday, and one thing that you have to remember, and I think we've seen 1 or 2 other teams do this and do it well. I mean, he may not be in good form, but you know what? Forget form. Class is permanent.
He's a classy player.
Permanent.
Yeah.
Form can come and go, and he's out of form at the moment.
I think
class is permanent, and it's just a matter of time.
I think it's also partly to do with his mindset. I mean, he cracked the first ball that he faced this week for 6.
Yeah.
It was one of the shots of the day. Got out the second ball. Since then, it's been all downhill.
Oh, well, this is a no ball. Well, this one's downhill as well. No ball signalled, so no ball and a bye will go on to the scorecard.
This is one Saba's definitely taking. As he said, time to roll up my sleeves. I'm going to don the immunity cloak. Yeah, this is McNally. Slower ball gone wrong. I mean, it's actually head high. You're not really expecting that. They get a bye as well as it gets away from Seamus Lynch. She's got the gloves today for the iron 11. But if you can manage, you just want to throw any kind of bat at that because you know it's going to be a no ball.
Yeah.
And if you get some bat on it, it's probably flying over the keeper for 4 as well. Anyway, free hit time. Davizzi on strike.
Not
right
out.
there.
And he has the license to go the full Monty, and he misses out on it. And I think he tries to. Sometimes you see this from batters because of the free hit. They try to do things differently.
Yeah.
You don't have to. Just stand straight and hit it.
I think this is his favourite shot that he probably tries to play too much, but he knows now I can do it with immunity because that's the risk, right? He likes to get right across, likes to launch over mid-wicket, but if he misses it, well, that was the result. Luckily, it's not a result that's going to affect his stay at the crease today. It's the end of the power play, 28 for no loss after 3.
Credit to the young bowler there, McNally. I mean, that one came out all wrong, the beamer, but he got his head back together and it came back with a perfect reply. So the captain will be proud of him for that.
Yeah, going back to the curious case of Dylan Stain, sounds like a fantastic movie title, but yeah, I think I'd bat him at 3. I think our opening's not working out, and Tomar's been so good up there. I just think, a bit like Smith, where they keep giving him overs, hoping it'll turn around. I think that he bowled pretty well today. You got to give the captain a chance to do that. Otherwise, he's not going to have a good taste in his mouth when he leaves Spain, if he hasn't contributed the way that he's wanted. Here we go with some more spin. It's Jamie Forbes. He's going to get dabbed away, and this is going to be 4. Clever shot. Kind of rides the bounce a little bit there, Tomar, who moves into double figures.
Yeah, nicely played. I mean, I quite often say, I know that a lot of this is about power, but sometimes it's about placement, timing as well. A clever little shot because this pops up pretty high, but Tomar, I think he's sort of half expecting it. Wasn't the best of starts there from Forbes. And then this one ends up being a full toss. Now, if this is straight, If this is straight, this could be out. Now, if this doesn't hit the bat, I want to know.
Well,
I want to know what this is missing.
Let's see, because this is an interesting one. He's coming from very wide of the crease, though. And so I don't mind that call. I've got that maybe going down.
I think that's just missing the leg for me.
I think it's a good call. I can tell you that much.
This one's hit pretty well, and it will stay hit well. This goes all the way. Manos arriba. Here's the West States Guerreros, and that's what we like to see. A smile on the face of the coach.
Yeah, well, not quite what Forbes is looking for here. A couple of full bangers. One gets missed, one doesn't. Toma, he's gaining in confidence at the top of the order every time we see him.
Goes for another, and this one will hang out in the air for a bit. Should get stopped, it is. Good play again, good bit of teamwork. And a bit of team relay, as what my good friend, the Iceman, Tyrone Peters, would like to say.
All right, I'm always getting on Saba, but I'll tell him that time it was good running between the wickets. He saw the opportunity for two, he ran hard. Good running between the wickets. Good Saba.
Good Saba. Well bowled. Oh, this is a chance. It goes down. It's hit pretty firmly, but Forbes will be disappointed that he hasn't taken this. I think this is in that sort of comfortable, sort of cushiony zone to take a caught and bowled. He just doesn't get it in the hands. It doesn't stay put, does it? Here we go.
It's hard. And you say it's like in a comfortable zone. Well, not really, because it's like kind of it's at him. So he can't maneuver his arms. It's kind of at his chest, so he can't really...
I thought it was lower than his chest, to be honest, more waist, but he'd be
awkward.
disappointed he doesn't take it. Up in the air, this one should be taken, and it has. And Forbes, he does get a wicket. He's not the tidiest of overs, but that's what happens, you see, when the batters have to have that mindset to attack everything. They know the required rate is just going up instead of down. It's almost at 17, has to play the shots, gets it wrong, and a very comfortable catch taken there by Melly.
Yeah, again, I mean, what we didn't see from Saba is him really trying to attack straight or attack over cover, which are also shots that he plays pretty well. It's almost, I don't know what to call it, it's almost like taking the easy option, trying to go for your ultra wheelhouse. You can kind of get the most power on these if you do get them in the middle, over mid-wicket, but it comes with risk, doesn't it? And the risk gets him in the end. So he goes for 17 here in the first match of the day, and the Czech Republic now are 41 for 1 after 4 overs.
Yeah, the interesting thing will be, I think this is what a lot of people want to see, just who is going to be replacing him. He goes, as you said, for 17. Now, look, you had a bit of a word, but what, I mean, did he not take any note then?
I know we had a bit of a chat.
He ran better.
Now, one thing I did say is I think that he doesn't need, I don't want him to become too one-dimensional, I think, looking for that mid-wicket region, because if you look at some of the shots he played yesterday when he chose to go over cover, that's him. That's him. Domestically, he clears the front leg, but doesn't necessarily have to drag the ball to the leg side. He can go over cover. So yeah, again, we didn't really see it that time either. But oh look, Saba, he'll have one more opportunity to make a score. But again, he's one that when he's been in, he hasn't really gone on with the exception of a 71 not out that he made against Portugal. But even that, he kind of went missing in the middle of the innings, and they ended up losing by just that 3 runs. Okay, time for over number 5. And here's Kian Robertson.
Yeah, this is a big over for me from Kian Robertson. Robertson, remember, it was his over that went for 30. 26 off the bat, 4 were byes. That enabled, I believe, Spain to get that victory over Ireland. So that was the last time he bowled as well. So he's trying to come back and come back well, and he has. The first ball was right on the money, and that's a good one as well. 2 dot balls.
I'll tell you what I'm liking here, and I know it's not pretty cricket, but the Czechs are actually attacking this spin. You know, they kind of got dazzled in the lights the other night, and they were bogged down. But, I mean, I do like that. That's what they're going to have to do to get in this cricket match.
Hits this well, and this will stay hit. It goes all the way. Bolle, bolle, bolle. Well, yes, the bar is open. And if you want to have a drink with that kookaburra, well, you just got to sit next to a stool next to it, because that is a big hit, and it's right in the bar. Have a Victoria, why not?
Kian Robertson, it's a real learning curve for him as well. You know what I mean? I mean, these guys are attacking every ball. I mean, is Robertson the new Smith? That's what I'm scared of. No, I don't think so. I think that he challenges the batter. He misses one, and he hits one. What's next? The fake footwork. 1 out of 3 for Toma, the tank.
Yeah, good comeback.
Yeah. No, I think that it's good to see Robertson getting a game again. These youngsters from Ireland. What a great experience this must be for them this week.
Fabulous, isn't it? Absolute fabulous. Robertson. Goes up in the air, and this will smash into the banner. Well, that banner has taken a battering this morning already, and that's 6 more. This has been hit long, hard, and particularly strong.
Yeah.
Just wait for the noise. Smashes into that.
Well, that's the microphone there. So the microphone's dead straight. If you hear it that loud, that's because it's a good straight hit. It's exactly what it is from Toma. That's a shot, isn't it, really? Fairly low risk as well.
And he goes for it again, and he gets another ball. Balle, Kinnasona, Shaka Lagia. Well, 3 dots and 3 sixes off the over. 18 from Robertson. Doesn't go magical, but at the same time, well, Toma, he's hitting the ball well, isn't he? Just continuing from what he did yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, this is more of a question without notice to myself, and I don't really have an answer for it. But I wonder what the difference is between Kian Robertson and Matt Humphries, for example. I mean, they're both left-arm orthodox spinners. Yeah. They both kind of look the same, what they're trying to do. And so how come Robertson isn't getting the same kind of successes, or even someone like McCulloch? Is he not varying enough? For me, I want to know, is it just bad luck or bad management that he seems to be going for more runs? I'm not sure.
I think it's just the length.
Yeah.
I think the length is better. I think the slight. I get the feeling that Robertson comes from a little bit wider his run through, and when he gets the ball bowling in, I think the batters see it clearer. I think somebody like Humphries, he comes much straighter. He gets he gets a little bit more hang time on the ball. I think that's important time. So the batters, when you've got that hang time there, I think they're a little bit reluctant to go forward, because they think, do I go forward, do I go back? And by the time they go back, especially on this surface, they then get a good bit of bounce on it.
I mean, the interesting thing that over, he actually beat the bat 3 times and went for 6 3 times. That was the over. It was 50%. It's just that, 3 went for 6, 3 didn't. Anyway, look, welcoming you to the Dream Box here in the Costa del Sol. It means Sunshine Coast here in Spain, and we've had plenty of sunshine, and we've been loving this festival of cricket.
It's been absolutely awesome. How can you not? I mean, look, you've got to admit, wherever you're watching from around the world, I mean, it doesn't get any better than this, and it's no wonder that this frenzy of cricket is taking the world by storm.
Yeah, it's cricket different. I mean, you won't see cricket like this anywhere. It is kind of outside any kind of mechanisms that existed previously. Of course, it is ICC backed, this Dream11 European Cricket Championship, because of the amount of nations involved. Here's Jamie Forbes, who's going to bowl now. Starts with a wide. So it is, of course, great to have that ICC backing, which I think is really important. Of course, that we have some of those resources and support structures at our disposal, but yeah, it's something else, this cricket, that's for sure.
Well bowled. That's a good length, isn't it? And see, that's the one, you see, it's very difficult to get under that, and if you want it, you've got to go down the track. And that's the difference. And I don't think it's as quick. It's not firing it in so much. Forbes, better from him so far. Once again, just gives this some float. Been hit pretty well, and he finds the gap. So though there's 2 fielders out on that leg side, this has been placed beautifully. It's a good hit from Bouillon. It's a good way for him to get off the mark.
Yeah, just gets the gap, doesn't he? So they'll take it. Again, don't forget the Czechs got rock and rolled for 44 last time these 2 teams met. So already they're well past that. Like I say, they're just kind of hanging in there, aren't they? I mean, Bouillon, was he the kind of guy that could come in and just do something ridiculous here? I mean, they're going to need it. The run rate required climbing towards 17.
Well, remember, both these batters have brought up half centuries in previous matches in this championship, so they've got the caliber to do it. He just gets this one wrong.
Yeah, that's the kind of ball you need to disappear, I think.
He needs to be hitting this straight down the ground, and he's dragged it right across, and he just gets himself a single.
Vishnu Meena had a bit of an answer, thinking that Humphries is a bit quicker through the air. That's probably true as well. Yeah, I think it's just fascinating when you see, I mean, they've got 3, 4 left-arm spinners. I've actually lost count. But yeah, they're all slightly different and slightly the same. See who's working better than others.
Quicker one, and he's going to get him a wicket. It does. Forbes picks up his second. That's well bowled from the youngster, Jamie Forbes. And after floating a few up, that one is slightly quicker and gives a bit of width as well. So he entices Toma to play the shot. And Toma, unfortunately for him, isn't able to clear the inner ring of fielders. It's a straightforward catch being taken. He will depart. 39 he made of 18. I mean, it was a sprightly innings from him once again. I mean, he has to attack. That's the thing, you see. Yeah. You've got to attack. Maybe if you're if you're batting first and you're on this sort of score, you're probably thinking, yeah, I don't have to do that. But when you know you're needing 17 and over, you've got to play those shots.
I think I would say that Ritik can certainly hold his head high for the Czech Republic. And that's one, maybe he tries to go a little bit across the ball. Maybe he could have opened up to go over cover, but there's going to be risks when you swing hard all the time. He was unselfish the way he approached his innings as well. And he did hit a few maximos, didn't he? 4 of them with 2 boundaries as well, 39 off 19. But he's the second wicket to fall. It's 65 for 2.
Yeah, straightforward catch taken by the captain Wilson, and he went over there. That was a nice touch, wasn't it? Going straight over to the youngster, Jamie Forbes, to congratulate him on his second wicket. So 2 for 19 so far. 2 balls to go in the spell.
This should be interesting. Here's the Hill Grover. Grover likes to hit balls out of the park. I don't know if he'll wait around. He doesn't want to hit that one because he spots a wide. It's a good eye there. See, if the ball isn't totally within this blue line, it'll be a wide. So that's straight over the line. It's a wide. It's a good call.
Yeah, good call. He goes for the shot, but he's in trouble, and the catch has been taken, and just like that, Forbes picks up another wicket. Well, Grover was happy to leave the wide one, but he went after this one, doesn't get it out the middle of the bat, doesn't get enough aerial, doesn't get underneath it. And this is what happens. This is what I was talking about with the bowlers. You see, you've got to use your feet. He doesn't. He wants to stay in his crease and try and hit this one. And because of that, there's no weight going into the shot, Vinny. No weight in the shot, no power in the shot, and just a comfortable catch. Well bowled to Forbes. He picks up his 3rd.
Yeah, I'll take it. And we'll say that Grover had the intent, didn't he? We knew he'd go after anything that was close to him. He did. Unfortunately, he goes for a golden. And now 66 for 3.
Yeah, just the wide ball in between the 2 wickets that have fallen. And that's disappointment for Sailor Grover. You could see that as he just sort of shrugged his shoulders and he walked off. Yeah, plenty for him to focus on. But once again, you can't fault the intent from the batters. They do need to go for it. The new man that comes in now is the captain, Dylan Stein. Let's see how and what his approach is going to be here. The captain of the Czech Republic. 1 ball to face from Forbes. And just plays this nicely, gets a bit of wrist play on this as he guides it to, sort of gets it past the gap. It's a diving effort from Matthew Humphreys. And think about the 2 and decide against it. So end of the over, a very good over from Forbes. He bowled really well. Picks up 3 wickets and goes for 21 in his spell. So well done to Jamie Forbes. Fine bit of bowling from him, and just like that, you can see that the rate now is just under 19. So very, very unlikely that the Czech Republic are going to be able to maintain that through the remainder of this innings. The 4 overs to go.
Come on, kid, let's go.
I'll just put my random kind of Czech batting order I would have in the chat if they had kind of those 2 key players available, Ashokan and Wickramasinghe. There's a bit of a discussion about possible batting orders. Would Dylan Stein play if those 2 were available? I'd say yes. I mean, the thing is, just has to play better. I mean, my point I made, I thought maybe I'd even be batting Davitsi at 6 or 7. You know, I just think he's good in bursts, but I just think he rarely sustains it for the length of the innings. And for me, doesn't give me... Wait for this ball, because it's going to disappear, I think, straight, and it's long, it's strong. Maximo Sazib. Oh, he's one guy I had in my top 6, no doubt, because he has gone big. And once again, Robinson has to taste it. 6 runs.
Yeah, look, this is not... I mean, Robinson here, I mean, it's not a bad ball. You see, Ali just clears that boundary. I don't think that was a bad ball at all. I think it was decent, it was in the slot. He's doing what he wants the batters to do. He's got his 2 men out there. I think he's just going to stick to this. This one's a little bit flatter, and it's hit even harder, and this will go all the way as well. And that's 6 more. Manos arriba on the arbitro. So, well, Robinson, the one thing you can say, he's very consistent, because if he does get hit, if he does go for runs, it's only a 6. So far, all the runs that have come off his bowling have been 5 sixes. He went for 18 of the first. Well, 2 ball 6s in this one. What will he do different? It is quicker, but it comes on the back quicker. Well, that's the third, and it's the biggest off the lot. Shaba, Shaba, Balle, 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 Kinna Sona, Shaka, Lagya. Well, Buyan, he's saying, bring it on. Well, you can go faster at me, he says, but I'll just put it even further. And well, now I think the youngster is just getting a little bit of support from some of the players around him. Come on, kid, they're saying. So Robertson, he's under attack again. 36 of the 10 balls he's bowled. And this time it's a bit flatter. It's the old Chinese cut on this Buyan, so let's take the single. So.
I'm going to go back because there's a fair bit of discussion about this, and I like it, this kind of discussion. One of my reasons I don't have Davitsi opening, I just don't think he's energetic enough to carry an innings through the 10 overs. You know what I mean? It's just something I've seen for a little while. And as far as Dylan not being a power hitter, I mean, he cracked the first ball of the series for 6, right? Come back to this in a second. This is going to be into the gap, and it's going to be a long chase, and he won't get there. It'll be 4. So, I mean, Steyn, this is what he can bring to the table. He's coming in here at 5. It'll be the end of the 7th over. It's 91 for 3. So he gets it down to 51 off 18. So, yeah, I think we're making too much of the fact that he's had 4 or 5 or 6 failures. And the early failures, I think partly it was his mindset early in the piece, Dylan Steyn. But I just think, again, against better quality bowling as well. This is the thing. Against better quality bowling, I think that Dylan is able to handle it. And that's the starting point of being attacking anyway. Back to that maybe shortly. But let's go to the next game, which is match 17, Portugal versus Spain. And it'll be a very interesting one, no doubt about that. Portugal 2 and 4. Their only wins are over the Czechs. Spain have only lost 1 game, and that was to the Irish. But they also have beaten the Irish this week. The news from the toss, Spain winning the toss and elected to bowl first. Just looking at the Spanish batting order, it may look like that. It may not. I mean, they've got 9 genuine batters for Portugal. I think sticking looks like with their top 3 as their 3 kind of form players. I like that from them. That match is coming up and starting in about 35 minutes. Let's go to over number 8.
Well, it's another one that's hit straight down the ground, and it's 6 more. Well, they're not giving this up, are they, the Czech Republic? That last over from Ian Robertson went for 23, and that meant that it brought that rate back down to 17, and the next ball has been smashed straight for a big one. So they're going for this, aren't they? Well, Buyan is hitting the ball big. He's dealing in 6s. This one's right up in the air, and there's the wicket. Now look, if you wanted it, you were asking me to question the difference between Humphreys and Forbes. That's the difference. I mean, there was 1 or 2 people said that he's quicker through the air. I don't think so. He is slower through the air. Have a look at this delivery. Yeah. He has the batter waiting, and that's the difference. That is the, watch this. He just flights it up. It takes an age to get to him. The batter plays it early. Head goes, shape goes, catch taken.
I think maybe the answer is more variation in pace. You know what I mean? Because he will push some through as well. But I think he varies his pace with no discernible change in his arm speed. So even the way that came out of his fingers, you know, it was slightly different. You know, it's these subtle variations. And, you know, I think as a spinner, the real value isn't can you put a quicker ball that's 30 kilometres an hour quicker or not. It's can you do one that's kind of 6 kilometre hours quicker or 10. You know, little variations that just lure the batter into thinking they know the speed of the ball, but they don't. And look, Buyan, he tried his hardest, 30 off 9, pretty good knock from him. He's an excitement machine, but now it's 97 for 4. But you know what I mean? I mean, if you see it's a quicker ball, you spot it, you play it as a quicker ball. If it is you know, what looks like a stock delivery and then it's not by a little bit, then you're more likely to make a mistake. And that's in baseball, that's what they talk about. You want your off-speed pitches to be pretty close to your main pitches. Anyway, let's go back to the action here. And Humphreys, again, he's picked up a wicket, and he normally does. And if he doesn't, he's normally pretty economical. Devendra Singh coming out now, number 6, gets off the mark straight away.
Yeah, off the mark straight away. And Humphreys, well, was hit for a big 6 by Buyan, but he got his wicket in the end. Buyan batted really well, 30 off 9. I mean, you can't fault him for his efforts. Humphreys now to the captain, Dylan Steyn, who uses his feet, but he just skies it straight up in the air, and it's another very soft dismissal, another victory for Matthew Humphreys, and an easy, straightforward catch taken there by Jamie Forbes. And the disappointment, if you like, the bad form, whatever you want to call it, continues. You see here, he does use his feet, so You can see what he's trying to do. He's trying to, I think, get to this and hit this over extra cover, but he gets all wrong. Look, slices it once again. It's all about the shape. The head goes up in the air, and as soon as the head goes up, Vinny, well, he's not gonna hit this shot right. He's not gonna hit it where he wants it.
Yeah, it's a bit of a procession of checks now as the stain, well, the stain train hasn't really left the station, is what I was going to say. He goes for 5, and unfortunately, he will be the 5th wicket to fall. It's 98 for 5.
Yeah, so you can see that the Ireland team here have just got this under control. I think they never really panicked. I think that's the beauty of getting so many runs on the board. I mean, some of the younger, sort of less experienced players did take a little bit of stick, but still, you see, even overs that go magical, when you're needing so many per over, take one good over and you bring it back. Well, this could be another one. It could be 2 in 2 here, and it will be. Nicely done. As simple as that. And I think he just plays it. So I think he catches this, and he's probably given first time round.
No,
You reckon? I reckon he has this under control.
No, but he runs over the boundary, right? So that's not his catch. It's a bit too unselfish, I think.
I think maybe it should be his catch. I think he could stop here.
Yeah, it could be, but now he's kind of taking the mick a bit. But I don't mind that. Yeah, there you go.
He could have quite easily stayed in. Somebody saying, here, you can have this one. What a bit of a
it's the
team
spirit
catch,
of
a relay catch.
The spirit of giving is is very much alive. Tell you what, he's at 20 years of age. These guys are a lot more unselfish than I would have been. I definitely would have been holding on to that one anyway. Yeah, it's unfortunate, isn't it? I mean, they're actually not a mile away in this game, are they? They need a few sixes. They need them quick. Unfortunately, it's going to be a 6 wicket now. Palmer goes first ball. It's 98 for 6. And guess what? Humphreys has 1 ball remaining, and he's on a hat-trick.
Yeah, hat-trick ball for Humphreys. And, well, the way he's bowling at the moment, and I wouldn't put it past him to get it. Well, here's that catch once more. Here's the catch. We can't actually see. I wonder if we've got a better one of that where we can actually see just how close he is to the line there. But it's good work, comfortably taken. And the nice thing about that is you can see the other fielder is alert to it. He knows it is a possibility that he could be going over, that it could be a possibility that he's going to pass it on. He was ready for it. Hat-trick ball. Flies it up and just drops the bat on this. And they come through and take the single. Oh, do they get there? They're going to have to go upstairs here. There's a little bit of a cheeky backward flick here from Humphreys. What can this man do? Nothing wrong.
All right, I think he's fine, but I'm not sure. Okay, he definitely is just coasting along here, and he should make this easily. But let's have a look. Where's the bat? Don't see it yet. Uh-oh. Oh, this is super close.
I think he's in. He just gets it down.
This bat doesn't really slide in, though. Look, it's in the air there. Now he's probably fine. That's hit the ground.
Okay, just down.
Oh, well.
Only just. Yeah. Only just. I mean, they'll look at it a few times.
Yeah, my analysis stands up.
Excellent work once again from our production partners, Spring Productions. And I think that's Andres, who's on the replay duty today. Well done, Andres. Nice to see you nice and sharp this morning. Well, this afternoon now, really, isn't it?
Yeah, it sure is a guy that we love to have on the board for us. And I see the cricket school kids coming around. And they'll be looking forward to the coin toss for the next match. They get to get around and have a bit of fun with me out there in the middle. So, coming on now, we've got Satya Sengupta, who will be facing up over number 9 on the way.
And nicely bowled from John McNally. What a great over that was for Matthew Humphreys. 3 for 22 he takes. He's been very impressive. Just loved his bowling, and I can tell you, I think he's going to take a hatful of more wickets as well as McNally goes back to his mark. Starts with a dot. He's a second over. Edge, but no slip in place, and that'll race away to the boundary. Nobody's going to stop that. It doesn't matter how you get him, as long as you get him. A bit of luck. Poquito de suerte for Sengupta. 4 runs to him.
Good bat speed. Gets this one. That flies away. 2 bounces over the rope. Sengupta swinging pretty hard.
John McNally, come on, lad.
John McNally would love a wicket or 2 here in the 9th.
Oh, well, what's the height on this one like? You can see, I think he goes for the Yorker here. Gets it slightly wrong. Let's have a look.
I think it's all right, but I mean, anytime you see a batter playing a cross bat shot, how do you judge this one? Probably just below the waist, but marginal.
Short and good catch, gone. Nicely done by the man behind the stumps, Seamus Lynch. Not required to do any batting here today, so he thinks, well, okay, Burton, I'll take over from the gloves, and he does well. That's a good catch. And the ball doesn't really race off the bat. I think catches a bit of the gloves on the way through, slows down, but he still has to time his jump to perfection. And nicely taken, a one-hander, and McNally gets his first wicket.
Yeah, you got to love that one, the old Statue of Liberty play. That time not on steroids, but I'll say that they've got a couple of good keepers, don't they? They've got Maxi Burton, of course, and Seamus Lynch getting an opportunity in this game. That one set up nicely, so Devendra Singh went for the hook. And on another day, that might go over the keeper before. This time, it was reeled in by the machine, and the score now is 104 for 7.
Yeah, just falling away now. I mean, this match is done. I mean, okay, Republic of Ireland, Vidi, we know that they're going to be the team that we're going to say goodbye to. There's no doubt on that yet. But they will have another match to play. It's not going to be an easy one, though, is it? They're going to take on Austria, a team that yesterday won both their matches and have continued to impress after opening day with a loss both. I mean, what are you going to say? What will the captain, what will the coach be saying to them? Just go out on a high and really push to get that victory and just show people just what they really can do, because they really, I mean, apart from those two close games against Portugal, they really haven't shown up as we expected them to, have they?
Yeah, I mean, that's probably a fair analysis.
Oh, this is so close to knocking the stumps over. It's just, Smith Patel is just swinging in hope, really. He's got to not protecting these stumps at all. End of the over, so McNally finishes the very fine performance, picks up the 1 wicket, only conceding 11 runs in his 2 overs, 105 for 7. So just 6 more deliveries for the Czech Republic to, well, sort of painstakingly go through. They know their fate here now. They came out positive, didn't they? Came out positive. They knew they had to do a job here against a very strong Ireland team sitting top of the pack. Only the 1 loss that they've suffered so far at the hands of Spain.
Last overtime. Oh, this one
is high.
Yeah, it will be high, this one. Oh, well, poor Smith. He's in the firing line when he's bowling. He's in the firing line when he's batting. It's a nice little moment there at the end, because I know there's no intent there from Jared Wilson. Gives Smith a little fist bump. But he doesn't even get to face the free hit. Over to you, Satcher. Anyway, I want to say to all the Czech supporters, obviously it's not really going to happen here, but you still have the 1 more game to try and get that win on the board against Austria, who they have beaten this year, you know.
Nicely played. Had the license to go the full Monty, didn't he? Was the free hit.
Yeah.
Made good contact, but Judd Wilson just gets a hand on this and
all right.
keeps it to 1.
He's become a bit of a favourite of ours this week, Smith, who I know actually pretty well. Let's see if Smith can get a 6 away. Let's get Smith a 6 back here. I think Wilson actually took him down for a fair few. Here we go. Smith o'clock. Well, that didn't go well. But the good thing is there's 4 balls remaining.
Smith is going to lose his off stick.
Wow.
Because he's showing all
the
of
motion
his
you
stumps.
made to me wasn't the off stick that you
Well,
thought was going.
okay.
Come on, Smith.
He's going to lose one of them.
Smitty just needs the universe to even out for him a bit. I'm trying to work out how, but there's a chance. Come on, here we go. Patel on strike. Yeah, well, you were right. It was the off stump. Well, to be fair, I actually think this gets a bit of middle as well. And, I mean, it's not often you get out the crystal ball and think you can see the future, but I think this was one of those times. The only question was which one was going to go. And, yeah, you picked it.
Yeah.
Smith, though, got to say, I love you. I love that you love your cricket so much. I know you'll be watching this back. And, look, keep at it because, yeah, time's ticking on the new batter, but Smith's going to have to go. But yeah, that goes for all these Czech guys. I mean, they love their cricket. They sacrifice a lot to be here, right? There's work commitment, there's cost, there's travel. Okay, for example, some of these guys will play matches in Brno, and if they live in the Czech Republic, that's a good 2.5 hours. And sometimes they go even further than that to play a cricket match. So, look, I want to say, Smith, keep at it. Hopefully you have some success in the last game coming up this time. He's gone for 2. It's 108 for 8.
Yeah, and also, look, the other thing is he bowled very well today. Let's not dwell away from that. I mean, he's had a mare, hasn't he, in most matches, but he bowled well today. So always signs of improvement. Wilson now, he's looking to try and finish this off. Oh, this is beautifully played. What a lovely, intelligent shot that is. Goes for the Yorker, and it was almost like the batter's expecting this. Isn't that nicely played? Cuatro carreras. That's absolutely beautiful. I don't think anybody expected this. That's
but I mean,
lovely shot.
Again, Naveed, he plays for Burno actually, and yeah, he can bat high in the order. He's no mug with the bat. That was good. Didn't try to do too much. That got a bit lucky, I suppose. The edge went in that direction. Couple to come now. Jared Wilson, look, credit him as well. I mean, he's bowled very well in this game. Got 1 for 15. 2 to come now.
Firmly struck as well.
That's a good-looking shot, isn't it? I mean, you can see these guys. I mean, the hardest thing, and I kind of touched on this yesterday, I think that because of just where the good players are concentrated in the Czech domestic setup, they find it hard to have lots of high-level matches where both teams are really deep.
Yeah.
You know, deep with their player lineups. Whereas somewhere like Belgium, you had like 9, 10 teams, and they're all coming out. There's more of an even split of the national team amongst several clubs. Anyway, here's last ball of the first match of the day.
He goes for the shot, but he's not going to get it past the infielder. He doesn't, so Wilson, he picks up his second, and that will be the end of Sengupta. He goes for 7 off 7 deliveries, and that also concludes the innings. They will finish 113 for 9. And it was a victory that they needed to stay alive. They don't get it. And with a match still to go in the championship. But it won't make too much of a difference. We're going to have to say adios to them.
Yeah, well, we will. But we still have one more time to see them, don't forget. And so, well, the Ireland 11, they just keep on ticking. Well, I said that Seamus Lynch is the machine, but they're a bit of a machine, really. And I say that yeah, they'll be pretty confident going into their last match, which will be a little bit later on today. But right now, I'd say on 11, pretty happy where they're at. I think they'd like the opportunity to get more people up the top of the order. And they'll play Portugal in the 4th match today. But I think Jared Wilson is pretty intelligent. I think the way he handled his batters, his bowlers, and some of the players that came into the team as well to give them opportunities. Look, Czechs tried hard. I mean, I talked about improvement, right? And you look at last time, the Czech Republic got rock and rolled for 44 and they lost in 2 overs. Yeah. This time, they actually only lose by 28 runs. It's 141 to 113. Much better performance. And that is a positive for the Czech Republic.
Yeah, very positive. And the way they started, look, you know, take nothing away from the openers. They're hitting the ball pretty well the first over from Humphreys, who we know is a class act, went for 14. And they played some really nice shots. And even when Wilson, the captain, came on, they attacked him as well. John McNally, he bowled really well. He kept it to 28 in the power play. But once again, they did target the young spinners. Forbes went for a few in his first one. Kieran Robertson went for a few as well. He went for 18 in the 5th over. So up until that point, they were sort of more or less up with it. But, you know, the thing was, once that rate climbed to around about 16, 17, it was very, very difficult to keep going at that pace. And then at one point, it really did rocket that rate to about 19.5. They did bring it back to around 17, thanks to some big hits, especially from Buyan. But when he departed, well, that then really was the end of it, and the ship did start to sink. But some nice shots, and one man that took a fair bit of punishment was the youngster, Kieran Robertson. Again, I mean, he went for 18 of his first, and then 23 of his second over. But other than that, I mean, this is the thing about this Ireland team. They know they've got the experience and knowledgeable players, but they're still giving plenty of opportunity for those younger players to get an opportunity to be out there and well, play in this championship up against some of the top teams in Europe. And there were some delights as well for some of those youngsters. And Forbes, well, I think he bowled really well. He picked up a couple of wickets. I'm pretty sure that Kieran Robertson will get his moment and his time as well. And, there was just this little period, wasn't it? I mean, that was Kieran Robertson. He was just being pumped straight down the ground a few times. Just needed, I think, as Vinny said, just a few more variations up his sleeve to try and counter-attack some of the hard hitting of these batters. But that was the period, I think, when they got themselves sort of back into the game. But then this was the big moment. This was the wicket that they needed, and they called upon Humphreys to come back on, and he did not disappoint, did he? He's a very talented cricketer. Picked up 2 wickets actually in that over. This was the other one. Just straightforward. Thank you very much. And just like that, then I think that was basically the end of the counter attack from the Czech Republic. This was a nice touch, a nice little catch, and said, you know what, just to play safe here, I'll just pass it on to you. And like that, that was another one. That was Palmer. who went first ball. And, well, this was cheeky. Almost pulled off a cheeky little run out. It wasn't to be. Swinging, you've got to swing hard. And that's exactly what the batters were doing. It went a nice, comfortable catch there in the end from the wicketkeeper. That was Seamus Lynch. And then, well, Smith Patel, the way he was swinging, he just knew that sooner or later he was going to get his stump shattered, and that's exactly what Wilson did to him. He saw some nice shots towards the end there from Naveed. Naveed Ahmed came out and played a very intelligent little shot past the third man area for 4 runs. But of course, by then, this match was done and dusted. Well, that one is done and dusted, but this one is not. Is about to start. Is the next one that we've got coming up, and what a good match it's going to be as well. I think these two teams, they've had plenty of encounters between themselves. I'm certainly looking forward to Portugal taking on Spain. That's going to be starting in around about 15 minutes time. Let's first of all have a look at the scorecard for this one. So, like I said, it was an encouraging start. Sabawun Divatsi, 17 of 13. He'll be a little bit disappointed, I think, the way that he got out, caught well by Melly of the bowling of Forbes. And Forbes was also the man that got out the informed Toma, 39 of 19. And Toma, he batted really well, as did Buyan, 30 of 9, getting those runs really quickly. They had to attack, they had to go big, and those guys did. But then after they felt, nobody else was really able to get in the groove, if you like. With the bowling, well, Matthew Humphreys, he's been a star for his team, picks up 3 for 22. I like the bowling of the other youngster, Jamie Forbes. He picked up 3 for 21 as well, and then Gerard Wilson with his pace. I think he just seemed to me a little bit more switched on today with the bowling, a little bit quicker. He got his radar switched on, and he picked up a couple of wickets as well, 2 for 16. So well bowled there. Only Kean Robertson once again, who just wasn't able to get his line right. The batters liked what he was bowling, and they liked hitting him straight down the ground. Most of those runs that he went for, in fact, all but a couple, were all because of big sixes down the ground. But at the end of the day, the match summary, well, that tells you the story. There was too many runs put on the ball by Ireland, 141 for 3, thanks to 2 batters that made half centuries, Cameron Melly and Gerard Wilson. They were absolutely awesome. The Czech Republic, well, there was some response from Toma and Buyan. They've been good all the way through for their side, but really they're missing the likes of their captain finding form, Dylan Steyn, and because he's out of sorts, they just weren't able to get the runs that they required. So well done to Ireland and Czech Republic. Well, they've got one more match to go. Let's hope that they can pull something together and go back with at least a victory under their belt. Well, that's to come later. Next up, we've got Portugal up against Spain, and you can see the clock is ticking thanks to our official timekeeper Frederique Constant to join us in just about 10 minutes time as we get ready to talk you through that match. Volvemos en 10 minutos.
Hello and welcome back to the Cartama Oval. Beautiful sunny day, great day for a game of cricket. Well, why not have 5? I'm here, we're also with some kids from the Art Christian School as part of the Cricket School project. Well, Rob Kemming's here, Conrad Greenshields, the Portugal captain's here, Christian Munoz Mills, the Spanish captain is here. Let's do the coin toss for match number 17.
Your call. Tails. Tails is called. It's tails without my ball.
Oh, there you go. Well, thanks, guys. So we know that Spain, they've won the toss and they are going to bowl first. So that's interesting. And, well, I tell you what, I think this is going to be a good game between two teams. There's always a rivalry between them, no doubt about that. Spain had the better of the earlier fixture between these two teams on opening day. But I think that Portugal had an off day yesterday. They're kind of set in the 3rd or 4th position. Seems that it's going to be that way. For them today, it's all about playing well, I think, and building towards, finals day, and hopefully they can get some momentum. Spain, though, they've just dropped the one game. They're still eyeing off top spot, but they do trail by a couple of points and net run rate to Ireland 11. So we'll keep an eye on that one, no doubt about that. Well, you guys have been so good, but I want you to have some fun as well. So what do you think? Let's go a bit crazy. Yay! Let's go over to Rico Full in the commentary box. Spain, they're going to bowl first here in match number 17.
Thank you very much to Vinny Sandu there. I'm loving that with the kids of the Art Christian School. And they've been absolutely fantastic and they are loving their cricket. I can tell you that. And look, well done to people like Jay Wild here and also Matt Gore and Andrew McCullough. That's been working very hard with the kids, putting them through their paces, playing a bit of cricket, seeing a bit of cricket and taking them around to all the different parts of the setup here. They've been up in the production room, up in the commentary booth as well. It's absolutely wonderful to see the stars of the future here at the Cartama Oval. Well, looking forward to this match, and so are they, and a lot of people in the fan zone as well. Well, I can tell you this, the bat versus ball wall is saying that Spain will be victorious 107-95. Well, we'll have to see just how that goes. I mean, two teams that, well, you heard Mr. Maximo say, they've got a bit of history between each other and they've had some real battles as well. And I'm sure that Portugal, they'll be wanting to get their revenge over Spain. Remember, these two teams met. Match number 4 on day 1. Spain put on 147 on the board. It was the captain, Christian Munoz Mills, that put 54, scored a 54 of 24, and he was supported well by Daniel Dolcaye, who's been in sensational form, helping them to get to that score. And then they had Portugal in all sorts of trouble, because that's when we saw the first hat-trick of this Dream11 European Cricket Championship, and that was Mohamed Cameron. The hitman took 4 for 7. He had the Portuguese at 15 for 4 at one stage, but there was a good partnership then between Conrad Greenshields, the captain of Portugal, 53 of 24, and Miguel Stoneman, 32 of 17, which got Portugal to a sort of respectable score, but they did end up losing by 33 runs. So Portugal looking to get revenge over Spain in this one. But Spain, I mean, they've looked good, they look strong. They've only dropped just that one match, and that was to Ireland, where after beating Ireland came back and got their revenge. And Ireland it is that are 2 points above them now in the standings for Group A. Spain, no victory will have them level, but well, a victory by a big margin that will improve their net run rate, could see them go back top of the group. That's what they'll have their eyes on. Welcome back, everybody. I hope you got yourself a cuppa or whatever it is that whatever your poison is, and you are ready for the start of this one. Umpires are out there, Shub and Arun, and here is the hitman, Mohamed Cameron, for the first delivery. And this is an absolute beauty. This has to be out for me. It has to be out, and it is out. Chambers has gone. Well, this was full straight. It comes in a little bit as well, and he gets his man. What a great delivery. And this is absolutely sensational. So Chambers goes first ball. It's a golden duck. Mohamed Cameron strikes first up. Just have a look at this. And look, swings all the way around. I thought that's going to go straight through and shatter the stumps. It doesn't. It hits the pads, and as soon as that hits those pads, he had to go. There was no way back for that. That was absolutely plumb. So, well, Anthony Chambers, we know what your least favourite fruit is. It is plum. As he walks back, there's disappointment for Chambers. Chambers, as well, the last few innings has been in pretty good form for Portugal. He got elevated up the order once we saw him coming down lower down and hit the ball pretty well, but not on this occasion. That one was just too good. And this is dangerous. Look, when Mohamed Cameron starts to get that ball to swing, which he doesn't always, but when he does, he's a completely different proposition altogether. And I can tell you what, seeing that one swing, he looked dangerous. So Portugal lose their first wicket. It's a golden duck for Chambers. One of those, unfortunately, as the new batter comes out, and it is Francois Stoneman. Comes out to join his captain out there in the middle, Conrad Greenshields. He did the damage last time between these two teams. He was the destroyer then. Mohamed Cameron, 4 for 7, took that hat-trick. Gets a wicket of his very first ball when he comes again. Nicely bowled. A nice straight back from Francois.
Great
Stoneman
shape coming, boy!
Gets a single and the first runs on the board for Portugal. Captain of Portugal, under Greenshields, now takes guard. Back-to-back zeros for him in the last few innings yesterday. He wasn't able to score a run in the day. Went for a golden ball and then golden ball, excuse me, golden duck. Well, maybe this could be a goal. Maybe that's a sign. Well, golden ball mentioned without it even appearing on the screen. Is that a sign? Well, we'll have to wait and see. Well, wouldn't it be marvellous if it was between these two teams? But no, golden duck yesterday, Greenshields, and then it was followed by a 2-ball duck as well. But he's off the mark today.
Hold it, hold it.
Can he get there? Hold it, hold it, hold it. They all shout, hold it. Leg by signal. I think that Spanish team will too when they're out there. They'll make a lot of noise, don't they? A lot of vamoses. Come on, come on. Bien, bien. Good, good. Vamos, chicos, vamos. Come on, boys, come on. You'll hear that all around the ground being picked up on the microphones. Oh, this one almost squeezes through, doesn't it?
Top stuff, Cammy,
Cammy's got that smile on his face. Just have a look at this. What's this movement back here? Look at that. Look at the movement on this. Look at the swing. That's the danger ball, isn't it? Manages to keep it out on this occasion. That's Conrad Greenshields. Been in, look, until yesterday, he was in pretty good form, wasn't he? Was scoring runs consistently for his team. But then had that blip yesterday. But he's looking to come back here with a bang. Gets this one wider off the off stump, and that will be the end of the first over, and it's a good one for Spain. Just the 3 runs that come off it. But he does pick up that wicket as well off Chambers, who's been pretty good up until now. Let's just have a look at the batters. The top batter, Stoneman, is right up there. 192 runs in the series. Conrad Greenshields, despite those 2 ducks yesterday, 154. And Chambers, who was removed without scoring here on 59. Over to the other side where Daniel Dolkaya, he's been sensational. Mohamed Baba found his touch yesterday, and so did Prince Duman the other day when he scored a quick fire 50 as well. But all of those, when you look at that team sheet, all the way down to number 9, they come back. And with the bowlers, well, for Spain, it's been Atif Mohammed and Cameron that have been leading the way, with Baba there just a little way behind. It's time for, looks like time for the Prince. They bowled really well the other day, didn't he? So after not getting an opportunity, he said, he came back and he bowled well. Good start from him, right on the money.
Start, Prince, boy! Start splaying, boy!
There's the noise there again from them as they crank up the sound. Yeah, 3 for 21 against the Czech Republic, Prince Duman. That's why he's getting his opportunity here ahead of somebody like Atif Mahmood. Slower delivery, goes for it, up in the air, opportunity. Taken just like that, and well, we saw yesterday that Christian actually dropped the catch, and that was off Gurang, the little maestro, when he makes no mistakes here. And you see he points out there to everybody, that was right in the sun. Yeah, it was, but he's kitted out for it. He's got the cap, he's got the shades, he takes the catch, and that's another one that goes. And Spain, well, they've removed one of the dangerous batters. We saw on the information there from the stats gun that both of these men are dangerous, but Francois Stoneman, we will depart for just one on the board, and it is the Prince that does the damage. So that little change around, just opting to go with Prince Liman to do the bowling as opposed to Atif Mohammed, has worked once again. And that's one thing that that Spain have done. They've just changed things up, and it seems that most of the time all these little changes that they make do and have proved productive. So Mills, the captain, takes the catch. The Prince takes another wicket. In what good form he's in at the moment, all-round form as well. The new batter comes in, 3 for 2. Portugal in trouble. Yes, is the call from Green Shields. He wants it, and he gets there. So, roll up. Imran. New batter comes in at 4. I mean, well, Imran and Imran Khan, who's yet to appear, were two batters that were opening religiously at the beginning of the championship. But he hasn't really got going. He's a competent batter, an aggressive batter, and that's why he was up there with Imran Khan for the opening, but hasn't really clicked. So maybe this is his time. Well, they definitely need something from him here now today, especially with those 2 early wickets. He played, well bowled, and Liman, oh, that's really good from him. Gets there, slides, he wants it, he knows he's in the hunt, he feels that if he can get a direct hit here, maybe the batter probably just gets home. But liking the energy, liking the effort here. Spain in different kit from what we saw them in yesterday, as opposed to the bright red and the yellow. Oh, there's a bit of something on this. Let's just see what the signal is from the umpire. Yeah, there's a bit of bat on this, so half a chance. And Adam Agar, who's behind the stumps here, he does go the right way. Let's have a look. Just dips on him. Yeah, unlucky. I mean, he would have done well if he gets a glove on this and stops it. Not able to. So that's the first boundary in the innings. And not comprehensive by any means, but it does help Portugal get to double figures. 10 for 2. Yeah, just going back to the kits, and Spain's are playing more the red and the blue kit. Mohamed Cameron, the hitman, to continue. This one is wayward. Gets this one all wrong, goes down the leg side. Agar does well. Shaba. Everybody around the ground. Encouragement, support. Liking this from the equipo rojo. Está muy bien, chicos, muy bien. Vamos a ver Cameron otra vez. And this time it's a short one, the bouncer. So look at this, that one, that would have been one for the over. Missed the signal myself, but I'm sure that was given. And just making a slight adjustment here. He wants to send the square leg back and brings the man on the 45 fine leg up. So bluffing like he wants to bowl another short one. Well, let's see if it's a bluff. Good bit of fielding, and well, has a shy, but good backing up as well from Green Shields. So that's the experience of Cameron. He knows exactly what he wants to do, and moves that field, moves the fielder in, and it goes straight to him. Atif Mohammed, good pick up from him, pick up and throw, but I think Green Shields was very quick. Green Shields takes himself to the firing line. Oh, this beats him. Well bowled. A bit of a groan from Green Shields. Just trying to work this out on the offside. Just tried to give himself a little bit of room. Beaten by Mohammed Cameron. Beautiful afternoon here on the Costa del Sol. Beautiful sunshine. A few clouds around, but nice and warm still. Again, taking on the fielders. Another throw comes in. Well backed up by a number of players in the Spanish shirts. So working hard, hustling to try and get the runs on the board here, Portugal. Imran back on strike. Clips this away well, and he'll get a boundary. And Mohammed Cameron, not for the first time in this over, just slightly straying down the leg side, and that's exactly what Imran is waiting for, and he latches onto this and he gets 4 runs. So the first really orthodox 4, legitimate if you like, and it comes off the bat of Imran. That will certainly give him a bit of confidence, and Green Shields was up to him straight away and just giving him a few words of encouragement. He knows that he needs to put a partnership together here. Mohammed Cameron, a ball in his spell. Picked up a wicket of his very first delivery, that of Chambers. Concedes 9, 1 to go. What will it be? Bat versus ball. In comes Cameron. Short, beats him. Goes right across the right-hander, and that's a good finish to his spell. To score at the end of the power play, 17 for 2, and a good time to welcome back into the Dream Box Mr. Maximo.
Yeah, thanks Rico, it's good to be back. Got to say, entertaining stuff from what I saw, but I've got to say, it's one of my favourite parts of the day actually here at the Cartama Oval, because it's when I get to meet all the kids from the cricket school project, and they're over there. Really good group today.
Yeah.
They went through various kind of training exercises. They were able to get involved in the coin toss. You saw them just there, so that's why it took a bit of time to come back, and they were really interested. I mean, a lot of them supporting Spain. No surprises there. A few that had a bit of sympathy for Portugal, I think. But yeah, all the kids from the Art Christian School have been wonderful in this first week, and normally we get a different school every week and different kids every day, getting a taste of cricket, what it's all about. And I mean, I think it's a very, very important initiative from the European Cricket Network to work with that cricket school project. The coaches do a fantastic job as well. Here's Atif Mohammed, who is going to bowl over number 4, and it's going to start with 1 for Green Shields. Well, here's the thing with Conrad yesterday. He went for a golden in the first game, and the second game he did kind of bat through the overs, but he just didn't seem to have his timing for some reason. His second game, I just think, sometimes when we have seen him stick around a bit longer, he hasn't quite been himself. Let's see if he can regain his touch in these middle overs. Wow, Imran likes to swing the bat. Does, but this is kind of fooled him for speed.
Yeah, it's good delivery, isn't it? And this is where Atif Mohammed, this is where he's grown and developed as a player. You know, I remember a couple of years ago seeing him in Barcelona, and he was a little bit, though he was good, a little bit limited to his variations. But you're seeing here now, gets the ball right up there, gets that shorter, quicker ball in as well. Certainly has developed into a very promising prospect.
He's a bit unpredictable, actually, Atif Mohammed. I think that's one of his skills. This one takes some bat, and it's going to go for 4. Well, it sounded like there was some helmet in that, but maybe the bat hits the helmet somewhere along the line, because it certainly went straight off the head. Let's have a look at this on the replay. Should be an interesting one.
Well, there was certainly a double sound. Let's have a look.
I think that flicks his helmet on the way up. Honestly, I heard it. But it doesn't crash into his helmet. It's a top edge that just kind of grazes it. And I think if it hadn't hit the helmet, it probably would have gone for 6. Instead, it slows down. Still 4 runs, though. You see everything. Headed boundaries. What more could you want? Right here on the European Cricket Network and all of our international broadcasters. Great to have your company today. Atif. This This one, again, beats him for pace there. Imran, though, I do like the approach. I mean, you're going to have to hit your way out of this. They still have plenty of batting in the shed, don't they, Portugal? And yeah, today, I kind of said it at the toss. I said, Portugal, it seems destined that they'll be third or fourth here. Okay, probably fourth. Spain seems destined they'll get the top two, probably second. But this is still an important day because you're building towards finals. Okay, you're learning more things. You may be trying more things. Maybe you're settling some things as well. There's a little edge. That's actually a really clever shot this time because this is deliberate from Imran.
Yeah.
He knows if he can get it fine enough, but not so fine that Alga's brought into the game, the keeper. But if he can get it in this kind of second slippish angle, he's going to get value and he gets 4.
Yeah, he does well there. I get a feeling that that's also Conor Greenshields, who ball before that comes up to him as a little word. And I think that word was about the shots he was playing to the balls outside the off. I think he said, look, hey, why don't you try this? He does, and he gets it right. 4 runs.
Last ball, the over. Oh, he's fooled him. And, well, he's fooled himself. And now he's going to get a run out. Well, I can tell you what, you can waste 2 minutes or you can just give it out right now because there's no way in the world that Imran has made this back. It's a pretty good piece of fielding, I've got to say, from the bowler, Atif, who kind of, it was a slower ball, I think, and it just completely fooled Rao. He's a dead man walking now. I've already written it down on my sheet.
He's gone here. There's no way he gets back. The ball is hitting the stumps, I think, while he's in the process of turning himself around. But, well, that's after. This is a wicket just being given away. Just watch this. Keep an eye on those stumps.
Going, gone.
Yeah.
It's actually a good dive from Imran. You know what? 10 points for effort there because he doesn't give it up. He does everything he can. He ends up as a chalk outline in the middle of the Cartama Oval. But what he will be is the 3rd wicket, and that's also going to be the end of the 4th over. The score is 26 for 3.
Well, there we go. There's the decision from umpire Shub. The finger goes up, and that's disappointment because he was just started to get going. These two, Conor Greenshields, the captain, and Imran started to get a partnership together after that disastrous start. But he has to go. But look, great work once again from the bowler. I mean, it's always great to see pace bowlers like Atif Mohammed. You know, we saw Tom Vine do something similar the other day in the Spanish team. It's all about wanting it. It's all about the commitment. It's all about the desire. It's all about the passion. And that's what this is. Look, he's there straight away. He wants it. He gets there. And there's the throw. Spot on. Bullseye.
Yeah, so the thing is, the reason he runs is because he's nervous, right? He doesn't run because he thinks there's a genuine run there. He's actually running while he's watching the ball and seeing if it is going to land. It did. And well, so did Imran soon after. But despite the impact, he couldn't make his ground. Started the new over. Greenshields on strike, and Bubba with the ball. Drives, takes on the fielder. Another direct hit. Might be interesting here. Well, this is 2 reviews in 2 balls. This, I think, is close. And Conrad flashes the thumbs up. He thinks he's all right here. But, again, I think he kind of coasted for a couple of steps in the middle of this run, Conrad Greenshields. I mean, Spain, they kind of like this. No, I think he's home here. Okay. This one's a perfect hole-in-one, though, from the fielder. He should get extra points for this.
Keep an eye on this. There's about it's safe there. So yeah.
Just look at the ball. Doesn't go anywhere. Not going to get one on the ricochet there, are you?
Just to show it doesn't go through the stumps.
Yeah, that's true. All right. I mean, I like that as well. Obviously, you want to hit boundaries. In the absence of that, you want to be ticking the score over.
Great standard. Come on.
That's Shub Navjot Anand. One of our umpires there. He's been busy making the quadrilaterals with the finger. Babar, though, hasn't bowled yet. So interesting he's bowled the middle overs rather than up front, hey. Ranasawa will start with a single. I think Rana's a pretty solid hitter of a cricket ball as well. And so, yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing what he can do with a bit more time left in the innings as well. There's still over halfway to go. But right now, 65 pace. Not really going to cut it, is it, against Spain? Yeah, you see, Conrad's frustrated. No man as he hit that. Does get the single off the boot of Bubba. Yeah, Conrad kind of batted most of the way through their innings against the Ireland 11 last night. They put 95 on the board. He's caught 30 off 26. That's what I meant. Even when he was there, he just didn't quite have his mojo. But he wouldn't get out either. He's pretty high.
Pad, take the single.
Yeah, I mean, look, Portugal, like I said, they didn't have a good day yesterday. I think it's good for them. They've got 2 more games today. Try and get something going. And look, Portugal, they're a team. They really came good at the end of the week in their group last year in the ECC.
Yeah, I mean, you pointed it out. Not a good start, and that's what we were talking about this morning with the Czech Republic to see if they could follow the suit. What Portugal did last time round, unfortunately, wasn't to beat. But yeah, Portugal, we know what they can do.
Goes for it now and gets it pretty good. And he saw the mid-off was up in the circle, so he knows he's got a higher degree of safety with this shot as well. So he doesn't have to get it just right, but he got it pretty good, didn't he? Maximo Green Shields breaks out of his shackles.
Yeah, good shot, wasn't it? And you're absolutely right. He assesses where the fielder is and says, yeah, this is on. And he nails it. Good shot.
Comeback ball from Bubba. Seems it maybe a little bit slower.
Easy done,
A slight variation. It's worked away for 1. It'll be the end of the over and the halfway point of the innings. The score at the end of 5 is 37 for 3. Well, Team España, very popular, of course, with the kids around the ground. I think all the teams have been popular with their home countries, but also with our viewers who might be tuning in for the first time here. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo. Rico Full with me, and I know the kids are there at the moment. I'm going to say one more hello to them, actually a goodbye, because they're going back to school. So all the kids from the Art Christian School, I want to say a big thank you for coming down. I hope you had a great day. Had lots of great conversations about them. I love this. I asked them questions like, what did you enjoy most? Was the batting, the bowling, the catching? What kind of things
They're so
did you do?
enthusiastic, aren't they?
It's infectious. And look, getting the game into youngsters is so important. I know it's a role that you've held in the past, right?
Yeah, it absolutely is. And the thing, what's so great about here, and we've seen that now over a couple of years, haven't we, is the way that the schools are invited to come here. I mean, this week, as you said, it's the Art Christian School. Next week, it'll be another school. The schools are coming here, but they're not just coming here to watch the cricket. They're getting a chance to play a bit of cricket. They're going through the fielding drills, batting, bowling, and Andrew McCulloch, who's a top coach here in Spain, is here as well, helping to put them through the steps there. And then they're going around and looking at all the other behind the scenes, and they're thoroughly excited about that. They're going to see the production side, the scorers are coming in here. Absolutely love it.
And they would then, I guess some would aspire to then one day be playing for that Spanish team. So, I mean, the Spanish team are heroes to these guys. I love that. I really, really love that. And it's hard if you come from a cricket-playing country to understand what it's like on the ground here. A lot of people don't really have much of an idea that it's played at all. And I guess with the demographics changing, I think it's slowly coming together. But it will take time. But I just always love the enthusiasm of the kids and what they get out of these visits.
Absolutely. And it's great for the players as well, for the kids being there. They want to have their autographs of the players, the balls being signed. I think it just adds to this whole community spirit of this European Cricket Championship.
All right, here we go with Tom Vine starting a new over, and this one is going to go to the boundary. So Green Shields knows he's probably going to get a steady diet of slower balls here, and you can see the bit of communication between the batters there. This is just a slight off cutter, I think, but you know, this field, and it's a variation of that kind of 3 outfield to Southern Cross field, which has the straight hit and the long on and long off wider. They have the mid off in the circle as kind of a 4th man in the wall. And this is what can happen though, because Conrad, I've got to say, that's really intelligent batting. He picked the man that was up, he wanted something around that area, and he bangs it for 4. Cuatro carreras más. Yeah,
very good batting, very good placement as well. He's gone either side of that man now, hasn't he? And he's basically now, toying with the opposite captain. Christian Mills is now thinking, okay, do I need to make a change in my field here?
Yeah, they're going back to this straight Southern Cross field, which is basically, instead of 2 outfielders long on, long off, straight hit, almost like straight behind the bowler. It has to be stationary if he's going to do that. Pushes long on, long off wider. It makes it, just changes where the gaps are. And you're kind of taught as a batter that straight over the umpire's hat is a very safe zone to hit because there'll never be a fielder there. But, well, you know what? There is a fielder there now. So those instinctive straight hits, which are kind of technically safer shots as well, you know, you can get the batters out that way. And in fact, last time these 2 teams played, that's exactly where Conrad Greenshields got out, holding out to the man straight down the wicket.
That's right. So, Tom Vine has been pretty successful so far with his variations. He's just having a chat with his captain. He wants to make a change in the field. He wants to bring up the man, the backward point that was on the boundary. He wants him back in the circle.
He wants the same field. He doesn't want to change the field to Sawa. They did change it for Green Shields earlier in the over. Slow ball this time. Shocker. So just be a single to Sawa. I've got to say, Vine is an interesting one for me. I think when he's bowled well, he hasn't gone for too many runs. There are times they have gotten hold of him though, and so the issue he's always grappling with is how many slower balls to bowl and how often. And occasionally you've got to put the pace on one to keep the batter honest. At least get it in their head, right? I think that was it, but it was picked and it was pulled away for 4. So Greenshields, well, he's getting out of the funk, and right now, Greenshields into the 30s, and the 50 comes up for Portugal, fighting back here in match 17.
Yeah, this is a really good shot. You can see what Tom Vine's trying to do here. He's thinking, well, okay, Greenshields has hit me. He's sort of driven me through the covers on 2 occasions, so I'm not going to give him one to drive. I'm going to try the shorter one. Tries to bang it in, but I don't think he quite has the pace to trouble Greenshields. Greenshields smashes that away in between the gap between the 2 fielders and the leg side boundary.
The timing and the placement from Greenshields has been really good in the last few minutes, but he might get away with another one here. This is more of a thick outside edge. Skews out square of the wicket on the offside. Just a single. Again, you're going to need a bit of luck in this form of the game as well. I mean, that's the kind of ball. He doesn't get out of the middle, but he does survive, and he also keeps the strike. It's 52 for 3 after 6 overs.
Yeah, good over that one for Portugal. Tom Vine going for 15 of it. And just have a look at the bowling figures there so far. Mohammed Cameron was absolutely sensational.
Tell me what you think about Prince Taman opening the bowling in place of Babar.
Yeah,
that experiment.
I like it. I mean, Babar yesterday, I mean, in that match, he went for a few, didn't he, early on. He just struggled with his line. I'm just wondering whether he himself has maybe had a chat with the captain and said, look, with the ball being new and what I bowl, maybe I just want to come a bit later. I think also Prince Taman bowled so well yesterday. Yeah. Picked up those 3 wickets that the captain thought, well, how can I not open with him?
Yeah, I mean, being spoilt for choice is a good thing. I think that's the issue that's facing Corey Rutgers, the Spanish coach at the moment, especially with the batting order, because everyone he's given opportunities to has performed. Yeah. And it's not like there's a set order and then you're tinkering. He's tinkered the whole way along. So anyone could bat anywhere, really, for Spain. But I suppose that's the strength, because it doesn't hurt them so much. Just don't know who's going to fire in a particular game. Oh, this one's fired straight up in the air. Bowler's called it Babar, and he's going to drop it. Yeah. And, well, he's going to wipe himself out as well. He's on the long march to nowhere there, Mohammed Babar. And I think he was probably the only guy that was going to get there. Adam Alga had a long way to go. But I tell you what, repair your divots. That one gets grassed.
Yeah, I think Babar wants this, but he's the one who stops Alga from coming. It goes up in the air. कहना नहीं catch मेरा मैं भर लेना ये बात फर नहीं हुआ कहना ball भी थल्ले गई मैं भी थल्ले गया. There he goes. Look, he says it's mine. Well, all I'll say to this, the cerveza Victoria también viene sin alcohol, también viene con sin alcohol. Down he goes, and well, that's not a good look for him. And this one hit well, hard outside the off. It's well fielded. Watches it on the bounce, Mohammed Cameron.
I don't mind Babar putting his name on that one, but I'll just say this. I'm glad we're playing on the Cartama Oval and not some of the ovals we've seen over a long, dry summer in Europe. Because there's been a few dust bowls out there, and I think you're losing some skin if you go down like that on one of those. But Babar, I mean, he's obviously one of our fan favourites. One of our favourites as well. It's another opportunity here. Sawa. And this time, Sawa nails him out of the ground. Maximo! Tastes of his own medicine really here for Mohammed Babar. Just misses his length slightly. Disappears over wide long on for 6.
Yeah, I mean, this is a good shot, and this is rubbing salt into the wound, isn't it? Saying, well, okay, you put me down, and now I'm going to put you away. That's big. 6 runs. Boom. Shaka. Lagya.
Again, just didn't quite get it right, Babar, that time. Better length. It's a hard one to get under. Just hits it to the man in the circle, mid-off, just to run. Just feel this game's taken a bit of a turn with this partnership, don't you? And I think in particular the fact that Conrad Greenshields, like I said, he seems to be placing the ball well, seems to be timing more. But again, that could all change very quickly. I mean, I worry about this innings if he was to get out here. Last ball, the 7th coming up. It's the last ball. The Babar will bowl. Big filthy slog. Gets away with it. 7 overs down. It's 62 for 3. Well, Rico, we were talking about some of the places we've been this year. And if you're new to the European Cricket Network, you might not realise that we are going 45 weeks of the year. And around these marquee tournaments in Cartama, we have the European Cricket Series. So we go country to country, we go place to place, and we'll have something like 20 different locations this year. And so at the end of this adventure, we will have cricket in Croatia for a week, 2 weeks in Malta, 5 weeks back here in Spain, but in Barcelona. Yeah. And that's the same fast-paced format. So if you like what you're seeing here, then, you know, European Cricket Network, check us out live every day across the globe. And over 1,000 matches every year. Last year we did 1,200 plus. So it's the kind of format, does throw up a lot of close finishes. get to see different players all the week. I mean, I think it's, in a way, for spectators, it's a more relatable kind of cricket for a lot of the viewing audience, right? I mean, watching elite cricket is one thing, and watching cricket at a very top level, but I think it's certainly a bit of a game changer. Vine goes for the wide kind of angle, but he misses and gets called.
Yeah, it's a little bit disappointed, I think, that this is being called, but I think when you watch this again, I think it's, that's just catching a little bit of the line.
Yep. If the ball isn't completely inside that tram line, when it passes the popping crease, it'll be called wide. I think that's a good call from the umpire.
Greenshields is just now changing his guard slightly.
I think he's now wanting off stump because he knows he's seen that ball and he's saying to Vine, he knows that Vine's probably going to try and do it again. So he's just getting across a little bit more. That's exactly where the ball is. He tries to punch it past the fielder in the deep, but it'll just be a single.
Yeah, good bit of bowling this, nice and tidy. Remember, you still got Prince, who's still got an over to bowl, and Atif Mohammed as well. So I would imagine that they're going to finish with those two seamers.
Got Tala in the field comment section saying Vine hasn't maybe taken too many wickets, but I also think he's there more as a defensive option. So it's more about how many runs he concedes. Misses again.
Yeah, a bit of a groan, a bit of a Bian, then after the umpire calls this. Let's have a look again.
As a keeper, your job is to say everything's good until it's called. But that was wider than the other one, so no doubt about that.
Sawa.
I mean, you play with fire with these tactics, you're going to get burnt. You're going to get wides. There's no way you can just be inside every time. He has to go a bit closer. Maybe Vine's wondering why he didn't do that a bit earlier, because I think Rana was getting too close to that one.
Clever ball though, pace off, slower delivery, changing variations. That's what Tom Vine does, and I say this a lot. He's like a packet of Bombay mix. You just don't know what's coming out next. Nicely bowled, clever.
Speaking of hairstyles, I don't think Tom Vine gets enough of a shout for the mane that he's carried into this tournament.
Yeah, but we haven't seen, he's got it tied up. You see, the line is tied back. Well, this is hit hard and firm. It goes a long way. Well, watch out, the camera crew, that's in their area. Well, what a good shot this is. Manos arriba from the árbitro. 6 carreras más. Qué guay. Qué grande. Eso es una Ariana.
It's a good shot, isn't it? Again, I don't think that's quite the length he wants to bowl there. Got to say, that was a very correct shot as well, wasn't it? Absolutely hammered down the ground. That was a right screen buster.
Look how deep he is in his crease. Both feet inside the crease from Sawa. This is sounding good as well, and it is. It goes all the way. Balle, balle, balle. In the zona. Shakalaka.
Yeah, he's just having some issues here, isn't he, Vine? And again, I just don't think we've seen enough balls of his that are kind of on the popping crease. I just think there hasn't really been too much variation in the length. Anyway, he's gone for 31 now. Third time, there's a little bit of bat on it. Vine throws an imaginary ball. And in the end, that sums it up really. He doesn't have a lot of luck here against the Portuguese in match 17. He goes for 32 off his spell, and after 8 overs, it's 79 for 3.
Yeah, I mean, a bit of action here. All ends up. I mean, first of all, Tom Vine, he wants to do a little bit of Atif Mohammed. He misses out on it, misses the ball. He goes down and out. And in the meantime, Conrad Greenshields ends up, I think, a bit of a bat plug there, and he goes over. But all is well in the end. The recovery, if you like, from Portugal continued. They've been pretty happy with where they are here now. But I think with wickets in hand now, 12 balls to go, I think this, I mean, they want to be trying to get to about the 110 mark somehow.
Time to hit the go button, no doubt about that. You're going to have to deal with Prince Taman coming back in the 9th. Going back to Tom Vine's hair, imagine if he just unleashed it if they win the group final tomorrow. I'm going to put the challenge out there to him. Prince going to start with a wide down the leg side.
A wide ball. Prince as well. So we've talked about the variations and the Bombay mix that comes out of Tom Vine. Well, Prince Liman, he's shown a bit of that as well. Very intelligent play. Really good cricketer.
Got to say, shout out to Adam Alga, who I think is doing a very good job behind the stumps as well for Spain last couple of days. Slower ball this time, and it's picked, and it's an easy put away really. Demand gets it wrong, had no protection in that area. Rana picks the right shot and he executes it in 4 runs.
Yeah, slower ball. I mean, this one, I wonder if this is a bit of the knuckleball here, Vinny, because
Maybe.
this doesn't come up at all. It doesn't come up at all, and he does really well to keep an eye on this Sawa.
Yeah, Demand bowled the second, now he's bowling the second last. That ball's lost in the forest. Come back to live action. Zava's been good here, 20 out of 12.
Oh, that's better. Better line, better areas, better result.
The thing is though,
Spanish player.
as you would know, he probably shouldn't still be there. He skied one, and Mohamed Baba put him down off his own bowling.
Yep. Yeah, he was only on a couple at the time, so you can see where he's gone to here. So that is hurting them.
Yes, well bowled. Really well bowled. We can't do much with that one. That's the block hole length I'm talking about. Ends up getting a feather on it. It might have been French cut for 4, but it was pretty alert stuff from Atif Mohammed in the short fine leg position to go across and stop that one.
Yeah, Atif will probably be warming himself up, ready to bowl the last over. Demand. A little bit short, and you can see the groan from Greenshields there. He knows that he's probably missed out on that one. It's a couple of times that he's done that here. I think he needs to be trying to work that behind square, doesn't it?
Timing's a funny thing though. As quick as it comes, it can go. You know, it's like ether in the wind really. But still, Sawa's compensating at the moment. Quicker one. Oh, that's gone, and it's gone a long way. Wow, where's that landing? Well, that's almost taken out some of the school kids. Glad the school bus wasn't parked there yet, because it might have had an issue. But Maximo, what a shot. Prince just gets it slightly wrong, puts the pace on. Rana was waiting for him.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's you really got a very small area of getting it wrong, and when you get it wrong, that's what happens. Just slightly down the leg side, that was dispatched.
Last ball, the over, slower ball. It's the variations he hasn't located in this over. I think the stock balls, if you like, or most of them, he's gotten more or less where he's wanted them, like that kind of Yorker earlier in the over. But he's just pulled that to legs. A bit lucky that doesn't go to the boundary as well, you know. Redo that last ball. This is in the air and should be caught, and it will be caught. Here's a guy, doesn't drop too many catches at all. That's DDC, Daniel Dorcayet. Of course, I wonder where he'll bat for Spain this afternoon. He makes a tricky catch look pretty easy. And so Prince does grab a second wicket off the last ball of his spell here in this match. He'll finish with the figures of 2 for 21. And after 9 overs, Portugal are 93 for 4. And that 100's within sight. But as we said, we feel like they might need a few more than that against this strong Spanish batting lineup.
Yeah, I think absolutely. I think I was saying that score about 110 is what they would ideally like to get to. I mean, of course, they'd like to get more than that. But I think 110, they feel that if they bowl well, they'll have to do. Smile on the face. Rana Sawa, yeah, he's smiling. He did get given a chance, didn't he, when he was dropped by Mohamed Baba, who had a chance to get him called and bowled for just 2. So he's added a valuable contribution. Yeah,
look, he's one player that, as Portugal's form has slid in the last couple of days, he's actually stepped up. That's something I've noticed with Ranasawa. Also can bowl, and that's another thing about Portugal. They're a bit worried about their bowling depth and who their best bowlers are and when they should bowl. I've got to say, I'm really impressed with how he stepped up to the plate in the last 24 hours or so. Anyway, it's the end of the over, so Greenshields will be facing Atif in the last. Can't hit this. Clever slower ball. I actually just don't think Conrad picks this one.
Yeah, last few shots that Conrad's played, I mean, you mentioned it, timing can come and go. The last few shots, he seems to have lost and gone off the ball. The timing's gone. He's missing. He's batted a few dot balls, and that's not what they need at the end of the innings here. They still haven't got to that 100, still 7 short of that.
Goes after this, but it'll be a bit wide, and so I'll get that one again. Creep towards that 100 at the moment. 94 now with 5 balls remaining. Got to say, I've really enjoyed all the interaction as well. When we can, we'll shine light on some of our viewer comments, and of course you can message us as well on social media if you'd like to ask a question about what's happening in the world of European cricket and what we're all about. Goes after this, he knows he's in trouble, and he doesn't really even bother to run because he knows that Daniel Dorcaya isn't dropping this. So again, bottom of the bat, he's punching it in frustration there, Conrad Greenshields. But I think I give credit as well to Atif Mohammed. I think he's changing his speed just enough to throw the batter and Greenshields. Of course, he's going to have to go for it this stage, but he holds out, and he's the 5th wicket to fall. It's 94 for 5.
Yeah, Daniel Doikaya, well, he's safe out there, isn't he? Like you said, the one before, he made it look easy. Just great technique. He sees it early, gets himself in a position, and then, well, the ball goes safely into those hands. And that's the old Frederique constant timer there. So if you're wondering what that's all about, the batters wants a wicket for you. You don't want to be doing that, you see, because now that clock is ticking and he's got to go a bit quicker. That is all about counting down for 90 seconds. The batter has to, when a wicket falls, got 90 seconds to get out there, take guard and be ready to receive the delivery.
Yeah, well, brave effort from Conrad as well. I mean, did what he could do to keep this innings on track. So provides a bit of stability in there. Hit some good shots as well, but he goes for 35. 94 for 5. I'm a bit worried about that clock, though, because did you ever watch Lost? There was this clock they had to reset, I think it was every 108 minutes, and but they didn't know what would happen if they didn't. So they've just been doing it for years. You know, they're all like stranded on an island. So if that clock hits 0, what's going to happen? Is it going to self-destruct? I don't know. I don't want to see it hit 0, though. As Corey did say yesterday, he is watching that clock like a hawk, and you can bet that Spain are appealing if that clock hits 0. Swing and a miss. New batter out there is Mohammad Fakrul Hussain. Yeah, I mean, and that's very Corey, of course. Corey's part of our ECN commentary team ordinarily, but he is also a Spanish national team coach. He'll be joining us from Saturday. But, yeah, how about that? We've never had a timed out in over 2,000 matches. If we're ever going to get one, it'll be this tournament, because they're all over it. Strike 2. For Hussain.
Yeah, just getting the ball right here. He's such a clever bowler. I mean, I know I've said this a few times, but just the improvement in this man, Atif Mohammed. I was so delighted once he got selected to play in the national team, and he's here again playing in this tournament. Such a good bowler. He knows what he's doing. I mean, it's been 2 swings and misses. I mean, what will he do here? Same again.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, Hussain gets some bat on this. I've got to say, kind of horses for courses. It's hard because Conrad's batting, but I mean, who I would send in? I would have thought maybe a Path Jaunjat or something. He made some good late strikes. I think you know who's bowling and you know what he's trying to do. So I'm looking for a batter that can go over cover, that's got that shot, because it's really hard to slog him to leg.
Yeah, well, so, Imran Khan, I mean, he's hit the ball pretty well. He's only going to get the 1 ball here, but he's somebody that can smash this and get the 100 on the ball.
He's stuck at the wrong end, isn't he? Because he came in at the fall of Greenshield's wicket. He's been a non-striker's end ever since. Yeah, but you need someone that can go over cover. You can't expect that you can come out and just start smacking Atif Mohammed to mid-wicket. Anyway, seatbelts on, everybody. Last ball time. Maybe not. Maybe not. Right, no call, so that'll be the end of the 10 overs.
I think this is okay.
I think this have a look. I think it's clever bowling.
Good delivery.
Yeah, really clever bowling. But look where the feet are there. I mean, they're outside leg stump. So what a last over from Atif Mohammed. And in the end, let me just get my calculator out.
That's 2 runs.
2 runs off the over. What a great performance.
Yeah, that's absolutely superb. And that's fantastic bit of bowling there. They'll be disappointed, Portugal, because look, it wasn't the best of starts. They were under the cosh, weren't they? 3 for 1. After the first, 10 for 2, 17 for 2 was the power play. But then did get that recovery gain, didn't they? I mean, it was good batting from Greenshields, 35 for 23, though he did lose his way a little bit towards the end. Ranasawa, he had a bit of luck but made it count. But then you thought at one point, certainly the 100 you thought was on, and we're thinking maybe he'd like to get to the 110, but once again, Prince bowled really well that 9th over, but what a spectacular last over there from Atif Mohammed. Absolutely brilliant. Just 2 runs from it, so the score stays on 95.
Good young player. Again, his selection has a lot to do with the fact that ECN have been playing so much cricket around Spain, because Atif, he is a very good young player. Well, Cameron, he was making things happen first up, wasn't he? And, well, we just love watching him bowl and bowl fast, and it was always going to be tough for Portugal, but that was held by Christian Munoz Mills. He doesn't drop too many. He dropped one yesterday, but as long as his name's not Gurung Mayavanshi, it's a fair chance he'll hold the catch. But what I would say is, you know, Conrad's gone up to the top of the order. Just feel like for Portugal to do well in this tournament, he's going to have to click. He did at times in that innings, but in the end, you know, for a man that batted for 24 balls, his 35, maybe a little bit underwhelming. It's not terrible, but again, they feel like they're just a few short of where they need to be here in match 17.
Yeah, he just lost. I mean, he started well, didn't he? He played some lovely shots, good cover, he pulled well as well. But just lost his timing there towards the end, just lost his touch. And, well, talk about losing touch. This was brilliant bit of touch, great action. that from Atif Mohammed. Absolutely brilliant. And we talk about his bowling, but take nothing away from what he gives you out in the field as well. Just 110% in commitment. That was brilliant. But this was a little mode here where they just started to recover and get things going. I mean, Sawa, when he got given that chance, he made the most of it. Played some really nice shots. And this was early on. Green Shield was, tore into Tom Vine, didn't he? I mean, Tom tried different things to try and stop things happening. That was the magical moment. Catch bhi gaya thalle, banda bhi gaya thalle. And Sawar bach gaya, and just by surviving, he could have gone for 2. He then went on and added another 33 quick fire runs on to the board. And that certainly, that catch did help Portugal certainly get to the score into the 90s. I think if that was held, they probably would have struggled, and it could have been a score in the grady 80s. But, well, the batters came, and they had some nice shots being played there as well. But, well, that was a good one, wasn't it? That's Green Shield saying, yeah, thank you very much, I'm enjoying myself. But right there towards the end, though, we saw 2 very fine catches from Daniel Dolkaya there in that mid-wicket area. And the first one was to get out to Rana Sawa, and then it was the same thing again to get out the Conrad Greenshields. And then when they needed the runs in the last over, it just wasn't to be. They weren't able to get the 100, and that will be a disappointment. So if you like, it was a disappointing start for Portugal the first couple of overs, and it was a disappointing finish as well. But Spain, you know what's going to come at you in those last 2 overs. The openers come back. Atif Mahmood, he bowled the 4th over, which was a nice tidy one, then came back and bowled the last. Just have a look at the scorecard there. Anthony Chambers, his good form came to an end due to a cracking Yorker from Mohammed Cameron, had him plumb in front. Conrad Greenshields, well, as we said, he made a vital contribution in getting things going again. Francis Stoneman has been in very good form, and well, he was removed by Prince Diman, caught well by the captain, Christian Mills. But the only real other contribution there was from Rana Sawa, made a very good 35 for 16, but did need a little bit of luck on the way. Bowling figures, well, I think everybody bowled pretty tidily. Only Tom Vine was a little bit expensive this time round. His variations sort of worked to the favour of Portugal, but everybody else bowled really well. Prince Diman, once again, after his 3 for the other day, he came back 2 for 21. Mohammed Cameron, very, very economical, as we know, all the time, 1 for 9. And Atif Mahmood, he just gets better and better every time that we see him. So Spain will feel pretty comfortable here at the moment. Remember, they got a very long and strong batting order, restricting Portugal to 95. So 96 required for the Equipo Rojo to bring up another victory and join Ireland at the top of the table. That match will be concluded in about 10 minutes time. Join me, Rico Full, and Mr. Maximo Vinisandu as we return for the conclusion. Volvemos en 10 minutos. Hello, cricket lovers, and welcome back to the middle of the Cartama Oval. Doesn't it look absolutely splendid? Nestled in between the countryside here of the, well, that's the old Cartama, Sierra de Cartama mountain range there at the back. And, well, it's absolutely beautiful. The lovely setting. There's an oasis here on the Costa del Sol, and a lot of people coming down in the fan zone and finding out more about it. And that fan zone is filling up pretty nicely now. A lot of support for the host team. Spain are out there, and they've done well, they made a good start in the first innings. They restricted Portugal to 95. Portugal will be disappointed. They at one point looked like they were going to, well, definitely get to the 100. It looked like they were going to get to a score sort of between 105 and 110. So they've fallen around 15 short of where they would have liked to have been. But, well, they know they've got the runs on the board, and they've got to bowl very well to the Spanish team, who, well, other than one occasion have won all their matches. Junaid Khan will be opening the bowling. He's been very consistent for Portugal. Let's see if he can get the early breakthrough. They've gone back to the opening partnership of Mohamed Babar and Christian Munoz in the air, and wicket, first ball, and Mohamed Babar has to go, and what a start that is. So in both the innings, well, we saw that it was Mohamed Cameron, the Chambers of the very first ball of the match. Well, in the second innings is very much the same. The first ball of the match from Junaid Khan. He gets the wicket of Babar. He goes for a golden duck. Now look, Mohamed Babar went for a golden duck the other day, and then as a result of that, the next match that he played, he came lower down the order, and that was against the Czech Republic. And by doing so, he went on smash 53 of just 13. That 50 came in just those 13 deliveries. It was quite amazing. But, well, he goes back to the opening spot and he goes for another golden duck. So it's a Spanish for Mohamed Babar. And as soon as he hits it, he knows he gets it wrong. That's a good wicket to get early, isn't it? But look, Portugal have to keep their heads here. They know that this lineup, this batting lineup of this Spanish team is deep. It goes all the way down to around about number 9. And even then, we're talking about some of those guys right at the bottom being able to hold a bat as well. You're probably talking about perhaps Atif Mohammed, who is the number 11, and he can bat pretty well as well. Well, there's the wicket. It's a soft one. Conrad Greenshields holds on to the catch. He's not going to let that one escape him. So what a start. Khan now into the new batter. It's the Prince. Gets bat onto ball, plays his nice. He chases on the Eva, but not going to get there. 4 runs. Fielders ne काफी कोशिश की थी पर चौका लग गया. Nicely played, nicely timed, and the Prince, because of the good form that he's in with bat and ball, well, he's been able to produce. Scored 50s, he's been taking wickets, and well, the captain, can't ignore him, and that's why he's right up there now. Comes in at number 3 and starts with a boundary. The first runs on the board of the second ball of the innings. Junaid Khan in once more. Good delivery, nice and full. Just whips this away though. A good response from Junaid, but well dealt with by the Prince as well. It's an opportunity, the Prince, to his captain. Christian Munoz has also scored a half century in this series. That was when he did open the batting, so that's why he's up there. It's well bowled. It's a quick delivery from Junaid Khan, and after pitching a few up, which Christian would have seen from the other end while he's at the non-strike exam, this one has been short and cut back into him. Bit of pace, extra pace in that one from Junaid Khan. Good delivery. Good afternoon, evening, or maybe even morning to our global cricket audience, wherever you're tuning in from around the world. I hope you're enjoying this Dream11 European Cricket Championship, the Euros of cricket. Oh, got him. Absolute beauty. Well, this is a boogie, oogie, oogie, kookaburra 5-ball. Well, what a beauty this is, and more smiles on the face of the Portuguese. Junaid Khan has done it again. Well, he rattles the Spanish captain with a shorter ball, the ball before, which crept up on him, and then he gets this one right through the defences. What a delivery that was. Well, let's have a look at it again as the Portuguese, they get into a huddle. How about this? Oh yeah, that's a beauty. Dande Jagadite Jagadite style, just catching a little bit of the pad of Christian as that goes through, and that is more disappointment for the Spanish. So Christian, he joins Mohamed Babar on a both the Spanish openers not able to trouble the scorers. Mohamed Babar went for a first baller. Christian Munoz, he goes for a 0 as well off the 2 balls that he's faced, and it's that man there, Junaid Khan, that is doing the damage. Whenever they need somebody to perform with the ball, it's always that man. Junaid Khan does it again. The new batter comes in, and it's Asjad Butt just strays a little bit down the leg side. As Judd gets bad onto it, but good bit of fielding. No run there. It's nicely done. So what a good start this is. It was Sawa that makes the stop. 5 on the board, but 2 wickets down. Both the openers gone. Matches without a golden ball now on the European Cricket Network. Approaching the 50, 46 it is. Will 47 be it, or will this be the one that goes to the golden ball? I'm just wondering here what sort of scores here at the Cartama Oval could be matches that you think it could be. And I think a match around about this sort of score, about 100, 105 for me, would be one that I would think, yeah, it's possible. This one's slightly less than that, but with those early wickets going and with the rate now, you see every time it's an over like that, that rate goes up. So that rate's just gone up above 10. So it is all of a sudden makes this seem like a 100 score. So maybe we're looking at golden ball. Well, this is a big move here. The game with Nipu to bowl the seconds. The game for spin in the power play. The Prince, Dimana on strike. Nipu with the ball, left armour. Bit of whip to start off with. And the Prince misses out on this, just trying to push this through the gap. Get it past point. There is a sweeper out there on the offside. Pushes this out, no run. Ashad Butt wants it, but oh, liking that from the Portuguese. Green Shield just making sure that Ashad gets back inside his crease. A little flick, he knows that the players are backing up. Just applying a bit of pressure on the Spanish here. That's not a good delivery from Nipu, and this has been hit away beautifully by the Prince. That's 6 runs. Shaba, Shaka, Lagya, but it's not a good delivery. Strays down the leg side, and Nipu gets punished straight away. And, well, you don't want to be bowling bad balls. Bowl a bad ball, it will get put away. That just takes a little bit off the pressure off the Spanish boys after losing those early wickets. And that's the first Maximo. So the Prince has got both the boundaries in this inning so far, the 4 and the 6.
Come on, Nipu, come on, Nipu.
Come on, Nipu, come on, Nipu. See if you can get this right. It's got to be outside that off stump. Goes for the shorter one. Beautifully played. Oh, that is such a lovely shot. This man, well, he gets better and better each time we see in the Prince Demand. We've seen the power, and now we see the placement. Such an intelligent shot. He sees the gap there. Doesn't try and hit this hard. He knows all he's got to do is get the angles right, get the placement, get the technique, and that is beautifully done. What a lovely shot. 4 more. And Nipu just directing fielders to different parts of the ground now. Now he's got brought another one across over to the offside, but then he's got to make sure that that's the line he bowls now. And he does. It's a good reply. It doesn't give us much room either. No ball to go in this second over. 15 for 2. Short and punished, not a good ball, and there's 4 more. No, anything that's been bad, anything that's been short, anything that's been wide has been put away, and that's what you're going to get when you're bowling to this Spanish 11. They are very strong, they bat all the way down, and yeah, okay, we've seen them on several occasions when they have been put under pressure, when wickets have tumbled quickly, but somebody always comes up and performs, and that's exactly what's happened there. End of the over, 19 it is for 2. You have a chance to look at the standings here, and one thing that we do know is that Ireland sit at the top. They've got a very good superior net run rate. Spain looking to join them level on top, but we also know that the Czech Republic, well, they will play no further part in the finals or tomorrow, group finals. Even though they've got 1 more match to play, they're out of it. Portugal, well, the best they can do is maybe finish sort of 3rd or 4th, but they need to get victories to go their way as well. That's called a wide. As Junaid does come back into the attack. And so the game with Junaid straight away to bowl out here, and this is all about trying to pick up a couple of more wickets here. They know it's wickets at what they need. Ashad Butt hasn't managed to get himself off the mark as yet. It's nicely played, but once again, it's similar to what happened in the over before. Ashad gets back onto this, but it goes straight to that fielder who doesn't make any mistakes, Rana Sawa, so keeping the pressure on Ashad. And I wonder if pressure will tell here. He's probably feeling that he hasn't been able to get off the mark despite playing a couple of nice shots. Junaid is going full at Ashad. I wonder if he will try that slightly shorter delivery, the one that seemed to unsettle the Spanish captain. No, still keeping it there, getting that ball to drift in and swing in as well. This is such a good line. Bowling with a bit of zip as well. So Butt not able to get off the mark as yet. Goes for it down the ground, and he does. So his patience pays off. Nice straight drive, straight to the fielder. It's fielded there by Francois Stoneman. Ashad Butt does get off the mark. A bit of a wind out there at the moment, playing the opposite direction to the way it was yesterday. And as you look at your screens, he's playing from right to left. It's not particularly strong, and I think it's been welcomely received by the players. It is a warm day. In the air, but safe. Gets it over the infield. And that's 4 runs. A nice positive shot from the Prince. He is looking good, isn't he? Liking the way that he's batting. He's very positive and looking the part. And another man that's looking the part here today, wearing the Czech Republic colours, but hasn't been able to boost them as yet. Maybe he will when they play their final match. Is Mr. Maximo Vinisandu. Welcome back to the Dream Box.
Yeah, it's good to be back. Got to say, Junaid, I know he goes for a boundary there. He's one guy, I just think he has one of the best attitudes I've seen in European cricket. Double strike early, always tries 100% no matter what the game situation. Can he grab a 3rd wicket here? It's another one of those in-swingers, isn't it? Allow a single. Yeah, but Spain, of course, they've only really gotten into trouble when they've lost a lot of wickets, but for not scoring very many runs quickly. That probably makes sense. But we know that they play an attacking way no matter what the situation of the game. So that's what they're looking for.
Yeah.
And they're not going to treat this target of 96 conservatively. I still think they're going to want to attack all the time. They'll feel they've had a bit of an underwhelming power play, I think. This is in the 20s at the moment. Will it stay there? We'll have to wait one more ball to find out. Yeah, but Junaid Khan, of course, you've seen a lot of him. You've covered a lot of cricket in Portugal. Yeah, he's one of my guys I do think brings a lot to the table. Not just with his cricket skills, but just his general demeanour and the feel that he gives the team.
Yeah, he's a quality campaigner. He's a great attitude to the game as well. And, well, he certainly helped to support and boost the Portuguese team here. Let's see if he can finish well.
Wow.
Short one. Oh, wow. Finds the glove off the batter, Ashad Butt, who's will get a boundary here, but it's a bit streaky. Hay poquito de suerte ahí por el batador. And just out of reach of the wicket-keeper path, Jugnjat diving to his right, but not able to get anything to it. So unlucky. He goes for 17 off his 2 overs. Did pick up those 2 wickets, both the openers, getting them both out for ducks. And Spain, well, they've seemed to be settling down after those 2 early dismissals. 31 for 2. But it's all about the batting at the moment of Prince Demand. Vinny, isn't he looking good?
Yeah, he really is. I think he's been a very good selection, hasn't he? I mean, Ashad Butt, he'll be keen to kind of press his claims, I suppose, for one of those top order batting positions. I mean, the internal sense of competition, I think it's just the right level. I mean, everybody in the Spanish team seems like they want everyone else to do well, but of course, selfishly, you'd always be wanting to be one of those people that are called on earlier. And Ashad got a little bit lucky there because that hit his glove. It almost kind of went fine enough that it goes to Janjat behind the stumps. He's back in the action here. Uses his body as a blocker that time. And this is Faf Stoneman who's coming on. Look, his issue here has been he wants to bowl this wide hole kind of a line, but just too often he's missed the mark. Too often he's bowled wides that have been too wide.
Yeah. Get someone in right, though. The wicketkeeper uses himself as a shield to stop this. This one is right in the body. Right, tucking up the batter, if you like.
You can see that's just come back at him a little bit and consciously bowling straight at their Stoneman. Let's see what his tactics are here. Exhibit A, the prosecution rests.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. That has been his issues. I mean, I saw this about a year and a bit ago when he played at Miranda de Corvo. And he came to play the one game, but though he was pretty sharp and pretty quick, it was his accuracy that let him down.
Short, and it is going to be over the head of the field, and Nippo can't do too much about it. And Demand is going to go Maximo. Stoneman, it's a bit of a half-tracker, really. It was straight up and it disappears.
Yeah, he went for a bit more pace in this one, Stoneman, but Prince Demand was up to the task. And very quick to latch onto this. Look, he picks the pace early and gets enough on it. Here's a fielder out there, but there's nothing he can do about that. Goes over him and the fences. 6 runs.
Better. All right, Faf, just give me a couple more of those. I mean, I think he is capable of doing it. I suppose if you're going to play this game of attacking that wide line, you need to work on your accuracy. So for me, he needs to walk away from this tournament and you know, be bowling at that, you know, that 20p piece or whatever it is, 5p piece. I don't know what coin you use in this part of the world. Do people use coins anymore? Anyway, it's to be full of ball. But you know what I'm saying. You need to even put down another cricket ball on the pitch where you want to hit it and try and hit it.
That's right. Yeah, that's
the
one.
That's what he needs to do. And
it's as simple as that. I mean, that's, you know, back when I started, that's what the coaches used to do. Just put, I know in my days, it wasn't as rich as that. It was a 2p coin. There it goes. There's the 2 pence. Just hit it.
Inflation's an issue at the moment. I think at least be at a €2 at the moment. They're slightly bigger too. It's not too bad as well. And I know it's not quite the Yorker. Again, got him reaching. So Aschab will just get one there. It's the end of the 4th over as well. Spain chasing 96 for victory. After 4 overs, they are 40 for 2.
Yeah, 40 for 2. Got away with the last couple of deliveries there, you know.
Did you ever have any kind of unusual coaching methods that you either dished out or received? Because I know you played a lot of cricket. I know you've done a lot of coaching as well.
No,
any come to mind?
I think back, I mean, I was quite lucky because I think I was, the club that I was at the moment, the coach was very much of the style of that. Didn't want to change us too much.
Yeah.
So if you were doing it right, it was effective. That was fine. It wasn't one of these coaches who said, no, you know, you're hitting the ball too well, but you should be playing forward defence or stuff like that.
But I meant like drills and things.
Yeah,
do you ever do something weird?
Not
I mean,
really.
I'm one. You know what I'm like.
Yeah,
When if I'm doing head
weird.
coaching, I already told you about one where I just throw the ball and make it hit their body and they have to react and catch it. That's a pretty good one. And those mats, you know, those, I don't know what they call them, they're like deflector mats, these orange mats that you then throw and then it's for slips catching and, you know, or keeper training. But I would always want to go back and throw the ball from about a pitch length, so about 20 metres. So it replicates. I'd even sometimes run up as I did it like a bowler and then throw it. Of course, the issue is those mats are so small. Then I'd only hit about 1 in 20, so that's no good.
I think in those, I mean, when I'm talking back to when we were doing all that training, you didn't have half of the equipment that you have these days. I mean, the one that we did, and it was at the time, it was like the novelty. It was brilliant. It was a slip cradle.
The slip cradle's great. Well, that's a similar kind of
But then it was always bad because I always ended up with somebody at the other end that could never hit the slip cradle.
Yeah, so hilarious. I mean, me with those mats, I ended up putting 9 of them there, like in a 3x3.
Just take this thing here. But no, one drill which I found very useful, and it's one that I've used a lot myself, is when I'd get the bowler to run in and bowl normally at a stump, but as soon as he's bowled it, then from the other end, somebody's smashing the ball back to him. So getting him used to A, keeping his head up and looking for that caught and bowled opportunity.
And sometimes they'll do that with a tennis racket, tennis ball, with the return catch. Yeah, it's a pretty popular one.
Doesn't quite time this, but doesn't get it to carry to the fielder, so gets a little bit lucky.
Yeah, I mean, if you get Prince right now, I mean, Asjad, this is the kind of situation, and I just went up to Corey when I was wandering around in the break, and I said, show me the big red R sign for retired out. And then he confessed to
there,
me.
is it?
He said, he told me a secret.
Oh, no.
Which I don't mind telling the whole world. Well, this is up in the air, and I think this has got the legs. It's flying out of the ground. It's flying into the fan zone. Maximo! Asjad gets one that kind of angles into him, and he makes it disappear. And that one, 6 runs, maybe gets him going.
Yeah, this is a nice shot. These are the sort of shots that we've seen Asjad play. He does like to give himself a lot of room to play these shots. So you see there, he's showing all the stumps to the bowler, but he's very clever and very quick to put that away.
So what I said to him is, hey, any chance when the camera's on you, you can flash the red retire out sign? And he said, I'll tell you a secret. I don't even have one because I don't need one because none of these guys are going to bat that defensively. Goes after this, and this is a chance, I think, or is it? It's holding up, and it's been taken.
What a catch!
Oh, unbelievable.
What a catch!
That's Imran Khan, and he comes in and completely misjudges this. He runs in, but the wind takes it to his right late. And the fact that he holds on to this, I mean, this is almost goalkeeper style in the end. So they do get the wicket of Asjad Butt, who goes 6 and out. And, well, we'll remember that catch for a while as Sawa picks up the wicket, 48 for 3.
This is sensational. I mean, I don't think he's ever going to get there. I mean, the teams are taking drinks, but let's have a look at this again and take the opportunity to watch it over a couple of times. He's got to make up a lot of ground, but not only does he take the catch, I mean, this is an absolute ripper. But look, I think he runs in so fast, at one point he's gone too far. So while he's in the air, he's having to lean back. He takes a catch, then he's rolling around on the deck. Well, that is a jalebi catch if you've ever seen one. What a catch that is. That is outstanding.
Yeah, I mean, Asjad will be disappointed because it hadn't got going, took a long time to get started, then hits the 6, then hits the next one. That's the nature of it, though, I suppose, and it's 48 for 3.
Yeah,
well,
but
maybe...
Did you notice, though, we started talking about the R sign.
Yeah.
So Asjad Butt hits the big 6, and then he gets out. So all of a sudden, he's heard us talking about it, and he's going for it.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's the thing. Late adjustment, I suppose, was the key there. And look, it's an interesting time in the innings, isn't it? Prince Demand has been kind of holding it together.
Yeah.
But you know, if he was to get out, I mean, this is the thing. I'm using my normal game theory here, but I'm kind of discounting who's to come. You know who just walked to the wicket? Daniel Dorkaya, who is one of the players of the week here, and he could come and just finish this really quickly. But again, let's see. I mean, this is the beauty of this format of the game. You actually never know what can happen, and it can change very quickly.
Do you think, I mean, this is a terrible question, but you know what I'm thinking here. Do you think that the Spanish boys or some of the Spanish fans will actually hope he gets a duck here? because they want him at his best when it comes to finals day tomorrow. Let him get his blip now because you want him to be on fire tomorrow.
You're saying that there's got to be one innings where he can't do it. I'm not so sure that he will be thinking that way. I think that he'll want to do the job time and time and time and time again. That's what good players do. So 49 for 3 after 5 overs. And so now we head into the second half. I mean, they're on 98 pace, so just ahead of where they need to be, but the second half will be very, very telling. So, Mills and Baba, both openers going for 0. Demand at 3. I wonder if that's where they think he might bat. I mean, they've got 2 matches today, Spain. Just knowing Corey, I think maybe he'll have something that might approximate what he thinks his best team is out there right now. And best team in order as well. With a few, probably a few caveats. Asjad gets an opportunity there. Again, he'll be disappointed. He couldn't do more with it. Here's Nippo. He's going to come back at over number 6. It's actually well bowled. I think this is an ideal delivery. It's a quicker one, so you're surprising the batter, and then Dorkaya thinks, okay, it might be a wide, it might let the one go. I think it just sneaks inside. That's a good call. Because I think when it passes the crease, it's inside the line.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter where it passes the stumps or where the keeper takes it. Similar kind of ball, and he's gone. Well, you called it. So Kaya goes for 1, and that's a big wicket, you know. And don't forget, I mean, Spain, we've seen them kind of rolled in the 80s in the series already. Portugal with the runs on the board, and that is a big fish gone, really, because DDC is having a great week, but he has to find the exit now. He's the 4th man to go. And Nippo with a big wicket. It's 49 for 4.
Yeah, well bowled for Nippo. I mean, when he bowled his first over, I mean, after straining a couple on the leg side, he started to get it right, and this was the line that he was bowling, and he was having the batters in trouble. And he's got the main man. And you know what? I think there's probably quite a few people sharing my thoughts there and probably thinking, well, with the batting lineup that Spain have got, they probably don't mind this so much because they're probably thinking, well, let him get his little blip here now because we want him good tomorrow.
Right, Rico, some sort of super coach now. He's who wants his best player getting out quickly because he wants him to fire in another game. It's funny. I mean, all of these really, it's a bit of a false equivalence fallacy, I think is what it's called, where you think that because of a lot of things have happened in a row, something else is going to have to happen. I mean, eventually that'll be true, but I think Torkaya, he won't be thinking too many positive thoughts as he takes off his pads right now. But Nippo, I mean, he bowled a good one first up. They're just stuck inside the tram line, and he gets the big wicket with the next ball. Nice catch as well taken there by Imran in the circle. Nippo now gets to bowl the left-hander, Govinda Singh. And I also think this is a selection based on, okay, Nippo's bowling, and I think if you lose a wicket, Corey is thinking, I'd rather have a left-hander out there because I think that's a better matchup to Nippo. So Govinda does go out there. There were still 4 left in the over, so quite a long time left in the over. As it is, he gets the single and hands it back to Daman.
Yeah, Daman, he's faced Nippo already, and he gave him a bit of punishment.
Not a bad shot, but finds Junaid. Again, full of beans, isn't he? And look, one thing we haven't really seen this week, I think, is a genuine upset. Okay, some people might say Spain beating Ireland's an upset. Maybe, maybe not. I mean, I think they're pretty closely matched based on what we've seen. Yeah, half chance there. Only half, maybe a quarter. As Daman is living dangerously here. Yeah, but I mean, this would be a big upset. I think even Czech Republic beating Austria at the moment would be an upset. And something we do see a lot of normally, but we haven't really seen one this week, Rico. What do you think about that?
Yeah, I mean, I think the Spain-Ireland one would probably is I would say that's probably the only upset.
That's probably the biggest one,
it's the biggest
but
one.
it's not that big of one. In the air, and this one's sliced away. The fielders are going to converge, and it's going to be caught. It's good communication. Greenshields skates around the boundary. He put his name on it, and I think the other fielder out there, Chambers, knew to get out the way, so Govinda can't move the needle. Again, I think he'll be a bit disappointed. He hasn't been able to put a big score on the board personally this week, and so Nippo gets a couple in the 6th over. Much better over from the left-arm spinner, and now 6 overs down, 51 for 5.
Yeah, it's a very good catch, this, actually, for Greenshields. I, at the moment, was worried that Greenshields and Chambers were going to collide here. But, yeah, you called it. I think Chambers, in the corner of his eye, probably heard the call from Greenshields, and he sort of drifts away from it, leaves it to Greenshields, and that's a really good catch. A safe catch from a man. Well, we know all about his abilities in the field. He's done some sensational stuff as Conrad Greenshields, the captain, takes the catch and removes Govinda Singh. And you're right, he just hasn't been able to get going. I mean, we saw that in that match against the Ireland yesterday. I mean, though he did get 20, he was there a long time, but just couldn't get going, could he?
Yeah.
He's just struggling to hit the ball big.
He's also been unselfish, I will say that, Govinda Singh. When he was batting with Prince Daman the other night, he kind of recognised the Prince was on fire and kind of played a second fiddle role, was happy to give Prince the strike. So, I mean, I think that's a good sign as well. But, yeah, Govinda hasn't quite clicked yet. Okay, I've got Shrug all over me in the viewer comment section saying that Spain beating Ireland is not an upset in this format of the game and in this tournament. Then you tell me in the chat, what do you think is the biggest upset so far this week? If it's not that, what is it? Or if you do think it is that, let me know. What's the biggest upset this week? How about, I mean, Austria losing to Spain the first morning? Yeah, not really an upset though, is it? Junaid gets it in. Safely home here though.
Yeah.
They may have a look at it. Maybe not. Yeah, so, I mean, I don't think it's an upset when you've got 2 fairly evenly matched teams and like a slight favourite. That's not really an upset, I don't think. It's just...
Goes to show you the strength, doesn't it, and the depth of the Spanish team at the moment when this guy, Mohamed Ishan, is coming in at number 7.
Yeah, that's true. Again, they don't really care where they bat. That's what it seems like anyway. Got to say, Path Janjat, that was a nice pickup from him. Wasn't an easy take, but I think he's actually kept pretty well in this series. So how about this? Okay. I think we've got a game in our hands here. I mean, it started at 9.6 and over at the start of the innings. Right now, it's about 11.5 and over. Because the thing is, I was calling that the biggest upset so far, and I don't even think it's a big upset, the Spain over Ireland. Shows you it hasn't been upsets. Isan busily works his way to leg side and gets one. He's off the mark. still, Prince Demand's at the crease. Hasn't had a lot of the strike of late, that's all.
Yeah, they've bowled well to him, haven't they? I mean, after he got off to a flyer, and you're right, when you haven't been on strike that much, you sort of go off the ball a bit. So he's looking for a big shot here to get him into the 40s. So Sawa, though, has bowled so well.
Goes after this, but finds the fielder. Well, I think Tala's got a good comment in the viewer section saying that everyone's trying to beat Chris Gale. The set batter was there, and so just give him the strike. And that is the traditional way of thinking, but that isn't the way that these Spanish batters are being instructed to bat. Yeah. They're being instructed that it doesn't matter. You're out there to hit boundaries. That's your job. It doesn't matter if you've just come in or you've been there a while. There's a quality to their batting lineup.
This is well bowled and really good take as well, isn't it? I mean,
yeah.
You mentioned Park Junjat. I think he's done so well. But unlike in Sawa's bowling here, he isn't giving them any width and he's varying his pace really well. We saw the ball before, much slower delivery, no pace on it that Demand was trying to smash through. That one to Ishan was just a little bit quicker.
Yeah. So, a couple to come. Sawa's been really handy the last couple of days. He's not trying to bowl quick, is he?
Nah,
He's just sucking the life out of the ball here. Look, I've got asked for an upset, and Jonathan Woody, he plays here domestically in Spain. He said, biggest upset this week? Well, Madrid CC on Sunday won Spain's ECCL 40 over league, and it only took them 21 years. Well, congratulations, Woody.
Is that real fact? They did it?
Well,
fantastic.
Unless he's feeding me fake news.
Hey, Woody, congratulations, buddy. What a time I mean, a lot of good things happening with Madrid CC at the moment.
Yeah, we're going to see them soon as well, you know that. Here we go, last ball of the over, hits it, finds the fielder, and gone. So it's 6 wicket down now, and that's the Prince. The Prince has fallen at the end of the 7th over. Ranasawa, 2 for 13, his figures. Faf Stoneman takes the catch, and Spain, they are being tested here. It's 55 for 6 after 7.
That was the big wicket, wasn't it? I mean, Prince Demand was the established set batter. If you look at that scorecard, apart from Ashad, but nobody else has got into double figures. I don't think anybody else has got over 5. We'll have a look at that scorecard maybe at a moment. So he was the one. He was the driving force. He was the wicket that they wanted, and they get him. And they get him because of clever bowling from Sawa. It's all in this short format. It's all about your variations. It's all about playing about with your pace. And Sawa has done that brilliantly. He deserves that wicket. 2 for 13 for him. And Spain are 55 for 6 at the end of 7.
Yeah, well, Prince Demand, he's entertained us once again. He doesn't quite get them that close to the target in the end. He'll leave it to somebody else as he departs. It's 55 for 6. Just look at what's coming up the next game. Well, Czech Republic is their final, basically, because it will be their final performance, and they get to take on Austria. I mean, they'll feel like this is a winnable game, but they need something to go better. That's the thing. I mean, I think they had improved a lot against the Ireland 11, so that is good. And they have won the toss. They'll be chasing again because they'll be bowling first. But Austria, I mean, they're a team that seem to be clicking in the middle of the week here. And I talked about their bowling. Actually, I talked about it quite a lot yesterday with Javid Zadran and Itibasha Dida bowling really well in the middle of the innings, bowling fast, bowling Yorkers, keeping it simple. They've got Samagol Masal, who's listed at the top of the order, the leg spinner, maybe getting an opportunity with MSP. Rasmus Shigwal has had a good week as well at 3. So join us for that. It's coming in about 25 minutes. And actually, the commentators for that game will be Rico Full and Corey Ruckers. Because Corey is very kindly offered to step in for a game. Of course, he'll be joining us full-time from Saturday. And actually, Madrid CC will be playing in the Saturday-Sunday matches here. So, of course, we've got the international ones going Monday to Friday. But there is cricket 7 days a week at this venue. And if you want to see that, just look us up on YouTube, ECN European Cricket Network, for those Saturday-Sunday matches. All right, it's a new over, and it's going to start with a boundary. So here's the thing, 55 for 6. It's an ugly-looking scoreline. But the way that Spain are playing their cricket, they do not care about wickets, and they've still got batting to come. They will say, look, it's 13 and over required, almost 14 and over, but we're here, and you've got someone there, Mohamed Ihsan. He's a guy who opens batting regularly for his club. So he'll say, you know, doesn't matter if I'm batting 1 or if I'm batting number 7. I'm going to go out there and do my thing. Tariq's the bowler, and he's going to get whacked away into the gap, and this is going to be more runs. Maximo! Just like this, you see, there's no going into the shell. They are breaking out, and it's Ihsan and Mohamed Cameron out there who are going to try and get Spain over this target.
Yeah, I mean, this This is Mohamed Ishan. This is what he can do. He is such a powerful batter. Hasn't really shown his full potential for a long period of time. We've seen him go in there and crack 22 or 5 deliveries. That's what he can do. But now, well, he's looking to do it longer. And you know that rate was 13. Before the start of this over, they needed 13 and a half. With these guys out there, there's nothing. And you know the other thing is, I mentioned this after this delivery. Well, it's a long hop, and it might get him a wicket, you know. Oh, it does. Well, Mohamed Ishan, what have you done, man? After playing 2 lovely shots, he then gives himself out on this. This was a Gandhi ball. This one deserved to go all the way. And what it does, well, Tariq has somehow got a wicket, an international wicket, with probably the worst ball that he's bowled.
Yeah, well, cricket's a funny game, but I don't think Mohamed Ishan's laughing right now. I mean, that was rank long hop, and yeah, just didn't get it right, did he? And well, Mubin Tariq, well, I guess it's a good comeback. I mean, the result's a good comeback, but you see, he just hung up in the air long enough, and Chambers had plenty of time to come in and take the catch. And I tell you what, Kamran, he was probably just about as annoyed as Ihsan.
I think
said,
Kamran,
what are you doing, man?
Kamran is probably turned around and said to him, Ja, Bajaito, if you're going to play a shot like that. Now, what I was going to say is, I know Mohamed Kamran's come out there. Well, Adam Algar yesterday, he scored, I think he came in at number 3, didn't he? Came in at number 3. He scored a fantastic half century, 61 of 25 deliveries. Player of the match performance. Well, it looks like, I think he's just come out there now. Once again, that shows you just how strong this batting lineup is. There's still plenty of batting there, but they've got to see this home here, the Spanish boys.
They don't care where they're batting. They just, when they get out there, they play one way, Spain. It's exciting. Quicker ball, but wide. I've got to say, viewer comments, I saw a few people saying it was a poor shot. It's not so much the shot selection that was poor, it was just the execution. I mean, that was the shot to play, and I would say, no, well, I mean,
I get what you're saying.
It was the correct
It was the right
shot
to play. It's the way,
But he just didn't hit it anywhere in the middle of the bat. I mean, 9 times out of 10, that's disappearing over the beer tent. Now, Tariq almost misses the pitch here. It's been called a no ball. Let's have a look if this bounces off the surface. It's not actually the return crease. Does it bounce off the artificial surface? Not sure.
Bit of a tight one this for me. I think it just catches actually. Yeah.
I'm going to say I'm not convinced, but it means it's free hit.
Free hit.
It doesn't really matter. So it's a pretty good comeback from Mubin Tariq. So
yeah, I'm not sure what's happened to Tariq's line here. I mean, he's just doesn't look. If you look at him, it doesn't look like he wants to be bowling, does he? Doesn't look very comfortable.
I just think he's trying to err on the side of left because he doesn't want to get too close and risk getting smashed out of the ground to the leg side like that. And well, he does it and gets smashed out of the ground anyway. Maximo! Adam Algar coming off his maiden half century for Spain yesterday sends this one out of the ground. This game is very much alive, Rico.
Yeah, I mean, look, the thing is, he's shown his hand already, hasn't he, Tariq? He's already shown to Adam Algar what he's going to be bowling. He's tried to do it a couple of times, got it wrong a couple of times. So, well, Algar says, well, okay, if that's where you're going to put it, I'm ready for you. And he hits this big and gets a maximum for his team. So 18 off the over with the ball to go. I think we're going to see this.
It starts to be a bit of a concern. Maybe not. Last ball of the over. Goes for it, drills it down to long on. Just be single. Now they're going to take it on the throw. They don't need to do this, and they get away with it. Well, how have they done this?
Well, there was a misfield, wasn't taken cleanly, and well, Cammy decides he wants it. Let's go, and that's not like Cammy, because Cammy, I think. Well, you know why he's decided. He wants to go back. He wants the strike.
That's credit to Cameron there. He spots a fumble. I thought even with the fumble, there's no chance of getting 2. But they got there only because of how hard he ran from the get-go. And a better throw might have had him in trouble. But, well, that's good hustle. I don't know, 7 down from taking that run. Anyway, 8 overs now have expired. The score is 75 for 7. So it's 21 required off the last 12. What a great situation in this game.
Yeah, and, well, there was the magical over. That's the 20. And now this is how Spain were helped in that close game, which they beat Ireland in. It was that one sort of, well, it wasn't magical, went supersonic. Robertson went for 30 in and over, and Spain were able to get victory. But still, this is the one. All happens in the 9th. Let's see what happens here.
Fakhru Hussein's been given the ball in over number 9. And one thing is, we haven't seen Greenshields with the ball yet.
Yeah.
And we've seen him sometimes just bowl the 10th over. I mean, they've got options here. They've got Stoneman. Stoneman only went for 9 in his over. Okay, that'd be a bit risky, but they've gone for Fakrul. Let's see what happens. 21 to win off the last 2. Starts with a dot ball.
Yeah, that's well bowled.
That's the thing with Hussain. He's had some good overs. He's had some bad overs. I mean, yeah, I suppose he has had a lot of bowling, so that's probably a good thing at this stage.
Yeah, just looking at the field set here to him, though, to the right-hander. I mean, they haven't got any protection there in sort of that the backward point area where the boundary is, and Cammy will be eyeing that up for sure. That's
where he's trying to bowl, and I just heard the call there. Don't get greedy. Don't get greedy. What they're saying to Hussain is you don't have to bowl straight at the stumps. That first ball's fine, okay? Get Kamran reaching for it. Kamran can hit over cover pretty well, though. 2 dot balls. Wow, this game, right, for me now, I mean, what are we talking, 50-50? It's got to be advantage Portugal. I mean, it's if you swap their shirts, I'd say, it's definitely
21 and 11. I'm still saying Spain. I'm still saying.
You are? Even with 7 wickets out?
Yeah, and with the batters out there at the moment.
I think it changes in those 2 balls because now Kamran doesn't really have any mojo. He's going to be trying twice as hard to hit this one. You see what I love about this format of the game. We don't know who's winning anymore. Gets it wrong, so get a wide here. And he might be saying, well, why is that a wide? Because he's gone so far across. In ECN cricket, anything down the leg side, unless it is between your body and the stumps, it's a wide. And it's that way for consistency.
Yeah,
so it takes a lot, because every ball is crucial. I think it's really important you have that consistency. And a correct call.
Yeah, he lets himself down there, doesn't he? Hussain, he gets 2 good dot balls in, and then, well, part of that hard work is undone with the wide down the leg side.
Gets away with that. That could have easily been 4 or 6, though.
Quite easily.
I actually think it could have been a lot worse. Hussain gets a mulligan. Kamran's after it, and this is going to be out as well. There's no chance this is getting dropped. Conrad Greenshields takes the catch, and Kamran loses his hat, loses his wicket, and you've got to say Hussain, okay, the ball before that kind of got away from him, but he's bowled a pretty good 9th over so far, and now there's 8 wickets down. Portugal, they beat Spain recently in the T10 International Tournament in Belgium, and they're on the verge of another big upset here, I think. That makes it 76 for 8.
Yeah, Mohammed Kamran, he goes for 0. We saw him get a duck the other day, and he's got another one here. So, hasn't quite worked out, and Conrad Greenshields once again, well, look at those big hands. They're not going to drop anything. The only thing that's been dropped there is Cammy's hat, which he has to pick up, and then shrug himself off the pitch. So that is another wicket that goes down. So 8 down here now. Disappointment for Cammy.
Yeah.
3-ball duck.
It's just a shame that Cammy's already bowled in this match, because I think if he goes for a duck, he'll probably bowl 20% quicker. Yeah, with strike 1, strike 2, strike 3, you're out for Kamran.
Tom Vine.
So now you're down to Tom Vine and potentially Atif Mohammed. And
Tom Vine's been in good form domestically with the bat. He hasn't played too much cricket at Lamangatori, but when he has, he's hit the ball really well. That's the sort of form they want to see from him here.
20 off an over and a half. Big finish coming up here. Well, this could be out as well. 9 out. 9 out now. And Rao Imran takes the catch. And Fakrul Hussain, it has been a masterstroke for him to come on to bowl his only over here in the 9th. It all happens in the 9th. And now that's 9 out. And Portugal are 1 ball away potentially from a big upset here on day 4. Now Spain are 76 for 9.
Yes, and well bowled Hussain. I know there was a few raised eyebrows when Hussain was coming to the bowl, but I personally think that he has bowled really well all the way through this this championship. And the reason for that is he keeps the ball in that area. I mean, okay, we see him, and he did in this one as well, stray 1 or 2 down the leg side, but in general, he's there. He'll cause problems, and he has caused problems. It's another wicket, and now 1 wicket away from victory over Spain, Portugal here. 20 required of 8 deliveries.
I'm going to give you a scenario here. And, well, first, let's look at the hat-trick Hall of Fame. A few players from the ECC here do have hat-tricks domestically, including Kamran and Babar. And we've had 28 hat-tricks this year. This could be the 29th. It'll be a sweet one if Fakrul Hussain can do this, because it means they've won the match. I mean, imagine Atif Mohammed gets a 1 and Alga just goes 6, 6, 6, 6, game over. I mean, that's not a world away. Right now, I think Atif Mohammed is probably concentrating on just getting anything on the ball.
Oh, they're going for it. And the umpire walks away straight away. I wonder if it's just pitched outside leg. That's the only thing that maybe could have saved the batter here.
Let's have a look at the line.
Yeah, just maybe pitching outside the leg.
Yeah, it's not out for me. But what it is, it's the single, albeit I think it's a leg by, that gets Alga on strike. Well, who wants to be a hero here? Because, I mean, they're so close yet so far. They need 19 off 7. Do you take the one here? I think I probably do with 9 outs. Maybe. Depends what you get bowled.
Yeah.
I don't know. Hit a 6. Let's go. 7 balls to go. 19 required. The last ball of a memorable over for Hussain. Misses it. And that's the best possible result, really, for Portugal. And it wasn't outside the tram line. Alga just can't catch up with it. And this was a bit of an issue early in his innings yesterday. He was missing these kind of balls. I know he likes to cut and go in this direction, but I've got to say that was the execution of skill that was required from the bowler in the 9th. And Hussain, really, for me, that could almost be a player of the match performance. 2 for 1 off that only over that he'll get.
What an over. And look, when you gave me a surprise look, and what did I give to you when you gave me that look? I gave you the thumbs up because I thought, yeah, this guy, what he bowled and what was required there, it was right outside the off, and it ends up being a magical 9th for Portugal.
Let me give you a scenario.
Give me a scenario.
Teef gets the single. It's 18 to win. And Alga goes bang, bang, bang to win it to Spain.
Yeah.
Wouldn't put it past him.
No, of course not.
Wouldn't put it past him.
We saw what he did yesterday, and he did plenty of bang bang yesterday. I mean, I know that it's been varied.
You know he's going to be grumpy when he commentates next game, and I'm glad that you're doing it with him.
Oh, man. You sure you don't want to swap? Can we do straws?
There's cotton balls in his mouth or something, Corey Rutgers.
Hey,
anyway,
this
all right.
Be interesting.
Yeah, here we go. They're 9 out, and I think this is smart.
Easy one, easy one.
I think this is smart. I mean, it's not going to be easy, but for me, Alga faces every single ball from here.
Yep.
Okay, you've got 3. You need to get 3 sixes in 5 balls. So they're not taking ones, I don't think. That's probably what they're talking about. There's not really any 2s out there. And the thing is, you can't risk a run out to try and give him the strike back. So I think Atif might as well just sit on his bat now. He could probably, he could probably just wander off and close his eyes and hope. But Stoneman in the hot seat though, and if one of these disappears, I tell you what, it's going to go up a couple of degrees. Here we go. Goes for it, gets it. 6, Maximo, game on. And there's one of them. That takes it down to 12 required in 4 balls. What a game we're seeing here in match 17.
Wow. This is what he's got to do. Just gets a little bit of whip, doesn't he? And that's such a good shot. It really is. Look, how many batters do we know would have just swung this, aiming for cow corner, mid-wicket and missed it? But this is the difference between a batter and, well, maybe, if you like, a slogger or a big hitter. Great shot.
It's the kind of shot he's missed a few times as well.
Goes for another one.
Yeah,
it's going to be 6 more.
It's out of the ground.
Game on. Well, how about that? Just like that, it is now 6 required from 3 deliveries.
Oh, boy. This game's still not over. I still don't think they're running because you can't risk a 2. You can't risk a run out. So I just think he's got... Atif Mohammed, put your bat away. Sit down, whatever. You're not going anywhere. I'm telling you that. And Alga now is 1 Maximo away. And look, they went for Stoneman. They could have gone to Green Shields, for example.
Yeah, I don't believe
They didn't.
I cannot believe Green Shields.
It's not over yet. Don't worry about that. Here we go. Alga needs 6 to win. And he will get nothing.
Yeah, that's the right call. That's the right call. You don't take the single.
I told you. Atif Mahmood, he's... You know, I'd be giving him his, well, not 2 weeks' notice. I'd just be saying, you are not required. You just stand there and do nothing. You can watch. You got one of the best seats in the house here. So 6 off 2. Not good for Golden Ball fans either, because I can't see how they're going to get 5. It's going to be Sydney or the bush, as we say back in my homeland. All or nothing. 2 more chances for Alga to win the game for Spain. Doesn't. 6 off the last. Well, it's a good comeback. I mean, I say it's good comeback. I mean, if Alga gets across there, that's a wide. But he kind of stays put maybe and retreats a touch outside the leg stump.
What a match.
What a match. And this is what ECN cricket is all about. Portugal 1 ball away from an upset. Spain 1 ball away from winning the game off the last ball with 1 wicket in hand.
You know what I want to see?
What?
5 wides and a dot.
I don't want to see that if I'm Stoneman. Look, here's
Golden Ball.
This is, I know what you're saying, but I don't think Well,
here we go.
I don't know what to think anymore. Here we go. 6 off the last ball of the game required. Alga, he's hit 2 of them in the 10th over. He is 1 shot away from glory. Can Stoneman hold his nerve? It's a full toss, and it is out! And Portugal win in a huge upset. They win by 5 runs, and Alga gets 95% of the way there. It was a full toss. It was there to hit, but at the critical moment, he couldn't get it out of the middle. And it's a catch taken on the boundary. Spain all out off the last ball. The final score here, Portugal 95, Spain 90.
Oh, incredible. He gets the full toss, and you thought, well, the way he's hitting it, this is surely going to go all the way over. He doesn't. And, well, Adam Alga, he goes down, and he's distraught. But look, young man, pick yourself up, because, look, well, you can't blame yourself. It's the other batters before you that haven't been able to do it. I mean, he almost pulled off the impossible, didn't he? I mean, he hit those sixes in that over. But what a game that was. That was absolutely incredible. Congratulations to Portugal. They had to pick themselves up, didn't they, Portugal? Yesterday, it wasn't their day. The result didn't go their way. They were thumped by Austria, and they were also thumped by Ireland. But they've come back here strong, and they've beaten Spain. Well, this is a marvellous victory for them. Well,
Hey,
that's that catch.
Do you want to talk pressure? What about being Anthony Chambers? That ball is going for 6, you know. I mean, if he gets that wrong, if it comes off his fingers, and guess what? You just lost the game for your team. Look, Alga, I'm disappointed for him, but I mean, that's one ball, right? He just happened to be the man in that hot seat. To be fair to him, he needed 3 sixes. He hit like 2.9 of them because he did hit 2 earlier in the over, and that one was going there as well. But again, the field was in the right spot. Chambers held his nerve as well. Stoneman, well, he kind of cooks it, but he gets away with it. Who cares?
Got away
Portugal,
with it.
we've got our upset now, no doubt about it. What a game, 5 runs in it.
Got away with it big time. But this is all about, look, we keep talking about, and this is the thing, we keep talking about the depth that Spain have, and they have got the depth. And once again, they almost proved just how important that depth is. Something that Alga coming in at number 9, but almost winning the game for his team. Well, there's the Spanish flag. Well, they tried their best, didn't they? But look, it was a terrible start, especially with both the openers going for ducks. Mohamed Barbar went for a first baller. Their captain, Christian Munoz-Mills, he went a 2-ball duck. Things weren't going well, but then we saw a lovely display of batting from Prince Demand. Didn't he look good? He was supported well by Ashjad Butt for a while, and those two put a good partnership together. But then when both of those went, Butt was the first to go, then Prince Demand may be under a bit of pressure because he knew that he was the only recognised batter and he had to make things had to get going and make things work for them. When he fell, nobody was able to get going. Batters came and batters went. And then right at the end, well, there was almost a final twist with 19 required off the last. They almost got there thanks to some great hitting from Adam Alga. But right at the last, he gets a juicy full toss, but manages to put it straight into the hands of Chambers.
I tell you what, when we're playing in Portugal and there's a rain break, I can tell you what match we'll be showing. It'll be this one, because it was an absolute humdinger here. And Spain, they'd only fallen once in the tournament to the Ireland 11. But I mean, how about that catch as well? Remember that Imran Khan came in. He had to dart to the right. It was twinkle toe stuff, but he held on. And look, Spain, they continued with their approach, and that's what you'd expect. But this is the thing with the approach, it can go wrong. And look, DDC had to go cheaply. He did. He only made a single. And a couple of good catches were taken in that region as well by Imran. But, you know, Nippo, I think he bowled a much better second over. That was a spicy one he couldn't quite get across to.
Yeah,
but
look,
when it came down to it, you know, a few things didn't work out. Govinda came out specifically for Nippo, didn't work out. And I think, look, Portugal, for the most part, they held their catches too.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, if you ever doubted it, don't doubt it anymore. European Cricket Network, it's a frenzy of action, packed entertainment. They're serving the world with the most entertaining form of cricket that you will ever see. It does not get any better than that, Vinny. It gets no better than that.
No doubt. Look, Ranasawa, seen picking up a couple of wickets as well. He turned out to be the player of the match, and I think that's sensible. I think that he batted well, chipped in with a couple of wickets, kept it tight. But, you know you're in for a big finish. I mean, Isan, he was looking the goods, wasn't he? And he doesn't care if he's batting 1 or 11. He's going to come out and he's going to swing the bat. But in this one, we had time to kind of blink twice before he tried to swing at it. Ended up going up in the air, and, well, the catch was taken. Chambers would be in the action a bit later as well. But then Cameron, he was another guy that you thought might take the game away when the ball retrievers were even under attack.
The thigh pad on there. Well, there was such good work. I mean, this was when they took the 2 on. It's a really good running there for Cameron. But Cameron, he ran well, but he wasn't able to hit well. He got it out. He got himself out for a duck as well. Remember, he was giving Ishan a hard time when Ishan got out. Well, he does the same thing. Safe hands there from Conrad. What a match this was.
Well, Conrad, I mean,
but what about that over? What about Hussein?
This was where the game essentially was won for Portugal in the night, and I was wondering a little bit about the decision to bowl Hussein, because I know it can be expensive at times, but he got it spot on, didn't he? And you can see there, made it 9 out then, and Hussein, well, he's looking for some help from above. Then it came down to Alga. Okay, they got the single, they needed 19 off the last over, so 18. He needs 3 sixes, he's got 5 chances. It was un, dois. Unfortunately, there was no tres, because even though he gets that one away, and that makes it really interesting. Now there's 3 balls to go. You need 1 6. Atif Mohammed, he's just a spectator at this stage. So are the bench. They're looking up. They need 1 more from the double A. Conrad saying, relax, it's only a cricket match. He says, well, I'm not relaxed. I'm going to bowl a full toss, but it doesn't matter because Alga couldn't quite get the middle of the bat on it, gets caught, and what a match. I mean, that's got to be probably the best match we've seen so far. As far as a close finish, you can't do any better than that.
No, the thing is, I mean, look, we talked about those 2 matches between Portugal and Portugal. Well, they made a thing of winning these close matches. Portugal, the matches they had against the Czech Republic, who we're going to see coming up against Austria now, they were close and they could have gone either way. But that one, in terms of excitement and intensity, well, what a win. And also, I think it's a little bit about the underdogs getting a win as well.
Yeah, I think you're probably right about that. Czech Republic, we'll see them for the final time coming up in match 18. They've won the toss, elected to bowl first against Austria. Now, I can tell you, we ran a bit late with that game. I'm not surprised why. There'll be a 10-minute delay to the start of that game, so it's coming up in about 15 minutes. Prince Tamam with 35, the top scorer, but he didn't have a lot of help. It was Alga down the bottom that was trying to pull the game out of the fire. He did score 20 off 10, but he'll remember that innings for 1 ball, the last ball, that he couldn't quite get over the fielder. Apart from that, Isam with 12 and Ashjabat with 13, but I mean, they just lost a lot of people early. No one could settle. That's the kind of game they play. In the end, they lose by 5 runs. And as far as the bowling goes, well, 6 bowlers take wickets and 4 of them take 2 wickets. But for me, Hussein, 2 for 1 in the 9th was crucial. Also, Ranasawa with 2 for 13, following on from his runs. A lot of good performance. Junaid with a double early strike. Portugal, a real team performance there. Fantastic. And that's a memorable win for them. I think, along with the Netherlands win last year, that's probably their best win in
And the other thing we haven't focused on there is just what Portugal gave in the field. You know, some of those stops that they made, some of the diving stops you saw, Conrad Greenshields was out, not just taking the catching, but the stops that he made. It was a stunning performance. But for me, I know it's a difficult one. For me, the player of the match had to be Hussein. I think Hussein was absolutely brilliant. That over where he picked up those 2 wickets, that changed the match. Yeah,
I kind of thought that as well, but then I also thought that Ranasawa, don't forget the runs he made, and he actually took 2 for 13. He took some pretty important wickets as well. So look, well, like I said, there'll be a 10-minute delay to the next game just because we're running a little bit behind, but we'll be back. And when we are, it'll be our last chance to look at the checks. Let's see if they can get something going. Until then, it's Vinny Sounder here, Mr. Maximo, Rico Full. This is drama at its best. You are in Spain, and we're back soon with more Dream11 European Cricket Championship. Hello and welcome back to the Cartama Oval. Well, the fan zone's over there. It's filling up once again. Of course, we do go into the night this year in the ECC, but now it's time for the third match of the day, and it is match 18. It's the last chance we'll get to see the Czech Republic. Unfortunately, they haven't done enough to qualify out of the group stage, and they don't have any wins yet. They'll really want to get a win here. They're taking on Austria. Let's see what happens. Out in the middle, Rob Kemming is with the two captains for the coin toss.
Your call. Heads is called. It is tails. We'll have a bowl, please.
So it is Dylan Stain. He's been pretty lucky with the tosses. That's probably all he's been lucky with this week, but he's won the toss and elected to bowl first. So Austria will go in. And yeah, Austria are a funny one. They started very slowly, but even on Monday, they were getting in winning positions. I think they're a team on the rise during the week. But this is an interesting match for them because it's their first match of the day, Czech Republic. We did see them earlier. And so the Austrians will be putting the runs on the board. I've got to say, I mentioned them before, but Javid Zadran and Etibashar Dida, I think that they are very clever bowlers for Austria in the middle of the innings. You've got flexibility in the attack as well with Arsene Yusuf, who can also open the batting. You've got a guy like Shigawal, who's been in sensational form during the week. So, yeah, I think the Austrians, they're a tough team. But the Czechs, of course, they haven't really shown what they can do. I know they're a bit undermanned, but this is their final, and this is a game they will want to win. If they do, at least they'll feel they've taken something away from this ECC. Well, I'm going to stay here and I'm going to have a spot of lunch because Rico Full is in the commentary box at the moment, and Corey, well, apparently he's on the way to you, Rico. Let's get ready for the first ball. Czechs, they will be winning the toss and bowling here in match 18.
Thank you very much to Vinny Sandu, looking dashing, wearing the Czech Republic colours. So let's see if he is able to give them a little bit of luck that they need. I mean, they're a team that have been rooted to the bottom. We saw them earlier this morning in that must-win match against Ireland, but it was not to be. Ireland 141 for 3, just put too many runs on the board, and despite a spirited effort from the Czech Republic, and sparred on by Riddick Toma, 39 of 19, and also Buyan, 30 of 9. They just couldn't get there and falling short by 28 runs. So they're not going to play any part in tomorrow's finals day in the group. But let's see if they can finish on a high. Austria pipped to do this one on the bat versus ball chart by 95 to 92. And again, I said this yesterday about Austria. They won't be too disappointed about losing the toss and having to be put into bat. I mean, that's what Czech Republic did to them in this match-up fixture yesterday. They went on and put 136 on the board, and the Czech Republic, well, they fell 27 runs short. Once again, it was Riddick Toma who was the key contributor for the Czech Republic, scoring 50 runs. But this Austrian batting lineup, it's very strong, and it's powered really by their captain Razmal Sigwal, and he again was in good form again yesterday after back-to-back 50s. He made 26 of 12. Mark Simpson-Parker, he made a fine 23 of 12. I still believe though MSP is due to go bigger. Upanzai, the left-hander hard hitter, 21 of 8, and then Javid Zadran as well contributed with 22. So they're starting to find their form as well, and I'm sure that they're not looking to do the Czech Republic any favours here. They're wanting to continue their good form. Well, what a good day that we've had so far. Well, have you settled yourself down after that last match? European Cricket Network here. This is the Dream11 European Cricket Championship, a frenzy of action-packed entertainment that's serving the world with the most entertaining form of cricket you'll ever see. You can't doubt that, and that's why this format is taking the world by storm. I'm Rico Full, and shortly I will be joined by Corey Ruckus. So if you have any questions for Corey, you can get them in on the chat and on our viewers chat as we get ready to start. The umpires for this one, Nilkesh Patel is at the bowler's end, and Shubh Navjot Singh, that's square leg, first ball, and it goes up in the air. Are we going to get another first ball golden duck? Yes, we are. This is quite incredible. Well, it happened in the last match between Portugal and England, Portugal and Spain. The first ball of the innings in both innings resulted in a wicket, and now we've seen the same here. A wicket falls first up. The Czech Republic, well, they'll be boosted by that. Well, what a start that is. That's what they need. They need a good start, and they've got one. Well, that is massive. Wicket straight away, and a good catch. I'm liking that from the wicketkeeper, Grover. He says it's mine, I want it, puts his name on it, and takes it cleanly. And there's the celebrations. Look at the joy. And need things to happen and go their way, and that could be a vital moment. And big wicket. So they went a slight change. They went for Marcelin to open. So they've still got plenty of batting to come. We know that. But it's a gamble that was taken and doesn't work out. The big hitter goes for the big one, misses out. And now it's time for Mr. Consistent, the captain Marvel. Shigwal comes out there to join MSP. What a great start it was. Sengupta is up in the air as well, but gets it in the gap. It's a good delivery, isn't it? They're taking him on. MSP is very quick between the wickets, so he's in no danger getting back. And Razmal Shigwal says, yeah, I want it as well. Gets himself back. Quite amazing that we've seen first ball Golden Ducks now in 3 consecutive innings. Sengupta. Up in the air, this is a nice shot. Nicely played. That's the area that Shigwal will go for. And I get the feeling that they may need to change the field to him pretty quickly here. I mean, he's not played too many shots out on the offside. They've got the extra cover on the boundary there inside the power play. I think they need to bring one across and get a mid-wicket in. That's where this man bats. That's where this man plays a lot of his shots, does the captain of Austria, Shigwal. And Sengupta just having a look at the field. No change as yet. Time. Shigwal just guides this down into the offside. Buyan comes in, makes a stop, and just making a suggestion to some of the fielders backing up there that they need to do a little bit more. But, otherwise, he's not going to be shying.
Nice ball, Sati. Shabash, shabash, shabash.
MSP gets ready to face his first delivery. It's a wild swing this, and yeah, this is we see this for Mark Simpson Parker every so often. He's such a technically correct batter, and when we see him play his normal game, he looks so good. But every so often, he just has this sudden urge or sudden rush of blood where he just plays right across the line. That's how he's been. That's how he's got out a few times with the ball full on, and even that one, it should be looking to cut that. This time he goes for the wicket right down the ground. Sees that mid-wicket and mid-on are inside the circle, so wants to go after them. So good finish from Sengupta. That's a good over as well from him. So 7 on the board. 1 wicket down. That was their early wicket from a slight change from the batting order to do it. And remember, this is what finals day is going to look like. So we're going to have the first match is going to be the qualifier, first versus second. Now that's a chance for both teams to get a double chance to get into the final. The winner automatically goes through. The runner-up of that one, the team that loses, will then play the winner of the eliminator, third versus fourth. So third versus fourth will then play whoever loses the first qualifier, and that way you'll get into final. This, I think, is out. I think this is out. Yeah, that is plumb. He goes right across the line, looking to play down the leg side, and this is hitting for me. And the umpire, Shubh Navjot Singh, yeah, he takes his time to have a look and decides, yeah, that's got to go. That's really well done. So Buyan comes on to bowl, and he gets the wicket straight away. And what a big wicket that is the wicket of the Austrian captain. Just have a look at this. Yeah, I think it hits him on the back foot as well. That is knocking middle stump out of the ground, and up goes the finger. That is big, that is huge. There is no doubt about that as well. So Shigwal, now we talk about him being consistent. Once again, maybe just eyeing up the leg side a little bit too much. And he'll go for 7. That was just the 4th delivery he faces. What a start this is. Well, I was making a comment about with the Spanish side, Daniel Tolcaya, that maybe 1 or 2, especially the supporters of Spain, would say, well, look, I'd rather him not get many runs today, so he plays well tomorrow on finals day. Maybe a few of the Austrian supporters was probably saying the same about runs. This is going to be a no ball. Well, it's a no ball, and it's been dispatched. The no ball called. Now put your hands up in the air. Well, this is where the umpire does a little party dance. First one hand out to the side for the no ball, and then he puts them both up in the air. Manos arriba, porque eso es 6 carreras. Well, that was a gundy ball. That's not one you'd be bowling to a new batter. Gets it all wrong to Secunda Hyatt. And Hyatt just says, well, I'm going to pump you to the boundary. 6 runs and the free hit to follow. And well, he knocks leg stick out of the ground. A few people are up and about thinking that's out. A few of the Czech Republic players are dancing up and down, but it was a free hit, not out. Well, the second time we've seen that today. We saw the Ireland 11 do the same, hitting the stumps and knocking them over off the free hit. Well, my playing days, this used to be a big fine. First of all, you got fined for the no ball, and then if you got a wicket off the free hit, well, it was even a bigger fine. It's expensive playing the game in those days, you know. Well, this is out. Yes, it is. Well, what a good catch this is behind the stumps from Sahil Grover. A little bit of extra spite in the bowling here of Bhuyan. He picks up another. That's his second. Well, how about that? Well, Hyatt, when he does hit the filthy full toss for a big 6, then the no ball is the one that knocks his stumps over. And the very next ball, well, you can say he's been out twice, can't you? He was bowled once and now caught behind. Well, Bhuyan comes back with a feisty delivery. There's a little bit of spice out there at the moment from the Czech Republic. This is nicely done. And Hyatt has to go now. So pressure is on. Well, that's what you can hear them saying out there.
Let's take it this one.
Grover holding on to it. Let's take it. They're fired up, aren't they? Let's take it. They don't want to leave Cartama. They don't want to leave Spain without a win on the board. They want to get some points on the board. You can see a lot of people also probably around the globe are supporting the Czech Republic as well, the underdogs. They want them to get some points on the board. It will make no difference in what happens tomorrow. They are the team in this group that will not be making it through into finals day. Smiles on the faces of the boys from Czech Republic. That's what I like to see as well. So just like that, it is Basir Khan that now comes out to face the music. Bhuyan on fire. Two batters just having a chat. I wonder what that clock is looking like at the moment. Better get there and take the guard pretty quickly. Nice to see plenty of people in the fan zone talking, cheering and watching cricket, and probably a bit of socialising as well at the same time. Oh, banging there. The surf is pretty hard. Clips this away. Take the single. So this is where they're needing to get a partnership game. MSP probably has to change his approach. So remember, don't forget, while he was on strike, he swung wildly at 2 and missed out on him. Not off the mark as yet. So one day if he will change his style and his approach. Well, he's happy to let this one go. So it's another wide from Bhuyan. Though he has picked up 2 wickets, don't forget there was the no ball. There was also now that wide. So there's been a few extras in the over as well. Oh, this has been well hit. He gets it over the outstretched hand of the man in short mid-wicket inside the circle. Once that goes over Naveed Ahmed, it's only going to one place, and that's to the boundary. A slightly concerned look on the faces there of the Austrian bench at the moment. Nice shot there of Quinton Norris, just scribbling a few notes down at the same time. Into the pads.
Yeah.
End of the over, and what a good over it was as well. So 2 overs now gone. 20 for 3. Just having a look at the standings there. Ireland now clear on top and should go on to finish top of the group. So it looks like it will be that the qualifier 1 will be Ireland and Spain. And third and fourth still in contention, I suppose, which way around. But the one thing that we do know is that the Czech Republic, after losing this morning to Ireland, that, we won't see them tomorrow, but they're looking to make sure that they do finish on a high, see if they can get some points on the board. They made a good start here at the moment. 20 for 3, Austria. Takes the single, nicely played, in comes the throw, well backed up. So, quick single taken. Basir Khan and Mark Simpson-Parker trying to get the recovery back on track. Gupta finishing his spell, his second over. It's firmly struck, work to be done out there in the deep and done well. Doesn't wait on it, comes to the ball as well, making sure that these two batters don't take the second. They've been pretty quick. Nice to see. You can hear Grover really is working hard behind the stumps there. The wicketkeeper talking to his fielders, keeping them on their feet. Oh, this one's pretty high as well, but I think this does dip slightly slow delivery. I think he goes for the slower ball. That's why this starts to dip. One more wicket and that's it. Well, that's what you can hear Grover saying there behind the stumps. Gets a bit of width, and once more you see, I mean, that's a shot that MSP should be cutting. He's had a couple of those there now, and he's almost like trying to straight pull it rather than play the cut shot, and he can play it. And when you have a look at the field there on the offside, I mean, look, you've got everybody only got the backward point, if you like, on the boundary. So if he's cutting this, and he's hitting there on the up, it's a safe shot. Gupta just waiting for his fielder to get back to his mark. And this one has been hit, but it's almost taken. Very, very good effort there. Well, that would have been quite sensational. Ritik Toma, he always seems to be in the action, doesn't he? And this one, well, it was almost a sensational grab. Diving up, getting hands to it, and almost fell back to him kindly, didn't it, on the way down. Look, jumps up in the air, and look, on the way down, just out of reach. Fantastic effort from Toma. This is hit well, and this will go all the way to the boundary. And a couple of bounces and 4 runs. Doesn't come out of the middle. Hits it sort of at the toe end. Well, there you go, the big daddy. And Quinton Norris just
go for kill, Sajid, go for kill.
Keeping an eye on the way this match is going. Danny Reckenstein, looks like he's been rested for this match. And there we go, end of the power play being signalled there by Shub Navjot Singh, 28 for 3. A marvellous look of this ground here. The Cartama Oval, nestled between the Sierra de Cartama. See the back there, part of the fan zone. And if you're in the area coming down, it's on between the road between Cartama and Coyne. Good delivery, nicely bowled. And you know, I really have admired the work and the all-round work of this bowler Bhuyan. He's given 110%, always trying hard, always smiling, love the way he plays his cricket, enjoys his cricket, performed with the bat and with the ball for his team. And that's right up there as well. I'm just wondering if there's a little bit of bat on this. Just keep an eye on the umpire. Yeah, no signal. I think the bat certainly saves him here because that's, yeah, look, if this doesn't hit the bat, he's gone for all money. But he's bowling such a good line. Much better, they're executing the line much better this time in this match. Czech Republic, that's been the issue sometimes from them, just been a little bit too short. Just allowed batters to get under the ball. Nice looking shot. There's the fielder out there. This is better from MSP. Uses his feet well, keeps his head nice and still, and hitting the ball on merit. Single taken. Short, doesn't quite get it. Fielder has a long way to come, and well, it gets a little bit fortunate there, but Basir Khan, I think he's lucky he doesn't make better contact. Otherwise, he could have been in trouble. Naveed Ahmed was eyeing it up. 2 for 16 so far, Bouillon. Oh, well bowled out. This is going to hurt. And, well, where's he running to? Well, I think he's trying to run the pain off. Well, that is hurt. Well, this is why you don't try and stop the ball with your foot. Well, he's giving it a shake. He's trying to wake it up. Well, that's one way to do it. Well, that's quick relief. That's quick relief. Leave it alone. Get it back out. Let's get Magic Spray Mary out there to sort him out. Well, this is quite funny, quite comical. Well, he was ready. Look, where's Mary? Everybody wants to know where's Mary. Oh, no, that's why he doesn't want the Magic Spray. There's no Magic Spray Mary. Look, he's running away. He said, I'm running away from that ball. That ball hurt me. Get the man. He ball the lucky down a minute, but he's not lucky. Gives it a shake. Says, I feel better now already. If there's no Mary, I don't want the Magic Spray. He says, that was tonked. Well, that was tonked. This is hit even harder. This is big. Kinna Sona Shaka Lagya. Quinton Norris liking that one. He's giving this the thumbs up. But this one has come clean out the middle of the bat. And Basir Khan hits that one big. And here we go. Quinton says, thank you very much. Come on, give us a thumbs up, Quinton. Give us a thumbs up. Did you like it? Was it a good shot? Was it good? Are you happy? Yeah, I'm happy, he says. I'm happy. Well, that's nice to see. End of the over. 39 for 3. Taking the chances here, Austria. And we got a little bit lucky. MSB's had a bit of luck. So here's Basir. But riding it at the moment. Getting this recovery going. Came together when, well, it was 3 down at the score at 14. A bit of a chat here from the trio, senior players. Got to keep an eye on their time here. They don't want to have too much conversations. It looks like it's Fahad who's going to come on to bowl. Coming on to bowl a little bit later than what he would normally do. We've seen him bowling the second over. But so far, the changes have kind of worked. Bouillon, pardon me, opening to Fahad. Charges in the air, but again, you see, just not getting perhaps some of the rub of the green here, Czech Republic. That one quite easily could have gone to hand. It's another false shot from MSB, not timing the ball as clean as we've seen him a few times. And normally he gets off to a fly, then gets out. Well, here he's been scratchy, and maybe that will mean he'll get better and will get big runs on the board. Who knows? Could be a bit of reversal in form. Fahad once more. And Basir, he hits this really well, but is this catchable? Yes, it is. That's a tremendous catch. Running from left to right is really well taken. Oh, that's what you call all about boundary management. And that's a huge smile on the face of the fielder. And so they should be. And he said, did you see that? Did you see that with the Vizier? He wants everybody to know about his catch. Look, he is a good catcher. He's a top player. Comes from a long way and takes a really nice catch. Nicely done. And another one to celebrate. Well, Basir, well, he was, like I said, riding his luck a little bit. Goes for the big one. And the catch is taken. He now goes for 15. And Fahad, he does get the wicket. So all these little changes, and we mentioned that they made some changes in their batting, which started to work for them. And they're making a few changes here with the bowling as well. And that's working as well. And Basir goes for 15 of 8. So opportunity with that wicket going down for the the players to take some drinks, and I think that's very sensible. It is very warm out there at the moment, and well, safety of players, making sure that they've got plenty of water in their system is very important. As it doesn't take too much time as well. All very well organised here. Everything is, well, runs like clockwork. And speaking of clockwork, why don't we give a shout out to our official time partner as well, Frederica Constant, and all our partners. Thank you very much for all of your support. So Farhad will continue. 40 for 4. Just taking the wicket of Basir Khan. It was a good catch from Davitsi. A new bat comes in. And man that we also like to look at, it's going to be Utmanzai, the left-hander. Hits the ball very well. Very powerful hitter. Farhad just checking. His field. Here we go. Well bowled. Good length. Full.
Lovely bowling, Pari boy.
Certainly been enjoyed by the wicketkeeper. Lovely bowling, he's saying. Yeah, it wasn't bad at all. Manzai is one that if he can get underneath it, if he can get it into his swing zone, well, he's going to be eyeing up some more ice creams in the ice box. Oh, well, this is wild. Wild and erratic. Gets this one wrong. Yeah, well, of course, when I say the ice box, it's the European Cricket Network Ice Cube. So every time ball goes in there, the alarm sound, and, well, that batter can help himself to an ice cream later. And a few today already. Farhad just wants to get back on track here. Just struggling a little bit to the left-hander, maybe. Utmanzai. He joins MSP out there in the middle. MSP hasn't really clicked at the moment, just going underrun a ball. Well bowled, right in the block, and just make sure that Utmanzai is not going anywhere. Yeah, good length. So it took him a ball to get it right, but now it's right. He's right on the money once more. Farhad. Well, this one has gone. Well, that has gone many a mile. That is big. What a big hit that is. This is smashed. The big shot. 6 more. And Utmanzai just showing his power and just showing what he can do. And just started to find his touch, hasn't he, the last few innings that he's played. Yesterday, 21 of 8 deliveries against the Czech Republic. And then we also saw him hit the ball pretty well against Portugal. Firmly hit. This time showing that he can play to both parts of the ground as well. We'll take the single. And well, that's the end of the over. So score moves on to 48. And well, I'm Rico Full, and I'm soon to be joined by Mr. Maximo Vinny Sandhu, who's going to be back into the dream box. And just like that, hello, welcome back.
I'm not Corey. He was meant to be Rico Full and Corey Rutgers here.
But
I've had to make a late change, a forced change, a bit like, a late lineup change
due
to, it can happen due to an injury in the game. It doesn't often happen in commentating, but Corey is too angry to do this game, so we will see him do the next game instead.
No. Have you put him in a quiet zone to
I'll
chill?
wait a couple of more hours for lunch, and that's fine. Now I'm kind of wishing that did go for 6 because I'm getting hungry. But
I tell you what don't you do the
was.
next game with Corey?
Yeah,
is he that angry?
We could do that. I think you should handle it. But what I will say, what a game. I mean, what a game we saw. Just 5 runs. And really, it was about half a metre in the game, really. Oh, this is going to go miles. This is going into the jungle. It's high, and it is flying out of here. Maximo Utmanzai gets what he wants, and the left-hander loves to go in that area. And that brings up the 50 for Austria.
Is such a hard hitter off the ball. And when he hits it, nobody I don't think hits it cleaner than this. What a strike this is. That goes a long way. When Naveed Ahmed, the spinner, comes into the attack, and not for the first time today, he finds that the batters are liking his spin. This one's called a wide.
I know that Rajiv Sharma is asking about the Belgian squad. We'll actually look in a moment about the teams that are still to play in this tournament. But yeah, Belgian ball, we coined it. I mean, Spain are playing that kind of game. It's just an all-out attack, long batting lineup.
Doesn't get it past the fielder. Nicely done. Smothers it, does Ventukaswamy. So come on, how annoyed is he?
Yeah, I'll tell you in a second. But I was going to say, some of the new squads for Group C are up on the website now, EuropeanCricket.com. Just click on the Dream11 European Cricket Championship, click on squads. You'll see them there for those of you that are interested. Let's just say he's nonplussed.
I just got visions of, we were talking a lot about Corey and his green and red markers. I just got visions of going into that area and everything painted red. You know what I mean? It's just everything is red.
I'll give you an indication of how angry he is. Okay. As you see, MSP, it's okay so far. He has no outfielder back here, so this will go for 4.
Yeah.
That's good batting, isn't it? Picks the gap. The placement was good. 4 runs.
No, this is what he's missed out on a few occasions. He's trying to hit the ball too hard. Early on, he's trying to hit this ball straight like a pull shot. And now this time round, he does cut. I told you, he can't play the cut. That's what he's going to be doing. He's a proper cricket player. He's got to play those strokes.
I'll tell you an indication of how angry he is in a second. Before we get back to this game, I see the Czech's doing a bit better here. And he goes after this. It's high. Doesn't have the legs. It does. Maximo. MSP moves to 20. And one thing he hasn't done, he hasn't gone on to a big score. He's the kind of player, there's no reason he couldn't score something in the kind of 75 to 100 for Austria if he bats to 10 overs.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I was saying the same thing. Normally he gets off to a flyer and then gets his wicket away. This time he's got off not to a flyer. He's been slow. He's been scratchy. Maybe that means he will get the big score.
So it's a little bit short. And this is going to be out square leg. Well, he's a proper, I mean, he's Australian originally. Australian coaches have a certain way. And some people are comparing him to Sir Alex Ferguson, which is probably not a fair comparison. But as far as freeing from that old school, like he was trying to pick the next team and he wanted to drop so many people. I think he only had about 4 names on the list. Like, this is going to be in the air. Should be gone. Well, I'm not so sure. I think he has caught this. Yeah, he has caught it. Well, the tag's been under attack, hasn't he, really, in this series? They're going to have a look at this, but I think it's more just relief that this one sticks. He's all smiles. I don't think there's any problem with this catch.
No, this is out for me. I think you'll see it pretty cleanly here. Look at the arms. I think he gets the arms come from underneath him, and the ball stays cleanly off the ground. Look, I think that's a good catch.
Yeah, no problem there. But I think he also knows it doesn't go like right in the middle of the hands. I mean, he's quick to put the finger up. So yeah, just confirmation there from the replay that Umanzai is going to have to go. And MSP, very sporting as well. He's just clapping both, I think, the Cats, but also his teammate Umanzai, who came up with a pretty reasonable contribution. See there, it doesn't go in the middle, does it? Yeah, and geez, that's a great bit of work from our team at Spring Productions to get that as well.
Yeah, absolutely brilliant. Great catch and great work from Andrews once more. Super catch. You see everything there. Takes the ball before it hits the ground and then gets the wrist underneath it so the ball doesn't hit the ground at all. And then he turns around and says to the umpire, hey, umpire, that's out.
Yeah, that's good. I mean, look, Umanzai does what he's kind of meant to do. Goes for it. He's going to swing big or die trying. And in the end, he's the 5th wicket to 4. And it's also the end of the 6th over at 67 for 5. Yeah, let's get on to this game, though. And that Czech Republic, I was watching the first few overs while I was in negotiations with a certain angry Spanish coach. But what I will say is, look, this is their final chance on the big stage, right? It's their final chance on the big stage for a year. And so these guys, some of them might never be able to come back here. That's the reality.
Yeah.
So they need to put all that out of their head, try and play their best cricket. Maybe they can come up with some points. They do have 5 wickets in the first 6 overs, which is pretty good. Austria, okay, the run rate's decent. It's about average at the moment. So at the moment, I probably have it as a 50-50 game. Okay, the 5 wickets help. But the problem with Czech Republic is they haven't been able to execute a successful chase yet. They've gotten close, but not quite close enough.
Yeah, absolutely. Farhad back into the attack. Bowled pretty well so far. Zadran is trying to smash this one to the moon.
I love that. That's Sahil Grover. He's chirping way behind the subs.
I love it. He's been so vocal here. And this is what they need. Just somebody to be at them all the time, talk to them all the time, keeping them up, keeping the bowlers focused, keeping the fielders on their toes. It's good. Good energy from Grover.
I like this from Farhad. That's good ball. But you know who's batting? The wild thing.
Is there.
The wild thing, Zadran. Here's the giant ball. That might be a target for Zadran if he hooks it. Edged and gone, and he goes after a wide one. It would have been a wide. Well, Sahil let his mouth do the talking. Now he lets his hands do the talking. Good catch to the right. Zadran goes without scoring, and they've kind of got Austria on the ropes here at 68 for 6.
Yeah, well, MSP was not happy at the non-strikers, and he throws the bat down as the duck comes out again. Not a good shot. He's just swinging, isn't he? Swinging like a rusty gate, and he gets a bit of toe end on this, and he's got to go. It's the wrong shot to be playing. And Grover, look at the way he's fired up. And just take a look at this. Takes the catch. Just watch Grover here. Yeah, he's got to go. Ooh,
he loves it.
He says.
These guys actually know each other pretty well because they do play quite often internationally. But Zadran, that's the way it goes. He'll have the right of reply in the second half of this game, but right now it's 68 for 6. But I will say it wasn't the right shot to play because I think the right shot to play was no shot because there is a skill in spotting a wide. This one is missing the wide line probably by about 10 centimetres. And so if you know that's wide, if you pull out of your shot, you get the ball again, you get a run. Instead, he just gets a feather through to Sahil Grover. He's got the gloves back to be able to swing, not in the 11 this game. Sahil spent a bit of time getting pretty close to Dita, I noticed. It's all or nothing here for the Czechs this game. Another edge, and it's probably going to run away for 4. Well, that's unlucky. It's really unlucky. This is Aslan Arif, who will be the recipient of the 4 runs, but Shahaz Farhad will feel a bit hard done by there for the Austrians. I mean, it's another opportunity for them to try a few different players as well in different positions, but I mean, right now, Aslan Arif haven't seen too much with the bat in this series.
Yeah, I don't mind. I mean, Aslan Arif, he's probably thinking he's finally got an opportunity here. Hasn't had a chance to really go out there and make too many runs, but he's got time here to get a good contribution in for his team. That will be a wide.
Yes, there's positive chat as well from Grover. No worries, no worries. I mean, you can give away one of those. I mean, that's the kind of ball, well, not quite that wide, that's the kind of ball that got nicked as well. So, yeah, MSP becomes really important now. He's still there. He's under his 7th partner. But, yeah, it hasn't really set the world on fire. It's going all right. It's going about 1.5 a ball. Farhad's got 2 balls to spend. He's bowled much better this game.
Good delivery. Gets this one right in the money. Full. And it's been well dug out by Arif as well. So MSP will go on strike.
I like this comeback from Shahaz Farhad as well, and I'll tell you why. He got absolutely slaughtered this morning. I think he went for 41 against the Irish. Yeah. But he's come back. He's bowled really well. I rate bowlers highly that come back with good performances after they've kind of been taken to the cleanest. And it will happen to everybody at some point in this form of the game. His last ball of his spell, well, that's no good. It's just he lost his run, no actual injury. But I mean, he's a guy, he's just recently qualified to play for the Czech Republic on residency. He plays the cricket for Bohemians in Prague. He's a really nice young guy. He really wants to improve as well. He was talking to me, he said, this is a chance for me to play against better players and improve my cricket. And I think that's what it's all about.
Yeah, that's the right attitude to have, isn't it? That's what's going to make you a better player. Well bowled again, nicely played. I mean, MSP is the recognised batter. He wants to go big. He wants to start playing some shots, but you're not going to send a ball like that to the boundary, and that's a very good over, nice and tidy. And that's 7 down now.
Rico, I got to tell you something.
Tell me something.
This is just the beginning. This is just the beginning of something that is going to go for 5 weeks. This is Group A. We've only seen Group A so far. We've only seen 5 of the 21 nations that will take part in ECC 22. I mean, next week you've got the Netherlands 11. I think they're pretty strong in Group B. We've also got teams that we've never seen before in T10 international cricket, like Denmark, like France, like Malta, like Switzerland even.
Yeah.
And I'm sure all the players and all the supporters from those countries are watching this eagerly because they know that they'll be in the hot seat pretty shortly.
Yeah. Next week's a bit of a Nordic scene, right?
Yeah.
Netherlands there, Denmark, Sweden, Finland there as well. And, well, you know what? And you know I've been saying this all the way through the year when we've been looking at this, and I've been saying don't count out Hungary. I think Hungary could be the dark horse.
Now, I'll leave that up there for a second, because what I'll tell you is that each week, one group will play. So each week is kind of like a mini tournament in itself. So tomorrow we've got a finals day in Group A. Yep. Whoever wins the final tomorrow night, they are through to week 5, the championship week. They will come back on the 10th of October. But only one team in Group A, B, C, and D, one each gets through to the championship week, where England 11 are waiting.
Yeah.
And they will want to defend their crown. Well, it's Smith o'clock, everyone. Set your watches. I've got to say, nice to see Smith get a bit more success in the last game. This one's a wide, straight over the tram line.
I think it's the best we've seen him bowl in the last match. He bowled really well. I like what he did. He's got his lines, better lines fuller. And I think this is an opportunity. 6 wickets down. If he bowls a good line here, got a chance to pick up a few wickets. Oh, well, is that the first Tortuga that we've seen here? This hits the deck and takes off, and it almost took the face off the field with it. I think that's the captain, Dylan Stein.
Yeah, how's your luck? When your luck's out, your luck's out. It is the first Tortuga we've seen. Tortuga basically is what we call a bad bounce. It's like it comes off the turtle's back. And poor Dylan Stein, he's a very good fielder. I couldn't do much about that. Poor Smith, of course, it had to happen off him. And now he's going to go for another boundary. This time steps across, and MSP into the 30s, and Smith Patel's dirty. Back-to-back boundaries.
Yeah, I mean, it's that one was a poor ball. It's just too short. It's drifting down legs. And also have a look at what MSP is doing. He really is opening himself up now. He's taken a big step outside the off stump, and he's looking to hit everything in the arc there towards mid-wicket. I think if you're the bowler here, you need to, this is where we were talking about a bit earlier, follow what he's doing. You know he's going to go wide outside the off, or you go just a tad wider. But watch the step here. Here he goes. So it's better lines, better areas. Exactly what I'm talking about. You know what he's trying to do, and this is where you as a bowler have to be just as smart and say, well, look, okay, I know you're going to take that step that way, so I'm going to just put this ball another foot outside that off stump.
Yeah, that's good by Smith. I mean, he just needs something to go his way, really. This would be a big wicket if he could do it.
Nice bowled and good. I'm loving what Grover's doing as well. He's talking to him after every ball. That's the ball, he said to him. Steady baller, well bowled. And Smith Patel, he needs that encouragement, because I think they all know out there, all of the players out there know Smith Patel is a good player, and he's just having a bit of bad form at the moment. They're all trying to encourage him to get back to what he can do. Up in the air, and could this be a wicket? Could this be the turn point? Yes, it is. And well done to Smith Patel. And I'm liking this. The first man to go running to him is Grover, who's been encouraging him all the way along. The others will also come and give him the support that he needs. Well done to Smith Patel. Picks up the wicket. And it's Arslan Arif that has to go. Just a small contribution from him. 5 off the 3 balls that he faces. This is a good catch. It's going over his shoulder. But look, we know he's a good player. And Dylan Stein, the captain, takes the catch and gives Smith Patel the reward that he needs.
Very, very good catch. Honestly, made it look easy. It wasn't. He was running back with the flight. And so, still 2 overs and a bit remaining. Austria lose their 7th wicket as Arslan Arif, unfortunately, can't get going here in match 18. It's 85 for 7.
Yeah, nicely done. So another one bites the dust. Another batter comes in. Noticing on that lineup, of course, we've got no Daniel Eckenstein, so no Big D in this one. So that will help the Czech Republic as well, knowing that they won't have to deal with his swing. He normally opens up the bowling. So this is a handy man to be coming in at this time. Hassan Yusuf, we've seen him been opening at the top of the order, and when he's open, he smashed the ball to all parts of the ground. And, well, if they don't get him out quickly... Now, these two have been opening the batting the last few times for Austria, so you can just see, again, they also just changing it up slightly.
It's so funny. I mean, if you rubbed out the 7 in the scoreline and put a 0 in, you'd be like, okay, 15 and over here. But, I mean, it just looks different, doesn't it? But, I mean, this is a guy who I think they will have in their top 2 come finals day tomorrow.
For sure.
Giving a few other players opportunities. It's all part of it, really, the strategy of trying to expose guys to being out in the middle. And he might be gone first ball here. And now who wants it? Sahil wants it. Oh, no. Well, I thought we were going to have a collision.
What Well, he's hurt himself in the process. I mean, the catch has been taken by the bowler. It's a really, but Grover's been running all the way, and he's shouting, mine, 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 mine. He wants it, but you see Smith Patel, he doesn't back away. He wants it as well. He's saying, hey, I've been peppered to all parts of this ground at Cartama Oval. I want this second wicket. I'm going to take this catch. I think Grover, this probably is his catch. He's calling it. He wanted it.
Yeah.
This is a good catch. I don't know whether they collide here.
No, they do. He hits his hand. Look. At the right moment, I think their hands collide. That's why Sahil Grover was grabbing his glove. But I think here the issue was that there were trust issues, because for sure Smith hears Sahil call for it, but he thinks he's no chance to get there. Yeah. And he said, look, mate, you might think you're getting there. I don't believe you. In the end, Sahil did. But Smith Patel picked his pocket and took a caught and bowled.
It's a really good catch, actually, from Smith Patel, because, A, look at the ground that he covers. Look at the ground that he covers, and then also it's a good catch because under the pressure, there's a lot of bodies around him as well. He's done ever so well. So, well, he's picked up 2 for 2. Hey, listen, wouldn't this be something? Smith Patel is on a hat-trick. A hat-trick.
Yes.
We say that fortunes can change really quickly.
Yes,
Wouldn't
Smith.
this be something?
Is this his first over or second over? Oh, no, it's the end of it. Yeah, it's the end of his. Oh,
that's the over.
You know, here's the thing. Get ready, Smith. You're bowling the 10th. he's somehow, now he's on a hat-trick. He's got to bowl the last over. Anyway, so Samuel Davidson's going to bowl over number 9. Oh, I tell you what, that could have been really ugly as well. That's what we kind of glossed over.
Yeah.
That could have been a real nasty collision. Anyway, here's Davitsi.
Oh, well, this could be nasty as well. MSP is a good job. He's a tall chap because this has hit him in a nasty area. He seems to be okay.
Well, Sahil Grover tried to throw that ball, and I know now that he must have an injured hand because he looked like he threw a medicine ball there to the bowler's end. Parker's caught one as well, Mark Simpson Parker.
Yeah, he has. Look, MSP, look, he's just crouching down here, just checking that the furniture is all in the right place.
Big target.
It's going to miss.
Davitsi here. They'll just get the 1 over in the 9th. I mean, I'm just looking who... They probably only planned on bowling Smith 1.
No, you can't. Come on, you wouldn't do that to him.
I mean,
Surely
you could bring
not.
back Naveed Ahmed. Smith's bowling. I have to march him there myself. Here we go.
Catch it.
It's up in the air. Fielder coming across, making a lot of ground up, and that is a sensational catch. That is absolutely brilliant. And you know who takes that? That is Smith Patel. Well, he's definitely getting the last over here now. Remember, he's also on a hat-trick, all smiles. Look, this is a great catch. When you look at him take off, you could think that he's going for the 100-meter sprint here. He takes off like lightning, and he gets there, and he takes a great catch. What a ripper. That is a jalebi catch. And Smith is all smiles.
What did I tell you about this guy when we spoke on Monday? He's a really good fielder, right? Really good fielder.
Catch.
Eyes on the ball, but his eyes stay pretty level all the way, and he doesn't have to dive. He judges it, and somehow his hat doesn't fall off either. I don't know how he did that. Well, Smith, this time he gets left alone and catches it, but he covered a lot of ground to get there, and so Australia lose another wicket now. 86 for 9.
No.
I know what you're going to say.
No.
I know what you're going to say. That's 9 wickets out,
That's
right?
9 wickets.
That's 9 out.
That's 9 out. How many balls? 3 to come? Don't get a wicket. No, don't get a wicket. Don't get a wicket, guys. Are you listening? Don't get a wicket.
Plenty of cricket left to go in this game, by the way, because the way the checks have been going, even if they bowled him out here for 86, I don't think it's a done deal. Here comes a guy, Idibash Adida. He's not really a recognised batter at this level. Facing up to Davitsi.
That's a bad delivery, isn't it? That is such a bad ball. Grover does so well. Well, he says, I've already got 1 busted hand, but this one nearly busts his other. What a good stop.
Do you know why this is annoying, though? I mean, it was a good effort by Grover to knock it down, but it does change the strike, doesn't it?
Yeah.
So we might see something I don't think we've ever seen on the European Cricket Network, which is someone carrying his bat. Someone opening the innings and having 10 wickets fall around him.
We've never seen that?
Never.
Oh, this is a nice looking shot. He goes all the way. Balle, kinna sona, shaka, lagya. And MSP is just a little bit too short. It strays down the leg side, and he's onto it as quick as a flash. 6 more.
But that's why the wides hurt them, hasn't it? Because it got MSP back on the rack, and now mean, that's exactly what he wanted to do there, I think. He wanted to go 6, and how many to come? 2 to come. And I want to go, probably look to get another boundary, then take a 1. That's what he's thinking here.
He slices it. He just chips it over the fielders. Are they going to stop this? They should. Well, between themselves, they do. And keeps it to 1. Grover, he's happy what the fielders do there. So this is a huge delivery. Dida will be looking to just block this one out.
I think this is a tactical misstep by Mark Simpson-Parker because they could have got 2 there. He settled for 1. And so I suppose he's telling Dida, like, just block this one because I want to face. But he could have got 2 and then got a 1 himself. You know, I think it cost him a run or 2. Anyway, last ball, the over. Huh? Maybe he won't block it. Okay.
He says, I want to go back and strike. Don't worry about it, he says. Well, yeah, I would think, gotta be a bit smart about this. But maybe Dida saying, no, I fancy it. So that's the end of the over. 9 down, 96 for 9. So come on, where is he? Where's the man? The man of the moment, Smith Patel, giving the ball. And wouldn't this be something if after all the hurt and pain that he's had when he's been out there bowling, he then comes up and takes a hat-trick? Well, he's taken his hat off. He's got the ball. Hat-trick ball on here.
The other thing is, as mentioned to me, I know you probably saw the table earlier, but I mean, Austria, with a couple of good performances tonight, could they take second spot off Spain or not quite? Again, I might look at that in a second. That was the murmuring in the dugout. So it could be quite an important game for them. But what I will say here, why not let Dida face? I mean, they're trying to get other people to face some deliveries, right? Gets wide first up. And this was the hat-trick ball, in fact. So had the number 11 on strike. Yeah, so I mean, maybe that's why. Maybe in a different game, MSP tries to take the strike, but Dida's there and they want him to bat a bit. So they need to shield him. Maybe that's the thinking there. Also, he's not a total bunny.
Nicely played. MSP gets himself back on strike, so now looking to get past the 100. A couple of balls to go.
Yeah, so here's the thing. Austria 6 points and Spain on 10 points. Now, if Austria win this, they go to 8 and Spain is still on 10. And then if they beat Spain tonight, then they're both on 10. It comes down to net run rate. Yeah. So it's anyone's guess.
It's a nicely played shot, and that's beautiful. That is what MSP can do. That's why he's top draw. And that's why I was a bit surprised when he first came in there for the first sort of, say, 11 balls or 12 balls that he faced. He was swinging hard. He was playing shots that were not his style. This is his style. And, you know, you can see it there. There is a time and a place for it. You don't have to be an out-and-out slogger or a big hitter. You can play proper cricketing shots. Overpitched. Good stop from the captain. Dylan Stein diving to his right. Makes the stop. Keeps it to 1. 100 is on the board now.
Yeah. I think I want Dida to get out so I see someone carry their bat. Maybe last ball.
Yeah.
Nope.
Did that nicely, clean and straight. Just checks his bat. It did make a bit of a hollow sound.
The thing is, okay, I've done, I think, 1,700 matches plus. You've done not far behind that. And there's not so many things that we see anymore that we haven't seen yet. I think we talked about a timeout. So when this happens, I'm starting to think, okay.
Go again. You might get your wish. Hang on a minute. You might
wrong end.
He throws it to MSP. He will go. I think he's out here. Yeah, he is.
Yeah. No, but wrong end for him carrying his bat is what I meant. because they could have easily actually got Dida. So this time he does try and steal the strike back. He'll be the last man out. So we still haven't seen anyone carry their bat on the European Cricket Network in a T10 match. And they're all out with a ball to spend on 105. Got to say, though, Mark Simpson-Parker ends up running himself out for 45. And he's pretty quick, but he's not that quick, is he? And they decide to take him at the keeper's end. And he's just short. Can't get the dive in either. So, look, it's one of those middle-of-the-road targets. Don't forget, like, these two teams, they met earlier, and you know, the Czechs, there's signs that they can do something here. They'll feel this is a winnable match, and the reason is, it is. The target will be 106. The Czech Republic, well, they have 0 wins out of 7 games. This is their opportunity, isn't it? Really, yeah, it is their opportunity to walk away with something.
Yeah, and I don't know, you know, I just think that, and I think a lot of people have been saying the same, that really, I mean, though things haven't gone well for them, they're too good a side to walk away from this championship without any points on the board. So maybe they'll take this opportunity. But I like the way they've been fired up for this. I think this is the the most enthusiastic and dynamic that they've been. And, well, they're looking to get the first points on the board for themselves. They know they're not going to take place in the group finals tomorrow, but this is an opportunity for them to at least get some points on the board. And I think, personally, I think they're going to take it. And maybe we're going to see the best of their captain with the bat as well, Dylan Steyn.
We go back to when these two teams last met, it was 136 to 109. So Czech Republic did put 109 on the board. If they do that well, they'll get the points on this occasion. But you can see that the Czechs, they just got those early blows, didn't they? Okay, slightly different batting order, but you can only really bowl to who's at the other end. And I think for the most part, the Czech bowlers applied themselves reasonably well.
Yeah, they certainly did. And, well, that one was an out because that was the free hit. But the very next ball, he does get him. So he got him out twice, actually. Well, Buyan, he did bowl really well. I just love the way that he's worked all the way through this championship week for his side. Not everything's gone his way. And that man there as well, Toma, he has been trying 100% all the time as well. That one didn't quite work out for him. It was a difficult chance. There was another difficult one, but that one he did take. This one was the clubbing down the ground. And this one, well, have a look at this. Buyan, well, he gets hit on the foot. He gets running away from the kookaburra, says, keep that ball away from me. Sits down, takes his shoe off, examines his foot. It's still there, he says, then gets up and go. And you know, the fun thing about that was the only reason the magic spray didn't come back on, because there's no magic spray Mary. He said, if there's no magic spray Mary, I don't want anybody. But the shots still kept coming, but most of them were coming from MSP. That was a really, really good catch from Davids. He does really well, covered the ground beautifully to take the catch. And, well, there were smiles on the faces of a few players and also on the faces of Smit Patel for a change as well, because he was in on the wickets as well. And, well, this was Naveed who came on to bowl. And he went for a few, didn't he? But he did get the breakthrough as well. And this is a nice big shot down the ground from SP. Get just enough on this. Plenty of leverage to get it over to VC. And DVC saying, okay, you got me this time. And this was Upman's and there was Toma. Really good catch from him. I told you, you're going to see him in the action once more. And that's what happens if you keep trying. If you don't get dejected, if you don't get down, then you will get your chance. And that was a nice one there. And a nice moment for the wicket-keeper, Grover and Farhad getting the wicket. This is a nice, lovely little touch shot, that, from the new batter that came in. And, well, that was the old Tortuga. The tortoise bounce that we sometimes experience on our travels. So we have a specific name for it. Comes from Spain. Tortuga, meaning tortoise. So up in the air, Aslan Arif going for the big one. And that was the moment where the captain giving his bowler, Smit Patel, his first wicket. And then, well, this was the next one. He got 2 in 2. What a catch this was. He could have been nasty, but he said, I want it. There's no way I'm not taking this catch. I want another wicket here today. And he got one. That was the last ball of his first over. So he had himself on a hat-trick, and unfortunately wasn't able to complete it, but he was able to complete that catch. That was sensational. If you see that from the start, where we started from, I mean, it was like he was doing a 100-meter sprint. He was quick, he was lightning, and he got there, and he took a really good catch. So well done to Smit Patel, certainly showing the world what he can do, and just what a good player that he is, even though he didn't get everything go his way in this championship. And then right there at the end, well, MSP, he was the last man to go. Good throw once again from Davies. He gets his name in the fantasy dashboard points once more, along with Grover. The two of them combined together to bowl Austria all out for 105 with a ball to go. There's the splendid Cartama Oval for you. Let's just have a very quick look at the scorecard. So main contribution for Mark Simpson-Parker didn't start very well. It was a little bit scratchy. He was at 10 of 11 balls, so you can see that he did up the tempo when he needed to. And then we saw contributions from Vasir Khan. Played a few nice shots before he was out for 15 of 8 deliveries. And Upman's showing his power once more, but wasn't able to carry his bat for as long as his captain would like to see him do. All the bowlers picking up wickets. That was nice to see. Seni Gupta bowled really well. But for me, Buyan, he was incredible. Okay, he did go through a few there towards the end, but I think him changing it up with Farhad was great. Farhad then came on to bowl a little bit lower down. 2 for 17 from him as well. A wicket for Ahmed, but the big news is Smit Patel also picking up a wicket. 2 for 19 from him. Well done, well bowled. And, well, this match very evenly poised. Look, earlier on, the match before, what did I say to you when I was saying, golden ball matches? I think here at the Cartama Oval, sort of between a score of 100 and 105. 105 is the score, 106 is the target. Are we going to get that golden ball? Well, you know what? I wouldn't put it past this match. You know, these two teams, the way that things have been between them, the battles that they've had in the past, and also the battles that the Czech Republic have had here. 106 required for victory. Well, Rico Fool sensing maybe a bit of a golden ball about this one. Well, what do you think? Well, there's only one way to find out which way it will go, and that's to join us, me, Rico Fool, Mr. Maximo, Vinny Sandu, back here in the Dream Box in about 10 minutes' time. Volvemos in 10 minutos. Hello cricket lovers and welcome back to the sunshine of the Costa del Sol. We are of course in the province of Andalusia here in Malaga, and this is the beautiful and splendid Cartama Oval. Welcome to you all, our global cricket family around the globe, as we get ready for the conclusion of this match between the Czech Republic and Austria. Austria batted first and they put 105 on the board before they were bowled out with a ball to go. So the Czech Republic searching for their first victory in this championship, needing 106 for victory. The umpires are ready to go. Nukesh Patel and Shub Navjot Singh just doing the final preparations. You can see Shub just having a quick check, counting how many red jerseys there are out there, making sure there's no more than the 11. Batter taking guard, and it is of course Sabahun Devisi. He would love to get a big score here, by far being the best batter of the Czech Republic. And, well, he doesn't fall first ball, so that trend comes to an end. And well, I think this one catches him somewhere. Oh, he's in trouble. Well, the VC goes down. The throw, I think the throw comes in here from Utmanzai as he gets to the non-strikers end, but I think the ball strikes him on the wrist. Now, this is unfortunate, and it's nice to see that the players go down to assist. Let's just see this again. It wasn't a bad delivery. Just watch here. Here comes the throw. And, yeah, ouch. That clonks him just on the wrist. And no magic spray Mary today. She's obviously having a day off. But the magic spray does come out, courtesy of another medic here. Well, don't worry about it, the VC. A quick spray of that, and all will be fine. And while he gets a bit of treatment there, an opportunity for me to say, well, a very good afternoon, evening, or even morning to our global cricket audience, wherever you're tuning in from. And if you've just tuned in, welcome. If it's the first time that you've tuned in, a bigger welcome to you. And just to let you know, you are watching the Dream11 European Cricket Championship. And basically, it's the Euros of cricket. And this time round, last year was the first ever European Cricket Championship when 15 teams took part. This time it's even bigger and better. 21 teams will play over 5 weeks here in Spain, this beautiful Cartama Oval cricket ground. And they, apart from one team, and that is last year's winners, all the other 20 national teams will be in 4 groups. This is Group A at the moment. And the winners of each group, which contain 5 teams, will then go on to Championship Week, where the defending champions England await. And well, tomorrow we will know which one of the 4 teams from here will actually go through to the group final tomorrow, and then whoever will win it will actually be in the championship final starting on the 10th through to the 14th of October. So 5 weeks of action coming your way. In total, 120 matches will be played. So tomorrow, will it be Ireland? Will it be Spain? Will it be Austria? Or will it be Portugal that will be winners of the group? And at the moment, by the end of today, we'll be able to tell you who will be playing who and just how tomorrow's schedule will take shape. Davitsi has had some treatment. He's okay. Toma, Ricket Toma, he's been in good form at the moment. In comes Basir Khan. Big swing and a miss. Basir Khan was probably one of the pick of the bowlers for me yesterday in that win against the Czech Republic. He bowled a very good line. He didn't try and bowl too fast. That was what impressed me about him. Just kept things nice and steady. This one, he gets his line completely wrong, goes down the leg side. It will be a wide. Another man who performed really well in that match, of course, was Javid Zadran, the wild thing. 3 for 16, picking up a hat-trick as well. And a number of hat-tricks. There was 2 hat-tricks yesterday. Mikey O'Reilly, Mikey O'Reilly. This gets played back down. Started things off in the very first match against Spain, when he sort of ripped the heart out of the batting order. Not only did he take 5 wickets, but 5 for 8, included a hat-trick. That was outstanding. Bowling Spain out for 87, and then Ida went off to knock those off, winning by 10 wickets. So 2 hat-tricks we saw yesterday. We've also seen a hat-trick here from Mohammed Cameron. This is off the bat. So no chance of LBW. Davitsi, so no signs of any niggles on that wrist. That got hit by open side, having to shut the stump. Slower delivery, that's well bowled. That's what he did really well yesterday. He just stuck to that line, that pace, didn't try and bowl too fast. And I think that was good, because when you got the likes of Zadran and also Dida, who bowled pretty quickly, and yesterday you also had Kib Iqbal in the side, not playing in this one today. He's another player that's been rested. Well, they all bowl pretty quick, so you just need something that's slightly different, just changing it up a bit. And that's exactly what Basir Khan did. And that will be the end of the first over, and it's quite a tidy one. Not too much action there. I think the only bit of real action was when Masai got smacked by the ball. 47 matches without a goal on the ball. But as I said, at the midway point of this match, this is the sort of score that could give us the golden ball, 105. So just keep an eye on that for a moment. The rate now, with that tidy over from Basir, means this score looks more like a 110 sort of chase. And that's why Czech Republic is very important that they don't fall too far behind. Glorious sunshine in the middle at the moment. Out there, that wind just seems to have died down a little bit as well. This will be a wide down the leg side. Talking about the sunshine now, and don't forget, just a reminder as well to those of you who have joined us that are new. Well, it's sunshine at the moment, but we play 5 matches here per day, and it's day-night matches, so the lights will come on later in the day as well, and that last match will finish in complete darkness. And what a fantastic sight that is as well. So cricket by day and by night here in this European Cricket Championship. This one's hit pretty hard and is not going to be stopped there by MSP. That's 4 runs. So Didar just giving a little bit too much width there to Devisi, and Devisi just saying, yeah, okay, I'll have this. A lovely shot, and MSP, you can see him in the picture, but there's no way that he's going to be able to stop that one. Nice shot, the first boundary of the innings coming from Devisi. This one is a big swing, and it's an ugly looking shot really. So a good comeback by Didar. Now it's the turn of Aslan Arif to be giving all the support to the bowlers and his fielders behind the stumps. This one is called wide by Shub Navjot Singh from Hungary. Giving it the call there. Yeah, you can see what Didar was trying to do, just trying to get this one to just sneak in. And that wide guideline to just straying too wide. Clipped away, got to get down, and does really well. It's excellent work from Ranjit Singh. Smothers this quickly, gets his hands on it, pushes it forward, but the body's behind it all the time. Any mistake here, that's going to be 4 runs. That's good to see. Change in the field now as a result of that shot. Another player comes across in the ring on the offside. And Didar goes a little bit too wide once more. Another wide signal. Shout out to all the match officials that we've had. They've been absolutely brilliant. Nilkesh and Shub in this one. We've also seen Arun in the day. It's going to be another wide, so Didar is struggling. He does have these struggles, doesn't he, with the wide balls. Umpires, of course, led brilliantly by Sir Rob Kemin as well, my very good friend. And shout out to everyone else working around the ground, all the ground staff, all the people in the bar, and our partners in the bar as well, Victoria Cerveza. So just a single. And of course the ECN crew that have been working very hard throughout this championship. Sam Williams, Max Bai, Samir. Been doing a great job with the scoring there. Viv Kingma, also part of the team this week. We'll see him in action, of course, when he's playing for the Netherlands. This is just a little tickle, which will go all the way for 4 runs. Nicely played, nice little shot. And this is what happens when you don't get your line right. And Didar, he's been spraying it all over the place. He's got lucky with 1 or 2, but not with that one. And that's 4 runs. You also have the likes of Paul Fletcher, James Cantor, Roger Finer, Nick, Chris and Charlotte as well that have been great. And of course, Diana Oroz, the ECM photographer, who pops up all around this ground and taking the most fabulous pictures and also doing some great interviews for us that you can see on the social media. Very much a team effort, so well done everyone. Tries to get this in the gap, but it's been fielded. I think Didar will be happy to have completed this over. Just hasn't, I mean, he's bowled very well the last couple of times we've seen him, but it just hasn't managed to get into any rhythm this time round. So the over gets completed. It's the second over down. It's 19 without loss. That rate is just around about the 10 mark at the moment. Have a look at those tables. Ireland at the top. Spain having lost to Portugal. Bit of a surprise that. Maybe the main or the biggest surprise that we've had in the championship so far. Czech Republic, which is noticed there right at the bottom, looking to get their first points on the board. And looking to have something to look back to in terms of a win. There's been plenty of positives in their performances, you have to say. A number of players have performed well. It's another wide, so Austria not helping themselves here with the number of extras they're given. Yeah, I mean, just if you focus on some of the players that we've seen, you know, the batting, for example, with the VC, and he's bowling and fielding. Grover's been great behind the stumps. Bhuyan has been exceptional. Toma has come into form at the right times. There have been positives. I've liked the way they've, the energy they've given in the field and the way they've thrown themselves around. But unfortunately, the only thing they haven't been able to do is just get the results go their way. They've given us some really entertaining matches as well. 2 against Portugal come to mind. Both of those were exciting. Both of those went right the way down to the wire. Just a matter of 3 runs that separated the teams. But they would love to have those positives and a victory under their belt as well to be going home with. That's well bowled. That's better from Basir. In comes the throw once more. And this time round, it's Toma who's running to the danger end, but he gets there safely. Tipped away, but straight to the fielder, who just doesn't pick it up clean enough. If he does, I think it could have been an opportunity. They do take a single. Field changes slightly. Basir. Straight down the ground, and this gets past the fielders, who's inside the circle, and that will be 4 runs. Nice shot, straight down the ground from Toma. Look at Toma. He certainly has found his form. I know early on when we were talking about the Czech Republic, and the Czech Republic were struggling with their batting, and it was only Devisi that was clicking and nobody else could get going. We were saying that this man, Toma, he's a classy player. He's made plenty of runs in the Czech Republic and for the national team, that it's only be time before he comes good, and he's starting to show that the last few matches. Slower delivery, and this so easily could have been curtains. The wicketkeeper cannot believe that has missed. Arsenal Arif, I must admit myself, I'm expecting to see the bails on the ground here. How does this miss? Well, that is quite incredible. It's such a good delivery. That's when I think that Basir is at his best, when he just takes the pace right off. How that misses the stumps, I have no idea. I think Dan Horowitz is taking a nice couple of shots of that. I want to see a couple of those and see just how far that ball was away from that off stump. This one's been overcooked. It may even be called a no ball. Well, first things first, Manos arriba from the arbitro. That goes all the way. That is a big 6. It's not a good ball. It's a not good finish to the over. So Basir Khan's spell comes to an end with a big 6, but just keep an eye on this. Well, yeah, I think, well, it may have been tipping, but really, I know it's a slow delivery, but you don't want to be bowling there. And I think if those are called, that I wouldn't be too surprised. I just think that's just a little bit too high for me, if I'm honest. But that is the end of the over, end of the power play. 33 on the board, no wickets down, so they're right where they want to be. They're not letting this rate get too high. It's around about just over the 10 over mark. And the key thing for me at the moment is that they got wickets in hand. Rico Full here, part of the European Cricket Network, coming to you from the Dream Box. It's the Good Time crew here. Myself, Corey, who will be joining us shortly, and also joining me now, Vinny Sandu.
Yeah, I'm really happy to be part of the Good Time crew. Really, I think that everybody watching is part of the Good Time crew if you're having a good time. Anyway, here we go with over number 4, and it's the Wild Thing Zadran. Starts with legs. Oh, it's actually no ball. It was down the leg side, so it would have been a wide, but the no ball overrides it. So he must have just overstretched that front foot here, Zadran. Get a look at it here. It's a close one.
Very, very close.
Yeah, that's a tight one.
Yes, tight. Difficult though for the umpires. You got to, I mean, you
True.
can see there the angle the umpire gets to have a look at this. That's a lovely shot. Clips this away really nicely, and that was also the free hit. So 4 from it, and going nicely. And what I like about this from the Czech Republic is they don't seem to be panicking. They seem to be in control of the situation at the moment.
Well, the other thing is they're chasing a lot less runs than they have been this week. You know, they seem to be okay, kind of wanting to chase, but they've had some pretty problematic ones. So the free hit goes for 4. Zadran stays around the wicket.
This one could have gone anywhere. Just sort of offered the bat at this. There's quite a number of times seen something like this just being chopped on back onto the stumps. Zadran was the man who bowled very well yesterday. Picked up the hat-trick, 3 for 16 in that victory.
Hey, I noticed Tyrone Peters has popped in the viewer comment section, and hello Tyrone. What did you think of Portugal's victory against Spain? Of course, Tyrone has some experience with that national team.
Up in the air, and this will be out, and there we go. Chuck the foot down on your way is what Zadran says, and just gets this right. Well, that's why I just mentioned how he was a player of the match performance from him yesterday when he picked up that hat-trick, and this is what he does well. It's the line that he bowls. I mean, Didar and Basir Khan haven't quite recaptured the sort of form they've been bowling at today. They've just been a little bit wayward. But this man, Zadran, he normally is there about all the time. And that's the length he bowls. It's right there. It's full. He creates a mistake from the batter, gets the wicket. You can see Shigwell there having a good chat with the players there. I think he's just probably saying to them, hey, come on, guys, let's just stick to what we do here. Probably saying to his bowlers, look, get the lines a bit better. Get the line up there, and we will get the wickets.
Yeah, plenty of cricket to go in this one. You can see there, he just kind of turns the face. He kind of opens himself up. And it wasn't quite, kind of his leg stumpish, I think, then as the tank thought. He goes for 13 of 10, not quite able to provide the fireworks here. Okay, he'll step aside as the first wicket. It's 39 for 1.
Yeah, gets a few applause, and his campaign comes to an end. It's the last time that we'll see him out there. But it's Buyan, who's had a good day so far, had a good championship as well, who comes out there, gets off the mark straight away.
Yeah, Tyrone saying he didn't miss a minute of that Portugal-Spain clash last game. And he said, finally, our bowlers stood up, the Portuguese bowlers. I mean, you say that, and that is true, but I'm just thinking that last ball where Alger had to hit a 6, and it turned out to be pretty much a knee-high full toss. And it would have gone for 6, but luckily Chambers to the rescue. He was in the way.
Yeah, he just happened to be at the right point at the right time. Hey, listen, T, if you're still on there, the Iceman, what are your thoughts on why Conrad Greenshields didn't bowl? That was the biggest surprise for me. I mean, in the end, it works out okay, but I would have been really surprised if they'd lost that match and we didn't see Conrad.
I just think, Conrad's bowling this week. I think he must be a bit sore. I think it's understandable on day 4 that you would be.
Yeah.
But he just seems to have just a little bit of something that's holding him back. He's not quite himself, so he's stuck with Fafu, and he went for 9 in his first over. In the end, he goes for 13 in the last when they needed 19.
Another no ball called here, and Shubh Navjot Singh calls it early, calls it straight away. It's the second time Zadran has overstepped. Well, the first one was very close. Let's have a look at this one, and let's see what you make of this.
Oh.
It's an interesting one. I mean, does the heel catch the line as the foot goes forward?
To me, it's too tight to call, if I'm honest. Anyway, here's a free hit.
Oh, wow.
It's a slower ball gone wrong.
Well, he better
Well, this is one of the all-time great full tosses.
Well,
And,
this is sensational.
I mean, it's a slower ball. I mean, this one almost like went to the moon, really, from Zadran. He's gone back-to-back no balls. You see Utmanzai saying, hey, relax, man.
Yeah.
You know, Javid's called the wild thing. One thing I said is his control's been really good this week. But, I mean, this is more wild thing-ish, that's for sure. Free hit coming up. Good batting.
Yeah, wide, and it's going to be another free hit. So he's under a bit of pressure here. So that's the no ball, foot fault no ball, which again was very tight. Then you had the.
It set off the chain of
free hit
events,
with the
didn't
height.
it?
Hey?
It set off the chain of events, that no ball,
Yeah.
ball call. What I will say is it's kind of on the bowler as well, because you're testing the umpire's patience there. Bring your foot back a bit. You should you should have half your foot behind the line on average.
Hey, listen, it brings me to a question. You know that they have these, you've got to have specific measurements for bats, don't you?
Yeah. I know what you're going to
After
say.
this ball.
I know where you're going.
You know what I'm like.
Can I guess what you're going to say? Because I have no idea. I'll wait for this. I know it. I've done too many games with you. It's the end of the over. 4 overs down. It's 47-1.
Yeah.
You were going to say, why can't you get shoes that have these big heels that go back so that some part of your foot's behind the line?
Yeah, exactly.
So you're going to have basically some sort of like, I don't know what you call it, like toba. What do you call them? Bumpers on your shoes? So I don't know if you can do that. I don't know how comfortable it would be, to be honest.
It's like flippers. You can have a trader which is like a flipper
but
where
the
the
thing
heel
is,
goes back. So
you're going to have to
you
wear
could be a size 7, but wear a size 12.
Point is, you're going to have to wear your flippers backwards, aren't you? Because even flippers, your heel's at the back.
Yeah, it wouldn't be like flippers. It'd be a shoe you could run on, but because it's so big, you could be bowling for like.
I'm used to Corey trying to game the system, but I don't expect it from you. And to be honest, you're better than that. So
47 for 1.
What I will say is, if
Yes.
I was to call no ball here as an umpire, I'd want to be absolutely sure. And I wasn't even sure when I saw those replays. All right, here's Dida. There's some
He's in
hesitation
trouble,
here.
but he can't get hold of the ball, the wicketkeeper here. And ball's still live, but he just throws himself at it, Dida.
Well, Paul in Croatia likes it. He says the shoe thing is a great business idea. And there's all kinds of shoe suggestions coming in. Terry saying a reverse clown shoe or flippers, but you'd have to wear the flippers backwards, Terry.
And listen, don't forget, I mean, I've started it off about shoes here, but it already started last year in the ECC, didn't it? The shoe thing, the mobile shoe, remember?
The shoe phone.
The shoe phone.
The ECL. We had Wahid Abdul, the headband warrior, pull out the shoe when he yorked Marcus O'Riordan, and then Chris Williams started smacking sixes and then using his bat as a phone.
Yeah.
That was one of the moments of the year, actually.
Yeah,
I think
it was great, wasn't it?
When you get to the highlights
One of
the
many
year,
viral moments from the European
that'll be
Cricket
up there.
Network, yeah. Oh, well, this one, he misses out on. This is his shot. Davizzi will be very disappointed that he hasn't pumped this to the boundary. And, first time, though, after that last over from Zadran, because of the no balls and all the extras, that they brought that rate down to under 10. So they want to just keep going here. But that one, he misses out on that. If that goes to the boundary, they're right where they want to be.
Apart from the shoe conversation, how
Yeah.
impressed were you that I literally read your mind? Do you reckon that's a bit scary?
Listen, we have done so many games together. It doesn't really surprise me, actually.
I think we're actually probably at about 1,000 games together by now. We're about 1,000 games together, give or take. I know that you're well over the 1,000 personally.
Yeah. About 1,300.
Yeah. It's a lot of cricket. So between us, we've done 3,000 cricket matches.
Yeah. It's quite a lot, isn't it?
Yeah.
Quite a lot, and a few more to go yet. A few hundred to go before the season's done.
I mean, it's a testament to this cricket that it keeps us interested for so long, really. Hopefully it's interesting you as well. Here's Dida.
This one's thumped hard, and he's got this completely wrong, the fielder. This goes for 6. Well, what's happened here? I think this is Utmanzai out there, I think.
He misjudges it because he thinks it's a mishit. And this will happen sometimes with slightly shorter boundaries. Your instinct is to come in. You see it's full toss. It's high-ish, but probably just okay. And then he finds himself coming in, and suddenly the ball's on him.
Yeah.
He's just beaten for pace there. Maximo 6 runs.
Yeah, and he doesn't. Well, look, he's been replaced straight away.
This is another thing in European cricket, that if you do something in a position, if you make a mistake, they just start moving people around, saying, okay, well, if you can't do it, maybe he can do it.
Somebody else can do it. Well, and this is another wide delivery from Dida. Dida has struggled a lot here today with his control. I know he's had these issues sometimes before, but this championship so far has been pretty good. But today, Well, he's, in this particular match, his radar is all over the place.
Here's the thing. Czech Republic, they've got the rate down below 10. They've got 9 wickets in hand. They've got a bunch of guys that can still hold it down the order. They've got to win this game. They've got to win this game, surely. I mean, if they don't win this game, they will be dejected, and rightly so. I mean, if you can't win this kind of a game, you can tell Austria having a bit of an off performance with the ball as well.
13 extras now, 13 extras, which is not good enough at this level, and that's 9 of those are in wides. I mean, that's not good at all. So the thing is, they don't want to be coming back tomorrow with a performance like this under their belt. I mean, that's for sure. This one's sort of been Chinese cut away, will take a single. So I think, and don't forget, their last game is going to be against Spain, so it's not going to be an easy fixture.
No, it won't. But, I mean, they'll feel that they have kind of the artillery to challenge the Spanish, or potentially, depending on how this goes, that double chance might still be in play. Anyway, I want to welcome you here. Very good afternoon. It's a beautiful, sunny, blue-skied afternoon here on the Costa del Sol. That is Spanish for the Sunshine Coast, right? And we do get a lot of sunshine here. I mean, in Spain, not many people know around the world that they play cricket in Spain, but actually you can play pretty much all year round because of the weather here, right?
Absolutely, all year round, and a lot of the clubs here are doing exactly that, as well as playing the league cricket, which is the domestic league. I mean, the number of touring sides that come out and play cricket. Yeah, you could practically, most clubs play around about 11 months of the year.
Yeah, well, that's actually a thing. So if you are a team in England, for example, the UK, or anywhere really, it's a great way to get your team together, maybe an end-of-season trip. You can come, you can play a bit of cricket. There's obviously the hospitality here is great as well. And, yeah, it's something that maybe some of our viewers around the world might not have known it. Maybe they'd be interested in doing.
Yeah, maybe. And rumour has it that you might be playing a few games one of these weekends. Is that right?
I do like turning out for the Costa del Sol club because they are our guests. So I might be. I'm not really a guest anymore because I think I've played 2 games.
Listen, you only want to play because you're after 2 stumpings, aren't you?
That's true. I'm on 98 stumpings. Thanks for bringing that up. And I've been in the 90s for 12 years, by the way.
And you also make it a comeback because you thought that you were going to be selected for a club the other day and you got dropped. This isn't really
about me. And all our Czech viewers will appreciate this. I was available to play.
Come on, what happened?
I was available to play a game for Vinorati.
Get on a viewers chat and tell us what happened. Why did Maxi not get picked? Why did you get dropped?
I couldn't quite crack the first 11. So that tells me that my home is right here, not out there. But I do love watching it, and I'm sure you do as well. I mean, hopefully you do as well.
Cricket in Spain on the up. And how can it not be? We've got worldwide viewers that are watching this now. And watching this, you're seeing some of the grounds, seeing some of the facilities. Yeah. And you want to be here, you want to be playing.
Well, a lot of Spanish supporters are here. I want to say a big hello to my friends in the Czech Republic because I know there's lots of you out there that are watching and wish you could be here actually to experience it live. Anyway, here's MSP getting a bowl for the first time in the tournament.
Well, he could get a wicket. He's tall enough to get there, and he does. Well, how about that? First ball, first wicket. Thank you very much. It's as easy as that, MSP. Mark Simpson-Parker, well, he played a good part with the bat, didn't he? It's made a good contribution, 45 and 26, almost batted all the way. He did bat all the way through, apart from one ball when he got run out right towards the end. And now the first ball he bowls against a wicket. They needed that. In Austria, needed to try and break this partnership. And, well, a big swing from Buyan, and just goes straight up in the air. And MSP, well, he's a tall man, puts the brakes on, turns around, and just plucks it out the sky. Yeah,
the line between aggression and insanity is not always clear in this format of the game when you're batting, but I feel like Buyan just crossed it. It's a new bowler, hasn't had a look at him, just plays some sort of nothing slog to leg, and I just think, he could have had a look at MSP before he went after him. He goes for legs 11, and he is walking. It's 58 for 2.
Yeah, I mean, one thing, it's a saying in cricket, isn't it? Whenever there's a drinks break, there's always a wicket. Yeah. How many times have we seen that already?
That's true.
I mean, we only started doing the drinks break from yesterday because the weather really started to get hotter again. And we've had the drinks break. Next thing you know, it's a wicket. There
All right, here we go.
Yeah.
Dylan Steyn.
Yep.
He's had a shocker of a tournament.
Yep.
All right, had a very good summer, had a bad week. He's come up to number 4. I like that. Okay, he was down at 6-7. I think, no, he's the kind of player, he's the captain. The game is in a kind of space where they're ahead in the game. I still think, even with the 2 wickets, I think they're ahead in the game. They need less than 10s. They've got the whole batting order to come except their openers, their 2 and their 3. Steyn, this is his opportunity to make his mark on the week. I hope it goes well for him. He's facing Mark Simpson-Parker, and he just knocks away for 1. So again, for once, the game's kind of under control with Dylan Steyn coming there. because a lot of time he's been opening, they've been chasing huge targets or been batting first. He might have just gotten out early. This is one time that he can steer his team to victory, and it can be, I suppose, in the driver's seat. He's batting with Davitsi, so the old opening combination is restored here. He's gone. Yeah, it was always going to be out, really. And I've got to say, Davitsi doesn't play a good shot here. It's a slower ball, I think, from MSP. That's why he likes it. For me, it pitches on leg, certainly going on to hit. And so another wicket. Well, the reunited openers didn't stay around long, did they? And Mark Simpson-Parker making a difference here and changing the match pretty quickly. That's 2 wickets for him in 3 balls, and it's 59 for 3.
This is absolutely plumb. There's no way you're getting away from that. It's a straight ball, and he's trying to play a straight ball down to the leg side. It's not a good shot. You've got to play straight to that. MSP, well, where's he gone? Where they've all gone? Well, they've all run after him. Well, we saw Buyan. He was running away at one point when he was hit by the ball. And MSP, well, he's doing a lap of honour, and he is happy. And he's happy because he's thought about this. He's had a plan. He's executed it. He gets the second wicket, and he gets a prize wicket off Sabawun Divasi for 21 off just 17 deliveries.
I'll be disappointed, Sabah, because with the absence of that 1/2 century, which is in a losing cause, he wasn't, I think, able to get the volume of runs that he was looking for. I mean, that for me, he's taken the low-lying fruit there. He's trying to go over mid-wicket to a ball that's pitching probably middle and leg, I'm guessing. And you can go with a straight bat. They're a lot safer. I mean, even he can go inside out with that. I just think, it's a disappointing end to his series, put it that way. Anyway, Sahil Grover is going to come in. I've liked what he's brought to the table here. He's a more senior player that stepped up, I think, in the absence of Ashokan and Wickramaseko, who we've talked about a lot this week, of course. They're not here, but Sahil Grover, he hasn't always been the 11, but when he has, he's one guy, he's always given 100%. We heard him kind of chattering away behind the stumps. Now, see him with the bat, batted well earlier, batted well yesterday when we saw him. But what an over this is from MSP, 2 for 1.
Well, this is just bouncing before the fielder who's out there, and that the man that replaced Utmanzai. Basir Khan is there. Utmanzai, after getting one completely wrong, but dispatched to another part of the ground.
I mean, what a game Mark Simpson-Parker's having. I mean, he single-handedly held that innings together in the first half. He was so close to being the first man to ever carry his bat in a T10 match, I think. But he was the man that was run out with the second last ball of the innings.
It could be a third. It'll be actually, the wind's caught hold of this. This is just gone. 1 minute, I thought this could be catchable. The next minute, it goes all the way over the boundary. That's 6 runs. That's quite amazing. Yeah,
well, the wind swirls around here, but I think you're right. I think this catches it. This is not convincing, put it that way, and I think Staines' heart's in his mouth, but then running out of real estate pretty fast was the fielder, Ranjit Singh.
It almost comes back and knocks him on the head.
Well, we had that yesterday. I know it wasn't the game you were doing. We had a game hit the top of the railing and almost take out one of the spectators, landed on the roof. Anyway, MSP, that wasn't in the plan. Stain gets a bit of luck, gets 6.
This one's just played out, takes a single, so he goes for 10 of the over, but he does pick up 2 wickets, so just like that, it's 68 for 3 at the end of 6.
I just hope our Czech viewers are still watching, because they might have given up by now, but, they're in a winning position again. And look, when you need that kind of, 9 or 10 and over they need from here, you just really need that one boundary and over. I think the rest of it, you're just smart batting. You can kind of get there with a minimum of risk. And so, look, Stain gets the 6, and then apart from that, could just kind of knock it round. So they still get 10 off the over despite losing 2 wickets. So it's not a total disaster. Again, you're going to need a bit of luck in this form of the game. So Stain, it's a skill. It's something that I've seen elite cricketers do, is that even when they're not in peak form, they don't shy away from the challenge. They want to be out there. And if they're not up the top of the order, they want to be, for example. She's turned away.
And gone straight into the hands of the fielder. And, well, this man always makes things happen. I'm a big fan of Ashton Yusuf. I really am. I mean, I liked what he did when we were in Austria. I liked what he did with for the Austrian Tigers. He's such a campaigner. He does well. I've loved his batting here. He's put himself up as the opener, and him and MSP are batted really well. And then when he bowls, he always has a knack of getting wickets. He is a wicket-taking machine. And the same way that Mark Simpson-Parker does, he comes on, he bowls his first ball, takes a catch, and look, he takes a catch, Utmanzai. I told you, you can't hide anybody. Utmanzai got it wrong in one place, he got moved to another part of the field. Ball follows him, he takes a catch, and that is the end of, well, Dylan Steyn. It's just not happened for him, has it?
Yeah, it hasn't. I mean, I think he's frustrated here because he's kind of in the middle. He doesn't really go after it, and he doesn't keep it down. I think things happen so fast. Again, he had a bit of luck early when that one was for 6. Look, on another day, that one might go into a gap and go to the boundary, but it wasn't his day. It wasn't his week, really. He actually peaked with the very first ball he faced this week that he cracked back for 6.
Yeah.
Banged into the side screen. After that, it's been all downhill. Well, here's a guy that needs to run. Kranthi Venkateswamy's coming out. Yeah, it's coming off a couple of Goldens himself. But I think he'll feel a lot better after knocking that for a single.
Yeah, he does. Gets off the mark.
This morning, of course, we saw Czech Republic playing then. And Venkateswamy wasn't in the lineup. So he's coming off 2 Goldens, I think. And well, he's another guy. He's a good batter. I mean, you're going to have runs where you just get out cheaply in this form of the game. It's going to happen. Sometimes you might get a good ball. It's annoying, but at least you do get 8 opportunities, or up to 8 in a week, plus finals, of course. Of course, Czech Republic won't be taking part in the finals.
So Yusuf making a nice tidy start. Plenty of noise now being generated out there by the Austrian boys. They can feel and sense victory here. Goes for him and he's gone. Such a good delivery, such a clever bowler, and nice work there from Arslan Arif. Makes no mistakes and he just draws the batter out. And here they come all together again. This is what Austria do. Every time a wicket falls, all come together. There's the captain there, Razmal Shigwell, gets them all together, has a quick talk to them. And, well, after a talk, all together in harmony, in unity, they shout out, Austria! And, well, just like that, it looks like the Czech Republic are throwing this one away as well, Vinny.
Yeah, it would seem that way. You say, yep, clean stumping. I mean, still plenty of cricket to go. The run rate required is not out of hand by any means. You see at the moment they need about 11. But I mean, Grover, I mean, same thing. I like that he's trying to take the spin on. I think maybe charging wasn't the smartest option to someone like Yusuf because he's hard to get down to. He's pretty flat through the air a lot of the time. Arslan Arif had the bails off in a flash. One keeper stumps another. I do feel like the collapse is on a little bit here, 71 for 5. But here's a guy, again, Akash Palmer. He can hold the bat. He's got a few tricks up his sleeve. Again, who can stand up for the Czech Republic in this situation?
Well, that'll be a wide one. That one came out a bit strange, didn't it? At the wrist, it's almost,
yeah.
The arm was going one way and the wrist sort of went the other way.
I think that's hoping that the new batter charges because they're nervous and just goes after it. He might get a stumping.
That's really well bowled. That's the ball, isn't it? That's the one that causes the problems. Arslan, again, very quick there behind the stumps.
Yeah, that's really well bowled, isn't it? Because you saw the flatter won the ball before. This one is kind of angled in. Turns quite significantly, actually. So here we go. 34 off 18. You know, it's time to step forward and get out of the way. Czech Republic would love to finish with a win. Well, here's 2 teams that are going to finish their group stage in match 19. It's Portugal versus Ireland 11. Portugal 3 and 4, but what a win they had earlier today. They beat Spain, the hosts, by 5 runs, an upset, an absolute cracker of a match. If you didn't see it, go back and watch it. And Ireland 11, of course, see how they shuffle their batters. They did change it up this morning. They've listed in a more regular order. But they're looking forward to that. It's only around about, well, it should be 10 minutes away, but I know that we started this match a little bit later, so it could be pushed back. I'd say we're probably 20, 25 minutes away from the start in that one.
Easy, Mark, easy.
MSP starting with a wide. You can see Arslan Arif saying, come on, easy, Mark. Just go back to your basics. Just get the ball up there. Don't try and do too much. And this time just a little bit short, but they get away with it. They're taking one. Will they try the 2? No, in comes the throw. And it's a very good arm as well from the deep there. And that's Jawid Zadran. Hasn't had the best of, well, the main bowlers that have bowled so well for Austria, Didar, Zadran, and Khan. Haven't had the best of days. Gone. That's an absolute beauty. Surely, yeah, well, MSP for a moment thought the umpire was going to give this. But that's really well bowled, clever bowling, good line. He just gets Palmer fishing, and Palmer, well, he has to go. And I think that might be back-to-back ducks for Palmer as well. Well, there's one here, so off he goes. What a beauty this
Yeah.
is. This is a gem. This is a corker of a delivery.
Yeah, and look, credit, I think, to the batter. He walks, and it just does enough, doesn't it? It leaves him, and Cartama, like a teenager, first time at the club, just couldn't help flirting, and a little tickle through to the keeper. So, again, disappointed for Akash. He didn't quite show us his best this week. He goes without scoring. It's 74 for 6.
Yeah, Palmer goes, and another duck there. Well, the difference between Palmer and Cinderella, as they will say, Cinderella knew when to leave the ball, but what a beauty that was. That was an absolute jaffa from MSP. Just watch this again.
How about this spell, though, from Mark Simpson?
Yeah, I mean, it's incredible. Just watch this. Draws him in and then moves away late. Catches the edge, and he's got to go. And yeah, credit to Palmer. He doesn't stick around, he goes.
He's saying, what? And that happens sometimes. Batter, he was already halfway off, I think. So, yeah, confirmation match 19 will start 10 minutes behind schedule. First ball in 20 minutes. That's Portugal, Ireland.
Take the single, just nerve it away.
And then the other big question, we're talking about the big questions in match 19. Will Corey have cooled off enough to get back in the commentary box? And
should we get some ice in here?
And he's going to be commentating the Portugal game now.
Yeah. It goes to the same area. Once again, it is Itibishar Didar that makes the stop.
Game is slip sliding away, isn't it, here from the Czech Republic? They need a boundary or two quick to get back in contention. Well, hello. Got the Red Bull car out there. And I've heard Red Bull, I've been liking what we're doing. Might be giving us a bit of support. I'm down.
Yeah, I'm down there. Red Bull and what, though?
Probably Red Bull. Red Bull. The way it's going this week. I mean,
hey, that's nifty. Where's that motor? Let's see that motor again. Come on, let's have it up there.
Cool.
Oh, Red Bull.
I just want to know what fuel it takes.
Yeah. Can you imagine if it actually runs a Red Bull? That would be the thing. This is pretty good. It's up in the air, but it gets dropped. It was a chance, actually.
It was.
And it's, well, is it Zadran that puts it down?
Yeah, no.
No, I don't think it was Zadran.
No, I don't think Zadran put it down because he was coming towards the fielder, but I mean, I think it's a frustrating one.
Maybe Khan, I think. Basia Khan.
Yeah. Yeah, well, there it is. Yeah, this one really should have been caught. A glimmer of hope remains, I think. I caught a glimmer. But this is
See, I had it all lined up. I was ready for that to go to the boundary, and I was going to say, see, Red Bull gives you wings, but it didn't quite happen.
This is what I'll say, though. I mean, Czech Republic 77 for 6 look a lot more susceptible than, say, if Spain was 77 for 6 in this situation. You know what I'm saying?
Drag that back. There he is, the man. That's the fielding, and that's actually that's Messelin that's out there. So it's Messelin that wasn't able to take hold of the catch. Yusuf back doing the bowling. Well, this has been hit pretty well, but again it's straight to the fielder. There's no mistakes from Zadran. So Yusuf, well, he picks up his third wicket. Well, anything you can do, Mark Simpson-Parker, I can do as well. So these two have come on to bowl, and between them, they've taken 6 wickets. And well, Ashan Yusuf, he's taken 3 for 4 now. This is quite incredible. And 3 for 5. Score just up a little bit behind, updating. But yeah, straightforward catch, no mistakes there at all. So just falling apart here, just when it matters. So.
Come on, Shabazz.
Yeah, well, 78 for 7. You feel like they're all over the road at the moment, really. Swami again. I feel sorry for Kranthi, but it's not easy stepping up to this level. When you're asked to do more, it has been a tough group for the Czechs. Hey, here's Smit.
Smit is
Need a hero?
Straight away.
Smit Patel's had a rough week, but I mean, finished very well on the field. It's funny how sometimes one discipline follows into another. Look at Mark Simpson-Parker getting a bowl on the back of his innings, doing so well. But I'm worried about this one. It's going to be dropped, and so Sengupta gets a life. I think
that is Bassett.
Yeah, that is Bassett now, and he really should have held that one.
Well,
I mean, got there with time to spare.
Yeah, Yusuf is disappointed. You could hear him say, "Oh yaar, kidda short ditta mera catch." Well, that would have been his 4th wicket. That's why he's disappointed. Well, this one has definitely got the wings. Well, there we go. We've seen the Red Bull in action. Saw the Red Bull car, and what does Red Bull do? It gives you wings, or it gave that Kookaburra wings. Goes all the way, 6-1's big hit. So it's not over yet. I mean, a couple of big shots. Anything can happen, but they've got to join them up back to back because, well, the required rate now is approaching the 20 mark. This one shouts a catch, and it's well taken. A really good catch. Nicely done. Well, Utmanzai is having the last laugh here, isn't he? When he put that catch down that was blasted at him, he got moved. He got dispatched to another part of the field by the captain. And since then, he's taken 2 catches. But this one was a really good one. An awkward catch. And he had to get there quickly. He's dipping in front of him. Such a good catch. Have a look at this. Nicely done. Excellent.
Yeah, there's more of the fingertips, but he got there. That's the main thing. And I've got to say, Arsene Youssef, very clever bowler. He knows what he's doing. He knows that's a higher risk shot. Smith tries to clear the offside, just can't do it. So Czech Republic, so close yet so far. It's also the end of the 9th over. The score is 86 for 8.
Yeah,
so they'll need a magical last 20 off 6. And Austria, they'll become potentially the 10th team to get bowled out before the 10 overs and win a game. 10th team all time on ECN. All right, here we go. 20 to win the last. It's not a great start because it's caught behind. So really, this is it's like watching a car crash in slow motion, really. I mean, at one point, you see that they were, at one point they were 68 for 3. So now they've lost 6 wickets. And there's only been 18 runs along the way.
Yeah. I mean, we just talked about the bowling spell. I was finishing about the bowling fell of Arsene Youssef, 4 for 13. Extremely well bowled before that. Mark Simpson-Parker, 3 for 15. Between them, they did the damage. Then they picked up 7 wickets in that 4-over spell from them. And then Zadran comes back. He's right on the money. And he gets Kenny Gupta caught behind by Arslan Arif. And, well, it's a sad-looking side, isn't it? These batters, they're coming and going. And you said it, they did start pretty well, pretty positive. They didn't lose a wicket in the power play. In fact, the first wicket went down with the score on 47 for 1. It was in the 4th over. But then after that, well, it really has been a collapse. Zadran, it's well bowled. It's been well played as well. Digs it out. Gets a single, gets off the mark.
Gets a bat. Hasn't batted too much in the series. You know, a lot of talk, I've got to say this, a lot of talk, oh, it's so hard for the bowlers. I'm not saying it's not, by the way. It's too batting friendly. You know, we could easily see all 20 wickets fall in a game here. You know, this is what people don't realise. With great reward comes great risk.
Goes up in the air, and this is an opportunity, and it's been taken, and there you go, they are all out, and we do see exactly what you're talking about. And who takes a catch? Utmanzai. Talk about the villain becoming the hero. Well, after dropping that one where we got it all wrong, and I keep going on about it because this is what happens on the European Cricket Network. You said it, well, we see that happen. You drop a catch and get moved from one place to another. Well, they moved him. Well, maybe they moved him and found a spot where he's more comfortable at, because in that spot, he's taken 3 catches. Well done to Utmanzai. And also, look, well done to Australia. They made some changes, didn't they? And at one point, maybe especially when they didn't get big runs on the board, and also the way that the Czech Republic started, you were thinking, well, maybe they made a few too many changes and it means that they were going to hand Czech Republic the first victory. But it wasn't to be, because as soon as they dismissed the likes of Tomar, Buyan and Davidzi, there was really nobody else that was able to carry the batting for the Czech Republic.
Yeah, I mean, I get the theory. I liked Steyn coming in at 4. I mean, that could have been his moment. But again, he just found a way to get himself out. But no surprises for me. Mark Simpson-Parker has to be player of the game there. I think he batted pretty much, well, he did bat through the entire Austrian innings. He was last man to be out. He was run out. And then basically started that collapse, didn't he, with those wickets that he took. And look, he hasn't even bowled at this point in the tournament until now. So look, disappointing for the Czechs. I've got to say, not easy for them. They're a team in transition. They're missing a couple of the players that really they build their team around. And they just didn't have that foundation, did they? And, well, here's the thing. They went with the tank at the top of the order with the water boy, Davidzi. And, well, it wasn't a very great start for Sabah. He copped that one on the wrist. But, yeah, for me, when you lose a couple of key players like Ashokan and Wickramasinghe like they did in this tournament, then you need players like Davidzi to give you more, okay? He probably gave him what he would normally give, but they just didn't have those extra runs, those extra partners at the top of the order to take the pressure off him. So ultimately, I mean, you'll see it here as well. And ultimately, if I'm bowling to Saba, I just feel it's a matter of time until he makes a mistake or he makes a poor choice. I mean, if I was speaking to him, that's what I would be saying about his cricket and what he needs to work on. Anyway, let's look at the wild thing, Javed Zadran. Well, this is one of the ones he did locate, but there were a few weird ones in here. I mean, this is one that Utman Zai completely misjudges. He's coming in when he should have been going out. But then, Mark Simpson Parker comes in and he takes a couple of wickets. One very first ball that he bowls in the tournament. And, well, there was a dramatic collapse on the way. Because Czech Republic, they were in a winning position, no doubt. Davitsi blows himself up there. Yeah. And Mark Simpson Parker, he was up and away. And from here, it was just all downhill. This innings fell off a cliff.
Yeah, absolutely. That's where it all went wrong. Davitsi giving his wicket away. I mean, a little bit of luck there for Dylan Steyn as that one went to the boundary, but not too many others did. And there, Utman Zai saying, well, okay, you can move me because I make a mistake, but you know what? I'm going to have the final laugh. I'm going to have the final say. And he did have the final say. Well, Ashton Yusuf, we know he's such an intelligent player, and he did exactly like MSP. He took a wicket off his first delivery as well. He took a four-for. And MSP, well, for a moment, he thought he was going to be denied a wicket, but it wasn't to be. Well, this was the catch that did go down. And maybe everybody was too focused on the bit of Red Bull transport that turned up around the ground. But one man who was clued on was Zadran. And Zadran, though his first over wasn't his best, he does stay clued on. He did come back also and then finish things off as well. This was one that goes down. It was a chance. It wasn't taken. And that was Basir Khan. And the next one was hit out of the ground. But, well, the Czech Republic, they kept believing, they kept hoping, but it wasn't to be. This was such a good catch from Utman Zai. Really well done, kept his eye on it. And, well, a bit of an ice cream cone, but it stayed in and done. And then it just took, well, the finish here from Basir, Chakravarti style, to finish things off. Liking the bowling from him. They weren't at their clinical best here, Austria, but what they did show there, even with making one or two changes, they can still compete and still win matches.
Yeah, so, yeah. Javed Zadran, the wild thing, finishes things. He was a bit wild, I've got to say, that game. Portugal, Ireland 11 coming up. The news from the toss, Ireland 11 winning the toss and electing to bowl first. You can always find those on our social media at EuropeanCricket.com. We're running a bit short on time, so I just want to say, on behalf of everyone here at the European Cricket Network, I know Czech Republic, they end up going 0-8. I know I've got a lot of friends there. I know they'll be disappointed with their performance. I can tell you there's no lack of kind of application from the guys. They got drawn into the tough group. Certainly wishing them all the best. I think cricket in the Czech Republic, it's going on the up and up. Yeah. Maybe they probably things like training and the way they approach their club games, I think they probably look at that a little bit if they want to compete at this level. But obviously it's great to have them. They're a very important part of European cricket, and it's sorry to see them go home without any points.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, look, the thing is, they did provide us some really good highlights. They provided us with some really exciting matches as well. So it's going to be difficult for them at the moment. They're going to be feeling down. They're going to be feeling low. But they need to keep their heads up, because I think what they have to remember is learn from this. You said it so many times. You can only learn and get better by playing better standard cricket.
That's right. So we're going to have a quick break. We're back very shortly with more Dream 11 European Cricket Championship. Hello and welcome back to the Cartama Oval. Beautiful sunny skies. We're heading into the night session before too long as well. So now it's time for the last group match for these two teams. It's going to be Ireland 11 versus Portugal in the fourth match of the day. It's match 19. Let's go over to Rob Kemmy. He's in the middle with the two captains.
It's your call.
Dream11.
Dream11. It is Dream11.
We'll bowl first today.
So it is Ireland 11 that win the toss. Their captain, Jared Wilson, elects to bowl first. So let's see what kind of a lineup we see from Ireland 11. Well, Portugal, they're coming off a really tight last ball finish against Spain. I think it's going to be a great game for them to finish as well. It'll be a great day if they can get 2 out of 2. Well, Corey Ruckers, he might be in the commentary box. I'm not sure. I know Rico's there. Let's get ready for the first ball of match 19.
Thank you very much to Vinny Sandu, and we're certainly looking forward to this match. Portugal, they will be on a high one there after that famous victory over Spain, and now they're taking on Ireland. Well, when you're taking on a team like Ireland, you want to come into it when you've had a good match, when you've been in good form. Well, Portugal did that, didn't they? 95-90 winning and beating Spain by 5 runs. Ireland, on the other hand, they had another good victory against the Czech Republic. They batted really well once again, 141. They put on the ball 3 wickets down, and they changed things up a little bit as well, didn't they? And Cameron Melly, he went up to open the batting, scored a half century, 59-21, and then the captain, Jared Wilson, he was in good form as well, 58-24. So it wasn't all about Max Burton this time, and Seamus Lynch. And this is the fantasy dashboard, the two teams there. So not too many changes there. Just having a quick look through there. So it looks like we've got the main players still playing. Seamus Lynch is there, Max Burton, and John Matchett. He'd be hoping to maybe get into the runs, but Melly, we said how well he batted. And then, of course, there's the bowling of Forbes. Forbes is really good, and Humphreys has been very good as well. But you see there, they're still giving a rest to O'Reilly, so we're not seeing any O'Reilly in the side there, and Catherwood as well. Maybe is being given a rest as well. So very much the same team against this Portugal 11. This match versus basketball, well, you see what it has to say there, 113-98. Well, let's see which way this pans out. And just the sun just gone down a little bit there for the moment. And there's a bit of cloud about. And the wind just picks up slightly, but by no means is it cold. It's still pretty warm out there. And this is going to be an exciting game. So Ireland electing to field first, so Portugal will have a bat. Well, man, that's hoping things will go slightly better than what they did when he opened the batting against Spain. It's Chambers. He was out first ball, and his opening partner there is Conrad Greenshields. And Greenshields, he did manage to perform in that match. Made a very important contribution, 35 of 24. So getting ready to go. The umpires are out there and they're ready as well. It's Arun Kundadi and Nilkesh Patel are the men out there in the middle as we get ready for the first ball. Just waiting for our official timekeeper, Enrique Constant, to give us the go-ahead. So here we go. First ball coming up. And it's going to be the spin of Scott Macbeth, a little bit short. He worked away. 45. Behind square, and a single to get off the mark, so that will certainly make Chambers feel a lot better. So Macbeth now to Greenshields. Greenshields has been in very good form. Had a couple of blips in his performances, but still is the very consistent performer. Oh, that's so well bowled. Well, this misses everything. These are going to be buys. But this is an absolute jaffer of a delivery. Well, it beats Greenshields all ends up. And it also beats Max Burton. Max Burton now behind the stumps. And it takes over from Seamus Lynch. And I think Seamus Lynch will have a little bit of a smile on his face about this one. And 4 buys. Well bowled again, straight, and just keeping Greenshields quiet. Hit firmly and straight, and there's no way going to stop that. When you hit nice and straight like that and gets the power behind the shot, the two fielders are too wide. It's a good shot, and this is what Green Shields will do. It waits for the length to attack, and he attacks it really well. And 4 runs, just like that. The first boundary of the bat, we can say. We've had the 4 byes, which, well, surprised everybody. Short, played away, and, well, he doesn't get the balance he wanted in the shot. Does Green Shields, but he still gets the result he wanted. This goes all the way to the boundary. Let's hope he hasn't hurt himself here. May have twisted his ankle. Yeah, it looks like he's in a bit of agony. Let's see this again. He plays the shot pretty well, but we can't quite see it there on camera. But let's hope he's okay. You see, he was gritting his teeth a little. Seems to be okay. So just a little bit too short there, Scott Macbeth, the youngster. This one has been almost like a straight ball, goes to the man there at long on, gets the single. That will be the end of the over. So 14 on the board. And, well, it's a fine opportunity for me to welcome, not also the top coach of the Spanish side, but also a very good friend and also fellow commentator, Corey Ruckers. Corey, welcome to the Dream Box.
Yeah, well, welcome me back. Thank you very much, Rico. Back into the Dream Box. Should be good. Looking forward to this contest as well. Can Portugal get enough runs on the board to stop this dangerous Irish side? They've been very good all week. And we'll having a look at the statistics there. Francois Stoneman, Conrad Greenshields, one of those two. They're going to have to go big in this one, aren't they?
Yeah, big time. Big time. I mean, you'll know all about that. I mean, Greenshields didn't go really big, but he held the innings together, didn't he, for Portugal when you played them. Now, how are you? Because Vinny did warn me and said you were a little bit heated up. So, do I need to keep my distance from you for a moment? This is just being clipped away on the leg side. I mean, it can't. I'm going to say this. It can't be easy for you when you're doing this sort of dual role.
This
because
week's just a little bit funny, as you know. Obviously, just coming in to help you guys out. You're doing a fantastic job, and doing 5 games a day is tiring with just 2. But yeah, I have to admit, I was pretty wound up, and I just couldn't imagine talking to the viewers around the world while I was angry.
I can imagine, because you know what would have happened. You would have come in here, and Vinny and I would be asking you questions about it as well, and it's too fresh, still in the mind, isn't it? It's nicely played by Chambers. Played it nice, straight down the ground. Yeah, Chambers has batted well, hasn't he? Because we've seen him being elevated up the order, starting to score runs. And the only failure he's made, it was against you guys when Cammy got him with the beauty.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he's got a great technique. Probably hasn't made the runs he would have liked throughout the week. But if he can click and give Francois Stoneman and Conrad Greenshields a little bit more support, there's no reason why Portugal can't get themselves up to a good score today.
Oh, this is quick and straight into the body of Greenshields. Well, Greenshields, we know he's been hurt once already. Well, that's nice also. See the captain, Gerard Wilson, just saying to Conrad, hey, bud, you okay? And Conrad said, yeah, I'm fine. But look, he's taken that right in the ribs, isn't he?
Yeah, that's a nasty one. Came back in. Was an in-swing there. And Conrad Greenshields caught between 2 minds, really. Wears it in the body. He's a tough cookie. We know Conrad quite well, don't we, Rico? Yeah, he's a tough man.
He's a tough man indeed. He'll feel that, but he knows the importance of this. He wants to perform well here, doesn't he? When he gets drawn into that shot slightly a little bit. Hey, look, I mean, results aside, I just want to say that the match itself, okay, I know you don't want to hear this, but the match itself was probably one of the finest matches that we've seen in a while. Certainly, it's probably the best match that we've seen in the European Cricket Championship. It was, for the neutral, it was a fantastic match.
What did you think going into the last 2 balls? Did you think Adam Algo was going to hit one more 6? Or
I thought he was. You know, I'll just see this delivery first. Nice play. I mean, bearing in mind that Adam came into the match on the back of a fine half-century where he batted brilliantly. Yep. I was a little bit surprised that he came a bit lower, but I know that you've been varying things around and giving other batters a chance. I get that. But when he came in and I saw the match situation, I'm thinking, yeah, the man can do it. And when he hit the first 2, and then I like the way he doesn't take the single, very clever. Yep. There's still balls to go to win the match. And when he hits it, the full toss, I think that's it, it's done. And what happens? Chambers, the man, well, like we said, he weren't able to get any runs. Well, this one is out. And that's nicely done, and that is the end of the man we're talking about, Chambers. Well, he was the one that took the catch that ended the dreams off for the Spanish, making an absolutely incredible finish to that match. But it's the end of him this time around. It just gets done by the pace. And I just think, Corey, that this man here, the captain of Ireland, I think he's put a little bit more effort into his bowling here today, Jared Wilson. He's definitely quicker than he's been all week.
Yeah, absolutely. He got that one to get big on Chambers. The shot was on. Third man and point were in the ring, but unfortunately, he just gets it straight through to the keeper. So he'll have to go. Maybe not the week with the bat for him. He'll be disappointed. And it's a long walk back to that pavilion past all the fans. It's Francois Stoneman will be coming in next. And, well, for Chambers, he's still going to have more opportunities. But for this one, he's out for 2. No boundaries to his score.
Yeah, straightforward catch there from
Max
Burton.
You're right. It was a great game. For the neutral.
Yeah.
For the neutral. I'm sure the supporters around the world and fans enjoyed it, but I tell you what, I saw some red mist. I was so angry.
Some red mist and some red pen as well, maybe.
The red pens were going everywhere. I had to leave the change rooms. I was not happy, but hey, look.
We did see clips of you standing by yourself for large moments off that match, but this is the table. I mean, this is what we're looking at here. Ireland at the top, sitting pretty. I mean, they can go clear at the top and finish top of the group to win this one. And, well, Czech Republic, we know, unfortunately, not going to see them again.
Yeah.
But
with that loss, it means later tonight against Austria, it's a shootout for second, basically. The winner will get the double chance. So it's a big game.
Yeah. $17 for 1, 2 overs gone. And nicely played. Now, this guy, Matthew Humphries, he's something else, isn't he? I mean, his bowling has been incredible.
I have to be completely honest. Ireland's bowling, their 10 overs is fantastic. Very difficult to get away. Plenty of left arm options. Good in the field. They just know what they're doing. They're a class little outfit.
Firmly straight, wants it. In comes the shy. Well, thinks about it and holds back. I'm quite surprised at that. They like to go for it. I'm not sure why he decided he wasn't up for it.
Yeah, just in a bit of two minds whether to let it fly or not. But yeah, I think you're absolutely right, Rico. The Irish team, the variety of a couple of right arm seamers we've seen a little bit later in the week, the left arm spinners, the left arm seam. They look a very well balanced side. You can understand why they're favourites in the group.
Yeah, I mean, they've decided to keep to the same sort of team. So they're going with Robertson and Forbes there as well, the youngsters, as opposed to Catherwood and also Mikey O'Reilly, who bowled brilliantly yesterday. So those two are being rested going into tomorrow's group finals day. So a few opportunities to one to the other players, but still, even with those two out, they still performed brilliantly well against the Czech Republic. And they just showed, I mean, what a lot of people were asking, and you as a coach, I'm sure, with all the analysis that you do of the other teams, was probably wanting to know that if you got Seamus Lynch out early and Max Burton, who else do Ireland have? Well, they answered those questions this morning, didn't they?
Well, they've just shown that it's not just a couple of men running the batting lineup. So even if you get a couple of early wickets, you're going to need to take 4, 5, 6. They are the favourites in the group. But on anyone's day, I think Austria can push them. We can push them. Even Portugal. I mean, if Conrad and Stoneman can get themselves in, they might be able to push them deep.
Reese, once again, just places out, takes a single, holds this one back slightly, does Francois Stoneman. It's probably just as well. I think if he tries a little bit too much on this, there probably would have been an opportunity for a catch there from Carson McCulloch. This is hit firmly, and he will get the boundary. This is a nice shot, plants his foot down the track. It's a bit of a nice sweep, hits it hard, hits it firm, gets the boundary, 4 runs. Nice shot.
Great shot. That takes them to 25 for 1 after 3, but beautiful execution, I should say, from Conrad Granges. We haven't seen the sweep shot too much against their left arm spinners. Could be an option.
Yeah, that's nicely played, isn't it? And just a little bit shorter that time from Matthew Humphries.
But how have you been, Rico? We haven't commentated since, it might be February. Did we do an easy? We didn't do an easy.
We haven't done. No, it's been.
Good, you're looking trim. You're looking strong.
Looking strong, yeah.
Looking good.
Looking, doing a bit. Like
I've missed it. I have missed the box this week. I really have.
It's been. I mean, look, plenty of cricket, as Vinny would say. There's been a lot of cricket happening around Europe. Been on the travels.
Have you been happy with the standard of Group A so far? I thought the standard's been...
Yeah, I mean, obviously, I think a lot of people were expecting to see a little bit more from the Czech Republic, but I think with them missing a couple of the key players, I mean, that showed really when it mattered. I mean, they tried, they played hard, but it just missed that little bit of oomph in the batting, didn't they? And that showed this week. But yeah, I think the standard's been great. And since some of the cricket that we've seen already, I mean, yesterday I was saying to Vinny, it's quite incredible. Not only did we see hat-tricks, but in every innings yesterday, there was a half century. in every innings.
Really?
Yeah, in
Oh,
every
wow.
innings in
Didn't know
yesterday's half
that.
century.
That has to be some sort of record.
Yeah,
We don't
I mean,
get that very often.
No, so it just goes to show, and you'll know it more, especially with looking at the coaching and whether the team's playing. The pitch itself, it gives something to the batters and the bowlers, doesn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. Well pushed into the offside for a single. Yeah, this pitch from this end, we've said that if you can hit a length pretty well and get your fingers down on like young Atif, he's executing it 10 out of 10 at the moment. So he's a good example. If players can get their fingers across the ball on a good length, it's very hard to power hit. But then if you miss your margin, it's going the journey. So it's an interesting group and highly enjoyable.
Yeah, nicely played. I mean, you must be in probably a little bit of a pickle as well because you've got, I mean, such a good squad. And first of all, can I just congratulate you on the squad that's been selected? Because I know that I was, and you probably know because you were here last year with me, a little bit critical perhaps with some of the selection last time around. I think we were the squad for the Spanish squad was a little bit too based on its T20 squad. And I think both of us knew at the time that T20 and T10, it's a very different game. But this time around, I think we've got it right. I think we've got the people there that should be there on merit. It's nice to see some of the Pakake Badalona boys after their domestic season and victory here at the ECL playing a part. But the pickle you're in, they're all performing. So who do you pick? I mean, Prince, with bat and ball at the moment now. And what a find he is.
Yeah, what a find he is. Technically correct. Times the ball. He looks like he's got days at the crease. But it is a bit of a pickle because in our sort of lineup, we've got 9 to 10 batsmen that are all capable of striking ball. It's more about trying to find who's in form at the right time. Young DDC, that you've called him, Daniel Doy-Kelly. Adam Algar, I think, has come in and shocked everyone a little bit.
Yeah.
So, yeah, plenty of talent. It's an exciting time.
This is poquito de suerte. Hay 4 carreras ahí. Well, sometimes you need a bit of luck, and that's exactly what happens there for Greenshields. It's a slightly shorter delivery from McNally. Not where Greenshield wanted this to go, but if you swing hard, you get lucky, and he does. 4 more.
Tell you what, if you can perfect that shot, that might be the greatest shot you can play in a T10. The old top edge over the keeper. But yeah, while Greenshields is there, Portugal will still feel they've got a good chance here. And Faf Stoneman, I know he's made a class 50 this week as well.
Nicely played. Into the covers, we'll get a single, and these two just rotated the strike well, and at the same time picking up the odd boundary here and there. So it's a nice positive start at the moment. The end of the over, so 4 overs down. Score moves to 33. Now, what about yourself? I mean, it must be. I mean, when I know you've spent a fair bit of time doing the commentary as well, but now being out there, I mean, how supportive has it been for you to be seeing it from this side and then being able to apply it into your team? It's been helpful.
I think it's helped a lot. I mean, just doing even the ECSs and the ECN network on a whole, you learn a lot about T10 cricket. I know you, myself, and Vinny talk about it a lot. So we've gone with some different tactics. We've had some odd fields. We've had players running outside the ring, and well, at times it's worked, at times it hasn't. But this format, it's always changing. It's always thinking, and that's what I love about it. I mean, you can be up one day, down the next, and that's how it goes.
That's right. I mean, the change is amazing. Did a bit short, hit pretty hard, but there's a fielder out there. And they'll take the single.
I'll tell you what, I don't think I've seen the Irish misfield a ball all week. They don't make many mistakes, do they?
They make no mistakes, and the catching has been great.
How exciting is it to have a full-member nation bringing their academy team here?
Yeah, it's great. And you know what, talking to the boys, they're such nice guys as well. And I was speaking to O'Reilly yesterday. And one of the things he said, and this is something that all of the teams need to really take a lot of credit from.
Just sorry to interrupt you. Really good sportsmanship from Conrad Greenshields there. That got hit past him down to the field, and they decided to not take the run because he blocked the bowler.
Yeah, that's good.
Good sportsmanship.
Yeah. This one goes through the first fielder, and well, right on cue. Corey, you did it,
baby.
You did it. You snookered them well and truly. Well, if there's ever a curse, well, this is the double curse, because not only does it go past one fielder, it goes for the fielder on the deep. Well, you just said, just rewind, and Corey just said, well, I don't think they made a mistake in the field at all. And there you go. This is the mistake. This is the first time. Corey Ruckus, the commentator's curse. If you ever needed one, there you go. He dives all over that. This time, there should be no issues here. But no, one of the things the Irish boys did say to me, and this was O'Reilly said to me yesterday, he said he was pleasantly surprised about the standard.
Good.
He didn't think, that the standard was going to be as high as it is. And the thing is, of course, we know the standard only gets better. This is well hit, and their fielder is there and takes a catch. Well, this is what it's all about, and this is why when you're playing against the Irish, you're sort of playing against a team that are just that little notch above you. I mean, in the field, they have been superb, and doesn't quite get the power in this shot, doesn't get the timing right, the Green Shields, and as a result of that, he finds that he has to go for 24 of 18, and that's, well, that's the wicket that they wanted. That's the partnership that had to break. And it's Jamie Forbes that does it again.
Yeah, good catch. He made good ground to his left, and it's the big fish. Conrad Greenshields, he'll have to go. He's the captain of Portugal these days. He's a good player, and he'll be mighty disappointed to get out now. Looked like he was setting himself for a big score. And a little shake of the head there. It was a nice shot, but just didn't get enough wood on it. And, well, it's always disappointing when you get out in front of your fans around the world. And Conrad Greenshields, hey, he's had a good tournament. Just over the last few days, a couple of starts and hasn't been able to make the big score.
Yeah, I mean, he's been pretty consistent, hasn't he? But you're absolutely right. He just hasn't been able to go to the next level as often as he should. But one thing that Portugal will be encouraged about is that the other batters, the likes of Rayo Imran and also Imran Khan, that early on in the championship, at the beginning of the week, weren't scoring runs. Also, Ranat Sawa are starting to score runs there as well. So they've got a little bit more stability in their batting. And it is Rayo Imran that comes out. Nice looking stroke out into the covers. Will take a single, gets himself off the mark.
Well, they had 5 overs. It's 40 for 2.
Yeah, nicely done. So, well, I'm here, Rico Full, with Corey Rucker. So Corey has cooled down. He is calmer. So if you do, on the viewers' comments, want to put any comments through, any questions through to Corey, anything to do with the coaching, because a lot of people are interested in the tactics, or even to do with the Spanish team, well, put them through. Well, you look pretty calm now, so I'm happy. I was a bit worried when you were going to kind of come in here. But look, how exciting is this for you, not only to be part of this and this side of it, but to be there representing Spain and as a team playing in this European Cricket Championship.
And I think it has that extra flavour because we are the host nation. We're very blessed to be the host nation every year, so we wear our heart on our sleeves as a team. We're mighty disappointed, and I promise you we're going to play a bit better against Austria later. I promise you.
I'm sure that you will. But one thing I noticed, that I want to say to you, and I've said this to the players, well, this is going to be pretty tight. I wonder if they go upstairs here or will they stick with the on-field decision. I suspect that the batter is in, that the bat was slid down there from Stoneman. Looks like
he's a quick boy, Stoneman. I reckon he's made it quite well in the end. Oh, tight.
Yeah, it does well. Gets there pretty quickly. Nicely done. But no, I think that the team spirit has been so good here from the Spanish team. Not just when they're being on the field of play, because it's not just about when there's field of play. It's behind the scenes as well, when they've been training other parts of the ground, when they've been back at base at the Sunset Beach Club. I mean, they certainly have gelled well as a team, haven't they?
Yeah, absolutely. And that's what I think most of these teams look for in a week. It's not just about how you perform on the field. It's the camaraderie. I mean, if I look over to my left now, the boys are under the big HCL software tent watching the game intently as a group, and it's good to see. And I'm sure the other teams as well are gelling very well.
Kian Robertson been under attack a little from some of the opposition when the youngsters come on to bowl. And, but it's nice to see that the captain, Wilson, has stuck with him. And he's made a good start here.
Yeah, good start. Hasn't conceded a boundary just yet. Very good, these Irish spinners.
Goes up in the air, but takes one hand off it. No power in the shot, and there's the catch. And he gets the wicket, and well done to Robertson. Well, he's had a bit of a mare the last few times that he's been out there, but not this time. You see Imran tries to take him on, but doesn't get the shape, doesn't get the power in the shot. One hand comes off the bat, which allows the fielder to take quite a spectacular catch.
Yeah, I thought he added a little bit of mayo on top of that one. I thought it was going straight to him at first. And the old little, like a fish out of water dive at the end. Have a look here, Rico. What do you reckon the judges are giving this one?
Well, let's see. Here we go.
There's some mayo on that.
There's a bit of mayo. A bit of mayo, a bit of sprinkling of this, that, and the other as well. Well, he takes it. I'm not sure who he's looking at there, but yeah, I think the smile says it all. He says, "Well, I want it to look good on camera." Well, it looks good, doesn't it? We'll give him say 7 for the catch, but for the showmanship afterwards, I think we give him an 8, shall we?
Well, I guess if you're playing for Ireland, you're allowed to put a bit of showmanship, aren't you? But no, they're doing a really good job, and this is what they've done all tournament. I think most teams are struggling against Ireland in the middle overs, especially. Yeah, they're just difficult to get away. The spinners have a lot of variety. It's not one pace. They can land their Yorker. Yeah, it's going to take a big effort from either Portugal, Austria, or ourselves, Spain, to stop them in the finals.
Well, Robertson gets a wicket, courtesy of that acrobatic catch from McCulloch. With a bit of mayo on top, and well, made to rush here and hurry.
I reckon it's closer than what most people think. Sawa was slow out the blocks. Looks like they're not going up to the LRS, I like to call it, the limited review system. So he's off the mark.
Robertson to finish his first over. And it's been a good one, and well, he's been sent back here. The non-striker losing his bat halfway down the wicket. A good job he doesn't go to pick it up during the play. But that's a fine start from the youngster. Just 3 runs from it, picks up a wicket. And after 6 overs, it's 43 for 3.
Yeah, I just heard Max Burton there, the wicketkeeper, maybe telling Jared Wilson, the captain, well, spin is working here. Let's stick with the spin. And this is what Ireland's done all week. There's spinners in the middle. I honestly think maybe only once they've been gotten a hold of. Only once. They're very, very tricky. Teams don't read them too well, and they don't bowl a long hop. You never see them bowl a really short ball or a full toss. They're very consistent.
Yeah, consistency is what it's all about. And that's exactly, looks like what they're doing. So they are sticking with the spin. Bit of width here. I think he manages to keep this inside the line. So again with Jamie Forbes back again.
Yeah, good delivery, sneaking it inside the tram line. More left arm off spin.
I mean, speaking of spin, as Forbes comes back, this is hit pretty well, and well, a great effort. Well, this one, it did need the dive, but it's just out of his reach. Carson McCulloch, we said that the one before that he did take a catch. He probably didn't add all the dynamics to it with the dive. Well, this would have been sensational, but just doesn't get his hands to it. Good hit, 6 runs from Sawa.
Yep, he was allowed to put mayo on that one.
Chance taken. Just like that, and well, hits it pretty firmly, but it's not getting past the youngster Forbes, and a nice smile on his face. That's a nice moment for the youngster, isn't it? Nicely bowled, and well, he tries to get the power in the shot Sawa, but straight back at him. Another one bites the dust.
Yeah, bites of the dust, you're right, correct, Rico, because it's 6 and out, and this is what they do. Even though they get hit every now and then, they seem to be able to get a wicket the next ball. This was the one where we went for the dive, bit of mail on top of it. But they just keep taking wickets and keep getting dot balls most importantly. And the dangerous runner, Sawa, he'll have to go.
Yeah, Sawa disappears. Yeah, I mean, we were talking about spin to win. It was highlight yesterday that, again, the little maestro, as I call him.
Oh, I love him.
He's a lovely lad. We love him to bits. The first time saw him in Boston, I'd never known a youngster who's so keen.
Well, he's bowled well. He's been quite unlucky so far. Yeah, so he's still in our plans, but it's a learning trip for him. He's so young. He's still got a lot to learn. What a man.
Yeah, what a man. Well, we say man. He's a lad, really. But he is growing up so fast. But his cricketing mind is sensational, and he's lovely to talk to. He's got all of these theories in his mind. But it was so good to see him get that wicket yesterday. And, well, I couldn't believe it when Christian put that catch down. I've never seen Christian drop a catch.
I don't think Gourang's talking to him just yet. They're the only 2 in the team not getting it. You know what? If Chris Munoz-Mills and Gourang got in a fight, I'm backing Gourang 10 out of 10.
Yeah, I mean, I'm so pleased for him. He did so well indeed. Back to the action here. 49 for 4 in the 7th over. Flights this up. Nicely bowled. Trying to get it inside the gap there.
Well, that's what this cricket's all about as well. It's a great week for new players from Ireland, Portugal, Austria, Czech. I reckon there's a lot of teams that have brought new players, and it's a great spot to blood them. To put them in the national colours to see if they're up to T20 standards is a great way to see how they would go in T10 standards as well.
Yeah.
I don't know.
The new batter that's come out there is Imran Khan. He joins Francis Stoneman. Now, Francis Stoneman, that's been starved of the strike somewhat, hasn't he? I mean, he's only faced just the 9 deliveries.
Yeah, he becomes the key now. He really does. We know he's got an array of shots. He can sweep, lap. He likes to get the ball behind him. Not so easy against the spinners. Yeah, he's the key. I mean, if Portugal can get themselves, what we got 20 balls left in the innings. If they can score 50, let's hope, or maybe even 45, defend 95. They defended 95 against us. Oh, no, I'm still not happy.
I didn't mention it. I did not mention it, can I just say?
No, look, I still love the boys, even though they break my heart sometimes. I do love them.
So come on. Where, in your opinion, where did it go wrong?
Where do I start? Let me get my... Do we have another segment?
What was the... for me...
No, honestly, I'll tell you, the honest answer is, at 2 for 50, when you need another 45 runs, no one wanted to put the responsibility on themselves and just hit the ones and hit the fours and hit it on the ground. 9 were caught on the boundary.
Yeah.
Not okay.
It's played away. For me, I mean, I know, I hear what you're saying there, but I think the turning point for me was when Asjad was caught. I mean, I think that was a great catch. I mean, I know you're going to say, should he have been playing that shot? Really, you're not. But I think that was a great catch that was taken, and that probably was the turning point. It was a brilliant catch from Imran Khan, who's out there at the moment. And, well, this is Group B coming up next week. Well, this is when you'll be more of a full-time role with us up here.
Yep.
Who are you looking forward to see there?
Look, I actually think Hungary, who were rated at the bottom, I know Stefan Gooch is doing good things with them. They won't be as bad as what people think. They'll do okay. Obviously, we know Denmark, Finland and Sweden's capabilities. But the Netherlands 11, I know the lineup. I know a lot of them personally. They are going to be good. There's a few of them that didn't make the World Cup squad, and they're coming here instead.
Wow, that's going to be... All right. Well, he tries to get funky. He tries to do a little bit of showbiz here. I don't think he needed to do this. There was no call for it. And Francois Stoneman, he's going to be disappointed to see how he's got out here. He'll go for 11 of 12 deliveries. And, well, that's disappointing. And Robertson, well, just like that, he picks up another wicket.
Yeah, he does. And the left arm off spin wins again. What they do, they just bowl it outside the off stump. So Francois Stoneman's thinking, maybe I can pull out the reverse Malachi, try something. Doesn't get anything of it. And well, Ireland look like they're going to coast to another comprehensive victory. High on the bat. Yeah, look, we know he likes to play these shots, but I know he's good down the ground as well. Be disappointed.
Yeah, McNally takes a straightforward catch. And well done to Robertson. Robertson has been in the wars. We know that. I mean, Robertson, I mean, you know very well. Robertson in the match, that really famous victory, and one which I think will go down in many people's minds for years to come when you beat Ireland. I mean, he was the youngster that went for 30 in that over where that changed the games. And then after that, he was expensive today again, where he went, I think he went for 43 in his 2 overs. So it's a good moment this for the youngster. He's picking up wickets. Things are going right for him.
The one thing that I think will be interesting for Ireland is that they haven't really batted first too much. As that's pushed into the offside for a tight single. Yeah, good dive. I think he's going to be safe here. No call for third umpire. Yeah, so they haven't batted much first.
Yeah.
Right? They don't really set scores. They like to bowl first. So my question is, when it gets to finals day, if they're batting first and they lose that dangerous top 3, can they get themselves to a score they're comfortable with?
Yeah,
that's the big one.
Yeah, and I think that's probably why I think today
they've tinkered with it today, haven't they?
Today, yeah. And I think they probably would do the same here, because I don't think they'll be satisfied with it just working once. I think they'd want to see some consistency with it. So it'll be interesting to see what that batting lineup will be in this match.
That's one thing I feel comfortable with. I at least know going into tomorrow that all my boys have batted enough. So there's no excuse for no one. I know some people will have form dips, but everyone's had a hit and a lot of a hit. So we should be ready.
Yeah, I think I'll do. I mean, sometimes I must say there's some coaches who perhaps, I mean, I don't want to name players, but there's some players who the first few times they got the opportunity didn't really get a chance to perform, and that would have been it. But I would say, from what I've seen, from what you've done with the squad this time around, nobody in that team, none of the batters there can say they haven't had a chance. Well, this is going to be another, and yes, it is, and that's a very simple catch taken. And this time it's the end of Imran Khan. Well, he goes. And, well, Ian Robertson, everything is going right for him at the moment. He picks up his 3rd wicket.
Yeah, really good bowling from him. Another wicket goes. And, well, the hot spot seems to be backward point at the moment. This one, 2 straight, 2 full to sort of play an elaborate shot at. Simple catch. And Ireland, they're just going through the motions at the moment. Really clinical performance so far.
Yeah, and again, I'm really pleased for Ian Robertson as well. Like I say, not a lot of things are going well for him, but again, it's about the persistence as well. And credit to Gerard Wilson as well, the captain, for sticking with him and giving the young man the opportunity to do this.
It's a good point you touched on there. I think that in T10, it's important not to be too critical of a player that might miss out once with the bat. It's a crazy format. Like an opening batsman can go out there and they're told, hit sixes, but do it safely. That's not easy to do. So I think you have to be a bit lenient and understand there's going to be some failures. I mean, we've got a couple that still haven't peaked, but you want to give them as much of a go to show their talent, because then by the end of the week as a coach, you should feel good that you know if they've performed or not, and they turn around and said, thank you for giving me 4 opportunities. I can do better next time, or I've done well, or whatever it might be.
Yeah.
It's important to try and not give them faith. Give players faith and give them a go, and you'll learn a lot about them.
Yeah, I think that's key, and I think that sometimes often ends up being a criticism that you hear a lot from players and maybe also from spectators as well, and fans that follow teams. They'll say, well, so-and-so didn't really get given a chance. He's not really had the opportunity. He only got 1 opportunity, didn't score runs, but he's a better player than that and he should be given another opportunity. But I think you can clearly see here, especially with what you've done, everyone's had the opportunity. And I think you probably by now have got a pretty good idea of who's going to be where tomorrow.
Yeah, I do. It's just more about what you asked me before, the order. Getting that order right is important. And getting people in form enough balls.
Yeah.
For Ireland, I think we all know that they're going to be having that Seamus Lynch, how impressive he's been with the bat. He's maybe the best I've seen in a long time.
Different level, hasn't he been?
But yeah, I mean, for Ireland, who's going to stop them? That's the question, because they are so efficient.
Well, hopefully Spain, eh?
They will.
This is played out. Take another single. So after a fairly positive start, Portugal just losing wickets, and you got to say, I mean, when you look at the wickets that have fallen here, they've sort of given their wickets away, really, haven't they?
Yeah.
I think there's been wickets more given away than Ireland have actually got them.
Yeah, just a little bit of a different class at the moment we're witnessing. Portugal, with the highs of winning earlier, have just struggled to get going in this game. We know they're a better team than this. 54 for 6 off 8. They'll be thinking, can we get to 75 and give our bowlers something to defend? But this Irish team just showing they know how to read the pitch as well. I remember hearing their keeper, who was, Burton, a few overs ago saying, spin's working, stick with it, and we're about to get another over of it.
Nicely played down the ground, be a single. So, Corey, I mean, this is the Dream11 European Cricket Championships. We say it's the Euros of cricket. Yep. Behind the scenes now, tell me a bit about the interactions between yourself and the other coaches, the other teams, the other players. I mean, is it stronger together? Is it all about a European cricket family that is getting bigger and growing all the time?
I think with the platform of the ECN, it's become a more family feel with all the nations. Mm-hmm. So a lot of people have either worked with each other or crossed paths or played each other now. That's slow, wide outside off, will be signal wide. Yeah, so with all of us, I mean, you've got 21 teams coming here. You have finals week. I mean, last year we had teams. You have all the ECSs now. So it has become a bit more of a family feel, as that one was just outside the tram line. So, yeah, it's a nice time to be involved in European cricket because everyone's in it to get stronger together.
Yeah, absolutely. This flicked away, and that's a really good catch under difficult circumstances. You can see the shadows here now. And I know he's kitted up pretty well. He's got the cap on and he's got the shades, but this is not an easy catch, but he takes it really comfortably.
Yeah, I'd be disappointed, Nepo. He's a better batsman than what he's shown this week. He's bowled okay, but hasn't been able to make the runs he would have liked. And another safe catch. The Irish don't drop him, that is for sure. You look here, he's got the shades on, looking straight into the sun, and he's made it look like he's slicing butter.
Yeah, it's a very good catch, easily done. And yeah, you're right, Nepo. I've seen Nepo bat in Portugal at the Miranda de Corbo cricket ground.
He can play, can't he?
He can play. He's a good hitter of the ball, but he just hasn't found his rhythm in this one. As once again, he makes a disappointing score. He goes for 1 off the 3 deliveries that he faced.
I guess with Ireland, we know that they're going to be in the finals day tomorrow. I guess they haven't had too many tense games. They've had a lot of blowouts where they've won comfortably. That's going to be interesting. If one team can get them under pressure on finals day, that's when it gets a bit interesting, and that's where I think Spain or Austria or even Portugal could sneak past them.
Yeah, well, that's the thing, and I think you're spot on because, everybody reacts different to when they're under pressure. And you put a team under pressure, you put players under pressure, and it becomes a different ball game altogether.
Yeah, well, absolutely. We learnt the hard way. When we're chasing, we seem to be a bit more under pressure, but when we're setting a score, the boys bat more freely, and they get on with it. So it's a very funny psychological thing.
Humphreys now bowling to Hussain. Swing and a miss from him.
Well, Hussain ain't hanging around. I think he realises the direness of the situation. 9 balls left now. 56. They're going to need a couple of sixes here.
Gives it some flight and managed to keep this down. It goes to the mid-wicket area of the ground. In comes the throw. And fan zone has been brilliant, Corey. Hasn't it been great to see plenty of people coming to support and watch the cricket, particularly yesterday when we had the coachload of people coming.
It was pumping yesterday.
It?
I'll tell you what, you know I love a fan zone. It was pumping. I was there for a couple of hours, Rico.
Humphries once more. There's that flight again. Goes for the big shot down the ground. And this time he does get it. He nails it. Manos arriba, arbitro. Porque eso es 6 carreras. Así me gusta. Well, I need a few more of these right here towards the end of the innings here. But that's a good shot. Gets plenty of power in this.
Yeah, well, Junjat, he might not be the tallest man, but he's stocky. He's extremely strong. Anything in his half's going to go. Can he get another one out the screws?
Slightly shorter, and asking the question, what's the umpire think about this? Well, Junjat is not interested at all. He says, nah, there's nothing. The umpire decides the same. Slightly quicker delivery, good change of pace, variation. Just gets this one to go the other way, I think. Yeah,
good decision. It's sort of just skimmed off his maybe the shirt there or back on the hip area. So definitely not out, and that takes us to the end of 9. The score 63 for 7. Ireland all in control.
Yeah, they're in control, and well, even if this over goes sort of close to magical, I think Ireland will still be pretty comfortable with the way they've contained Portugal here.
I'll be curious to see if they might give maybe their number 5, 6 or 7 batsmen elevation and give them time at the crease. You would assume they'd chase down. Does Seamus Lynch need to open again? Maybe not. Does Machette? Maybe not. Will they tinker a little bit?
Strikes this pretty firmly, will get himself a single. Yeah, I mean, what they did this morning, I mean, we saw that Cameron Melly and the captain, Gerard Wilson, were the ones that did the opening, and both of them went on and made half-centuries.
Yep. Well, to be honest, when I was an opening bat and the captain wanted to tinker, I'd always say, you get to tinker for 1 game, not for 2. So if I'm Seamus Lynch, I think I'm batting, I want to keep my form up.
That's a very good point as well, yeah. So, tiki-taka at the moment here from Portugal. It's been a while since we've seen a boundary, and that's just all credit to the bowling that we've seen here from a very strong Irish side. It's been some time now since we've seen a boundary. I think you have to go 6 is when the Forbes went for a 6, and then we saw that one way back from and Humphries over. This one again, down the ground, just another single. So keeping it tight, good line, good length. Yeah. Very difficult to try and get under this from the captain, Gerald Wilson.
Yeah, I mean, we look at this innings here. How many balls have been a full toss or a half volley or something for the Portuguese to get away? Barely at all. We're so efficient, the Irish. It's what you come to expect of a nation with pretty decent cricket pedigree these days.
Yeah, only one over that's gone double figures, and that was the first. This one will be pretty close, yeah. Well, I think he gets down a little bit, so though it hits him quite high up, because the batter's quite low, I think he's right in front there. So Wilson, I don't think there's any doubts about that. Umpire Nilkesh Patel puts the finger up, and Gerald Wilson picks up his 2nd wicket.
Yeah, absolutely plumb. He walked across his crease, trying to access the leg side, and, well, if you miss it, and it hits you halfway up in front of middle, it's usually out. So it is. He'll have to go, and another wicket falls, and, well, for Portugal, not an easy innings. They'll be a little bit disappointed. I would have thought maybe they could have taken the momentum off that really good win this morning against Spain into this one, but at the moment looking a little bit tough.
Yeah, it is, and well, Junjat, he does get to double figures, 10 before he departs. That 7th delivery, plumb in front really, just trying to create and make a little bit of room to try and hit the ball out over onto the leg side. But, getting excited for the last match.
Yeah, just about to say, how's the night games? We haven't played it yet.
Are you looking forward to it?
Well, tell me what I need to do. Do we need to be fielding under lights or batting under lights?
Well,
someone tell me in the viewer chat. I need to know.
Yeah, we need to know. Come on, what's your tips in the viewer chat for Corey? This should be batting first. I think a lot of the teams. I mean, the Irish yesterday particularly. I think they wanted to make sure that when they played the night game, that they wanted to have a bat first.
So they wanted to bat in the twilight and field under lights. Yeah?
So it was quite interesting. That was their theory.
I think I'll leave this one up to Christian. He's the captain. He can make the decision.
But it's quite extraordinary, though, that last match. When that sun goes down and the sky is beautiful, and then the lights come on, This is a nice looking shot. I think he might get value for money here. He does. This is going to be one bounce for. What a nice shot that is from Hussein. Nicely played, and that will also be the end of the inning. So they do get into the 70s, 71, 8 wickets down in the 10 overs. And well, Hussein is probably wondering, well, what's all the fuss about, guys? It's not that difficult out there. But you'd expect the Irish to go out there and try to knock these runs off pretty quickly.
Yeah, you'd imagine they're going to go out there, play pretty flamboyantly. They bowled really well, and well, they've got every opportunity here to go to another crushing victory. When they win, they seem to win very big.
Yeah, they certainly do. And, well, Junaid Khan, well, he's a man who's going to give 110%. I mean, you know about him. I mean, he took out both your openers for Duxton. He got Barber out pretty good. He got Christian as well. He's a good bowler. He's been a good campaigner for them for a while. And Hussein, the man he was there with at the end, he bowled really, really well as well. He bowled that brilliant 9th over. Just have a look at some of these highlights here. And today it was a pretty steady start from Portugal. It was only that first over that went double figures. 14 came off it. After that, it was nice and tidy. The spinners, they all played their part, and liking the bowling of Forbes once more. And also very pleased for young Robertson as well. And though Kian Robertson has been under attack from several of the European batters from various teams, he came back well here, held his nerve, and picked up some wickets as well. And this was when Corey finally managed to put the curse on the Irish, with first real error in the field we've seen from them, probably in the whole of this championship so far. But it didn't last long because they went back to what they do best straight after that.
Yeah, absolutely. And that was the big wicket of Conrad Greenshields. Their fielding is immaculate. They don't make many mistakes. This was really tight run out as well. And they just do the little things right. They're a really efficient team. They remind me of the English last year. Well, this one was with a little bit of mayo, we thought. What did you think, Rico? Was it a 10 from the Russian judges?
No, I think it certainly is. And I think somebody somewhere may have said a thing or two about it as well. But yeah, I mean, this one would have been sensational if he'd taken that one. That would have been something else, diving through the air. But he does take another catch later, which probably, well, was a bit better. But this wasn't too bad either, was it? The corner bowl from Jamie Forbes. Didn't he bowl well? And well, we talk about there could be a few selection headaches for yourself. Well, I think the Irish may have a few as well, you know, especially with these spin bowlers.
Yeah, well, they're going to have to decide how many paces do they want, how many spins do they want, because all these highlights here is spin to win. They're spinners. This was Nepo going, good catch in the sun, we thought. But all their spinners, bowler on a dime, they get wickets. This one was a nice shot from Junja that went for 6. But yeah, they're very, very efficient. And at Ireland, they're showing that they're capable all over.
Yeah, and this is the LBW from Joel Wilson. But yeah, I mean, Joel Wilson, you got the pacer, he was in there, and also McNally. But remember, you got the likes of Catherwood, who's been bowling really well, and O'Reilly, remember, took a 5-er yesterday, including that hat-trick 5 for 8. So haven't played in the matches here today. So they, you would suspect, would come in. But who do you got from that side at the moment as we have a look at the scorecard?
Yeah, look, Conrad Greenshields at the top scoring, 24 off 19, Francois Stoneman 11, and a 10 down there for Junja. But no one got going. No one really got away from it. Ireland only conceding the 1 wide. There was a bias to start the game, and overall, they'll be a little bit disappointed with that, but the bowling, Rico, sensational again.
Yeah, really good bowling, and you mentioned it there. It's about spin to win. Gerald Wilson, well, he's no spinner. He picked up 2 for 11. I really do believe that the captain of Ireland really did up the tempo here today. He went up a notch, and he certainly got a bit more pace and firepower in his bowling. He picked up 2 for 11. Great bowling once again, as always, from Matthew Humphries. Very tidy bowler. But, well, me particularly, I was very pleased and impressed with the other 2 young spinners that really did well. Forbes, he had a good day, didn't he? Took 2 for 15, took some great catches as well, but also Kian Robertson, well done to him. 3 wickets, only just giving 6 runs away. So at the mid-match summary, it is Portugal who put a low par 71 on the board. So 72 required for the Irish, who sit pretty at the top of the table here in Group A, and they're looking to get another win under their belt. 72 required. Join me, Rico Full and Corey Ruckus, as we return for the conclusion of match number 19. Volvemos en 10 minutos. Hello, cricket lovers, and welcome back to this match between Portugal and Ireland. Well, Ireland, they have been in great form, haven't they? They've been showing some excellent cricket out there in the middle with bat, ball, and in their fielding. And as a result of that, as a result of those consistently good performances, they've restricted Portugal, a team coming into this match after a very famous victory over Spain. They've restricted them to just 71. And, well, Ireland, the way that they've been batting, will be looking to try and knock these off pretty quickly. And it's all about who they go for in the middle there. We can see that John Matchett, he's starting off well. I don't know what he did wrong there, Francois Stoneman, but he's been asked to give 10. Well, he's given them, and he's ready. And it looks like the umpires are getting ready as well. Arun and Nilkesh. Rico Full here, part of the European Cricket Network. And it's my pleasure to be with my good friend, the coach of Spain, and also a fellow commentator, Corey Ruckus. Welcome back, Corey.
Yeah, thank you very much, Rico. And hey, we sort of guessed it. And we said, will they go with a bit of funkiness with the top order, or will they go back to what they know? And I'll tell you what, if you like watching boundaries, they're back to what I know. It's Matchett, and he's joined by his good partner, Seamus Lynch. This could be fireworks. Junaid Khan, here we go.
Yeah, Matchett ready to face the first. Nice took his shot, no run there. Junaid Khan, hasn't he bowled well? I mean, he's been such a good bowler. I mean, is he something that you were talking to the guys about, saying, look, this is the guy that we want to watch? Are you basically saying, look, it doesn't matter, just play your game, you know what you got to do? Or are there little tactics that you play depending on who the bowler is?
Yeah, there's a few bowlers that you might talk about. We actually said look out for Junaid's bouncer, and then he bowled 6 full balls. So maybe we got that one wrong.
He's up in the air, nicely played. Just gives himself a little bit of room, doesn't he? Creates the room and gets the angle, gets right under this, and plays his way over sort of that third man area, 4 runs.
Yeah, here we go. Here comes maybe a bit of carnage. It's a good shot. Gives himself room, as you mentioned, and then keeps his head still at the point of contact. So 4 to start the account. And, well, if you're Portugal, you need 3 wickets almost immediately here to get back into this game.
Matchett gets the first boundary. Junaid Khan will want to reply here pretty soon, and well, once again tries to give himself a bit of room. Well, if direct hit here, and this could have been trouble.
Well, I'll tell you what, that's the old traditional barbecue. That was never a single. That would have been a diamond duck for Melly. I apologise, it is. I thought it was going to be Seamus Lynch, but Junaid Khan, he'll be disappointed. He could have got him out there.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see how close this is. I mean, first of all, I mean, I don't think that Melly actually wanted this, because he doesn't go. He only reacts, I think, to Matchett that starts coming. But that was pretty close. I think if that hits, I think he would have been gone.
Yeah, absolutely. So that's an opportunity missed for Portugal early in this run chase.
Oh, that's a lovely shot, isn't that? That is pure class. What a beauty that is. And no wonder he's smiling. That is clean out of the middle, placed beautifully. Lovely shot.
Well, I tell you what, if anyone was worried about these middle order batsmen for Ireland, I don't think they need to worry anymore. That is a class shot first ball. It's over pitch, but you still got to put it away. Yeah, great batting.
Yeah, Melly on back off 59 of 21 early in the day against the Czech Republic, looking to continue from where we left off. What a lovely shot. Time goes down long towards the man at long on.
Is it me, Rico? Was that noise off the bat? Just they seem to hit it pretty hard. Up here I'm hearing through the effects mic. He's whacked that on drive.
The sound is pretty good.
Ugh.
They hit the ball really sweet, that is for sure.
So they'll be in the first final tomorrow, and I guess they're waiting for Austria or us, the result tonight.
That's correct, yeah. And I mean, that double chance though, it's massive, isn't it?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Over pitches this and just helps this along the way. Fielder coming across, gets the dive in, and oh, he gets unlucky. He gets pretty unlucky here, and that's at Chambers. Looks like for a moment he gets the hand behind it and looking to flick it. And as he flicks it, I think he ends up flicking it back onto his body, and the ball goes over the rope. Slightly unlucky Chambers there. 4 runs though.
Yeah, 4 runs. It takes him to 14 for none after 1. You're exactly right. He makes good ground, but he taps it back into his body, and well, you'll have a look here, a little bit closer. Taps it back into the leg, and it goes across the rope for 4. Sometimes it's a cruel game.
Yeah.
You
no control over
can't discredit the Portuguese effort, though. They're a plucky team. I know a lot of them personally. Good bunch of boys. And I haven't had one of these for about a year. How's it only at 48? How many have we had recently?
There's been quite a few. Of course, it all started in that night series. I mean, Charlie, he was really, when he was in Portugal, was rubbing it in. It started there, and then we had quite a few in Germany. So, yeah, especially up there in Dresden.
Well, have you had one personally recently? Or
Yeah, we've had a few. I mean,
were you in
Germany,
Dresden, or where did you get one?
In Dresden.
Oh,
Stayed
you're
in
lucky
Dresden,
bugger.
got a few, and then, of course, Vinny finally got his ones as
So
well.
I'm the only commentator that hasn't had one.
You
Of
haven't, yeah.
course.
So,
I love a golden ball. We've got to get the sweepstakes back.
Yeah, we've got to actually remember that last time around to the ECL. But look, we haven't had one in the European Cricket Championship, but I'm pretty sure we are going to. This is something that worked for Portugal against you guys. They went with Junaid Khan and then Nipu here, and he bowled pretty well. So he's going to try and do the same again. Nipu bowling inside the power play. Use their feet well, get to the pitch, and that's the difference, isn't it? I find. I mean, that's where I think over the next few years, when we look at some of the other European nations, how their batting will evolve as well. And this is about using your feet to the spinners.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, good players are the ones that can use the feet and go back. Looks like Nipo might have an issue with his hand here. They might have to get.
Looks like he may have split his
some
webbing or something here, I think. Yeah, there you go. He's saying, hey. I think there's somebody saying, hey, stop wasting time. And Nipa's saying, hey, have a look at this.
Well, where's Mary? Is she still the magic spray lady?
Mary must be on a day off today.
Oh, this might be Martin. Martin and Mary.
Let's have a look. I mean, if he has split his webbing, he may need a bit more than...
Well, the magic spray bottle's gone a bit... Well, it's a bit cheaper for the magic spray. Let's hope it works, though.
Yeah, not quite sure.
We had a young Atif Muhammad split his webbing first day. You've seen him with the bandage. And I tell you what, when you split your webbing, any time you go, it just bleeds. It is one of those things. Yeah. So it's one of those injuries you do not want to get.
Yeah, well, let's see how bad this is. Hopefully it's not too bad. It can just be cleaned up and something put on there. But if the bleeding doesn't stop, he's going to have to go off the field of play. It doesn't look like it's gushing.
Yeah, Nipo's he's a tough boy. I think he missed a game earlier because he got hit in the chest twice, and he showed me he's got a gigantic bruise right there as well. So he's been in the wars this tournament. There we go. There's the magic spray. Yeah, don't the people recover after that? It's probably disinfectant.
Give it a bit clear. It was quite funny earlier because you mentioned that Magic Spray Mary isn't actually here today. She's like must have a day off.
Disappointing. She was the best player last year.
There was an injury earlier. It was Buyan who actually got hit while stopping the ball with his foot while bowling, and it hurt him like anything. He went running, screaming, and he went down. And as soon as he saw that it was Martin that was coming out, he decided, if it's not Magic Spray Mary, I don't want to know. He was up and he was ready to go again.
Yeah, well, Magic Spray Mary for a lot of people was the MVP last year. We should have given her the watch. She deserved it.
Hey, do you know she's playing now? She's playing here now
for Spain.
No, but she's playing cricket now. Come on, what you want to select her?
She could possibly be up for selection. I know
Isn't
the boys
that
would
great?
be here.
I think that's fantastic. She's here doing the events here as well as the sort of the first aiders here, the medics.
Well, that's exactly what this cricket does. We're giving it a platform in countries that wouldn't be known for cricket. So all of a sudden, people see the sport, they like the sport. Where's your women's team? Where's your men's clubs? Let's go play.
Yeah, absolutely. So it looks like Nipu is being sorted out there.
Yeah, let's hope he's okay. Just a bit of medical attention at the moment.
Yeah, he looks okay. And, of course, we've talked about some of the other groups that are coming up. So this is Group A. And there's going to be
here we go.
Coming up. We've talked about Group B. And they've certainly got a bit of the old Nordic twisted at them. There, Denmark, Sweden there as well, Finland. Well, but I've always said that for me, the dark horses are hungry. I know you've talked about the Netherlands going to be strong. I'm sure Denmark are going to be very strong as well. They've done some good things at the moment, haven't they, playing in those T20 RC events. But Hungary, I think there's raw talent there.
Absolutely. You're absolutely right. It's going to be a really good group. I mean, even looking at the other groups here, look, Belgium, we know how chaos. France, now they are going to be chaos. So, and a plucky Scotland 11. Malta and Luxembourg, I think, would be a bit tougher for them, but good players. And then in the last one, Italy, Germany would probably be the more favourite teams, but I tell you what, Norway, Romania, or Switzerland on their day, it's tough to call. And then, of course, England's waiting for us. Always the English.
England is waiting there. But listen, do you think that the other teams, bear in mind that you played like a week of cricket here and played as a team, do you think England are going to be strong, but that that sort of advantage they got is sort of dwindles away a little bit because you've been playing.
Yeah, I think that the more practice you get as a team definitely helps. I spoke to our good friend Harrison Ward.
Oh, yeah.
He's coming back.
He's coming back?
Yeah, and,
Harrison,
he did say he wishes England were playing in the group stage to get one more week's practice.
Yeah, I can understand that. Well, this has been nudged away, and it's one of those that, well, Vinny would say that this is what he practices with his wicket keepers. He'd throw the ball at them and get them to catch it. It doesn't actually make any contact with the keeper here with Path. He goes one way, the ball goes the other. And he's played that.
Yeah, I'll give batsman credit there. He's looking to get the late cut away. Gets a thickish sort of edge that goes fine. And, 4 more runs. Well, they only need to run a ball now already, the Irish.
Nipu trying to make something happen. Firmly struck, run quickly, in comes the front. Well, well, that is a sizzler.
A cannon.
From Stoneman. Well, this has gone like a rocket. And, well, it needed to be backed up well and backed up strong.
I don't think he could have thrown that any harder then.
So, Melly will get back on strike. Yeah, well, this is gone. This goes all the way. Boom. Shaka. Lagia. Manos arriba, árbitro, porque eso es una grande 6 carreras más. Eso es una Ariana.
Well, you were talking about batsmen using their feet. Kids at home, that's almost perfect. Yeah. Running to the pitch of the ball, getting the half volley, and then dispatching it. They look so good. I'm really impressed with this Irish team. I really am impressed.
Yeah, it's a lovely shot, isn't it? I mean,
I wonder if they felt the pressure representing Ireland in a full member nation. They play Test cricket. Wonder if the boys felt pressure, because this week they haven't really shown they do. Oh.
Hit for no, not the other finger now. Oh, he says you've already hurt one hand. Well, he is not impressed, is he? He's not impressed. He's look at Nilkesh, the umpire. Oh, dear, Nilkesh. We see. Well, Nilkesh is probably thankful because he saved him, and then look at him and said, "What are you trying to do, man? Break me fingers?" Oh,
he just had the spray on it for the last 10 minutes. They're gonna have to bring Mary back, surely. Oh, that's funny.
I think Nipo is saying, I'm out of here. Just let me go. I think he may want to go off the field of play here and to get the 12th man on. Let's see. I think we might see Miguel Stoneman coming on because he's had both of his hands busted now. I think, yeah, he is. So Nipo, not surprisingly, is going to walk off. I don't know which hand he wants treated first. And Miguel Stoneman comes on, and he will be the 12th man on the field of play. So 26 is the score on the board, 2 overs gone. And like you said, it is under runner ball here at the moment. And,
nice round of applause for Nipo as well as he comes off the ground from the fan zone. Just everyone appreciating that he's putting his body on the line, and you can see there, look, a bit of blood on the hand, so it's not a small injury. He's really split that webbing open, and let's hope he's okay.
Yeah, I mean, it's a nasty one. Let's hope that can patch him up pretty good. We've got a big day coming up tomorrow. So Junaid Khan to continue. Goes for the short one, but it's been picked beautifully, and that goes all the way. Balle, Kinnasona, Shaka Lagia. Well, John Matchett is starting to turn on the style. He hasn't quite gone big as one or two of the other batters have for Ireland, and maybe this is his turn to make his mark.
Yeah, absolutely. He was sort of sitting on that short ball then, felt like he knew it was going to come. Great shot.
And now he goes for another one. This goes over cow corner. It's going to be 6 more, and turning on the style here now, the Irish. They're not messing around. They want to finish this early.
Well, I think they're just showing everyone before finals day why they are the favourites. They really are. They've got a couple of people flowing now. We call it the flow state, when a batsman's just in a zone, and he just looks like he's in this beautiful zone. He's not swinging too hard, just flowing, just the flow state.
That's right, and the pressure all on Junaid Khan here. Can he get a breakthrough? It's a better delivery, just outside that off-stump corridor.
Well, one of my big calls when you wouldn't have heard this yet, and I said this to Vinny the other day when I had a game with him, commentary. My big call for the ECC, we will get 6 sixes in an over at least once. I want to see it. I reckon we will.
And in this one?
No, over this,
Over
this
this-
tournament.
all right, okay.
Yeah, I reckon we're going to get 6 sixes. Also, I would love to see the shot clock. I want to see someone get timed out. I really do.
You know what, Vinny actually did say to me, he said, you know what, you're watching that clock all the time. This is played down the ground.
Well, I've told Christian Munoz Mills that if anyone's even near a second, you better appeal because I want to see it timed out. I've never seen it.
We have not seen or had a
It's the
timer
only thing.
at all.
It must be the only thing we've never had on the ECN.
Yeah, it's true.
Surely.
Yeah, we've had most other things. Junaid Khan under a bit of pressure. Well bowled by Junaid. And yeah, I think John Matchett sees and acknowledges the fact that Junaid Khan susses him out this time. He gets ready to do the old scoop. But he takes all the pace off this and follows him as well. That's good bowling. Well done from Junaid Khan.
In the viewer chat, we've got a couple of comments coming. Shrug saying that he doesn't think Ireland are the favourites. He's saying Spain.
But,
I'll take it. Thank you, Shrug.
Yeah, we will take that. I think I mean, a lot of people have liked the way that Spain have played it. This is a beaut, isn't it? Absolute beat. This is clean out of the middle of the bat. Well, that is sweeter than a bowl of rasmalai. 6 more.
Yeah, gorgeous shot. Shot of the innings. Maybe one of the shots of the day. Oh, yeah. See how he sort of just leans back a little bit to get the elevation?
Yeah.
That's textbook. And, yeah, that's one you can sit back and admire.
That's a delightful shot. And, well, Junaid, he goes for a few in that one, doesn't he? He goes for 34 off his spell. So that one does go magical. 20 runs come off that one to score. Quickly moves on to 46. They're a team that have been, I mean, they've been hitting the power play around about score between 45 and 50 pretty regular.
Yeah, and I mean, look, I do think they are the favourites only because they come from such a good cricket pedigree. These guys train together quite a lot and obviously have a good understanding of each other. I think they've shown they've got a lot of match winners. Not discrediting Spain, Austria's or Portugal's chances. It's sad that Czech Republic are now knocked out, but anyone on their day can cause an upset, but I think they have been the most consistent team in the group stage and they deserve their tag of favourites going into finals.
Yeah.
I tell you what, favourites don't always win.
No, they absolutely don't. And we know, because of the amount of cricket that we've seen in this format, that anything can happen as the new bowler comes in. It's Rana Sawa is bowling here now. But were you quite surprised? I mean, maybe it was early on, because, look, one thing we do know is that these guys from Ireland, they don't play this format very often. So they were going to take some getting used to it. It looks like they're there now. But when you played them first time around and you beat them, once you got those early wickets, I mean, a lot of the batters, they weren't able to elevate, were they? They weren't getting the runs moving along. Well, this is a little bit of luck. When sometimes when things are not going your way, this is what happens. The luck goes against you. And at the moment, the luck, the suerte, is Wood Matchett as he picks up 4 more runs here from an edge.
Yeah, you make your own luck. Looking to elevate that deep down the ground. Gets an edge, 4 runs, brings the 50-run partnership up. So another milestone for these two. But yeah, I think that game we did really bowl well and we got to strangle them a bit. But it took a lot of effort. Ireland are a good team. But you're right, the big nations... As he goes the reverse Malachi.
Does he hit the keeper here?
Oh, I'm not too sure, but
I heard a sound. What does he hit?
I think the ball just hit Junjat. I'm not too sure. I'll have a closer look. No, I just think a bit of the ball on glove.
Okay.
But yeah, I always find those bigger nations, that's the bigger nations, well, all associates, but Netherlands, Scotland, England and Ireland. You give them 2 or 3 days at this format and then they find the way, they find the mojo of it, and then they're very hard to stop.
Goes outside the off, and it will be 1 bounce and 4 more runs. He just knows where the fielders are, isn't he? Just toying with the field here a little bit. Once again, it's a little bit of pace, but he makes and creates a room that creates the shot for himself.
Yeah, nice shot, 4 runs, really class batting. A really good question coming through from Lee Tuck on the viewer chat about how do Ireland, Scotland, Netherlands and England, who we are talking about now, select their teams. So I'm not too sure on Scotland. I know for the Netherlands, there's a couple of players that just missed out on the World Cup and then some summer squad players on the fringes that are coming. And I know for Ireland here, they've brought their academy side, so the best young players in the country.
Yeah.
And, well, England, I think there was a couple of minor county players. We had even Harrison Ward, we mentioned, playing for Sussex came, and they had some of the, I think it's the minor county team players come as well. So we're talking some good cricket pedigree.
Yeah, and also I think a lot of it depends on what other cricket that they may have happening or upcoming at the same time as well, depending on who comes along. But one thing for sure is, I mean, I'm hearing that Scotland are going to be coming with a very good, strong side. This has been hit pretty well, but this time they have got a fielder that goes back there. It's Conrad Greenshields, the captain.
And I think it's really good for the game when you get those major sort of nations bringing such a good team, because I know Spain, Portugal, who beat Holland last year, us upsetting Ireland. The upsets do happen. Belgium really upset some big countries as well. So it gives maybe the lesser known countries an opportunity and a platform to play the bigger teams, and that's so exciting.
Yeah, of course it is. And that's what gets your players to excel.
Yes.
You know, that's the other thing here. And I think that's a point that Vinny makes very well, that sometimes in some of these federated countries, and he was using Czech Republic, it's just an example, you may tend to have all the good players playing in one team, which means that when they're playing the domestic cricket, they're not really being challenged.
Yep.
And because they're not being challenged when it comes to then becoming part of the national team and playing stronger opposition, they're just not up to that level because they're not being challenged enough. So this, I think, playing against, I mean, for example, Spain playing against Ireland here and getting that victory, but having the chance to play with them again, I mean, 3 matches against a team with this standard, you're going to improve, you're going to get better.
Oh, absolutely, and you get good knowledge about the players. It's sort of fight or flight. You see what players can stand up against the big boys and some that maybe don't so much. So it's a good learning curve for everyone, and there's always a lot of pressure on the bigger nation when you maybe play a lesser-known nation. So it's a great little format, this T10. It brings all sort of cricketers from all over Europe together and gives them a pathway.
Yeah, it looks like Thapa is going to get a chance to have a bowl here. To see how he fares. 57 without loss after 4. Well, he pitches up, and this one is trying to get it in the gap. Doesn't quite get this right. So at the moment, Mally just seems to be playing sort of a bit more of a sportive role, trying to give as much strike as he can to John Matchett, who seems to be hitting the ball pretty well.
Yeah, Matchett's got a chance of a T10 international 50 here. Very close, 42 off 15. I mean, it's like video game cricket. You think it's not, but 42 off 15 is unbelievable.
It's something sensational. Hey, listen, you're talking about it's unbelievable. Well, Mohammed Barber's not yesterday. Wasn't too bad. 50, he got off 13 balls,
12.
Is that right? 12 balls.
12.
I mean, yeah, I mean, that was something sensational, wasn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this week's had a lot of moments. I mean, I think Conrad Greenshield's stop on the boundary rope.
Oh, wow, yeah.
Prince Demand's catch. There's been hat-tricks. I know Cammy took a hat-trick. There was an Irish bowler that took a hat-trick. Sorry, I don't remember.
That's right, O'Reilly, yeah.
O'Reilly.
Took a fifer, yeah.
I mean, for just the first few days of the competition, there has been some astounding moments already.
Yeah, there's been great cricket, isn't it? And, yeah, it's been outstanding. And that's the thing. I mean, we haven't even completed the first week yet, the first group. Well, this one is going to go the distance. This is sweet out of the middle. Well, that's another one. Well, that is sweeter than a bowl of Ras Malais, I'd say. What a lovely shot this is. Make it look effortless, don't they?
Yeah, absolutely. Look, the bat swing here, that is not a slog. See, his head was down at the point of contact. Just pure cricket. And that's what these Irishmen do. They're maybe a bit better than every other team at power hitting because they keep their head down and it's a cricket shot instead of what, I mean, Spain were doing for going across the line.
Yeah.
Can't do that.
Yeah, Indigo out there. One of the ball retrievers, the ECN, doing a grand job. Oh, well, slight opportunity. Wide has been signalled. He does well to stop this, doesn't he, past Jungjat? And maybe just doesn't have enough time to keep the ball under control and take the barrels off. But was an opportunity.
Yeah, it definitely was. He just fumbles it. He didn't get it cleanly in the hands. He moved well. But if it had stuck cleanly, he might have been able to get a stumping.
Yeah. So first real opportunity.
Do you reckon this is the last ball of the game, Rico? Is it going?
Oh, he goes for it, but does he clear the boundary? No, he doesn't. So he wants to finish it with the big shot, but he's not able to. So Melly, he does go. So they do pick up a wicket. Well done to Thapa, and also well done to the man on the boundary taking the catch. And, well, it's a big smile on his face. And that's another thing, you know. Look, they know that the match is gone. They're not going to win this match, but that's what we're talking about. I mean, Thapa's going to go back and tell all his friends and all his family, and he's going to be showing them this clip and saying, I took a wicket against the Irish team.
Well, absolutely. So even though his team are going to lose, you can still have good individual moments. A nice catch from Chambers there. Well, the damage is done, though. Cameron Melly, pretty good innings there. Got some time at the crease, which he would have enjoyed. 22 off 12. 2 sixes, 1 4. Striking at 183. That's pretty good going.
Yeah. done well, and he'll get a nice warm round of applause. Plenty of Irish supporters out there as well in the fan zone.
I'll tell you what, yesterday, the fan zone, even today, compared to this is our second year, right? Our second ECC.
Yeah, second big one.
You can see it's growing because of the fan zone. That's a great way to judge when things are catching on.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that fan zone as well in the night time, because don't forget, more people are turning up because it's time to finish work and they're here. I mean, it was buzzing last night. That was a nice moment there, wasn't it? That as Caramelli is going back, he just checks with Nipu, who was sat down, how he was. And both of them just shared a little fist bump.
The sportsmanship's been great.
Sportsmanship has been absolutely brilliant, yeah.
I'll ask you again, is this the last ball, Rico?
I think this one could be the last ball, yeah. Macbeth. Well, maybe not. Well, if that wasn't, this next one probably could be.
Well, I'll tell you what, if Matcha is good at mathematics, right now, you hit the last ball for 1, get yourself to 44, and then next over hit the 6 and go like, yeah, I've done it, I've done it.
Yeah,
hey, this is where, if you're good at maths and you did what your parents told you to with the times tables and pluses, this is, you got to hit this for a single and then your next one for a boundary. Oh, no.
He's given, well, are they going to get there? He's come from a long way, and it just dropped short. Well, maybe. Well, they don't get a single here either. Well, that is quite crazy. I thought they were going to do exactly what you're thinking about. They don't take the single.
Well, Scott Macbeth, I have no idea what you're doing. It went miles in the end. He just said no. He said, I'm not running. I want to enjoy some time at the crease, and it landed in no man's land, so it's a dot ball.
That's quite crazy. That really is.
Has Scott Macbeth batted much this week?
Not too much. He's had his opportunity.
So that's one of those moments, Rico, where you're thinking, I haven't batted too much. I'm on live TV around the world. I'm not running, so I can face the next over.
Yeah, that's right, yeah.
Crazy.
Well, I thought he was going to do exactly. I thought what you were saying, well, if he's done his mathematics, I thought he's placed this beautifully. He's going to take the single and then finish it off with one big shot. It's not to be. But, well, can Macbeth spoil the party for him? I wonder if he goes for the big shots. Well, I'll tell you what, I don't think Matchett was going to be too happy about it if that's the way that it goes.
No, we're going to find out right now.
Well, he says, well, okay, there you go. I'll give you the strike now. I just wanted another run to my name. So
he gets his extra run, but yeah, I think it's a little bit difficult for Macbeth now to get to that 50. I think he'll be happy either way. There's an old saying that a red ink as an opening batsman, you take that with both hands. Can he hit this for 4 or 6 and get his team over the line? It's been a comprehensive day again for Ireland. They'll be mighty pleased with back-to-back wins going into finals day.
Yeah, they certainly will be. And the way that they've done it as well, they've given the opportunity to 1 or 2 other batters as well. They'll be feeling that they're ready for finals day tomorrow. He does take the single. I thought maybe he may decline it, but no, he's more than happy to take it.
Well, the 50 watch is back on now. He needs Macbeth to work another single.
Yeah.
He's still got that little bit of a chance right at the back end of this game.
Sawa's bowled well.
Good to see that I can hear the Portuguese out there still. I mean, 3 runs to defend, they're not going to win, but the energy's good. And they're a really good bunch of guys, and yeah, they deserved that win this morning. They haven't been able to get the chocolates in this one, but they're a good bunch of boys.
Just making some changes in the field, just making sure that people are not too deep. And this one could be the end of the match, and it will be. So it's not going to be an opportunity for Matchet to get his half century, but he won't mind that. It's been a fine innings from him, 44 of 18, with Scott Macbeth hitting his only boundary of the innings. He finishes on a 6, not out of the 3 deliveries that he's had to face, but it's been another comprehensive win for the Irish and getting to that target, well, in just over half the innings that they needed to.
Yeah, absolutely. They've been pretty proficient in this game, and, well, they've done everything they need to do. They kept Portugal to a score that's maybe 40 under par, and then they've chased it down comfortably. So a great day for them, and for Portugal, they'll be pretty happy with their 1 win and a loss today. They'll go into finals day. I think that means they'll finish in 4th in the group, and Portugal will then be in the eliminator versus either Austria or Spain.
That's right, yeah. I mean, it's going to be exciting. So well done, though, to Ireland. It's another very good performance from them. And one thing that Vinny was talking to me about the other day, saying the Irish also, they haven't really, and because they've been chasing down these scores pretty quickly, haven't batted a lot either. You know, and you see again there, they're finishing that one with 27 balls to go. But it's nice, and they'll be happy that another batter, this time around, John Matchett, has been able to go out there and score some runs as well. Well, smiles on their faces at the moment there. He doesn't seem to be too upset that he doesn't get the opportunity to get his half century as we have a look at these highlights.
Yeah, and it's going to be all green, the sea of green. They were very, very good indeed. That was a glorious shot off his first ball to go for 4. And, well, Junaid Khan, who bowled it well earlier today, got a little bit of the tap. Anthony Chambers, they didn't give up the Portuguese, but a little bit of hard luck there. And, well, with not many runs on the board, they needed things to go their way. And Nipu, well, things weren't going to go his way because, look, it just splits the webbing. It was quite innocuous as well. And a little bit dreary for the crowd out there.
Well, Indigo, he's up there waiting for the balls to come his way, waiting to be in the action. And it wasn't long before he was in the action. I think this might have been one that he had to chase after. And Nipu, well, he's kept on going, but then this was the time when the ball smashed into his other hand and he decided, that's it, enough is enough, I'm out of here.
Yeah,
he said, I'm going. Both hands, yeah.
Both hands could potentially have split webbing, and I'll tell you what, he's going to need someone to cook for him for a while when he gets home, Rico.
Well, that's quite, when your luck is not in for Nipu, well, no wonder he was sat up there pretty dejected. That was a shot, though, wasn't it? That was a shot.
Shot of the innings, not an easy shot, and he made it look so effortless. And, well, a little bit of luck in between, but you make your own luck in the T10 format. They really deserved everything they did, Ireland, and they're just showing that it's not just old Lynchy at the top. All of them can hold the bat.
Yeah, absolutely. But one thing I did notice is that Lynchy didn't get his own way. He didn't get a chance to go out there. So they decided that he's had enough practice, and that maybe it was John Matchett and maybe one or two of the others that could have done it with a little bit more practice. That was that nice moment there where you saw Cameron Murray just having a little chat with Nipu and say, hey mate, are you okay? And this, well, look, all smiles. You said, and you know more about this than I do, because being one of the coaches, being part of the Spanish setup, I think the sportsmanship between all the teams, all the players, the coaches, has been absolutely tremendous. That's why this is a fiesta of cricket. We're talking about fiesta of cricket. I know that you want to be going out of here pretty sharpish, because you've got another match to see to. The good thing about it is you've got a little bit of time, because the Irish do finish that pretty early. So that match coming up in around about 25 minutes' time. Austria taking on your team, Spain. What are your thoughts?
Well, we've made one change. I can officially say it now. Tom Vine has gone out. He'll miss out on this game. No spot for Little Goreng, and we have decided to bring Hamza Dar back into the team. Okay. So really looking forward to it. But back onto the scorecard quickly. John Machette, well done. 44 off 18, 22 off 12 for Cameron Melly, and that was all they needed to do.
Yeah, all they wanted to do. And look, there's a good moment here as well. It's nice to see that the young man from Ireland also picks up the Player of the Match award. So well done. He's just below us here. So I'm going to give a shout out to Cian. Well done. Cian Robertson, the Player of the Match. And he does bounce back well. So well done to him, but also well done to the Irish teams here. So there's the match summary there. It's a comprehensive victory for the Irish first. They're able to contain Portugal just to 71 and then knocking them off there with 27 balls to go.
Yep, 27 balls to go, but one more game today. And I don't want to be biased, but this will be a corker.
This will be a corker.
It's the shootout. It's the shootout for second. So technically, it's the game for the double chance. Fingers crossed. I'm not a commentator anymore. I feel like I want to rip off my commentary shirt, put my coach's hat back on, and yeah, I'm hoping for a good reply from our Spanish
Well, look,
team.
I mean, it's one thing. I mean, there was a few people, and I said when I said this to Vinny gave me a weird look, and I said to Vinny when Daniel Doyle-Kai was going out there, I said, Vinny, I know you're going to think this is really odd, but I'm going to turn around and say, I hope he doesn't score any runs. And he looked at me and I said, because I'd rather him make a failure now than tomorrow. Yeah. Because he's been consistent. He's scored 30s all the way through, and I think a couple of them have been 30 not outs. And I'm just thinking, I'd hate for him to stay in this good form, and when it comes to the final stage tomorrow to make a blip. So, you know, he can be blaming me for getting out cheaply. I think he only made one. But look, I'm looking forward to this match. It's great to be here with you. Look, I'm going to wish you all the luck going to this one. I know you give my regards to all the boys, and have a good. I mean, then the main thing I'll say, let's have a cracking game of cricket.
Yeah, I think it'll be great. Austria, they're going like this. They're in form, but we've got a good team. This is going to be good, and it's our first game under lights. First time Spanish cricket get to play a national game under lights.
Yeah, and maybe you can give us a golden ball. How about that?
I don't think.
Honestly, would you last the golden ball? Could you last the golden ball?
I don't want a golden ball if I'm coaching. No way.
Well, look, it's been absolutely brilliant. So that match coming up in about 20 minutes' time. So get yourself a cup of tea. Maybe make yourself a quick snack, because it's going to be an absolute cracker.
welcome back. We're on the Costa del Sol and we're heading into the night as well. Don't forget, because it's the 5th game of the day. It's the 20th and final game in the Group A group stage. And it's going to be a rematch actually of the first match on Monday morning. And it's going to be Austria versus Spain. Let's see what happens at the coin toss. And we have a special guest. It's the president of the Costa del Sol Cricket Club. He does a lot for this tournament. Jay Weil, he's going to toss the coin in match number 20.
Tails is called. It is tails. We'll have a bat.
Well, the president, he does a good job, doesn't he? Because the coin does fall Spain's way, and Christian Munoz Mills says that he'll have a bat. I think it's a real good opportunity for Spain to kind of bat a 10-over innings and hopefully bat better. Of course, both these two teams, they will feature in the finals tomorrow. There is a slight chance that Austria could overtake Spain if they beat them and beat them well here. So that double chance is on the line. So plenty to play for here in match 20. And look, we know that we'll have an exact calculation about what Austria will need to do at the halfway point in this game. Let's go up to Rico Full. Well, Corey has come and he's gone. He's back on the Spanish bench. I'll be up there in a second, but the news from the toss here, Rico, in match number 20, is that Spain, the host nation, they've won the toss. They're going to have a bat.
Thank you very much to Vinny Sandhu, and welcome to the final match of today. It's also the final match of what we'd like to call like the round robin stages. By the end of today, as you heard what Vinny said, we'll have a good, clear idea of what will be happening in the first two matches tomorrow in Group A finals day. Well, that's Quinton Norris. He's given plenty of encouragement to his players as they go out there to take the field, because it was, as you saw there, that the Spanish captain deciding that his team are going to have a bat first. And of course, we heard Corey Ruckus up here with me as we were talking through that match between the Irish and Portugal. And he was told us a few insights. He told us that there was going to be no little maestro in that one, as in that game. Adam Agar is still going to be in the side. He's going to be behind the stumps. And also Hamza Salim Dar comes back into the side in place of Tom Vine. So that's the changes. And the bat versus board wall says, well, Spain 112 to 102 in favour of this one. So keeping it pretty close. I can understand that, because when these two teams met, they started it all off, didn't they? In the start of Group A, when we went back to Monday, match 1, it was Austria 107 for 7. And well, Hassan Yusuf 35 of 15 and Ranjit Singh 24 of 19 with the main contributors, and with the ball for Spain, Atif Mohammed 3 for 16, and also Hamza Salah, he was 3 for 9. They were the star performers there, and Spain went on to win that, and by 4 wickets, with Daniel Dolkaya 39 of 13 being the player of the match. Daniel Eckenstein took 3 for 12 in that one, and he also comes back into the Austrian side for this must-win match. For them, try to keep the pressure. And remember, as Vinny said, if they are to win this, and they win this by a good margin, you never know, they could finish in the top 2. We get ready for this one. The umpires for this match is Shubh Navjot Singh. He is at the bowler's end, and along with him is umpire Arun. So let's get ready to go. Just waiting for our official timekeepers, Patrick Constant, to give the umpires the nod, and we will be off for the final match. And this is the match. This is the one where it gets spicy. This is the one where it gets, well, where the night comes in, the lights come on, and we play during the night as well. It's quite amazing, and some of the skyline that we'll see is pretty magnificent as well. Looks like we're ready to go. So it is Danny Eckenstein, Big Daddy, to bowl the first ball. No, this is going to be very close. I think this could be out. It is out, and there he goes, Big Daddy. He's off. Well, catch him if you can. The Big Daddy is off. On the Iba. Well, they can't stop him. Well, what a moment. And, well, what's going on here? I think I think Babar is suggesting that maybe you got a bit of bat on this. But this is an amazing putt. I tell you what, Mohamed Babar, it's just not working from it. I said before in that last match that when he gets... when he was brought up the order, he got a golden duck, and then he went down the order and he got some runs, went back to the top of the order for the 2 matches today, and his back-to-back first ballers. This one for me has to be gone. It's missing nothing. It's going on to hit. The umpire takes his time, and then he's off. Well, there he goes, Danny Eckenstein. Vamos, he says. Come on, they run after him. They can't catch him. He may be big, but he's unstoppable. He's done, giving his team a magical start. Well, what a moment that is for the Big Daddy. Well, he's a well-loved man back home, isn't he? Family man with children and all his kids. Well, I think they're running around at the moment wherever they're watching from. But for Mohamed Baba, it's just not happening. And back-to-back golden ducks for him. Spain lose their first wicket off the very first ball. How many times has that happened here today? It's been quite incredible, the number of golden ducks, but not just golden ducks, but golden ducks, the first ball off the innings. And that's 4 times. My calculations, the big D comes in again. Some more of that swing, but this time too much swing. And Prince Diman comes in. He's been in good form. Comes in and joins Mohamed Ishan out there. Mohamed Ishan gets given an opportunity to open up. Hasn't really, as yet, made a big innings. Good bit of swing again. Diman thinks about the single, but Daniel Eckenstein gets across, gets the foot on it, and make sure there's no run there. Rucker said it's going to be an exciting match. He promises that, and he said that Spain will bounce back well. It's not been the best of starts, though, has it? Full toss, and this one has gone the distance. That's a nice shot. Smashed away, and Prince Diman showing his class once again. Well, there he is. Corey Rutgers, a quick change for him, going out of his commentary gear back into the Spanish coaching gear. Well, he'd like to look at that. Just overdoes it slightly, doesn't he, Daniel Eckenstein? Going for the Yorker length in swinger. That nicely put away by the Prince. Doesn't try to overhit it, and that's the key there. Good timing. So first boundary is a Maximo off the bat off the Prince. This one's slightly shorter. Gets a bit of bat onto it. It gets attacked. In comes the throw from Basir Khan. The batters comfortably get themselves home. In last match, Basir bowled pretty well, but the likes of Didar was not at his best. He'd be hoping to bowl a lot better. There's some changes also in the Austrian side. Well, this one has been launched. Oh, this is big. Watch out there in the fan zone. There's a kookaburra about. Ginna Sona. Gia, Shaka. This is big. And this is sweet out of the middle. That goes a long way. What a powerful strike that was. Well, that was a Bizaway Super 6. So Daniel Eckenstein, though he's got that wicket, he's also now, just like that, gone for 14. The ball to go. And maybe he overtired himself with the celebrations. He did keep on running. He forgot that he had to bowl 5 more deliveries. He looks a bit out of puff there now, doesn't he? Well, that'll teach you. Look at him taking in the oxygen. Well, I think he's quite happy that one went a long way. It gives him a chance to get his breath back. Wants a big finish. Mohamed Ishan, what a shot that was. It's nicely played, but straight to the fielder. No run there, thinks about it. But Zishan Arif, oh, nice to see him back in the side and moving pretty nicely as well. So that's self-inflicted injury. Well, it kept him out the side, I think, for a day, but a day and a half maybe. But he seems to be moving pretty well here now. Look, let's have a look at some of the top campaign. Let's have a look at the bowlers. First on the Austrian side, Zadran, he's been good, 11. Remember, he's taken a hat-trick as well. Didar wasn't at his best today in the earlier match, but he looking to come back strong. And Hassan Yusuf, wasn't he good with his spin and not cross to the other stride. Adif Mohammed has been fantastic. Mohammed Cameron as well, you'd expect that. And Hamza Salim Dar, that's why he comes back into the side. And in terms of the batting, well, it's Shigwal that's been making all the noises for Austria. And, well, Daniel Tolkaye for Spain. And Diman, well, he's out there at the moment. He's been batting pretty well as well. Goes for the shot lofted, but this is an opportunity, and it's been well taken straight down the throat of MSP. And this is another one. Mark Simpson-Parker takes a catch, and it's another wicket. And this is sensational. So the very first ball of Basir Khan gets the wicket off the Prince. And that is huge. That is big. Prince Diman goes. We just saw on the stats just how good he's been. Just doesn't get this right, does he? Doesn't get the timing on it. That is a huge wicket. And Basir Khan gets his man. Spain in a spot of bother here, just like they did in the earlier match against Portugal, losing wickets early. Well, it's all happening there in the middle. Let's have a look at this again. Just doesn't get the range on it, and MSP takes a catch. It's very similar to, well, the same area, I think, where in the earlier match against Portugal, where Adam Agar needed a 6, went for it, and he was caught on the boundary by Chambers. Well, this time around, slightly different scenario, but it's the same result. Goes for the big shot, caught on the boundary. So 2 wickets down and 2 big wickets. Mohamed Baba gone, and now the Prince gone. MSP taking the catch. And that brings into Hamza. Hamza Salim comes into the firing line. And they're asking the question for LBW. Not out. I'm suggesting just pitching outside leg or missing leg, one or the other. The umpire didn't seem too interested. Let's have a look where this hits him. And maybe just get, I think this maybe just starts to swing a little late. And the umpire deciding the ball is not going to go on to hit the stumps. Now that's a pretty close call, but I think maybe just going to go on a missed leg stick. Doesn't want to be shuffling across here. Hamza Salim Dar. And that's nicely played. Gets it through the gap. And nice to see him play a shot out on the offside. He can be very leg side orientated. But this one where he gets the width, gets down and plays it nicely through the gap. 4 more runs. Nice shot. Keeps his shape very well as well. It's a lovely looking stroke. 4 runs all along the deck. See, he's starting to see the floodlights now starting to turn on. Take them a while to get their full potencia. The sun's starting to come down. You can see that all of the shadows now more or less have disappeared. It was pretty bright sunshine as that sun was pretty low before the start of this match. Let's see what magnificent skyline we're going to see here tonight above the Cartama Oval as the light disappears and the floodlights take full effect. Goes up in the air. This is a chance, a massive moment here. And takes a catch. And it's Ashan Yusuf who doesn't let Basir Khan down. It's another one that goes. And it's Mohamed Ishan. He gets given the opportunity at the top of the order. He doesn't make it count. And he'll go for 6 of just 2 deliveries, and that 6 coming off 1 scoring shot. And Austria are all over this at the moment. And now it goes a long way up in the air, but Yusuf making no mistakes. And it's Basir Khan. He picks up his 2nd wicket. Austria, they're on a high. They're pumping each other. The smiles all over their faces. And the look of gloom at the moment is on the faces of the Spanish team. But look, we know they have depth. We know there's plenty of batting still to come. And I think the man that's coming in now is going to be the key here. Is Daniel Doyle-Kaye. What can he do? He's been so consistent. He's been so good. And I think today is the first time in that earlier match against Portugal that we sort of saw a failure from him when he only scored the 1. But this is where they need him to be at his best as he comes in at number 5. Oh, that's a beauty. Lovely delivery first up. Not wasted at all, is it? We've seen a lot of that sometimes where a new batter comes in and gets a wide or ball down the leg side. But not this one. It's right there. He gets Daniel Doyle-Kaye playing at it and plays and misses. Super over from Basir Khan. And 2 overs gone, and it is 19 for 3. And this is a look at the tables and a good time to bring back into the equation Mr. Maximo Vinny Sandu.
Yeah, just crunching a few numbers there. So Austria can still grab the second chance. And look, it'll depend on how many Spain get in this first innings. But I've got some preliminary calculations that say that they will have to win with about 10 balls to spare if they are to overtake They're going to overtake the Spanish into second spot. So that's very doable, especially with a start like this. But again, it's a test for the strategy, isn't it?
Yeah.
Of the Spanish, that they're going to go pretty much no matter what. They're going to go all the way through the innings. It doesn't matter if they lose wickets. Look, I think we've seen now, it's one thing to say that, it's another thing to do that when the heat is on. And of course, the heat will be on not only tonight, but tomorrow as well. Strap on the big D. Here he comes again. And it's a little edge. It's going to get away from Arsenal Reef. And Dida does the fielding. Geez, what a start by the Austrians. And you just wonder who's going to step up for the Spanish this time around. There are a few that went missing in that last game. I know that Corey wasn't happy. I'm glad that you had to deal with him and not me. But
he was all right.
Should be a really, really exciting finish of the day.
I think it will be. I mean, you can see that both these teams are up for it. They know what's at stake, don't they? You want that double chance. Trust me, you want the double chance to make it into the final.
Next team gets cut away. And this is Daniel Dorkaya. He missed out. It's really the first time he's missed out in this series, isn't it? But gets his opportunity here. The Austrians, again, they need to be pretty aware that there's multiple threats in this Spanish lineup. So they got pretty much a top 9 that you could draw out of a hat. It doesn't really matter where they bat. They will get opportunities. Once again, I think that next team matches up so well to left-handers. I think that's something I would look at. And I'd even consider maybe if there's some left-handed players you're worried about in the opposition, maybe just keep him up your sleeve. But I suppose he does like that new ball. It's probably 1 and 3 at the moment. And so 16, 2 to spend. This is in the air as well. It's a tough one. Well, it's going to be really tough because it's going to be over the boundary. Maximo! Well, Hamza is one guy. Well, there's Corey. Tell you what, the stress balls, they were able to ramp the price up on those. There's some price gouging around the ground because Corey was buying the whole lot. He wasn't too happy after that previous performance. Hamza, he's a guy, he's focused. I think he knows. There's a little wink there. He said, look, I'm going to come good. He gets a bit of a gift here from next team, but it gets on him pretty quickly. It's the end of the power play. The score is 28 for 3. Once again, I want to say very warm welcome to you, wherever you're watching from around the world, whether you're watching on Fancode in India or one of our international broadcast partners across 6 continents. Great to have your company today, or tonight actually now, on the European Cricket Network. And just repeating that, at the moment, Spain are in 2nd place, Austria are in 3rd place. The top 2 teams get the double chance tomorrow on finals day. So we already know Ireland 11 to 1st, that's locked in. We know that Portugal are 4th, that's locked in. We know Czech Republic, they're out of the tournament, that's locked in. But 2nd and 3rd could swap. And for it to swap, Austria would have to win this match with approximately 10 balls to spare. I say approximately because it can change on their final total. There we go. He's now wanting to blur out his face. This is full. And Zadran coming in. It was a bit wild. The wild thing earlier. This one's right on target. But yeah, we'll know exactly kind of what Austria need to do after the first innings of this one. I think everyone's waiting on that calculation as well. Say hello to Kingston Weatherby. He's watching from Ohio. That's very nice, mate. Kingston, let me know where in Ohio. I know a few cities there. Cincinnati, one of them, Cleveland. Edged and 4. So Dolkaya, and he won't be happy with this because he knows not the middle of the bat. And I would say he's lost form, but I mean, he's batting almost perfectly. So even if he loses form, I don't think it's anything to be too concerned about. I don't think that was very deliberate, but he does get a boundary. So Zadran is inducing the outside edge. Let me see this field to Dolkaya. It was fairly standard. They got a deep square leg, deep mid wicket. Got the long on, long off back and a deep point. So you've got kind of no outfielders behind the wicket. Just full and straight. Once again, that's good. I think that's when Zadran does his best work. And gets a lot of questions about where do you bowl to these guys when they're smashing all over the place? Where do you bowl? Number one, glad it's not me that has to decide, but I think that's a pretty good default, isn't it? Because even if you're in form, it's a tough ball to do anything with. You can just jam the bat down on the ball We haven't seen a lot of ramping, and that's normally how you can counter that kind of bowling at a high level of cricket, but we've seen a lot of striking in front of the wicket. This is, again, good length. It's outside the off stump. It's great to see the comment section lighting up again. When everyone's got an opinion, I think that's great. I think that's what cricket's all about. Can Spain hit their way out of trouble here? Again, good length. Just not many bowlers who've been able to do that consistently, I think, in this tournament. The lights are on, which I always like to see. They'll take full effect in the second half of this game. Of course, there are a lot of questions about the lights and what time we're starting. We're starting this game at 7:30 p.m. local. Remember, still fairly long days here. And by the time, in a month or so, when we're playing the championship week, I think it's probably more likely we'll get a fair bit of the first innings in darkness as well, as far as the natural light goes. Last ball of the over. Doesn't quite hit his length that time. He gets away with it. Arms up. We'll get one. And it will be the end of the over. 4 overs down. The score 35 for 3. Well, it is the last game of the day. Rico's put in a big shift, so he's just going to grab a bite to eat at the moment. So I'm here. And if anyone would like to throw any questions in, you might be watching in the middle of the night in Australia, for example. You can actually get us on our social media. You can also jump in the viewer chat, and I'll just try and answer a few random questions as we head into the last game of the day. Right now, I'm going to have a look at Basir Khan in over number 5. It's a pretty good location here. Austria bowling well to Spain. We want to attack, but getting a steady diet of balls that are outside the off stump, a lot of them that kind of block hole length. Keanu, letting us know it's actually 4 a.m. It's normally when we do food chat. Rico's actually eating the food tonight. Let's chatting about it. This is down the ground, needs to be handled. It's not. A rare error from Razmo Shigawa, one of the best fielders you'll see on the park. But again, this is maybe a bit of a mental lapse. Maybe it's a window back into the contest for Spain as well. You see, it's a long week. That guy's got a lot on his mind, I'll tell you that much. Juggling teams and batting orders, and then when you get a fairly regulation ball here, just forgets the basics. Maybe takes his eye off it slightly. Now opened up. Wow, it's a very good piece of fielding by Mark Simpson-Parker, who had a game and a half, didn't he, earlier today. And he even takes this cleanly on the bounce. He was hunting the catch. He knows how dangerous Hamza Salim Dar can be. Gets up throwing. Fantastic bit of work. And that's a guy who's 8 games in now as well. So yeah, throw those questions in. Full toss, and this is going to go to the boundary. So this is what we haven't seen too much so far from the Austrian team. They've been bowling a lot of these Yorkers, but very few have turned out as full tosses. I think we might have a visitor to the Spanish team. Looks like Lorne Burns has appeared on the bench. He is in the squad. There we go. There's Lorne, player of the series in Desert Springs early in the year, the T20 International Series. Very good pickup for Spain. So nice to see Lorne there. Hello, Lorne. If you can hear me, you probably can't. All right, here we go. With the last ball from Basir Khan in this spell. It's kind of dragged off the inside half of the bat. I'll just get the one here into the first half of this innings, and Spain 46 for 3. Bit under what I think they wanted to be at this stage. Well, I did say if you'd like to, you can drop us a line, and in particular, I'll keep an eye on my Instagram right now at Mr. Maximo. If anyone wants to send me a message, it's a great time to do it. All right, even Twitter if you like. I'll have the Instagram up. Any questions you've got, wherever you're watching from around the world, about European cricket, about the format of this, and what it's all about, how long it's been going, any of those kinds of questions, Could be anything at all. You know what? It's random question time in the last game of the day, so you can really ask anything you like. Might have to update those pictures though, for a bit earlier in the year. Anyway, here we go with over number 6. Swing and a miss to start the 6 over. This is Iribasha Dida, who's going to bowl it. And he's been a bit hit and miss, but he's had more hits than misses as a bowler this week. A good natural angle across the left-hander. Goes after this in the air, but won't carry. To answer your question, the first question is from Shrug. Does Spain have extra players in their squad because they're at home? Didn't think Burns was in the squad. I don't think he's in the playing squad at the moment, but he's he's on the non-playing reserve list, so maybe that's why he can get a seat down there, because he is registered with the Spanish team. He can be called into action, and all countries kind of have these kinds of players. A little bit short here. Thinking of 2 here. Just don't think it's on though. I don't think DDC is going to risk it on something like this. So yeah. The other thing is sometimes, you know, whoever does make it through to week 5, they might change their squad. I mean, you can do that as well. We saw Austria do it actually quite a lot last year. Players going in and out of the squad. Mark Simpson Parker, he was one that was dropped, and I thought that was a bit surprising. There's a bit of a kind of a rumour that he wasn't suited to the game. T10 respectfully disagree. He's a 3-dimensional threat. 4-dimensional if you include his wicket keeping. There's one here, so strange how cricket can just change in the course of a couple of days. I mean, Spain just batting like millionaires now. He seems to always be losing early wickets. So Baba get a king pair today. He's got 3 golden ducks in his last 4 innings. Slow ball goes after it, and this is going to disappear over cover, and that's going to go over the fence. Maximo now picked, and yeah, Lawn's here. We saw that. Picked and hit over cover for 6 runs. Well, Corey, I think what it is now is that Lawn's been brought in just to keep Corey calm, like extra security. I won't say he's quite Hannibal in the mask just yet, but something like that. Shot. That's a really good shot, honestly. And just a couple of times you see here, the Austrian bowlers, they've missed their length. And Dida doesn't get in the block hole. He gives Dorkaya an inch, and he takes a mile, and he hits this a mile over cover. So we welcome back Rico Full. And well, Rico, it's been a pretty interesting few overs as Spain just working their way into the game with that 15-run over. And after six overs, it's 61 for 3.
Yeah, that was a very important over. I mean, it's by shot Dida. He does stray a little bit, but look, take nothing away from those last 2 shots. I mean, that is indoor Kaya at his best. I mean, he's been in superb form. I mean, he got that one blip in the innings before, and you heard me mention it to Corey that I was hoping that, not hoping, but I was sort of half expecting him maybe not to get a big score in the last one, because a little blip there and then him come good going into tomorrow's Group A finals is what a lot of the Spanish want to see, and you can see why. He is a classy player. That was a tremendous shot. So MSB, after picking up 3 wickets in the last one, is bowling now for the 2nd time in this championship.
All right, here he is, and he's going to get launched high in the air. Now, this is a real teaser. I'm not sure where this is landing. It's a very, very good catch by Zadran, and he couldn't really get behind the ball. That's what makes this such a good catch. He has to turn. He knows he doesn't have any room to move. He's running out of real estate, and MSP does it again with a wicket off the very first ball of his spell. And that's a big wicket, isn't it? Because Hamza Salim Dar, he is a guy that can hit you a long way. And to be honest, he hits that a long way, but it goes higher than it goes long. And he has to go now, 61 for 4.
Well, this is world class. I mean, whatever you think, whatever format of cricket you watch, it comes no better than this. MSP, first of all, comes back on, gets a wicket off his very first ball once again. But look at this catch. I mean, look how he takes it. How difficult a catch this is. Look where he is. He's aware of the boundary there as well. He has to go side on, and he just makes it look absolutely simple. That is a world-class catch. That is a big moment.
It really is. But, I mean, let's not forget the Spanish strategy. They don't overvalue wickets. But here's a guy that needs some runs, I think, Gurvinder Singh. For me, just the week he's had, I feel like he needs to do something here if he's going to be in the kind of plans tomorrow, or the first plans for Spain. Got some more questions coming in. I'll come to those in a second. First, MSP. Get to bowl to the left-hander. Another left-hander replacing Hamza Salim. And he launches him. It's going, and this one's gone. Maximo! Well, that's the approach, and that'll make Govinda feel a lot better. And I think Corey's saying there, look, yeah, he didn't try to hit that too hard. He just saw it was there, and he times it over the ropes, and a very good start for Govinda Singh.
Yeah, he needed this, Govinda. I mean, look, he's stuck around in a number of times in innings, but he hasn't hit the ball clean. Hasn't got the timing right. That one has come out clean as a whistle. That'll make him feel good.
Gets it wrong again, but gets away with it this time, Mark Simpson-Parker. So one of the questions was in the chat as well, how do we choose which end to bowl from? Because the ECL was from the other end. Well, actually, the ECL was from both ends because every week we change ends.
Yep.
Obviously, we only bowl from one end, and that's another question we get a lot. Why is that? Well, it's to save time because we're on a very tight schedule here. It's to save time, and also so that we can bring you the game and with the resources available, we can capture one end very, very well rather than kind of hedging our bets. So yeah, you'll see next week we'll be at the other end, and we'll keep changing every week. Of course, the reason we change is because the bowlers run up area in particular, it takes a lot of wear. And actually we change it into this Friday's matches, which funnily enough tomorrow now. And then Saturday, of course, we'll start at the other end because we have Saturday, Sunday matches. And the Saturday, Sunday matches are in the Spanish domestic T10 here. Fan code European Cricket T10, which will be available to watch on our YouTube channel and also on fan code. So just look up European Cricket Network and you'll find it if you like the action.
It's a very optimistic appeal there from Arslan Arif. I think this ball would have bounced over 2 sets of stumps.
Well, I wouldn't be using a review up on this one. I'll tell you this, because that's high, but I think Daniel Dorkaya is a bit frustrated. He doesn't get pace on this, so I think Mark Simpson-Parker, he's a big guy. He's not trying to bowl too quick. He's just trying to use his natural features like the bounce. Oh, this one's in the air, and this is catchable. But good luck, because it's coming down from a big, big height. Hassan Yusuf holds it. Big wicket. Huge wicket. TDC goes for 24. And Mark Simpson-Parker, oh, they were using him in all sorts of roles, except for bowling. And since he started, he has been on fire. I've got to say, great catch. Pressure catch from Hassan Yusuf. He had plenty of time to think about that. And so DDC has to be removed from the equation. 7 overs down, 68 for 5.
Yeah, quality, knowledge and skill. That's what you can say about Hassan Yusuf. This is such a good catch. Look at it. The ball is, you can see the ball moving around. He's moving from one foot to another, getting himself in the perfect position and then takes a catch. Well, you know that Yusuf, he's happy about it. He's doing the celebration and so is MSP. That is a big moment. And look, catching and taking those difficult catches, and we've just seen 2 very difficult ones made to look easy. Zedran's one on the boundary and that one there from Yusuf. Catching does win you matches, and those 2 catches were absolutely brilliant.
Yeah. And
they will change the content of this match surely.
That's the kind of catch that you've got so long to think about it. You can think about the situation and everything, who it is, what it means, but Arsene keeps it simple. Hey, this is what's coming up tomorrow, and we can't fill in all the blanks yet because we know Ireland finished first. They will get the double chance. And Spain are in second at the moment, but Austria could flip depending on this game. If Austria could go to second, Spain will finish third if Austria win by enough. And the third and fourth teams playing the eliminator tomorrow. So you can see why the double chance is so important. Join us again from Cartama in Spain, 9:30 a.m. GMT, which is 11:30 in Central Europe. It's 3 p.m. in India. I know that it's 5:30 p.m. on the west coast of Australia and 7:30 p.m. on the east coast of Australia. What's some more time zones? I think it's 5:30 a.m. on the east coast of the US and 2:30 in the morning on the west coast of the US.
I like this from Shiguel. He's brought Zedran back here a bit earlier than he would have liked because he's just sensing another wicket here and he reckons he could really be in the Spanish batting lineup.
Yeah, this one kind of jumped over by the fielder, but he gets a fingertip on it for that reason. They'll only get 1, so it doesn't cost him a run there. So we've got I did say it's random question time. We've got Kevin Merrigan who sent me a random question, and it's kind of nice because it's food chat related. Okay. He wants to know what I had for breakfast today. I can tell you. I kept it pretty simple today. I had a couple of boiled eggs and a peppermint tea for my throat. Did it work? Full toss. Again, good fielding, knocks it down. Austria kind of back on in the field now, aren't they? I mean, Shiguel's kind of error on the boundary seems now like a blip, not a trend, because I think Austria, they're still kind of are bringing that pressure in the field, aren't they?
Yeah, they're fired up, aren't they? I mean, they're lively. You'd expect that from them. I mean, a lot of young players out there playing some of the best cricket that they've ever played in their lives. Well, this is not a good delivery, but he gets away with it. In comes the throw. Direct hit would have been interesting, but really good, quick backing up also there from Gowinder Singh. You can see Gowinder Singh, that's what I like about him. He wants to get where the action is. He's not shying away from it. You've got two very good batters out there at the moment. Adam Agar, we know that he scored a magnificent half-century a couple of knocks ago and then almost pulled off a sensational victory for Spain against Portugal. He's hungry to show what he can do again. Gowinder Singh, though, he wants to show his form. He's a talented player, hasn't hit the right notes at the moment all the time, but he gets the opportunity here now.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be an interesting second half of this game because that double chance, I just think, especially in this group, is so crucial. We've seen how in one game anything can happen. For sure, especially after today, and Portugal pulled off a great escape, really. Full, a bit too full, but I often say this, if you're going to miss your spot full in the block hole, you'd rather kind of miss it up than down. You see, it's very hard to get under that delivery. It's the end of the over as well, so 8 overs in now, 74 for 5. Spain still eyeing off that 100. A question from Keanu in the viewer comments asking what have been the big improvements I've noticed in this EC so far from last year. I think just generally there's plenty of organisational improvements. I think the fan zone as well. Obviously now there's kind of lunch and dinner options because of when we're playing. The fact we're playing under lights, I think it's a big improvement as well. I think just even the time of day, the fact that if people are working in the area, they can still come down and watch some cricket at night. That's certainly one. On the field, I just think that the players have had one more year of T10 under their belt, to be honest. And I think they've just had a bit more time to think about the tactics. I think that's probably something I'd mention. All right, this is another one that's in the air, straight up in the air. Well, he's under it, and it's been caught. That's a really good catch from Shigarwal. There's only a little bit of sunlight left, but he was looking straight into it. So the skipper back in form, and it's Alger who's got to go for just 2. And so the Knights starting with that wicket, and Spain loses 6 now, 74 for 6.
MSP, what can you say about him? I mean, is it a secret weapon that they've just held him back for when they wanted to come good? He picked up 3 wickets in the match earlier here today, and well, he's done the same again. I mean, not only did he pick up 3 wickets, scored 45 runs as well, got that player of the match performance, 3 for 15. Now he's got another 3 for, but that catch, you're absolutely right, because it's that part of the night. He is right in the only part of the ground where there's a little bit of sun, actually.
Yeah.
He's looking up into the sun. Also, the floodlights are coming on. That was a very difficult catch. We've seen 3 difficult catches all taken. That is why Austria are in this position. Catches win matches.
Yeah, very good stuff from Rasmus Shigarwal. He's a good player. As one captain takes the catch, another captain arrives at the crease, and it's Christian Munoz-Mills. Comes out with 11 balls remaining. And had a good performance at the top of the order. The other day finds himself back down. I mean, this is what they've been doing. They've been shuffling the deck, Spain. But I think Mark Simpson-Parker, he's not trying to beat you with pace, but I do think there's bounce at this end that we're bowling from this week, right?
Yeah.
And he's a tall guy. He's one guy that's not trying to really bowl block hole. He's trying to lure the batters into drives, but they're going straight up in the air because it's bouncing a little bit more than they think. Christian goes big. Again, is this an opportunity? It could be. It is. So Arsene Yusa takes the catch, and that's 4 now for Mark Simpson-Parker. He cannot believe it. I mean, he's been at the wrong end all week. He was behind the stumps, but now he's front and centre, and he's got the Spanish captain first ball. Mills goes for a golden, and the score 74 for 7 in the 9th.
This is incredible. What is going on at the moment? Austria are on fire. They are holding all their catches. Yusuf takes another one. Wasn't quite as difficult as the one before, but he takes it. But look what it means to him when he takes his catch. Look at the passion. And, well, look at what it means to all of the team there. They come together. You're going to see them do the 1, 2, 3 Austria in a minute. But look at this. It goes up in the air. Christian Munoz loses his head. Head goes up, ball goes up. There's the catch. And watch the reaction. Just watch this. Watch it. Yes. That's what it means to him. And he's wearing that shirt with pride, isn't he? Another one goes. And now, just like that, well, MSP, he is on a hat-trick. He's also taking 4 wickets.
Hey, few Austrian names on there. Look, you've got Big D. You've got Joey Zadran twice. Could hat-trick number 29
Hat-trick and a 5
be right here? It would be a 5 for 2.
Well, this is sensational.
All right, acting cool here. And I think you still got to attack this ball. It's Asjad Butt. He's coming out at 9 here. He's wearing number 9. And Here we go, hat-trick ball in match 20. Won't be one full toss, but they might run him out. No, get there, close-ish, but they'll scramble through for a single. So what about this? Remember, just if you've just joined us, that Austria currently third, Spain in second, but if Austria win this game, they'll be level on points with Spain. So the double chance can only go to one of these two teams. If Austria win with, we're going to say approximately 10 balls to spare, I can tell you at the end of this innings, then Austria will actually grab that crucial double chance. It'll mean that Spain have slid really from that high when they beat the Ireland the other day. No losses, no wins on day 4 would be a disaster for them really, making it really hard. I mean, if you finish third or fourth tomorrow, you need to win 3 matches to progress. If you finish first or second, you only need to win 2 matches to progress. It's a huge difference.
The moment, I mean, what can they, this is the 9th. A couple of deliveries to go in it. Goes back to Asjad, but they would love to see him find a few big Maximos here right now. Gives himself a bit of space, hits this pretty well. Fielder hunting it, but he can't get down to it. He gets past him. Gafi, cautious get the feeling it, but Joka Lagia, a nice shot, 4 more runs. A little bit more of a concerned look on the faces of the Spanish bench there, including the coach, Corey Rutgers. Good effort there from Zadran.
Breaking news. Selva Kumar Murugasamy, I'm glad that you're paying attention. It's been a long day. He already got a hat-trick. He got a wicket off the last ball of his first over, and so he did get a hat-trick. It is a hat-trick, Rico.
We've had another,
nobody knows.
Another he
Nobody
doesn't
knows.
even know, does he? Oh my word, it is quite amazing. Quite amazing. Well, sensational. Well, we're going to have to update that, but there's so much happening here, it's hard to keep up with it. So MSP,
There you go, he just got
he
told.
just realised, he
There
just
is, he's down
knows. Well, look, he's just got his hands up in the air now. Well, yeah, celebrate, buddy. There's another hat
There
trick.
you
We'll
go.
let that on there. MSP.
there. Wow, I mean, things happen quickly. I mean, to be honest, it was hard to keep up when he was taking his wickets because he was taking them so often. So it was already a hat-trick. He took a wicket off the last ball of the 7th over, and then the first 2 of the 9th over.
Well, okay, here we go.
All right,
Govinda Singh, he's back on strike. Hasn't had too much of it. He needs to go big here in the last over. Score 80 for 7. 6 balls to go.
Short. This one, was there any bat in it? I'm not sure. There is. And well, he's been given out. Now they're trying to run, but the decision's been made.
Yeah.
And I don't know, I know this hits the helmet, but it might have come off the glove
I
first.
think glove first. It wouldn't have gone. I don't think it would have gone the way it did if it was straight just on
Let's
the
have
helmet.
a look. Oh, I don't know, you know.
Well, here's the catch taken, but the question is there any glove on this at all? Let's see if we can slow this down. And
I mean, it's hard to tell. Then you're probably going on noise out there, because if you hear 2 noises, it's glove to helmet or kind of top edge to helmet. But he's going to have to go. I think that Govinda, I probably think he nicks it, and then he's not sure if it's given or not, so he tries to take off for a run. But things falling apart now really badly for the Spanish side in the last over now. They are 80 for 8.
yeah, 80 for 8, and nicely held there by Arslan. And Govinda, he did start very positively, didn't he? He hit one big 6, the very first ball that he got, but then after that, the next 6 deliveries, wasn't able to do too much with it, wasn't able to find another boundary, but like I said, didn't get too much of a strike. Well, they've gone for Mohamed Cameron. He's been up and down this batting order like a yo-yo. And, what can he do here later on? 5 deliveries to come. Didar wants to keep the line right. Well, he's moving around, trying to put the bowler off, gets back onto this, gets a single, so it's going to be Asjad Butt that goes back on strike. So this is quite amazing. So we've seen the 4th hat-trick of this European Cricket Championship, and we're only in day 4. It's quite incredible. Mohamed Cameron started it all off, didn't he? And then we saw Mikey O'Reilly got a hat-trick as well. Then it was Javid Zadran. Just sensational stuff. And this will be another well bowled. And the pace of Didar and his line and his accuracy this time around in this match is a little bit too much. And that is a worrying look now off Corey Rutgers. Well, the games and the fun have stopped, because this is now serious. And you're already sensing that to Spain, if they are to win this match, or if they are to avoid being pipped into second place, which is so crucial by Austria, are going to have to go out there and be at their very best in the field. They have done it before, remember. Remember a tight match against Sweden last year where they looked out of it and they were brilliant. That's the concerns, and it doesn't look good. And he's, well, you can see there just giving some encouragement to the next batter. Say, come on, go out there and do the job for me. But somebody's got to do it.
Yeah, I mean, disappointing for Astrad Butt as well, no doubt about that. He hasn't quite been able to string it together at the moment. So now they're down to number 11. The other thing is, Atif Mahmood, what issue he's got a pretty bad hand. It's hard for him to actually hit. So I think you'll just see him go for one here. So it's not his bowling hand, it's his right hand. But it is quite heavily bandaged. Gets off the mark. So now I think we'll see Kamran probably try and smack these last two out of the ground.
Yeah, Kamran. So Dida walks back to his mark. It's got to keep it tight. Doesn't want to stray down the leg side to Mohamed Kamran either. Got to keep this outside the off stump to him.
Goes for it, gets a fair piece, but how much? Not enough. And he stays inside. Well, let's have a look here. Well, I really don't know what to make of this. I think he's just having a bit of fun with the wild thing being wild. And, well, he's having a bit of fun. How could you not be? Because that's the end of the innings. Spain bowled out for 82 with one ball to spare.
Well, this is, I'm quite liking this. Cameron going for it, and he knows, everybody knows he's taking this. Look, he clearly doesn't step over the line, and then a bit of playmanship. He said, hi, मैं की कर देता अपने पैर में line रख देता, and all the players thinking, what's going on? Then he rolls over on the floor, laughing his head off, and they all know, well, the wild thing is having a little bit of game with them. Austria, well, this is quite sensational, really, isn't it? They've bowled Spain out here, and what is Spain being bowled out twice here today? Well, that's something. Portugal bowled them all out for 90, and now we've seen them being bowled out by Austria as well. That is not good for Spain. That is not something that they would have been working on. But what a marvellous performance this is from Austria. Really have come out fighting, and they are on a high. Remember, they got both their victories here yesterday, the one earlier here today again, and now trying to make it forward on the spin, and more importantly, trying to get this one and taking themselves into second place. And look, we've talked about hat tricks. Well, that's page one. There's plenty more of them to come, and we've seen 4 of them here now. With this one, it fooled everybody, but not quite everyone. MSP, he's on the board as well, 4 for 13.
Kind of crazy, and every time he's come on to bowl, he's taken a wicket straight away, and he's just basically started a disintegration of an innings. So, I mean, it's quite remarkable, really. Don't know what to make of it. Makori had the big book out, didn't he? It was the big T, got the big B. First up, LBW, king pair for Babar on day 4. Not the start that Spain wanted, and really, it wouldn't get a lot better during this innings.
No, it wouldn't. I mean, you think there was really no real major contributions. I mean, we saw Daniel Lloyd-Carr 24 of 12, and also Hamza Salim made a contribution 23 of 20, but nobody else was able to get going. That was a problem. But look, one thing I will say, that the fielding here, I mean, there was one blip from the captain himself, but other than that, the fielding was sensational. Some of the catches that we've seen here were great. I mean, that was MSP taking one. He started things off, and well, they were jumping with joy. And take it easy, Zishan Arif. We don't want you getting injured again and hobbling off. But this is a lovely shot, and well, we know that they can play some good shots, but this wasn't a good one. Head goes, shape goes up in the air. And there's Hassan Yusuf. It went a long way up, and you had to take that one. That would have made all the difference. He does. And, well, you can see that Basir was pretty happy about this one. This one goes up, up, up. And, well, this goes all the way. And there's a little wink there of Hamza saying, yeah, I'm happy at that point. The Corey was pretty happy as well. The team were pretty happy. Things were happening. And even the little edges were going to the boundary. This one, well, this was a mistake, wasn't it, from Razwan Shikwal, the captain. He's normally so good, but it didn't rub off. They were back to their best. They were back to the good standards again pretty quickly. Danny Doyle played 2 great shots here. That was the first. The second one, though, this, well, how can that not be one of the shots of the day? That probably is the shot of the day. That was brilliant. Hamza going for the big one, going for the big hit. This was world class. This is a catch and a half. You will not see a better catch than that. That is confidence, and that is about being assertive and saying, yeah, I'm going to back myself to take this, and the confidence that Jan does take it. And he's the one who ends the innings as well at the end with that little bit of showmanship as well to finish the innings. This is another one, goes up in the air. It's another one for Hassan Yusuf. He's all over the place, but he gets it, and when he takes his catch, you can see that he's pumped, because that means a lot. And it is MSP who's the one who gets the catch taken. This one up in the air, it could be another, and it was. And this time, look, takes his time, and Shigwell, another good catch. That was right in the sunshine, and that was the one that made that the hat-trick. And MSB, well, nobody realised at the time, not even he, well, he did get a hat-trick. Now, this ended up being the 4th wicket, but it's another good catch. This one a little bit more straightforward. Yeah, that's what it means to them. That's why they're fired up. That's why they're pumped. And that's exactly what we're going to have to see from Spain now if they're able to defend this total. 83 will be required for Austria. And, well, Arsenal, look at it. Look at it. Look at the looks on the faces. And Itibar Didar. And then the last man being sent out to see what he could do about things. Well, not a lot because, well, this was a shot. And it was the drown out there. He takes the catch and says, oh no. And then a little bit of gamesmanship and saying, oh, what have I done? I think I've stepped on the line. He clearly hadn't. And then he starts rolling around on the floor in celebration. And it wasn't long before he was joined by the other Austrian player. So a lovely moment that for Austria. Just have a look at this scorecard. And I've said it before. Well, it was a terrible start for Mohamed Barber. He's got 2 golden ducks in the day. So he's made a pair. Ishan played 1 good shot for 6 before he went. Diman, even he couldn't get going. The first time really he's failed. Hamza and DDC, well, they were the early 2 that made some good contributions. At that time, there were smiles on the faces in the Spanish camp, but they didn't last long because as soon as they both went, they crumbled and they were bowled all out with a ball to go in their innings. The bowling, well, the big daddy, he started things off, didn't he? Getting that wicket early on. Basir Khan bowled beautifully, 2 for 16. But once again, it was a 3 for Didar, 3 for 17. And then what about Mark Simpson-Parker? 4 for 13. He's taken 7 wickets in the day. That's quite incredible. And it's the first time that he's bowled. So we said it was going to be hot. We said it was going to be spicy. Well, it is hot and spicy. It's hot and spicy out there. And it's going to be hot, dark and spicy in a moment. Spain batting first, 82 all out with the ball to go, 83 required by Austria. And, well, we'll bring you news on how quickly they have to do that before the conclusion of the innings. But there is an opportunity there for Austria to pip Spain into second spot, and that means it will give them the magical second chance to make it into tomorrow's Group A final. Join me, Rico Fuller, Mr. Maximo, when we return for the conclusion of this match, the final one of today. Spain, they're in a bit of bother. They're going to have to bowl out of the skins. Are we going to see another tremendous effort from the likes of Mohamed Cameron or maybe even Mohamed Barber, who needs to play some big part in the day? Well, we'll find out shortly. Join us in 10 minutes' time for the conclusion of the final match of the day. Hello, cricket lovers, and welcome back to the middle here of the Cartama Oval. You're watching the Dream11 European Cricket Championship. It is the Euros of cricket, and what a final match we have for you here today on day 4. It's the end of the group stages. Is where we're looking to see which teams are going to make it through to tomorrow's Group A finals. Well, we know which teams they are. Well, Ireland, they will finish top. They'll be in first spot. One of these two teams will finish second. Who will it be? At the moment, Spain are there, but Austria, they've restricted Spain to 82. If they can knock off these runs pretty quickly, it could be them. And then that will mean that the losers will be playing Portugal in the eliminator tomorrow. Everything to play for. And, well, the light and the sun is going down. The floodlights are on, and we are going to have a classic under the night sky here on the Costa del Sol. Let's get ready to go. The openers, they've gone back to Hassan Yusuf up the top of the order with Mark Simpson-Parker. And the opener is going to be a very fired up Mohamed Cameron. And Spain, they need to be fired up. Vamos, chicos, vamos is what a lot of the fan zone will be saying here at the moment. Can they do it? They need to be muy fuerte, fuerte, fuerte. Here we go, the first delivery. And there's a chance they're going up for this. Is it out? They want it. They come from everywhere. The umpire is not moved. The batter says, I didn't get anywhere near it. Well, it's being given not out. Well, they can't believe it. Well, Spain, they're all over the place. The sea of red, the ring of fire comes together. Well, was there anything on this or not? Well, the keeper, Aga, is sure there's a touch on this. Well, this is so hard. Mohamed Cameron, he's up, he's running. Everybody's up and running. The only person who stays not moved is the umpire. Not out is the decision from Shiv Navjot Singh. Cameron back to his mark. Yusuf survives. This one is fired down the leg side. And there is a wide. Now there's a mix-up. A good throw down the other end. Could have MSP in trouble, but he gets back. Well, Hassan Yusuf not responding to the call at all from MSP. There's definitely a second here. It's clearly a wide, but it's not handled clearly by Agar, and the ball slips. MSP's calling it. Yusuf is ball watching. He needed to go there. Oh, they survive. First runs on the board, courtesy off a wide. Well bowled, well blocked, Yorker length delivery. And well, Kami, the hitman, just looks back at Yusuf, and it's sort of the look that says, where do you think you're going? Stay there. It's time for Spain to make all the noise. Just 3 men on the leg side, everybody else on the off. Well, asking for this one, I think this is probably too high. And well, he's gone, a direct hit. Well, he was in all sorts of trouble earlier, it just hasn't got going. And this is sensational, they do get their wicket. And it's a big wicket to get. Hassan Yusuf, what was he thinking? Where was he here? He was stood in the middle of nowhere. And Spain, they get the breakthrough, is what they needed. They get the dangerous Yusuf out. And what a time to bring back into the dream box here, Mr. Maximo Vinny Sandhu.
Well, he took the path of contemplation, didn't he really? Hassan Yusuf hit on the pads. We could see it wasn't out, but so many batters do this. They just start running because they're a bit nervous. They might be giving out LBW, but there was never a run there. They had one chance to run him out here. We can see it's not close at all. And Bubba, a pretty good throw because he has to throw slightly off balance. And, well, you just knew that Hassan Yusuf was a dead duck in more than one sense. Unfortunately, he's the first man to go for Austria. And what a dramatic start to this run chase.
What a start. The pressure is certainly on. So Hassan Yusuf, he's also made a pair today. He was out Golden Duck in the last match, coming late down the order. Went for the big hit caught, and now he gets himself run out on 0 as well. So it's almost like all the batters that have been in form have not been in form today. This man, well, the captain, he's been very much in form. Razman Shigwell, he's normally the one who's held things together for his team, and he's got to apply himself here now pretty well. The thing about that is Yusuf shouldn't have been on strike. They should have taken that one on the wide. Cameron, in he comes. It goes for him. This is a chance. He hasn't got this clean. Could be 2 and 2. It is 2 and 2. and they've got the big wicket of Shigwell, and he goes first ball. So it is very much that kind of day here today. So Spain, well, they put themselves back in it. They're jumping up and down with joy. That is the wicket they needed. He's been the main contributor with the bat for Austria, and the captain, Razmal Shigwell, has gone, and just like that, well, can it be that Mohamed Cameron is going to cause all sorts of damage again? Looking at a team hat-trick here.
Wow, it's crazy stuff really, isn't it? But got to say, if you want one guy under the ball for your life, Daniel Dorkaya isn't a bad bet, is he? And look, you can see there Corey, he's not going to crack a smile just yet. So look, let me give you the 4-1-1 on the net run rate situation. I think the information that we've kind of estimated is that Austria would need to chase down the score in 6.5 overs. That's very doable. It's very doable. But I mean, with this start, it's a bit dodgy. But what I will say is also, it can also depend on the final score. So okay, the target's 83, but just the nature of it, they could finish on up to 88 because they could go tie the game on 82 and then win with a 6. So for example, if they were to do that, then they could take slightly longer than 6.5 because they finished on more runs. So it kind of depends, but you're pretty much looking at ballpark 7 overs. It's not exact, but the 6.5 overs, they'd have to chase it in. So when you see the balls remaining, take 19 off it to know what they need to get the double chance.
Yeah, well, Zishan Arif comes back into the side, and he just gets it out. Oh, well, this is so unfortunate. So unfortunate. The head goes down, and it looks like it's going to go past the captain, Christian Mills, and go to the man that's sweeping on third. But because he gets a hand onto it, he wrong foots the fielder on the boundary, Hamza Salim. Hamza's going to the left. The ball goes to his right. 4 runs. Yeah.
I mean, it's unlucky. I mean, it's good goalkeeping from Munoz Mills, really. Yeah, he does get something on it, but I mean, it's so quick, isn't it? The outfielder does the right thing, anticipates the line of the ball, assuming Munoz Mills is going to miss it, and he gets pushed away from the 4. Arif facing the music, last ball of the over, and well, this has popped up to nowhere, and it will be the end of an over. So Cameron, I know he's carrying a few injuries at the moment, but he is firing up. Spain desperately want this double chance. Mark Simpson-Parker, I've never seen a smile so wide. He got to watch the whole over from the other end, but he'll be facing now after 1 is 5 for 2. Well, this will be dramatic, but what I can tell you is if it does go to a golden ball this time, the match is tied, and Spain will retain the double chance. The last golden ball we had actually in Belgium, it was a similar situation where Ostend CC, the club side, needed to catch the runs in 6 overs, and they were looking like they might do that, but then they had a big collapse. It was a golden ball, but it was kind of a weird one because it didn't actually matter who won that game. But I'm sure there's a golden ball somewhere along the line for us here in the ECC. Light slowly taking effect here. 49 matches with a golden ball. If this isn't one, that'll be the 50. Time to raise the bat. And here's a man. Wow, what a day he's had, Mark Simpson-Parker. He's going to have to face Prince Demand. They've got to get cracking here, Austria. And literally, they need to go all in on trying to do this in the 7 overs or 6.5 overs. They have to go all in on that because really a win in more than 7 overs probably isn't any good to them.
Nah.
Because they're going to remain in 3rd place, they won't get the double chance.
Yeah,
So,
I mean,
really interesting game within a game here.
Yeah, double chance is everything. It's got to be all or nothing here. It's got to be all or nothing. And you know one thing that still surprises me, Vinny? Back onto that ball after this one from Prince. It's just played away, so it gets past the infielder, but it's just going to be a single. Bye-bye, it goes through. It surprises me that in a match like this, when they need runs quickly, that somebody like Daniel Eckenstein hasn't been elevated up the order.
Yeah, that's an interesting one, isn't it? And I mean, Arif, we've seen him play some pretty mercurial innings at ECS level, haven't we?
He doesn't time this one. It's going to be another one, and it is. Daniel Dorkaya takes the catch, and it's going to be a departure for MSP. He was good in the last match with bat and ball, but not in this one. You can see what it means to the Spanish, and this is what I was talking to Corey about. I think the team spirit, the team bonding, and the way these guys have gelled together has been absolutely fantastic. And even here when the chips are down, look, you can see Christian there. He's saying, hey, stay focused. It's still not over yet. I know we got 3 wickets, but it's still not done. Stay focused. And that's why he's such a good captain. That's why he's such a good leader. Look, you're talking about But Zishan and Rift there, well, the best shot he played out of the middle of the bat was the one he played on himself.
I don't know. We probably won't show the clip again tonight. But yeah.
Go on, let's show it.
You think so?
I reckon we should. There's people who haven't seen it.
All
But
right.
maybe we'll
Come
show
back
it
to
when
me.
we know what the outcome of this game
well,
is. We'll save it. We won't ruin this.
You know what?
This
I'm going to give Zishan a night off, but tomorrow not going to be so kind. Maybe we'll see. Well, 7 for 3, and like I say, now they've already essentially gone an over and a half and done not much. Wanted to attack in the power play, but it's hard to attack quality bowling, I think. Again, team's pretty keen to bat first. I've noticed in these night games. This is a guy that can move the needle though. Kartigul Utmanzai comes out to face demand, bags it in. That'll be the one for the over, I think. So Utmanzai being tested out upstairs. Pretty good option, I think, just to protect the facial area.
Quality from Prince Demand.
Demand's just an athlete, isn't he? He's got long legs, long arms. He's got good timing, natural rhythm, hand-eye coordination. Goes shortish again. This time it's going to be knocked down, but it won't be stopped. It'll be 4 runs. So Utmanzai, he hits it, and I think the fielder there just a bit annoyed. It wasn't an easy bounce for Atif Mohammed, to be fair, and it's to his right-hand side, and he does have that injured hand, you see. Still throws it out there, to be fair. It was just a bit too spicy, and a steadying boundary for Austria.
Yeah, he's actually split his webbing as well.
Yeah.
And Corey was telling me that every time he seemed to touch it or bang it, it just starts to bleed again. So he's going to have to keep an eye on that, because it was the right hand that he get onto that.
It's his non-bowling hand, though. That's why he's still playing and batting 11, essentially, and trying not to bat. He's had to bat twice today. Slower ball. Does he get this? He gets a little bit of it. He'll get 4. So he's lucky that the mid-on's in the circle there. Kartigul Utmanzai. He gets a second boundary. This one's slightly more convincing. Change of pace. I like that from Demand, because he set him up with the short stuff, but it just doesn't go to plan. 4 more to Austria.
Yeah, not the most convincing of shots, but he hits it straight, and that's what helps him get to the boundary.
So the reason we're talking this net run rate scenario is you can see if Austria win the game, they go to 10 points, but they also have to make up some net run rate. So plus 1.53, and then you've got Austria plus 0.98 essentially. So you've got to make up just over half a point. So basically, if they can do this in 6.5 overs, our calculations are that they will go above Spain on net run rate. So yeah, if I'm looking at this right now, let me give you the equation. I'll tell you, they need, what's that, 68 off 48. So take off 19. So it's 68 off 29. So, you know, you're talking kind of 2.4 a ball. You're talking 13, 14 and over here. So that's the way you got to approach it. You've got nothing to lose here, Austria. If you get rolled and going for it, so be it.
Yeah.
You know, it's a big prize to have that double chance.
Cameron taking his time to make sure he gets the field just the way he wants it.
Spain were good in elimination games though last year. They finished 6th the championship week, didn't win a game, and then went bang, bang, bang the elimination games and finished 4th when it was all said and done. Cameron coming back. And then here's the other thing. When you need to make sure, so basically Spain just need to get the game to go into the 8th over. But the luxury they've got is they can bowl whoever they want in those 8 overs. Right, so if they had 4 bowlers, they think of their 4 best bowlers, they could just bowl them in the 8 overs, right? Yeah. And that's why Cameron is certainly going to get a second. That makes it even harder, I think, for Austria. When you've only got 7 overs to chase it, 2 of them are going to get bowled by Cameron. Goes after him straight. It's a pretty good shot. Pretty good shot, gets it straight. Zishan Arif, well, if he goes, he can really go. We saw it when we were in Austria, in Vienna for that European Cricket Series, and this is a confidence builder. I think he likes the fact there's some pace on this, because he doesn't have to swing too hard. He just punches it back over the head for 4. Good shot.
Nice shot. Not one that Mohamed Cameron will like too much. I think you might see a little bit of the short stuff coming here.
Utmanzai electing not to wear the headgear as well out there at the other end at the moment. Well, this is going to be out of the ground. It's a fall down hook shot out of the ground. Maximal! What a shot, really. I mean, I thought he might fall onto his stumps here. He was a long way back.
This is class. Well, I thought it might be the short one. It was the short one. Cameron, the hitman, wasn't going to like being hit down the ground one. Now he's not going to like this one as well. That is going into the jungle. That is big. What a shot that is.
Outstanding shot. I mean, how in control of it is he? I don't know. He certainly wasn't in control of his own movements. Now you got to work it out. I mean, is this the time? Yeah, unleash the Cameron Yorker. I honestly think he's held back the Yorker deliveries this week because I think he'd like something up his sleeve for tomorrow on finals day. But I mean, there's such a big prize on the line right now. That double chance could be everything.
Yeah, and just you saw Christian, the captain, having a chat with him. Well, they liked that shot, didn't they? Well, that's the older brother of Zishan Arif, Aslan Arif.
It's proper cricket, isn't it, really, at the moment?
4 and a 6.
All right, back to Arif. That's a good comeback. What's that flyer through to Alja? And look, Cameron, proper stare here as well. Gotta love this contest. Now, 6 is a momentum swinger, isn't it, really? I mean, imagine if he kind of top edges that and gets out. And 19 for 4 versus 25 for 3. It's a lot different, isn't it? He gets this wrong. Trying something. I don't mind him trying it. This is going to hurt. Yeah, this is going to hurt. And it almost believed that apology as well from Cameron.
What do you mean? The one with the big smile?
Yeah, he's a throwback, the hitman, isn't he? And now everybody else is going to check on the bat. He said, I already gave him a wave. That's my job. Let's have a look at this one on the replay. I mean, Zishan Arif's tough as nails. And he didn't really want to go down here, but it's going to hurt. I mean, I think it might have got him. Yeah, gets him on the forearm. And he's swinging away, isn't he?
Yeah, I think that we might have, well, it's not Magic Spray Mary today. It's got a day off, so I don't think it's Magic Spray Martin.
Yeah, Magic Spray Martin is just coming. He's actually been pretty busy, hasn't he, today?
Yeah, it needs a
Zishan.
bit of spray on that.
Well, you know what? Maybe this would give us time to show Zishan getting injured last night,
yeah,
or 2 nights ago.
Pretty quick delivery, just catches him right on that bone there. I mean, the thing about it is I mean, there is nothing funny about it, but some people call it the funny bone. I don't know why it's called a funny bone. Nothing funny about being hit there.
I think it's because the actual bone is called the humerus. I'm not joking. It's actually the bone they're called the humerus. Okay. So it sounds humorous. So it's a funny bone. But I mean, the thing is, if you actually get hit on the funny bone, I've had it done with pretty much a brand new ball in the nets, and you actually can't hold the bat anymore for a while. You can't actually grip the bat. So I don't think it's there. I think it's more of a forearm. Well, MSP's well prepared. He knows that he wasn't able to do too much with the bat this time, but Austria's still in this game. So just checking this equation again. Look, I've got a couple of tweets that have come in, and I can see that Paul Monahan said that he's been watching from Melbourne all week, been watching some great games. Keep up the good work. Thanks very much, Paul. He'll be watching on Fox Sports in Australia, I'm sure. And Philip Wilson, I liked what he said. He said that from watching European cricket, he wants the limited review system. For what? No, Phil says that watching European cricket, he says cricket is a sport that's literally changing and evolving at 1,000,000 miles an hour. And isn't that true? Yeah. We're seeing new variants of the game. And I always say, look, there's nothing to be scared of when you see dynamics changing in cricket, because if people like it, if people watch it, it'll stick around. If not, it won't. There's nothing to be scared of. I mean, multiple forms of the game can coexist. And I think for European cricket, I think this is such a great format, because 45-minute halves, I mean, what's the biggest game in the world here? It's football, right? And so that's 45-minute halves. This is 45-minute halves, action-packed. There's never really a dull moment. Zishan's going to face up. Well, Cameron, I think, and so he'll be trying to, well, there's 2 things he'll try and do here. Either do the same thing again and make sure it's really broken, or he's going for the Yorker to clean him up. I've got a feeling he's got one chance here. I think he's going to go for the Yorker, and he put the guy back as a bluff at square leg. Here we go. There it is. Didn't quite nail it, did he? Zishan gets bat on it. That's gutsy stuff, really, from Zishan Arif. At the end of the power play, they're still hanging in there, is 26 for 3. Now let me get my calculator out. So what's that? 57 required of 42. So really it's 57 off 23. 57 off 23 to qualify. I mean, you're talking 14s.
To get into second.
Yeah, so
Not
yeah,
to
so
qualify.
yeah, I should say, yeah, to qualify in second place.
Yep.
Of course, both these teams will play tomorrow, just to be clear, but what we're talking about is the double chance at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, they need really one good magical over. I mean, they've got Mohammed Cameron out of the way now. He's gone for 16. So it looks like the Prince will continue.
So you're basically looking at 4 overs. We've got 4 overs left with this contest alive. Atif with his one good hand coming in. Big swing and a miss. So I want to say hello. Stephen Jones also watching, I should say, from Melbourne. But Ashok watching from Washington. Hello, Ashok. Is that Washington the state or Washington the city? Maybe you can let us know. A lot of people just loving today. I mean, I can understand why. I mean, Spain, they were shown up, weren't they, a little bit by Portugal earlier in the day, trying to fight back. Steps across, misses. So Zishan, he's not going to get a wide here. It's gone way too far this time.
Yeah, I mean, look, let the umpires do their jobs, gentlemen. I mean, look where he is. I mean, there's no way he's going to get a wide there.
It's a bad shot. You know what? I said this the other night. I'm thinking it's all to play for. I'm hooking him if he can't hit the next 1 or 2. I mean, it's now or never.
Yeah.
You know, you're running out of time here. It's innovative, it's bold, but I think I've been thinking about it. Atif's a good bowler, though. Similar kind of ball. He's struggling with that line. There's 3 balls to go in this over, but there's only like, what is it? 3.5 more overs where the game's alive. It's a big proportion to go, oh, well, I'll give you to the end of the over. It's a tough one. I mean, someone like a Zadran, I mean, what you need now is someone to come out and build a few 6s.
Yeah, absolutely.
And if they don't, you're in the same place you are right now. Get something on this, but still is a little bit late. Fielder comes around and handles it, just 1 run.
Yeah, just 1 of 4 balls in this over so far, so that now puts an awful lot of pressure on Uthman Zai. I mean, he, we know, can hit it pretty big, and the difference here now is all of a sudden Atif Mohammed, who's bowled so well. For me, he's been the pick of the bowlers for the Spanish side. He's been there all the time, been consistent all the time. And, well, Uthman Zai needs to find the boundary, I think, on both of these deliveries.
Someone's got to have a heater here. Now you're talking 56 off 19. So you're pretty much up to almost 18 and over required for that second spot. That'll go. How far? Not far enough. Should be gone, and it's caught. Really safe catch out there. Mohammed Kamran, well, he's nonplussed, I think, moments ago, but now takes the catch. Cammy doesn't let his team down. They're not easy catches at this time of the night. It's probably around the kind of level of the lights, but unfortunately, Katagal Uthman Zai can't do too much here, and Austria lose the 4th wicket, 27 for 4.
Yeah, and once again, it's Atif Mohammed that gets the breakthrough, and I think he is the leading wicket taker for the Spanish team, and you can see why. Well, that one is a little bit of an ice cream cone. He tries to hide the fact that it was by burying it in his body, but it doesn't matter. He does hold on to it. So once again, well bowled to Atif Mohammed.
I want to say a few hellos as well. We've got TTV watching from Bangladesh and Salhat City, and also we've got Babar, another Babar, watching from Pakistan. So, I mean, literally got viewers all around the world, Rico. Really exciting day, hasn't it? I mean, Kitty's just saying it's a shame she's got work tomorrow, so probably can't tune in for finals day. But the beauty is, you know, you can go back and watch it. Try and avoid the result, go back and watch it and enjoy it. Or there's also highlights, there's player of the match videos on the YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network. Swing and a miss. I think it's drifting away now. And Zadran, he's the man I would. If there's one guy I'd say might do this, it's Zadran, because he's crazy. But he's going to have to come off really big. That's the end of the 4th over. What an over from Atif Mohammed. 1 for 1 off that 4th over. The score now is 27 for 4.
Yeah, he's pure class, and he's been consistent like this all the way through. There's the scorecard, and you can see there, well, though Zishan Arif is there, the only player so far in double figures, he himself has chewed up a few deliveries, 17 off 13. So nobody has been able to stick around for them, and I think they really got hurt with that wicket of Shigwell. Daniel Doyle, Kaya doing the catching.
Yeah, so 56 required in 17 balls. It's getting pretty unlikely now. Oh, this is going to go to the boundary though. You see there, don't think they pick that up straight away. This is one of the things with playing under lights. It certainly changes the viewing angles sometimes. And I remember this from playing under lights at the Wacker a few times, that once it goes in there, you just can't see. It goes for 6 in the end. So it goes for 6. Maximo time.
What a beautiful shot that is.
mean,
Look at that.
Looks beautiful.
Doesn't that look absolutely stunning? And, well, it doesn't matter where you are watching cricket.
This is Hamza Salim Dar who's bowling. Again, very, very talented cricketer. Let's go leg side and Dars, and he'll get 4 more. So now it's getting moving. Zishan Arif, well, he avoided the hook. Now or never really for Austria. Remember, they have to chase this down in 6.5 overs. But potentially it could be an extra ball or 2 if they can win with a 6 or something like that. But I think they just have to stick to plan A, get there in 6.5. If they lose wickets, trying. If they lose the game, it's trying. Misses tournament play. You've got to be smart.
Good shot.
Yeah, it was a good shot, wasn't it?
Gets back quickly, swivels onto it.
Gets the line he wants though, doesn't he? He's probably going to do this again. Oh, they stay still this time. It's the end of the bat on it. All right, Zadran, this is what he's out there to do now. Like I said, he's the one guy I would say in the Austrian lineup right now. This is where they miss someone like a Mirza Hassans.
Yeah,
Mirza.
big guy.
Yeah, Mirza can hit it a long
Big.
way. Obviously, Shigawal going so cheaply hurts you as well. He's the sort of guy who made runs under lights earlier this week. Goes for this, should be gone, and it is gone. Bubba, the big X formation from the big man, and Zadran's going to have to go without scoring. So Austria really, they're throwing everything at this. They're throwing everything at the wall, seeing what sticks. And really the only thing sticking there was the ball to the hands of Mohamed Baba at short third man. And Austria now 38 for 5.
Yeah, Zadran has to go, goes for a duck. And, well, he has to depart and leave the stage. Another batter will have to come out there in the middle, in the darkness. And, well, isn't this absolutely amazing? We've seen cricket being played earlier on in beautiful sunshine here on the Costa del Sol in Malaga. This, the Cartama Oval Cricket Ground. And now the lights are on and it's all under night. And this looks absolutely amazing. Just look at that. I mean, where else would you see cricket like this? Where else have you seen this day-night cricket being played? And that's why this format, that's why this European Cricket Championship has taken the world by storm. The European Cricket Network is putting European cricket on the map. A frenzy of action-packed entertainment that's serving the world with the most entertaining form of cricket you'll ever see. Back to the action here, down the leg side. Well, will be called a wide, and it's going to be 2 wides. They all count.
Yeah.
It's so important to try and get as many runs that they can on the board here.
Yeah, it's handy, isn't it? Just a couple of bonus.
Does really well there, Adam Algar. You know, if he doesn't get that hand onto that, that's going to be 5. Does well. Acrobatic stop.
Gotta love it when the lights take over here, but right now, Austria need to do something miraculous. Short, he has a crack at it. This is going, gone. Maximo! Well, Zishan, he's been battered, he's been bruised, but still he swung his bat for his team, and he gets 6 more. Maybe just keeps him in that hunt.
This is such a good shot because this is actually quite high. It's on the way up as he hits it. But this time, well, we saw him play one hook shot from Mohamed Cameron when he ended up on his jack seat. Well, this time, well, he's on tiptoes as he hits that, gets the power, finds the middle, big hit.
They need 37 off 12. 37 off 12 at the moment. Simple calculation there. Yes, on him a bit quicker than he thinks. Make that 36 off 11 now. And Skander Hearts come out there to join him. It's not easy for a new batter, is it? But he won't have to face just yet because that's the end of the 5th over. The score is 47 for 5. Well, once again, it's been an exciting night of action here, and it's only just getting started. I mean, it's been a hot day. I mean, we love it when the night rolls in, but I mean, our long days here. It's the Costa del Sol for a reason. It is the Sunshine Coast.
Yeah.
But like I say, it's only week 1 as well. We've got finals day tomorrow for Group A. We've got cricket on the weekend, the domestic T10 here in Spain. It'll involve 9 teams over the weeks we're here. But then we start again Monday with Group B. So this is just the first week of 5 weeks of this. So if you're tuning in now, you've come at a great time because we're just getting started. There's plenty more action to come here in Cartama.
Well, look what we've seen already. It's just been quite amazing. We've seen, what, 4 hat-tricks?
Yeah.
We've seen close finishes, almost see the golden ball. Hasn't quite happened, but it will happen this year round on the ETC. We've seen batters scoring runs, and really we've just seen cricket being played in a marvellous stage, a marvellous setting here.
I just got a second. We've got these pins. I don't know if you can see this, but this was from Jorge Gallardo, who is the mayor of Cartama. He very kindly presented us these pins yesterday. So I want to say a big thank you to all the local government and officials that to help us get on the park here, make it happen. So it's just a walking waft, isn't it? Let's see who they've gone to here. They've gone back to Atif Mohammed. No surprises there. And this is kind of an advantage Spain have, because they know they just need to take this game to the 8th over. If they can take it to the 8th over, they're pretty much fine. So you can bowl whoever you want now. You're not holding anyone back for 9 or 10.
Yeah.
Atif's been so good. You just can't take him leg side that easily. So he has to go offside. This one will go to the fielder in the circle, just one. So they may end up running, they may end up still winning this match, Austria. But the thing is, just joined us, and they need to do it in 6.5 overs. Otherwise, they'll be level on points with a win after that point, but won't be enough to overhaul Spain in second place. They'll miss out the double chance. Atif. Well bowled. Called wide though, that's a marginal one. Yeah, so, I mean, about maybe this time yesterday, it was unthinkable that Spain wouldn't have got the double chance. One could have gone either way, to be honest. Yeah, but that's just it shows you how quick things can turn around in this week.
Does,
and look, there's going to be more twists and turns on finals day. There always are. Again, can't manufacture too much out of this. Just going to Hyatt.
Just bowls such a good line, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Doesn't really give you anything to it. It's short of a length, and also it's that angle. Being the left-hander, it's the angle that's going across.
I think he's one guy also that doesn't have to bowl Yorkers because he gets so much bounce. It looks like something you can drive, but then it gets really big on you. That's why these heaves that are going to the leg side, I don't think they're intended. It's just when you've misjudged it, that's what you end up doing as a batter. Commits to it, goes over cover, and this is going to be 6. Maximo! All right. 27 off 26. Take off, what's that? 19 balls. So 27 off 7, we're talking. They're really running out of time here. But, yeah, a reef. It's a pretty high delivery. Wasn't quite high enough to be called.
Yeah, just goes for that one over pitch, doesn't he? Just tries to do something different. I think he was trying to get the Yorker length in to just squeeze that inside the line, but overcooks it slightly, put away by a riff.
Fake footwork. It's probably not a wide, is it?
No, it's not, because, and the reason for this is, look, he goes one way, then he takes that step across, and he's standing way outside the, look where he's standing here. So a riff, see, at this point here, that line would move the same step to the left. So that's good umpiring.
As far as he has moved outside off stump before the ball's released, that's how far you move the tram line. Yeah. And he took a significant step there.
Good umpiring there. Nice shot there of Arun, who's joined us this week.
Tell you what, we've got a contest here. Got a contest here in Group A, though, don't we? Goes for this straight up, and this looks like it's going to be caught. Groovinder, he won't get there in the end. Smothers it. They go for 2. Would have been run out, isn't. End of the over. It's 58 for 5, but still they've got 5 balls to go. They need 25. Just can't see it happening. It may well win this game, but it's a very exciting scenario here. Game within a game. Time to take a breath, but Spain, to me, they look like they've done just enough to hold on. But like I said, it looked like they'd do this comfortably yesterday. We came to the ground today saying, look, looks pretty settled, doesn't it?
Yeah.
When you look at the table, Spain aren't going to lose both games, are they? Austria aren't going to win both games, are they?
And here we are.
Yeah, here we are. This is pretty typical, actually, for the European Cricket Network.
Two batters there in the middle, just having a little chat with each other here. I mean, good effort there from Goodwinder, trying to get there, but you see the full dive, but still falling just short. Well, there's the big daddy, Danny Erkenstein. I said I would like to see him out there. Well, he's still padded up there. Maybe he's in next, but I think perhaps on a personal note, they maybe have left him too late. We haven't seen him bat enough, I don't think. They go with the Prince to come back. Prince Demand, good delivery right up in the block hole. Not too much you can do with that. One good pacer comes on after another. Start of the 7th over. The Prince.
Yeah, Prince just gotten better and better as the week's gone on. Goes for this, mishits it. So, I mean, I suppose, okay, if you don't get there in the 6.5 overs, you're still trying to win the game. I mean, a win's a win. I mean, I guess it shows you, you can beat Spain. I mean, Austria lost to Spain on the opening morning. course, they're hyper-focused on the double chance, but still it's a good win, isn't it? If they can get there, it's in the air, it won't quite go to any of the fielders. Sastrad, but eventually will gather it in. See, gotta love the night sky here in the Costa del Sol. Even when the sun goes down, it's very beautiful.
Good chip on this there. Sure, I saw him at one moment, even with the shades on.
No, it doesn't surprise me. That's hit pretty well. It's hit straight to the fielder, drops it. That's Isan out there. Just be one again. Stops the boundary. But now, kind of in impossible territory, aren't we? But yeah, Prince Taman. He's been very, very good here. He's only conceded 14 off 10 balls. It's a slow ball, and I think this is gone. It is. It's off the glove. And it's a one-hand wonder catch from Adam Alger. And he had to kind of find that one. Was looping away, wasn't it? It's kind of high. Can't do too much, unfortunately, here in match 20. And actually, I mean, the actual game becomes interesting now because Austria need 21, but they've lost a 6th wicket. The score is 62 for 6.
Yeah, I mean, the only batter that's been doing anything there is Zishan Arif. When he's not on strike, there's not a lot happening. Good catch there from Algar. He had to time that jump to perfection because obviously the ball slows up. He couldn't have gone too early. If he goes too late, it's going over him. And he gets it just right in the middle of the glove. And nice catch taken by him. Smiles on his face. He's done really well, hasn't he, when he's gone behind the stumps. They've had a number of options of players that could do the keeping. We've seen Mohamed Isham behind the stumps at time. He's been pretty good. But Anna Algar, I think as this championship and this group has progressed, he's just got better and better, hasn't he? Good behind the stumps, and he's scored some valuable runs for his team as well. Very solid in that position. So like I say, now I'm kind of looking glass half full. If you're thinking from Austria's point of view, thinking, look, let's win this game against Spain. We might run into them again tomorrow. I'll be curious to see what Corey's kind of reaction is if they do even get over the line here, because the batting didn't work again. Yeah. I don't think he's going to be over the moon with this performance. Goes for it. Falls safely. So now, we'll be pretty sure that we can confirm that we've gone past the point where Austria had to chase the runs down. So even if they do get home now, don't think they'll get that second spot. That means that tomorrow will look a little bit like this, or a lot like this. Ireland 11 will finish top. Spain will finish second. They will play for a spot in the final in the first match of the day. Whoever doesn't win, they'll play the winner of Austria and Portugal in qualifier 2. And 3 versus 4, match number 22, that is an eliminator. So either Austria or Portugal will be eliminated from the competition. Ultimately, whoever wins match 24, the final, will be the first team that goes through to Championship Week 5. Well, actually, they're the second team because England 11, the reigning champions, they're already there. They're automatically qualified. So join us 9:30 a.m. GMT, 11:30 in Central Europe, 3 p.m. in India for that. Here's Babar now. I think it's out, you know. It's out.
Yeah, I think it's out. It's a big edge. And Alger was he was wrong-footed or he slightly slips. I don't think he picks up the pace of this ball. It's an interesting one, actually. And Babar comes on, and it's a full wideish delivery. Yeah, no doubt. And Alger doesn't see a lot of it, to be honest, but he does take it in the right glove. Well, modern problems require modern solutions, and Alger's found a new way to do it. And he sticks out in the mitten, it sticks, and that's the end of Basir Khan. And now, Austria running out of batters pretty fast to score 63 for 7.
Yeah, 63 for 7. Well, we did see Daniel Eckenstein with his helmet on, pads on, sat up there. I was expecting to see him coming out, but not as yet. And he hasn't been given a nod, so Basir goes. Good catch there from Adam Algar. Looks like like you said, he was slightly wrong-footed. Maybe saw it a bit late, but he stuck the right hand out there and got the ball right in the middle of his glove. Nicely done from him. A good catch and a good moment there for Mohamed Babar as well. Here we go. There we go. It's almost gone past him. Good reactions from the young man. So Babar, golden duck in the innings, but he may have gone first ball, but he's taken the wicket of his first ball as well.
Babar. He gets this one through as well. So now I think you're just concentrating on trying to win a game of cricket. You're just trying to win a game of cricket here. again. Arsenal Arif gets back with his brother Zishan. He snuck up to 46. Well, the day off to allow the self-inflicted wound to heal has done a treat for Zishan. Knocks this for 1. So 19 off 15 now. We're going to have a big finish here. So funny, Rico, because it's so similar to what happened when we were in Belgium, where we had a team that needed to win a certain amount of overs to qualify for the finals, actually, and they weren't able to, but then actually the game was tied. Swing and a miss this time.
What are you going to be saying to yourself here, really, Austria? And they should have been doing this from the moment they realised that finishing second was going to happen. Concentrate winning the game, but be saying to yourself, no dot balls. At that point, no dot balls. You can see there, I mean, it's about 7, just coming up to 8 and over required. Just eliminate the dot balls, and you should go on to win the match. That's what they should be thinking here. Arif is still trying to play the big shots. He doesn't try and have to hit every ball to the boundary.
Turned away. 1-2 here. They're going to get it, though. So, I mean, the other thing is, look, statistically, I think the scores have been a bit lower under lights. I mean, that seems probably the exception of Ireland, who knocked off 45 in 2.1 overs, but I think amongst the teams that are still with us, maybe 80 can win you a game when you're batting first under lights. Of course, the final will be played under lights, so these are the conditions that we'll have in the final tomorrow. It's the end of 8 overs now, the score 66 for 7. 17 required off the last 12 balls.
Yeah, good over there from Mohamed Baba, just conceding 3 runs, picking up 1 wicket as well. So now getting to a point now with 12 deliveries to go. It's going to be 16 runs that are required.
Oh, what a good day it's been, hey? Another long one. I know a lot of fans have stuck around for the night game. Let's see if we can see them in the night sky. Can you see us over there, guys? I want to say a big thank you to all the fans in the fan zone. Give us a wave. We're up here in the box. I want to say thank you to you guys for your support. It's been a great day. And I actually think they've been pretty lucky today, the fans, because there haven't been a lot of hitters, a lot of sixes hit in that area. It seems to be a lot straight today. A few kind of hooks and stuff. But that kind of dead square leg area, it's normally raining kookaburras in there. They've had it easy today, I think. All right, 16 off 11. How does this leg? I don't think the Alger believes it.
It's a good delivery though, isn't it? Nice and quick. Hamza just bowling so well, isn't it?
Yeah, it's off the back hip there. See, swings past it. I think he may have his pocket out here. Not sure what's going on there. It's outside the line here. They won't get a run, probably more importantly. So 16 off 9.
Yeah, he's got it. I mean, not sure what he's trying to do here, where he's trying to hit this ball. I mean, that's one he needs to be just standing tall and hitting straight down the ground. I mean, you haven't got that customary position there from Christian Munoz, who's right behind the bowler, so you can hit straight. And that's where that needed to go. And, you can see that his brother, big brother, has come down and had a word.
See if we can get going here. This is bowling well this over. Low full toss. It's going to fall into a gap. Just get 1. Just running it in is Cameron. So makes it 15 off 8. Austria, like I say, look how far they've come from the first day where they couldn't get a win.
Yeah.
Even on the first day though, they did get in strong positions against both Spain and the Ireland 11, but they've built a bit of momentum. Okay, this one could go either way, but they're definitely a threat on finals day no matter where they finish. It's short, it's good into the body. Scramble leg by, I don't think there's any bad on this.
Yeah, doesn't see this early enough, does he? I mean, these are the shots. Remember the shots he played earlier to Mohamed Cameron, and also I think one was banged in short to him from Atif Mohamed. He played it really well, but in this case, whether it's the light or whether it's just a different angle from Hamza, he misses out on it. That's the one you've got to put away. Seems to be still struggling a little bit with that right arm where he did get hit.
I mean, it just gets cramped for him there, doesn't he, really? All right. Last ball of the over, it's a good one. Now what do? You can't really run a 2 here because you don't really want to run out at this stage either. And so it's the end of the 9th over. The score is 70 for 7, 13 required to win, 12 for a golden ball. What I normally say, Rico, actually, is when there's 13 off the last over, it's actually the most likely runs required to get a golden ball. Let's just see what happens here.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's one of the things I was saying. I mean, it was a little thing. I mean, I wanted to say golden duck earlier, and I said golden ball by mistake, unintentionally. And then I was talking to Corey and said, Corey, what about it going for a golden ball? And Corey was saying, well, don't do that to me.
Well,
Maybe
yeah.
it's destined to be
I
a golden
heard him
ball.
saying he really wanted one. Well, here we go. Golden balls. Kind of a unique thing to ECN in televised cricket. The batting team will get one more chance to bat, and they'll need 2 to win. Otherwise, they won't win. And it's going to be Baba.
Why aren't they running?
Well, they're stuck here because now you can run.
Now you got to run.
but
Now he's on
no,
the floor. He
can't.
can't run. He can't run backwards or crawl there, can he?
Well,
He's got to be running
The
there.
reason he's not running is because they think Baba's going to field it. You know, it's hit into the pitch, see? And he thinks he's going to field it, and then he doesn't. And then, you know, everyone was basically stuck. So 13 off 5 now. Jeez, we've had some good finishes today, haven't we? Black sky is the backdrop. Baba bowling to Zishan Arif on 49. Well, will he get his 50 here? He will. They want to. They're not going to get there. And now, well, now they might. It's worth taking on here. And they're going to get there. That's really good running. You've got to take it on. Got to say Zishan Arif also brings up his 50. What a good innings that is. What a good comeback. And I think no, it was worth going for, definitely on the overthrow. He probably will make a little bit of an acknowledgement for the 50, but I mean, Austria, they still want to win this cricket match. There's a game to be won here. 11 off 4.
Yeah, well batted to Zishan Arif, 50. 51 not out here, but of course, at the moment, you can see he's focused on getting this victory.
It's hard for the keeper as well, because that throw whistled in, and they're also struggling with the lights a little bit. Just the
Kami
height.
didn't throw it straight away.
Yeah.
That was what it was. He ran with it for a bit before he threw it. But,
You need a bound. You need a 6 or 2-4 somewhere along the line here. Well, is that 6? It is. It is. And Zishan steals the strike back, and he sends that one long into the night. Well, go get your flashlight. Maximo time. Austria just 5 to win now. Zishan, well, he's even hitting 6s with a broken arm here, and they're just a handful away from a memorable victory here, Austria.
this is a great shot, isn't it? Look, he does everything right. One of the things I say that you got to do sometimes is get yourself in the right position, and he does this. Just how quickly he gets outside the off stump and he bangs it straight. Big hit. Okay.
Well, they want 2 here. They're going to push for a marginal 2. Obviously, they want more than that. They want a boundary. Where gets it? Where's this going into the gap? And where are they going? Well, they're going to come back. It's an awkward one for Alger. He's not going to be able to deal with it in time. So they scramble at 2. Now 2 for the tie, 3 to win. 2 for the golden ball here.
Well, here we go, here we go, here we go. Are we going to get our very first golden ball in the European Cricket Championship?
Wow. We've never had an international golden ball. 2 for a golden ball here. And that was good running. I mean, you had to take it on. It was hit into the gap. I think the fielders had to. Corey knows it as well. He probably knows, actually, this situation. Because what had to be decided has been decided. It's still pretty exciting. Now, Zishan Arif, what are they, 3 and 2. So 2 and 2 would be a golden ball here. And 2 singles for a golden ball. That's pretty likely scenario as well. Zishan.
Taking his time, isn't he?
Wow.
Preparing himself, getting ready.
This
is the ball. This is the one where he wants to try and do it in, and he's going to try and do it about it.
Doesn't want to swing miss either, though. Test the fielders. It's not easy to field under these conditions either. So 3 to win, 2 for the tie. Baba in the hot seat. Hits it, and hits it where? Well, that's going, it's going, and that is going to be 4. It's going to go for 4. It wasn't going to. It got knocked over the line, I think, by Asjad Bhatt. And so Austria win. And it might just be a psychological win, but it still is a win. And you can see, well, Corey will be happy enough that he doesn't get the gold ball, but he won't be happy that Spain lose twice on day 4, leading to the finals. That wasn't in the plan. Austria, look, there was a cricket match to be won. They win it. They'll be happy. Of course, Spain do have the consolation that they will get the double chance tomorrow.
Yeah,
but Zishan Arif, take a bow. What an innings from that man.
Yeah, what an innings. Bearing in mind that he's only hurt himself pretty badly on that arm. You can see he's still squinting a fair bit. That arm is hurting. He's in a bit of pain, but he stuck together, didn't he? I mean, he took it for his team and he brought the victory home. What a marvellous night. What a gutsy performance from Zishan Arif. We know that he's a player that's used to getting hurt. He himself inflicts some injuries to himself sometimes when he bashes himself on the leg, but this time it wasn't self-inflicted. It was the pace man, the hit man, Mohamed Cameron, that hurt him, but he hurt Spain back. He wasn't able to secure second spot for
look at this though.
But look at this.
Can you see the little last touch?
Oh, yeah.
The little last touch from Asjad. He runs into the ball, because otherwise I think that's probably 2, maybe one, you know. So, I mean, it just shows you, Zishan and Arslan Arif, the brothers get them over the line. Austria win, and it's a reversal result on Monday morning. So these two meet, they bookend Group A group matches. You certainly hope there's nothing too wrong with Zishan Arif. That'll be sore in the morning, but they're going to need him. What a day. What about the finishes we've had? Well, Rico, plenty to come. It's only going to go up a gear on finals day.
Yeah, absolutely, and loving that from the two teams. Here's the sportsmanship, and this is one thing I was talking to Corey about, and he backed it up. The sportsmanship between all the teams and all the coaches and management has been absolutely brilliant. That's why this has been a fiesta of cricket here on the Costa del Sol in Spain, in Malaga. Well, Zishan, he was the man. Maud Badaya Apni, Zishan Arif Apni, half-century Mali, 63 not out, and he was the man that made a difference. When you have a look at that scorecard, he was the only one that made a real contribution there to help his team to victory. Well, my advice to you is, I know it's late, we'll get into the Mediterranean Sea when we get back to base at the Sunset Beach Club, and let the sea do the work and sort that arm out, and then come back stronger tomorrow fighting.
Yeah, well, this is what we've got in store tomorrow. I mean, what a match that'll be. First up, Ireland 11 versus Spain. Which Spain will turn up? That'll be the question. The winner will go through to the final in match 24. The loser will have to take on the winner of Austria and Portugal in qualifier 2. Of course, the winner of that match goes through to meet their opponent in the Group A final. 9:30 a.m. GMT. It's 11:30 in the morning in Central Europe. 3 p.m. in India. Join us. Finals day is on the way in Group A. Cameron, he was fired up and made things really tough for the Austrians early in this innings.
Yeah, he certainly was fired up. He's fired up all day today. I mean, they had to be fired up in the field, didn't they? Because the batting once more just did not click. But it started well, didn't they? They got the wickets they needed. Ashan Yusuf got himself run out for 0. It was Mohammed Babar that did the job there. And then it was, it was Daniel Dolkaya who was doing the catching first. He caught MSP for just 1. But there was looks of worry on the face of the coach there, Corey Ruckers. That was unlucky. Little things like that sometimes do add up when you have close finishes. But Daniel Dolkaya taking another one, and Prince Demand doing the old balle 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 celebrations with his arms. And well, then he gets a chakte fatte lift up there as well. MSP didn't quite get going here today, but I love the way he plays his cricket.
Well, the kisses are going into the night time now, so that's concerning from MSP. But didn't he have a good day? I mean, how about him being unleashed with the ball?
Wow.
That's why I think it's worth trying other options, even if you don't think they're in your top 5 bowls at the start of the week. I mean, Simpson Park's a really good example of that. And this is the old fall down hook shot here out of the ground. He didn't even know where he was landing. He needed a mattress to land on, I think there. Arif, who certainly had some issues physically in this 10 overs. This is a proper ice cream cone out there to Cameron, but he does hold on. But I've got to say, a few people kept Spain in the contest. I thought Atif Mohammed was one of them. I thought he bowled very, very well. Look, again, interesting. Lowish scoring game under lights. Will we see a low scoring game in the final? Because the final will be at this time. And, well, right there, you can see that Hamza tried out the short stuff. He took that one, really, out of the top of the ladder to send that one out of the ground. And then this went for 6 as well. So, yeah, there's just a few issues. Fielding at night is a bit different. The players have been inexperienced, and you can see just judging the ball in the night sky. Also, the kind of height of the lights, those flat ones, it can be tough to pick them up off the bat. These kinds of ones here. So I think normally that gets caught, but it's kind of on you before you know it. And I know from playing under lights myself, it is awkward. It is an adjustment. But Alja held that one. A bit of a one-hand Statue of Liberty play from him.
Well, 2 one-handers from him. That one he had to stretch, and then this one, well, he didn't know it was almost going past him, and he sticks out the mid and gets it and gets another. All smiles at the back. And at that point, well, after they thought, well, Spain looked like they were favourites, but there was one man that didn't count for, and that was Zishan Arif, and he hit some superb shots. And the brothers, well, it was brothers in arms there right at the end. And, well, they were just quality, weren't they? Some of these shots was great. Well, this was the one there right at the end, and it just clonks him on the arm, doesn't it? It bounces, catches him on the arm, and goes over the boundary. That's the 4 runs. That's what gives them the win at the end. But, well, I'm loving this. Great action, great entertainment. Well, look, everybody, for those of you, thank you for staying with us. Thank you to you, our global cricket family, wherever you've been watching around the world. It's been absolutely fantastic that you've been here with us during this day for this Dream11 European Cricket Championship. What a day that we've had here today, day 4. It was the last day, of course, of the group stages. Let's have a quick look at this scorecard.
I mean, I actually only just clicked how many runs Zishan scored proportionally in the innings.
It's
I mean,
amazing.
he scored 3/4 of the runs in the innings off his own bat at number 4. The next highest score is 8. Zishan Arif take about what innings that was, match-winning innings. Prince Saman bowled pretty well. He wasn't alone. 215 for him. I've got to say, I thought Atif Muhammad was the best of the bowlers. 1 for 12 of his 2. Kamran was dangerous early. In fact, all the bowlers picked up wickets, didn't they, in the end? Using Babar a little bit later, I wonder if that's something they'll stick with. I'm just super curious to see exactly how Spain manage their resources tomorrow first up against the Iron 11. Obviously, it'll be both teams putting what they think is their best combination on the park and seeing what sticks, and let's see who goes straight through to the final. But a dominant display from Zishan, and I'm just happy to see him bounce back. You look there's his wagon wheel. And to be honest, he hit runs all around the ground. I mean, he hit a really good pull shot, hit well straight. I really like that he hit 16 through the covers, only 5 through mid-wicket. I think he wasn't afraid to hit through the line of the ball and test out these fielders under lines.
Look, that was a class. There's some innings that you see and you turn around and see that innings was real quality. All right, at the end of the day, and that's the only sad thing about that, it didn't really mean too much. Okay, it's a good confidence boost for Austria. They've beaten Spain, so that's going to give them a lot of confidence coming back here tomorrow and getting into that game against Portugal. So there is something, but I mean, if that was getting them second place, I would say that is the innings. That is definitely the innings of this series so far for me. The innings of the series so far.
Yeah, well, I suppose when you look at it, how many runs he scored in the innings, maybe it wasn't the prettiest innings all the time. Had to deal with a couple of blows to the body, but he's just really tough. I think, Zishan's a guy that hasn't really stood up so far, has struggled a bit with the bat. That will give him a lot of confidence, especially going to finals day. But we're going to wrap this up pretty quickly. It has been a long day. I want to say a big thank you to you guys out there. We love what we do at European Cricket, and we are so glad that you have decided to spend some or all of your day with us and night with us, I suppose, as well. Finals day is going to be epic, Rico. There's 4 teams left. Of course, today we had to say goodbye to the Czech Republic. That's always sad when a team has to go, but it just never clicked for them. I do wish them all the best for the coming season. But Rico here, still wide open. Iron 11 for me, their favourites. Seems like they've got some more batters clicking now. They're looking dangerous. But as we've seen today, in any one match, absolutely anything can happen.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. Just look at what Portugal did against Spain. Look at what Austria did against Spain, and that tells us that tomorrow there could be a few twists coming up as well.
I think there will be. You can go to our website, EuropeanCricket.com, to check out the latest in European cricket. You can also go to our social media at European Cricket as well. Don't forget, Crickathon.com. That's the place you can go to get involved in the play or the question of the day, the question of the week. You could win an internship with our partners at HCL Software. But for now, from everyone here at the European Cricket Network and the European Cricket family, this is Vinny Sandhu, Mr. Maximo, Rico Full as well. Hope you have a happy and a safe evening. Thanks again for your company. We'll see you tomorrow for more European cricket action right here in the Dream11 European Cricket Championship. Hasta mañana.
Adios, mi familia. Hasta mañana.